Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The helicopter swooped low, unleashing a barrage that destroyed the automatic Gatling turret positioned near the residence.
Then, silence.
No counterattack came from the building. Apocalypse calmly said, "Your mother escaped through the eastern tunnel." Without hesitation, Yelena leapt from the helicopter. Black Widow, concerned, followed immediately. Although Molina would never intentionally harm her daughters, the traps around the house were real, and deadly if triggered carelessly. Sure enough, muffled booms echoed from beneath the turf, patches of ground collapsing here and there. Had Black Widow not been there to shield her, Yelena would have been critically injured, if not killed. Apocalypse turned to the remaining widows. "Maintain perimeter security."
Yes, sir.
A dozen stunning women armed with high-tech weapons swiftly fanned out, blending into the grass and tree lines like trained predators. Red Guardian watched them disappear with a wistful sigh. A battalion of elite beauties following orders? It sounded like every man's fantasy. But he knew better than to mess with women trained in the Red Room. Fantasy or not, they were lethal. Apocalypse walked leisurely into the house. The dining table still held the remains of a half-eaten sandwich and a cup of lukewarm coffee. Along the wall stood a large bookshelf filled with technical journals and schematics. Molina, Yelena's mother, had spent her years in seclusion focused entirely on scientific research. If it weren't for the Red Room's threat, she probably wouldn't have bothered arming herself so heavily. Apocalypse casually poured himself some coffee and reclined comfortably on the sofa. Red Guardian frowned. "Aren't you worried Natasha or Yelena might get hurt?" "I'm watching them," Apocalypse replied calmly, eyes closed. Red Guardian clenched his jaw. Watching them? He was sipping coffee with his eyes shut. But then he remembered how Black Widow had taken out a tank before. Grumbling under his breath, he gave up arguing and chomped into the leftover sandwich. Moments later, three figures entered through the front door: Natasha, Yelena, and Molina. Molina, in her 40s but still carrying the aura of a formidable woman, bore a striking resemblance to Natasha. Though not related by blood, their shared Eastern European roots and Red Room grooming made the resemblance uncanny. The resemblance wasn't an accident either. Candidates were handpicked with appearance in mind when forming deep-cover families. Molina stopped in her tracks upon seeing Apocalypse lounging on the sofa.
"It's you." "Hello, Ms. Molina," he greeted with a nod.
She stared at him for a beat, visibly trying to process his presence. Then, realizing her impolite behavior, she turned her gaze away. "I heard, you and Natasha are a couple?" Molina asked with disbelief, eyes flicking to her. Natasha gave a small nod. Yelena chimed in with a smirk. "Mom, you have no idea. My sister totally tricked my brother-in-law."
"Huh? Really?"
Molina's expression shifted to amused surprise as the three women suddenly slipped into gossip mode, chatting like old friends reunited. Red Guardian groaned.
"Molina."
"We haven't seen each other in years and you don't even say hello."
Molina rolled her eyes.
"I told you to move in with me, but no, you said it was too quiet out here and preferred the excitement of prison."
"I'm right.
There's not a soul around. I'd lose my mind in this place." "Then why are you here now?" "They asked me to come." Only then did Molina remember, her daughters were here for a reason, not just to check in on their lonely mother.
She turned to Natasha. "All right.
Let's hear it." Natasha explained Yelena's plea for help, and their shared goal of taking down the Red Room once and for all. Molina raised a brow. "If your goal is Dreykov, why not strike directly? You have the King of Apocalypse at your side. That's as close to invincible as it gets." "Yelena wanted to see you," Natasha replied.
Molina softened. She understood.
Despite the years, Yelena still called her mom. She let out a sigh. "I may not be your real mother, but I always thought of you two as my daughters. When we fled the US, we left everything behind. Once things calmed down, I had someone retrieve a few items from our old house. Your childhood toys, keepsakes, they're all upstairs now."
"Really?" Yelena's voice trembled. "Which room?"
"Second door on the left, upstairs."
Yelena bolted.
When she returned, her eyes were red with emotion. She clutched old toys, worn books and a photo frame. These, she said to Apocalypse, smiling through tears, are my happiest memories. They spent a few minutes reminiscing, laughter mingling with nostalgia. Then Molina noticed something odd. Red Guardian sat stiffly, sandwich frozen halfway to his mouth, staring with wide eyes. "What's with you?"
Molina asked.
"You just said he is the king of Apocalypse," he rasped.
Molina blinked. "You didn't know?"
"Mr. Tang is very kind, no need to look like that."
Yelena grinned.
"Mom, you should have heard him earlier. He said he wanted to spank his brother-in-law." Oh, Molina finally understood. The Red Guardian went pale. Apocalypse wasn't just powerful, he was revered. The savior of Earth. The destroyer of supervillains. Even Hydra feared him. Red Guardian wanted to crawl under the table. But he was Yelena's father in name. Apologizing outright would crush his pride. Thankfully, Apocalypse didn't seem to mind. Dinner continued under the awkward silence of a very humbled Red Guardian.
Then, gunfire.
"Enemy attack." One of the widows outside shouted. Apocalypse scanned the area with his mind. 7 or 8 helicopters were closing in, each carrying squads of armed, beautiful women. Only one organization could deploy such a force, the Red Room. Natasha stood, placing her cutlery down. A cold fire lit in her eyes. So Dreykov is in a hurry to die. In a flash of silver, the knife and fork in her hand flew out the window.
Boom.
One helicopter spiraled down, its propeller shredded. 7 or 8 women leapt from the wreckage before the aircraft crashed in a fiery explosion. Black Widow leapt through the broken window like a panther on the hunt. Red Guardian stood, his stomach jiggling as he barked, "I'm coming too. Molina, where's my suit?" With a comical humming jijiji sound, the Red Guardian squeezed himself into his outdated superhero suit, his round belly stretching the fabric to its limits. By the time he waddled outside, the battle was already over. All 8 helicopters lay in ruins, their wreckage burning like massive fireballs around the compound. The forest and house were bathed in a flickering red glow from the flames. Yelena and the freed widows moved swiftly among the wreckage, administering recovery potions and antidotes provided by Apocalypse to the wounded. The battlefield was quiet, but one fight still raged on. Black Widow was locked in fierce, graceful combat with a masked opponent wearing a metallic silver skull mask and a dark brown tactical suit. Her opponent's movements were sharp, fluid, and eerily familiar. Judging by the figure, slender, agile, it was unmistakably a woman. Apocalypse narrowed his eyes.
Taskmaster.
In the comics, Taskmaster was a man, an enigmatic mercenary capable of perfectly mimicking any fighting style he observed. Captain America's shield techniques, Black Panther's acrobatics, Hawkeye's marksmanship, none were beyond his reach. But the cinematic universe had rewritten that tale. In this world, Taskmaster was Antonia, the daughter of General Dreykov, the very man Black Widow once thought she had killed to escape the Red Room. That mission, carried out with Hawkeye, was meant to eliminate Dreykov. But in the resulting explosion, it wasn't the general who died, it was his daughter who paid the price. Antonia, just a child at the time, had been caught in the blast. She survived, but barely. Paralyzed, broken, and left with nothing. Unbeknownst to Natasha, Dreykov had turned his own daughter into a weapon. A chip implanted in her neck restored her mobility and robbed her of her free will. Emotions erased, identity overwritten, Antonia had become the ultimate mimic, a silent assassin completely under Dreykov's control. It was no surprise to see her here. But what was surprising was how evenly she matched Natasha. Black Widow had long surpassed her former self. She had taken the purple potion, studied Asgardian magic, and trained under Apocalypse himself. Her strength now was leagues beyond what it once was. She could face the Hulk, outmaneuver gods, and yet here she was struggling. Apocalypse swept the area with his divine sense. No anomaly in the timeline. The answer wasn't external, it was internal. Black Widow was holding back. Though Taskmaster was now a grown woman in a sleek combat suit, Natasha had instantly recognized her. The guilt, buried deep inside, had resurfaced. She remembered the explosion, the child's terrified face, the blood, and the decades of remorse that followed. Taskmaster mirrored her moves with uncanny precision. The fight looked like a battle against a reflection, 2 warriors perfectly matched, both drawing from the same well of techniques. The Red Guardian barreled toward the battle, shouting, "Natasha! Let me help you!"
"Stay out of it," she snapped.
A burst of divine energy flung him backward. He landed hard on the ground with a grunt. Grumbling as he dusted himself off, he muttered, "After all these years, she still insists on doing everything alone." Seeing that Apocalypse remained seated, Red Guardian decided not to interfere again. Apocalypse understood. This wasn't just a battle, it was a reckoning.
A test of Natasha's heart.
If she couldn't confront her past and the guilt that haunted her, she would never move forward. All cultivators face such trials. As strength increases, the soul must keep pace. Without growth of the mind, power becomes dangerous, self-destructive. Even non-cultivators, like Iron Man, needed this balance. Power without restraint is a nuclear bomb in a child's hands. Dr. Pym understood this and guarded his Pym particles. Cross, driven by greed, didn't, and paid the price. Now, Natasha stood at her own crossroads. Would she let guilt paralyze her? Or would she rise above it? Finally, a surge of divine light burst from Black Widow. With a precise and powerful strike, she brought Taskmaster to the ground. Breathing heavily, Natasha dragged the unconscious woman over to Apocalypse. "Tang," she said, "give her the breathing antidote." Apocalypse released a soft mist of pink gas. Antonia inhaled it, but nothing changed. "She's not controlled by pheromones," Apocalypse said, gently placing his hand on her forehead. "The chip behind her neck is overriding everything. The antidote won't work." "Let me take a look." Natasha's hacking skills were still sharp. Though she hadn't needed them much recently, most of her time was spent on missions. She quickly assessed the implant. "This chip's integrated with her spinal nerves," she said. "It handles motor functions and also enhances her mimicry. If we try to remove it recklessly, she could become paralyzed again."
Or worse. She frowned.
"The chip's encryption is military grade.
Beyond me.
We'll need a top-tier hacker to crack it and rewrite the program." She glanced at Apocalypse. She knew the purple recovery potion could heal anything, but using such a rare resource on Taskmaster?
She hesitated.
Apocalypse thought for a moment. Then remembered someone, Dr. Samuel Stern. Years ago, when rescuing Tony Stark from the Ten Rings, it was Stern who helped crack their security. After being exposed to the Hulk's blood, his brain had expanded to near-genius levels. Since then, Stern had been tucked away in Apocalypse's private lab, pursuing his research in quiet isolation. Apocalypse had long since outgrown the need for his help, but Stern had continued to evolve, intellectually and perhaps in ways even he couldn't predict. If anyone could unlock the secrets of this chip, it was him. Apocalypse pulled out a communicator.
"Dr. Stern, this is Tang.
I'm outside St. Petersburg. I need you here.
Immediately."
A moment later, Stern's voice crackled through. "Yes, Mr. Tang. I'm on my way."
Not long after, a Quinjet came over the house. After the plane landed, two people got off. The one with a head as big as a bucket, and the bald head shining with the light of wisdom, is naturally Dr. Stern. The other one is tall, with long hair shawl-shouldered, a rough face, and an arrogant expression. Even if there is nothing on his lips, everyone feels as if he is talking to you with a toothpick in his mouth. This is Ivan. Since Ivan was subdued by a bird from Apocalypse, he was unwilling to join Stark Company and SHIELD, so he went to the laboratory established by Apocalypse to work with Dr. Stern. Before Tiankai asked, Dr. Stern hurriedly explained, "Mr. Tang, I am good at life sciences. Ivan is better at chip cracking, so I brought him here." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Ivan greeted him politely, and his attitude was completely different from the last time Tiankai saw him. There is no roughness or unruliness of the Siberian man at all, but rather a bit of restraint. When Ivan first saw Apocalypse, Apocalypse was already very powerful and gave him a very oppressive feeling. As Tiankai's strength and prestige grew, Ivan's last trace of resentment was completely gone. Dr. Stern knew that Apocalypse's first strength began when he injected him with the Hulk's blood. Although he is still in awe of Tiankai, he is different from others, with an inexplicable sense of closeness and superiority. "Well, it's better if you come. Take a look at this device. How can you crack it?" The two of them studied the chip device behind Taskmaster's neck carefully. Then I connected it to my laptop through the tiny interface on it and looked at the data above carefully. Finally, Ivan said, "Mr. Tang, it is not difficult to crack this chip. There seem to be several programs in the chip, which are embedded with filtering programs to remove emotions, as well as control commands for absolute obedience. What do you want to crack it into?" Stern added, "From a medical point of view, the nerve at this location has been severed and should have been paralyzed at a high level. But it is bridged by this chip and transmits upper and lower nerve signals, so it can move normally like a healthy person. If I perform a minor surgery and use recovery medicine, I am sure that she will recover and the chip will be removed." Tiankai thought for a moment and said, "She is called the Imitation Master. She can imitate all conventional fighting methods. The source of it is this chip. The chip needs to be cracked and the cervical spine nerves need to be repaired, but her ability to coordinate with the chip must be retained. It is up to her to decide whether to use the chip in the future. Can you do it?" Apocalypse has his own intentions for such an arrangement. Taskmaster was born in a red house and was the daughter of General Drykov. This identity meant that she would not be able to live an ordinary life. Without the chip and the ability to imitate combat, I am afraid that I will not be much better than ordinary people, and there will be problems in self-protection. Since it needs to be repaired, let's just do the best and give her the final choice. Yvonne and Stern discussed it briefly and said, it can be done. However, we need an operating table. With the recovery medicine, disinfection and other things are not needed. But there must be enough light. Molina came out and said, I have one in my room. I usually just use it to study animals, but it's big enough. You can see if it suits you. Molina herself is also an outstanding technical talent. In the original plot, she once used a computer to control the respiratory system of a pig, which could suffocate the pig to death. This technique, if used by Dreykov, will further control the widows under his command, and even be used to control the dignitaries who are seduced by the widow's beauty. Fortunately, Molina also knew the horror of this technology, so she lived in seclusion here without giving it to anyone. Yvonne followed the sound and his eyes suddenly stretched. Both come from a fighting nation, and Molina's appearance is more in line with Ivan's national aesthetics. Coupled with Molina's gentle and intellectual temperament, it suddenly struck Ivan's heart. The Siberian man never knew what subtlety was, so he asked directly, this beautiful lady, what is your name? My name is Molina. Molina, that's a nice name. Are you single now? Ahem. Dr. Stern reminded, let's solve Mr. Tang's matter first. Why are you anxious? Before Yvonne could respond, Stern took the initiative and said to Molina, my name is Stern. I am Mr. Tang's first scientist. I am smarter than Yvonne. Yvonne glared at Stern, what does this guy mean? But with Ivan's IQ, he understood in a flash that Stern, the big boss, also fell in love with Molina. No wonder he wanted to use Mr. Tang's banner to gain face for himself. He just pulled it, but he still said he was smarter than me. He was trying to ruin my situation. Suddenly, Yvonne and Stern seemed to have sparks flashing in their eyes. Molina is a beautiful woman, and with her scientific temperament, she has an inexplicable attraction to the two great scientists, Yvonne and Stern. Now it was the Red Guard's turn to sit still and said with a big belly, hey, two new guys. This is my wife, do you think she is single or not? What? Yvonne and Stern were greatly disappointed, and they could not hide the lonely expressions on their faces. Yelena said from the side, my mother and my father are just a temporary couple, not real. It has been 20 years since my father left my mother. What do you mean? Even with their IQs, Yvonne and Stern were unable to get around it for a while. What do you mean your mother and your father, with such a big daughter, are we still a temporary couple? Moreover, as a daughter, shouldn't she hope that her parents will reconcile? Why are you still helping outsiders make trouble? Are you afraid that the family will not be broken up enough? These words made the Red Guard so angry that he cursed, you still have the nerve to call me dad. Are there any people who can tear apart parents like you? Haha, if you really care about mom, why have you stayed in prison for so many years? The Red Guard was speechless. He is a rough guy, and he is a bit of a fighting maniac. He likes to be lively, drinking, and fighting. The disintegration of the old empire led to the collapse of his faith and his demoralization. So I would rather stay in prison and isolate myself than stay in a remote place like the suburbs. Black Widow smiled, holding Apocalypse's arm and watching the fun. She knew the people under Apocalypse, including Ethan from the Middle East, Dr. Stern, and Yvonne, the big man from Siberia. These three are all great scientists, immersed in the laboratory all day long, and there are no women around them at all. If you don't mind their low emotional intelligence in the relationship between men and women, they are much better than ordinary people. At least you don't have to worry about any messy relationships. It's not like some god-level figure kidnapped a lot of beauties back to SHIELD, leaving Black Widow on tenterhooks all day long. Tang, do you want to be their wingman and take them to pick up girls? When Apocalypse heard this, he knew that Black Widow was resentful, and said with a wry smile, I took Happy along the way before. But you reminded me. While Yvonne, Stern, Molina, and others were performing surgery on Taskmaster, Apocalypse made a phone call. Happy, are you free lately? Yes, as long as it's something you asked me to do, I'll definitely be free. Before he finished speaking, a female voice was faintly heard. Who are you talking to on the phone? Aren't we going to watch an opera tonight? Happy said hurriedly, don't interrupt, King Tiankai is calling me. Mei screamed excitedly. However, the screams were quickly cut off as Happy apparently covered the microphone. After a while, Happy said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Mei was a little excited when she heard about your call. It's okay, but I hope she won't mind what I want you to do next. What's up? Take a few men from science and technology to pick up girls. You will be their wingman. What? Tiankai explained the situation of Yvonne, Stern, Ethan, and others, and Happy arranged the rest. As for who Molina will be with, Apocalypse doesn't care. Somebody will end up alone anyway. For example, Dr. Stern. However, although he has a strange appearance, people in this world have different attractions, and there are always women who don't care about appearance and only appreciate the wisdom of men. Just like Tiankai's previous life, the great scientist Yang, who was 90 years old, still had a beautiful woman in her 20s who admired and married him. At first, everyone thought that this beautiful woman was greedy for the inheritance of scientist Yang, and there was an uproar in public opinion. But after more than 10 years, until scientist Yang turned years old, the couple still loved each other as much as ever and worked together hand in hand. Only then did everyone see this sincerity. Even on dating websites, some girls even specify that they want to go on a blind date with men from science and engineering. There are so many people in the world, and there is always someone who is right for you. However, among all living beings, not everyone is lucky enough to encounter it. It's been a long time. A green light flashed through the operating room window. Yvonne, Stern, Molina, and Imitation Master Antonia walked out together. At this time, Antonia's eyes were clear, no longer as empty and cold as before. In terms of age, she is several years younger than Yelena. In addition, wearing a mask all year round, his face is a bit pale, and his delicate face is pitifully thin. However, the fierce murderous aura in her body made it obvious at a glance that the little girl in front of her was not a weakling. Antonia glanced at everyone. Without saying a word, he walked directly to the helicopter on the grass outside. The helicopters in which she and dozens of other widows arrived were shot down, but the 3 helicopters Black Widow and others were riding in were still intact. Where are you going? Black Widow couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about it. Antonia didn't look back. Black Widow shouted, we are going to attack the Red House soon. I hope you don't go back. The implication is obvious. I saved her to pay off my debt, but if I go back, I might have to become my opponent. The purpose of going this time is to kill General Dreykov. If she still chooses to stand on the opposite side while she is awake, Black Widow will not hold back. Antonia paused and said, the moment Dreykov installed the chip on me, he was no longer my father. You can do whatever you want. Over the years, Antonia was only emotionally erased and controlled by the chip, but she did not lose her memory. This chip could have been used as a pure medical tool to restore Antonia to her original state. But General Dreykov chose to install a control program on it. From that moment on, he no longer regarded Antonia as his daughter, but as a test subject and a killing tool. If he hadn't been Antonia's biological father, Antonia would have fought back with the Black Widow. But at this time, Antonia can neither go back nor join the Black Widow. Had to leave silently. Black Widow watched her leave with emotion. I have experienced this scene before. Once you leave, you will no longer have a home in this world, and you will wander like a rootless tree in the world. Before Black Widow could finish her sentiments, there was a sudden shout of curses coming from the Red Guard. How dare you pick up my wife? Have you seen my fists as big as clay pots? The Red Guard was fierce and his fists clenched loudly. Dr. Stern and Yvonne are naturally not afraid. His boss, King Tiankai, was right next to him, and he didn't dare to take action even if he had the courage to do so. Yvonne said, you are not a real couple. Molina has the right to choose anyone. Besides, I'm a scientist, and what matters is my brain. If you have the ability, do you dare to fight my mecha? The Red Guard snorted coldly, I'm a super soldier like Captain America, so what about the mecha? Tear it up like tearing up a piece of tissue paper, just use it to suck shit when you go to the toilet. Dr. Stern said, the mecha built by Yvonne has fought head-on with Mr. Tang. Are you sure you want to fight? Hiss. Everyone who didn't know the inside story took a breath of air, looking at Yvonne in disbelief. Is this big guy so awesome? No wonder he seems to be holding a toothpick in his mouth all day, he does have the ability to be arrogant. To what extent would a mecha be able to fight head-on with King Apocalypse? Wouldn't it be possible to challenge alien battleships alone? Dr. Stern has a little secret here. It's true that Ivan's mecha will fight Apocalypse head-on. But he did not explain the time of the battle, the strength of Tiankai at that time, nor the final fate of those mechas. What everyone takes for granted is to imagine King Apocalypse fighting in the sky of New York and wielding infinite divine fists. Although no one thought that mechas could defeat the King of Apocalypse at that time, being able to fight head-on was already unimaginably powerful. Although Stern is also interested in Molina, the Red Guards are a couple in name only at this time, and the threat is greater, so naturally they must be dealt with externally first. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the Red Guard felt a chill in his heart and his momentum weakened by 3 points. I cursed secretly in my heart, what the hell is this fucking guy doing? No wonder they can do things for King Tiankai. Even when King Tiankai is in trouble, he has to come to them to solve it. Even Molina looked at Yvonne with brilliant eyes. Dr. Stern looked bad. The trick of raising a flag and bragging worked, but the Red Guard was scared off, but he also pushed Molina to Yvonne. Then he said, however, compared with the research that Mr. Tang entrusted me, the mecha is not even interesting. Hey, what research? Mr. Tang gave me the recovery potion to study in the early years. After all these years, I finally have a satisfactory answer. Not only others, but even Tiankai was a little curious. Over the years, Dr. Stern has consumed a lot of recovery potions. But beyond the initial reported use of the fix, no further progress has been heard of. Is it just a quarrel or is it really a new discovery? Tell me and listen. Tiankai said. Dr. Stern said, I originally wanted to take some time to summarize and present it to you, Mr. Tang. Since we have the opportunity to meet this time, I will tell you in advance. Stern took out a bottle of green potion and said, at first I thought it was a magical substance. I tried every possible means to decompose its structure, but found nothing. Later I thought that such a magical potion could never be composed of simple atoms and molecules. There might be a deeper mystery. So, I borrowed a particle accelerator from Fermilab to accelerate part of the pharmaceutical ingredients to 99.999999% of the speed of light and break it down upon impact. Finally, its mystery has been unveiled. At this point, Dr. Stern stopped, a little proud and wanted to be praised. How could all the people present fail to see this little trick of his? Ivan and the Red Guard deliberately turned their faces away and did not ask. In the end, Yelena was still young and couldn't help scolding. If you don't say anything, I will ask my brother-in-law to kick you out. Who is your brother-in-law? Mr. Tang in your mouth. Oh. Stern suddenly became honest and continued, this recovery potion is not any substance, but a force of law. In the words of our scientists, it can also be called an instrument of law. The Red Guard was dissatisfied and shouted, what kind of weapon of law? Don't come up with a new term to fool everyone. Dr. Stern smiled and said, in the future envisioned by our scientists, when war weapons are upgraded to a certain extent, it will no longer be a competition about who can throw more powerful shells, but a competition about who can control the most laws of the universe. For example, if two ultimate civilizations are fighting against each other, they can attack each other by modifying the cosmological constants and mathematical rules in the opponent's field. For example, if you modify the pi ratio pi in the opponent's field, then almost all mathematical laws will be wrong. In this field, it is no longer possible to perform an advanced operation. Or, if the bonding force between atoms is changed to repulsion, then all the materials in this civilization will be unable to combine and instantly turn into atomic-level cosmic dust. A civilization that has mastered this technology is like a superb luthier playing the strings of the universe. With just a flick of it, it can make a very large galaxy cluster disappear without a trace. This ultimate weapon is called a law weapon. Since weapons can be made with laws, of course we can also design and manufacture some non-weapon items, such as law machines and law medicines. We collectively call them weapons of law. The recovery potion may be a tool of law. The potions of our lower civilization contain ordinary medicines, but they contain the power of law. It can ignore any damage and any life structure, like an overbearing law, ordering the life form to drink it to recover as before. The place was silent. This discovery is indeed more awesome than mechas. This all involves ultimate civilization and regular weapons. If it were true, it wouldn't be in vain for Dr. Stern to run around with such a big head. There is indeed something in it. As for whether he was bragging, everyone looked at Tiankai and waited for him to verify it. Tiankai slowly took out a bottle of recovery potion and put it in his hand to examine it. In the past, Apocalypse could not decompose the recovery potion, but with the quantum realm and his team, his understanding of the power of the law has been qualitatively improved, and he can now give it a try. The recovery potion gradually decomposed in Tiankai's hands and turned into a green mist, floating in the air and slowly disappearing. Finally, as the green mist dissipated, Apocalypse also sensed a weak and obscure power of law, which then dissipated. But, what exactly is the power of law and how is it composed? Apocalypse cannot be analyzed yet. Obviously, this is much higher level than PIM particles. Just when Apocalypse was thinking about whether to use the infinite gems for analysis, he suddenly thought of a more serious problem. Natasha, you stay here for now, I'll be back soon. After that, he disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other. What did King Tiankai think of just now? Why did you run away suddenly? Where is this going? If he were an ordinary person and disappeared in such a hurry, he would at most be thought to be in a bad mood. But King Apocalypse is different. As the protector of the earth, his expression is so solemn, which must be because he has thought of something important. This made everyone's hearts twitch. Ivan, Red Guard, and Dr. Stern were not in the mood to bicker anymore. Apocalypse here. In an instant, we were above the city of St. Petersburg, quietly watching the traffic below. A child ran off the road chasing a balloon. The sharp braking sound of the car sounded, but the distance was too close, and he was about to die under the wheel. Suddenly a yellow light flashed, and the child was ejected from the road and landed safely in front of his mother. The driver and the child's mother looked at each other and glanced around, but couldn't see anyone. I can only thank the void. In today's world, superheroes and supervillains are everywhere. They all thought it was a passing superhero and saved the child and helped the driver avoid an accident. It's a pity that we don't know who this hero is and can't spread his fame. Ding. With a reminder, there was an extra bottle of recovery potion in Tiankai's sea of consciousness. Tiankai frowned. He had already used all his strength to sense it just now, but he still didn't notice how the recovery potion entered the sea of consciousness. However, this is just the first attempt. The second time, Apocalypse opened the divine shield and all the laws he mastered. The powerful divine power and the power of countless laws are intertwined and chaotic, making the surrounding void slightly distorted, and tiny cracks in the void create illusions and disillusionment. While waiting to rescue a construction site worker, the second bottle of recovery potion arrived as promised. The strongest defensive formation on Earth did not even cause any fluctuations. It seems to be transparent to the recovery potion. Apocalypse looked even more solemn. The third time, Apocalypse wears the black carbon version of the Infinity Gauntlet, embedded with the 3 Infinity Stones he owns. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone, Ether Particle, Reality Stone, Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. Coupled with Apocalypse's own divine power and understanding of laws. This time, whether in terms of power or law, it can be said that Apocalypse is in its strongest state. So far, no opponent has been able to force Tiankai into this state. This is also the reason why Apocalypse is a little distracted every time he meets a supervillain. It is really far beyond the opponent. No matter how the opponent mutates, it is impossible to catch up with such a huge power. Blessed by the power of 3 infinite gems, Apocalypse's eyes are like 2 suns, with thunder and lightning and divine light constantly overflowing. The laws of the world that are usually obscure are clearly visible under the thunderous eyes of Apocalypse, as if they are thin threads woven together to form the world. It is also the lock elimination technique that Tiankai comprehended, which can see countless causal lines intersecting and connecting people. The surrounding void has long been annihilated. Apocalypse, wrapped in the energy of infinite gems and its own laws, has become an island in the void separated from the material world. Faintly isolate yourself from this world. Although it is not in an attacking state, such huge energy and law fluctuations have already alarmed the whole world. The energy monitoring instruments deployed by SHIELD around the world were directly outside the red line and could not be read. The sirens keep blaring. Fury was sitting in the command room of the space carrier, looking at these energy readings, and could only smile bitterly. I didn't even bother to call and ask about Apocalypse. If these energies were emitted by a new supervillain, with Apocalypse's ability, they would know about it from any corner of the Earth, and they would naturally rush there. If Apocalypse himself had sent it, Fury would be even more lazy to do anything. Anyway, it's not surprising that this godlike man makes any noise. Ding. Tiankai waited until the 3rd accident and saved the 3rd person. But this system prompt also heralds the failure of Apocalypse. With 3 infinity stones and his strongest state, he couldn't even notice how the recovery potion entered the sea of consciousness. Not to mention interceptions. Tiankai sighed secretly and dispersed all energy. Looking at the stars, the being who gave me the system, whether it was a human being, the universe, or the legendary avenue, was far beyond what I could achieve now. Apocalypse has been practicing so far and has mastered 3 infinity stones. Looking at the entire universe, he is considered a super powerful person. But my own sea of consciousness is like someone else's locker, where I can put it away as I please. This also means that if that existence wants to obliterate Apocalypse, Apocalypse cannot even think of resisting. This gap makes me sigh. Maybe that majestic existence stares at itself in this simple way: warn yourself, or motivate yourself. I thought about it for a while, but to no avail. Tiankai gathered his mood and flew back to the suburban cabin. Black Widow was the first to come forward and asked, I noticed a terrifying energy fluctuation just now. Is there a new supervillain? Tiankai shook his head and said, no, I am verifying something. What's the matter? I can't say it yet. When the time comes, I will explain it to you. Okay. Black Widow doesn't dig deep like ordinary women. Apocalypse doesn't tell her, she chooses to trust. Anyway, from the time he met Apocalypse to the present, the mysteries surrounding him have added up to countless numbers. Everyone saw that Tiankai seemed to be in a bad mood, so they stopped making noise. After a little tidying up, Black Widow and Yelena led dozens of newly surrendered stunning widows to the Sky Fortress of the Red House. Sky Fortress is invisible in the sky, not even detected by SHIELD satellites. Not only does its stealth performance far exceed that of SHIELD's space carrier, it is also much quieter than the space carrier when flying. It can be said to be the master of black technology left behind by the former Soviet Union. Perhaps because the level was too high and the confidentiality was too good, the fighting nation that was later established did not contact Dreykov. Of course, it is also possible that General Dreykov was selfish, used public weapons for personal use, and was unwilling to submit to any country after the disintegration of the empire. The engine used by the Sky Fortress is an anti-gravity engine. It operates quietly and without jets, and is more advanced than the rotor engines and second-generation plasma engines of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s first-generation space carriers. Until now, no other country in the world seems to have this kind of technology. I don't know how the former Soviet Union came about. The empire that once dominated one pole of the Earth cannot be underestimated. However, in Apocalypse's memory, the first time the anti-gravity engine appeared in the Marvel world was when Iron Man's father, Howard, demonstrated it at an expo during World War II in Captain America. He was on stage, demonstrating an anti-gravity car to the public. Unfortunately, just a few dozen centimeters above the ground, the car's engine broke down and it fell back to the ground with black smoke. At that time, everyone laughed loudly and did not feel the greatness of this technology at all. However, for unknown reasons, the Stark family did not continue to research this technology, and I have not heard of other departments in the United States doing research on it. Instead, the Red House fortress left over from the former Soviet Union was used. Whether there is any connection between this and Apocalypse is unknown. Compared with the original plot, the power of the Black Widow's side has been greatly enhanced, and dozens of Widow warriors have been conquered in advance. Taskmaster was also rescued in advance. They charged directly into the Red House fortress without encountering any decent resistance. Apocalypse had nothing to do during the whole process except to create some antidotes to conquer pheromones and spread them throughout the Sky Fortress. Just fly outside to prevent new timeline mutations. It may be that the timeline of Colonel Zima was cut off in Siberia last time, which inadvertently gave a warning to the mutated time administration. It was surprisingly quiet the entire time. As soon as the dust settled, nothing strange happened. Facing Apocalypse, who has mastered certain timeline laws, the Time Management Bureau cannot do anything unless Kong personally takes action. Otherwise, ordinary small means will no longer be effective in front of Tiankai. So, let's just stop doing these little tricks. Anyway, the timeline was already too messy, so the employees of the Time Management Bureau simply gave up their struggle. The two sisters Yelena and Black Widow broke through the Sky Fortress and killed General Dreykov in the control room. Seeing that the nightmare of her life was finally over, Black Widow was still in a daze and a little emotional. On the other hand, Yelena, heartless, gathered all the stunning widows together under the banner of "My brother-in-law is the king of apocalypse. Start your own journey to become the boss." However, the 200 to 300 widows in front of me are not all. There are also some who are lurking around the rich, powerful, and underground leaders around the world. This requires cracking the Sky Fortress's computer to get the list. Fortunately, with the two geniuses Yvonne and Dr. Stern, it took a while and was not difficult at all. "Brother-in-law, what do you think I should be called? My sister doesn't like to be called General. How about calling me Mountain King?" "Brother-in-law, you are perfunctory with me. I don't want to be so unpleasant." Then think about it slowly. In order to cooperate with Yelena's so-called rule, Tiankai had to come forward to meet these 200 or 300 beauties. These beauties were all collected by Dreykov from all over the world at a very young age, and after cruel elimination, he finally won the top prize. Regardless of ability or beauty, she is one of a kind. But with hundreds of them standing neatly in front of him, Apocalypse was a little bit blinded. It's like hundreds of colorful flowers placed in front of your eyes. They are all colorful and you can't tell the difference between high and low. Ahem, now that General Dreykov is dead, you are under my command. From now on, you will be led by Natasha and Yelena. Do you have any opinions? No comment. Very good. Your structure will remain unchanged for the time being, and specific tasks will be arranged by Yelena and Natasha. Feeling the hundreds of pairs of blazing eyes below, Tiankai felt a little uncomfortable. The widows looked at him as if they were looking at the biggest prey, or in other words, their highest goal in life. Without the success story of Black Widow, none of these hundreds of beauties would have dared to think of becoming the woman of the King of Apocalypse. However, the Black Widow, who was also born in a red house, became the wife of King Apocalypse legitimately. It's the wife? Not the vassal playthings of the rich and powerful. This made them even more shocked and expectant. Even the unrelated sister Yelena ascended to heaven and became their leader. The greatest skill the widows receive is not to fight and kill, but how to use desire to control a man. At this time, they had already begun to wonder, what kind of woman does King Tiankai like? Seeing as King Apocalypse is from the east, would he prefer the more reserved and shy Rose? Do you want to make more quail-shaped little daughter shapes in front of him? But maybe, Black Widow has nothing to do with being reserved and shy. Maybe he prefers to be enthusiastic and knock on his door in the middle of the night? Knocking on the door won't work. Black Widow is in his room. The senior who stood out among the widows and won the title of the only Black Widow was not someone to be trifled with. For a time, hundreds of beauties had their own thoughts and their eyes were like fire. Tiankai doesn't know what these women are thinking, but how can Yelena, who has received the same training and comes from the same background, not understand? Yelena said loudly, "You have also met my brother-in-law. Now I will announce the rules of rewards and punishments. The punishment rules are the same as our Red House for the time being. As for rewards, those who complete the tasks at the lower level will receive monetary and material rewards. Those at higher levels will receive the cultivation techniques taught by King Apocalypse. The highest reward, in addition to all the previous rewards, you will also have the opportunity to be transferred to King Apocalypse and be his bodyguard." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzz sound exploded among the hundreds of widows. It was just a fantasy before, but if you can't see the King of Apocalypse, it will be useless no matter how hard you try. Only by following King Apocalypse can you have a chance. This reward is indeed the highest reward for them. Tiankai was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Natasha, have you discussed this with Yelena?" What personal bodyguard? Tiankai doesn't know what Yelena is thinking. Does he need these things? Black Widow shook her head and said, "Of course not. I'll take care of this little girl later." Unexpectedly, Yelena was not afraid at all after hearing this, and said with a smile, "Sister, if you look at them, you will know that this reward is very useful. They are much more motivated than when they were under General Dreykov." Of course, Black Widow understood the twists and turns, and said angrily, "Then you sold your brother-in-law like this. Hehe, maybe my brother-in-law likes it too." Sure enough, someone had the courage to ask, "King Apocalypse, what is our new mission?" The person who said this was an Oriental beauty, and she actually spoke Chinese with a smooth accent. Hearing the familiar hometown dialect, Tiankai couldn't help but look at it a few more times. The Oriental beauty suddenly puffed up her chest and felt that her little thought was working. As expected, King Apocalypse preferred women of the same ethnic group. Apocalypse thought for a moment and said, "Hunt the Hydra." In the original Red House, Dreykov's slogan was to revive the old empire, but everyone knew that this was simply impossible to achieve. In fact, the Red House has become a tool for Dreykov to amass wealth and control the rich and powerful. Now that the widows have been rescued, the original mission no longer needs to be carried out. But such a group of beautiful agents have nothing to do and will cause trouble. Hunting down supervillains, a bit weak. But they are both dark organizations, using black to control black, so it is the best to use it to hunt down the Hydra hidden all over the world. In the original plot of Black Widow, there is an Easter egg at the end. At that time, it was already the post-Avengers 4 era. Thanos had been eliminated at that time, and Black Widow died on Vormir. Yelena took a dog to pay homage to the Black Widow's tombstone. During this period, another woman appeared. This person was the Hydra lady Valentina. She gave Yelena a photo and said, "He is the murderer who caused your sister's death." Yelena took it and looked at it, and it was clearly Eagle Eye. This is of course Hydra putting the blame on Hawkeye, wanting Yelena, Hawkeye, and others to kill each other. But from the side, Yelena, or the Red House, has long been connected with Hydra. Otherwise, when Hydra Lady Valentina appears, they won't be so familiar with each other, they won't have any precautions, and a deal can be concluded in just a few words. After all, no matter how deeply Hydra hides, it still needs to deal with the outside world, exchange information, resell supplies, etc. An organization like the Red House that has fallen into darkness is naturally a target that Hydra is happy to deal with. Yelena's eyes lit up after hearing this, and she said, "Brother-in-law, if I catch Hydra, what reward will you give me?" Black Widow patted her on the head and said, "What reward do you want? What do you want that my brother-in-law won't give you? Just pay attention to safety. We have contact with some Hydras, hey, let's use them to open our business." After saying that, Yelena said loudly, "Who is willing to fight?" Clap. Hundreds of pairs of long legs stepped forward and shouted, "I do." Apocalypse said to Black Widow, "Coordinate with Fury and share Hydra's data. At the same time, take care of Yelena and don't let her run wild." Yelena quit, shook Tiankai's arm and said, "Brother-in-law, where did I mess up? I will hand over a few Hydras to you tomorrow." "Okay, then work hard." Tiankai vaguely felt that something was wrong, but seeing that Yelena was so active, it was not easy to hit her. "Don't you know that with such connivance, this stunning force will certainly play an important role in hunting down Hydra in the future, but it will also bring a lot of trouble to Fury. But this team is directly under Tiankai's name, and they can't be beaten and scolded, but they can't listen to them." It gave Fury a headache, and his head almost grew like Dr. Stern's. Fury was very happy when he first received the news from Black Widow. He suddenly had hundreds of helpers and was more confident in hunting down Hydra. Little did he know that he was about to face hundreds of ants. Tiankai left a batch of recovery medicine and went to see Yvonne and Dr. Stern. Before leaving, there was one more task assigned to them. "You should suspend the research on recovery potions. I have a new research direction here. See if you can find anything." Therefore, Apocalypse told them about the electrons he saw in the atomic space, as well as the conjecture that ball lightning may be the manifestation of giant electrons after high energy, as well as about giant atomic nuclei, dark energy, etc. Dr. Stern's eyes lit up, his huge head moved at high speed, and there was a faint red light. "Mr. Tang, if this conjecture is confirmed, the understanding of the nature of the universe will be subversive. It will be of great help to mankind towards the universe. Then you should study it carefully. If you don't have enough funds, just tell Natasha. It is good. By the way, there is another scientist who is also studying this direction. Please contact him." "Who is it please?" "Dr. Pym." After confessing some things, Apocalypse prepared to leave the Earth, because he received news from Heimdall that Star-Lord had met his father. However, there is one more thing to do before leaving. When Apocalypse arrives in Missouri, Director Fury and Agent Hill have been waiting here for a long time after receiving the news. Also coming together are Daisy, Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver, White Ghost Ava and others. It wasn't that Fury needed them, but they heard that they would meet Apocalypse here, so they came with the space carrier. Apocalypse often runs around and doesn't have much time in SHIELD. It's hard to even meet him. Everyone came to a forest on the edge of a small town. The trees in the forest are relatively sparse, and there are many trails extending in all directions, which is very suitable for outdoor recreation and running. However, this place has been blocked. A cordon was set up around the perimeter, and armed men with guns patrolled day and night. Since the last battle against Zora, the god of the internet, Apocalypse's consciousness has covered the world, and after finding this plant, S.H.I.E.L.D. found this place based on the coordinates provided by Apocalypse. A group of people gathered around a plant and looked at it carefully. The plant is not tall, only a dozen centimeters, with blue roots on the outside, a red mesh in the middle, and a blue core inside, glowing with a faint blue light. Quicksilver asked, "Idol, what is this thing called?" Apocalypse shook his head. "There is no name. If you have to name it, it should be called Yugo Fruit, Yugo Root System or something like that. It is a clone of a god." "Clone? Then can he hear what we are saying?" "Probably not yet." Fury said solemnly, "Dawn, you said it could swallow up the entire town in a few seconds? At this speed, wouldn't the entire North American continent fall in a few minutes?" "Yes." In the original plot, after Egg activated his clone for the first time, he grew as big as a mountain in just a few seconds. Fortunately, in order to save Star-Lord, Yandu rushed in with his spaceship and directly hit Ego's humanoid clone. Not only did he save Star-Lord, he also prevented the first expansion. After a period of fighting, Yvonne once again grabbed Star-Lord and others and drew power from his body. The roots expand again. But at this critical moment, Yandu shouted, "I control flying arrows not with my head, but with my heart." With this reminder, Star-Lord immediately got rid of control and competed with Ego for control of the planet's energy. Although Star-Lord and Egg have the same origin, they are very different. Firstly, Star-Lord is not a pure-blooded god, half of his bloodline is from ordinary Earthlings. Secondly, Yugo has a cosmic brain that is billions of years old, and his mental power is many times that of Star-Lord. Logically speaking, it is impossible to resist. But Ego should not have done anything wrong, and did two things that made Star-Lord the most angry, killing his mother and crushing his Walkman. Anger gives Star-Lord infinite will? Although he did not completely gain control, he successfully held back Ego by taking advantage of the characteristics of the same origin. During this period, as long as there is a slight mistake, if Yandu arrives a few minutes late, or if Star-Lord wakes up a few minutes late, the Earth will be swallowed up by Ego's root system. Of course, considering that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the Earth, powerful people such as Delusion, Ancient One Master, and the Eternals are still there. It is impossible to swallow the entire Earth, but it is still possible to destroy the entire North America and cause the destruction of all living beings. Fury said, "What do you want us to do when you call us here? To destroy it. This is just one of the billions of clones of that god. Just destroying it won't solve the fundamental problem. I'm here to take it away." Hill reacted first and said, "Are you going to kill that god?" "Well, it's time." Daisy puffed up her chest and said, "Take me with you, my power has improved a lot." Ava also said, "I am a quantum body. As long as the god is an entity, I can also help." Wanda, on the other hand, did not speak. Although she wanted to follow them, she was shy. When the two women in front spoke, she was a little embarrassed to follow them and just looked at Tiankai quietly. Apocalypse thought and glanced at Wanda. Originally, he didn't want to take anyone there, but the sight of Wanda reminded him of Mantis. In the original plot, Star-Lord's side can finally win, and Mantis is a key part. Her skill is mental strength. It can sense and soothe people's minds, and can even hypnotize the cosmic brain of Ego. During the battle, Mantis hypnotized Egg several times to buy time for everyone. It just so happens that Wanda is also good at psychic magic, and can also sense minds, create illusions, and corrode the mind. In terms of lethality alone, it is even stronger than Mantis. After all, Mantis prefers to pacify and hypnotize, and is not good at killing. In addition, Wanda himself is also a top superhero, and he has the ability to protect himself even when facing ancient gods like Ego. With her help, if done properly, there may be additional gains. Then he said, "Wanda, please come with me this time. This time we are facing an ancient god. Daisy and Ava, there is a certain danger for you to go." Although Daisy's supernatural power is not weak, she can only deal with ordinary superpowers. In a battle at the level of gods, it is a drop in the bucket, and there is not much difference between having it and not having it. Ava's quantum body is strange, but it only has the fighting power of an ordinary person, so it's a bit reluctant to help. Only Wanda, when angry, can even tear apart parallel universes. At least she has the ability to protect herself. Okay. Daisy and Ava felt disappointed, but they did not dare to continue to entangle. Quayin, on the other hand, was smiling broadly. The expression on his face changed dozens of times in a second, and he didn't know what he was thinking of. Apocalypse waved one hand and used the Mind Stone to create an energy shield. At first glance, the image reflected by the energy shield is exactly the same as the surrounding forest scene, like a holographic projection. The illusory cover covered Ego's root system, and then lifted it up from the soil. This is because Apocalypse didn't want to alarm Yi too early, so he made an illusion to blind its clone first. "Let's go." Wanda came over and hugged Apocalypse's waist, smiled sweetly, and glanced at Daisy and Ava from the corner of her eyes. Apocalypse put on the black charcoal infinity glove and snapped his fingers. A dark wormhole formed behind him. Apocalypse stretched out his hand, hugged Wanda's slender waist, stepped back, and disappeared into the wormhole. Fury watched the wormhole heal and said, "Hill, please evacuate this stronghold. There will be no need for personnel to be stationed in the future." "Yes." Apocalypse here. "There is endless dark void in front of me. I can't tell up, down, left, front and back, but I can sense the infinite space passing by." Ever since he got the space gem, Apocalypse has long wanted to be like Thanos, directly crossing the infinite galaxies and reaching any planet in one step. But I had never understood the laws of space before, so I had the gems and the infinity gauntlet in hand, but I didn't dare to try them easily. If you get lost in the infinite void and go to other timelines, it will be troublesome to come back. But an enlightenment in the quantum realm gave me a deeper understanding of the nature of the universe and a complete mastery of the relevant space laws. In the original plot, Thanos also used the power of gems to travel through the universe. It can be inferred from this that he will not be too weak in understanding the laws of space. Wanda hugged Apocalypse tightly throughout the whole process, and she didn't know whether it was intentional or out of fear. Wanda looks plump, but her waist is very thin and her body is light and soft. Apocalypse also enjoys the feeling of having a beautiful woman in his arms, at least it won't be too boring in the void. The happy time flies by very quickly, and it's time, to the Xandar planet. Traveling through the universe requires planetary coordinates. One is for accurate positioning. In the universe, there are as many stars and planets as the sand of the Ganges. Without coordinates, the destination cannot be found at all. It's not enough to say that it's a slight difference or 1,000 miles away. If there's even a slight error, it's easily 100 or 10 light years away. The second is for safety. If you travel randomly, what might be on the other side of the void is deadly celestial bodies such as stellar centers, white dwarfs, neutron stars, pulsars, or even cosmic tombs, black holes. Even Tiankai himself was not absolutely sure that he would survive if he suddenly broke in. What's more, he is still carrying the Scarlet Witch who is not yet fully developed. Apocalypse doesn't know the planet location of Star-Lord's father, Ego, so naturally he can't get it right in one step. First go to Xandar, contact the Guardians of the Galaxy and the others, and then go there. As Apocalypse and Wanda's eyes lit up, chaotic human voices entered their ears. Step out of the wormhole. An open-air free market appears in front of you. The market is so huge that you can't see it at a glance. Various strange alien races are bustling with people and animals, and it is very lively. Except for the dozen or so passages that are strictly divided and only allow vehicle shuttles to pass through, other areas seem quite casual. As long as everyone finds an open space, they can sell it. Many strange-looking aliens landed directly in their spaceships, occupied an area, and started selling goods. Some sell second-hand goods, some sell various technological products, some sell special fruits and vegetables from other planets, and there are even slaves. In the universe, strength is the foundation of everything. The so-called law and humanitarianism are basically found in every civilization. But it only exists within the planet and within this race. Once you step outside your home planet, all laws and rules on paper become useless pieces of paper. There is no slavery in the Nova Empire's own territory, but it does not prohibit outsiders from trading here. Seeing Apocalypse and Wanda coming out of the wormhole, the people around them were slightly commotion, but soon calmed down again. As the capital planet of advanced civilization in the universe, although wormholes are rare, it is not too surprising. Immediately, a group of soldiers to maintain order came over, and the leader shouted, "Where are the guests coming from? Do you have a pass?" The strength of people who travel through micro-wormholes cannot be underestimated, whether they use technological means or cultivation methods. As a soldier of advanced civilization, he naturally has this kind of discernment, but he didn't make a fuss as soon as he came up. Apocalypse smiled slightly. Xandar planet still needs a pass? The female supreme didn't tell me. The team leader was suddenly shocked and shouted, "Mr. Tang." The leader stepped forward and took a dozen soldiers behind him to kneel down on one knee. Since Mr. Tang left, we Xandar people have been looking forward to Mr. Tang coming again all the time. Then he turned to the soldiers behind him and said, "Hurry up and report to the higher authorities that Mr. Tang has arrived on Xandar. Ordinary guests say to come, only gods can come." Tian Kai introduced himself last time and asked Xandar to call him Mr. Tang. Although Xandar has a more noble name for the gods, since it was given by Apocalypse himself, no one dares to change the name randomly. Tian Kai said, "No need, you get up first. I'm just passing by and will leave later." The team leader said, "Mr. Tang, the female supreme has given an order. As long as Mr. Tang arrives in the star system within the boundaries of the Nova Empire, he must be personally received by the highest officer of the planet where he is located." As the leader said this, everyone around him looked over. All the Xandar people put down their business and knelt on the ground to salute. In the blink of an eye, everyone fell to their knees with Tian Kai as the center. Tian Kai had no choice but to say, "Everyone, please get up first. I'm passing by for something and will leave immediately." Wanda asked in a low voice, "Why do they salute you?" "The last time I came here, there was a war, so I helped them." "Oh." Wanda immediately understood that if people on Earth were not used to kneeling and worshipping, many passersby would probably behave the same way when they saw King Apocalypse. Although the Nova Empire is technologically advanced, it still uses some ancient systems. For example, their supreme leader is called the Supreme, and they also have positions such as ministers. Tian Kai was about to leave when he saw a fruit stall on the roadside with a kind of fruit that looked familiar. "Is this the Erosion fruit?" Tian Kai asked. The stall owner had lavender skin and two fleshy fins on his head. He did not prostrate to Tian Kai, but only bent down to greet him. He should not be from the Nova Empire. "Yes, distinguished guest, how much do you want? Is it ripe?" "The purple ones are ripe, and the ones with green skin need to be kept for a few days." Wanda was a little surprised and asked, "Dawn, is this fruit delicious?" "Do not know." "Then why did you buy it?" "A friend of mine likes to eat it, and I'm curious to try it." "Oh, is that friend a woman?" Wanda's sixth sense suddenly noticed it. "I felt a little unhappy. I was holding her waist just now, but in the blink of an eye I wanted to buy fruits that other women liked." Tian Kai smiled and said, "Are you jealous? When you see her, you won't be jealous anymore." "Why? You'll know it when you see her." Even if Wanda didn't know Nebula's tragic life experience and only saw her metal prosthesis, she probably wouldn't be jealous of her anymore. The Yaragon fruit Tian Kai wants to buy is actually what Nebula likes to eat. In the original plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, she was captured by Gamera and Star-Lord. As a prisoner, she ignored the insults and resisted, and instead repeatedly said that she wanted to eat this fruit. The first time she was tied to the back of a spaceship, she asked Gamera, "Give me some of those Yaragon fruits." Gamera didn't give it, saying it wasn't cooked yet. The second time was when he was chased by the Sovereigns, and the tail of the spacecraft was hit. Nebula fell to the ground, and was almost blown away by the airflow from the spacecraft's depressurization. Even in such a situation, after she landed safely, her first reaction was to pick up the Yaragon fruit on the ground. As a result, Drax kicked him away, but he still said he wasn't cooked yet. Nebula was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The third time, she tricked the reincarnated little tree man Groot into untying her. In turn, after catching Rocket the raccoon, the first thing he did was take a bite of the Yaragon fruit. But he immediately vomited it out and cursed, "It's really not cooked." This shows how tempting this fruit is to Nebula. And this fruit was not bought by her, but by other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, which means that other people also like to eat it. Since I saw it along the way, Tian Kai was curious and bought some to try. Tian Kai took a sip, and a sweet and sour taste entered his brain from his tongue, like a planet of taste exploding in his mind. The taste is wonderful, far beyond any fruit I have tasted before. No wonder it can be used as interstellar cargo to bring Xandar star for trade. Wanda couldn't hold it back and ate several in one breath, with purple juice filling the corners of her mouth. Apocalypse noticed that there was a spaceship flying towards this place in the distance, and Tian Kai knew that the movement here had already disturbed the Supreme Being, and he might have sent someone to invite him. So he said to the team leader, "Please tell the female Supreme that if I have time, I will come back and stay with the Guardians of the Galaxy for a few days." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Apocalypse hugged Wanda, took another step forward, and disappeared into the miniature wormhole. As soon as he left, the messenger who came to greet him arrived, and he could only regret to see Tian Kai leave. After careful questioning of the team leader, he learned that Apocalypse only bought some Yaragon fruits, so he reported it to the female Supreme. The female Supreme thought for a moment and then ordered the minister, within the Empire's territory, each planet will prepare some Yaragon fruits all year round to ensure that no matter when Mr. Tang comes, he will have this kind of fruit to entertain him. Also transplant some of the resource stars presented to Mr. Tang. Apocalypse here. Instead of arriving at the planet Ego, we arrived at Yandu's spaceship. Seeing Apocalypse coming up, Yandu came up and said, "Quell has lost contact. I'm worried that Egg has already done something bad to him." Apocalypse sensed the roots of Ego in his hand and said, "Don't worry for the time being. Ego probably won't attack as soon as they meet. Even if he does, he probably won't kill him." "That's good." As a star thief, Yandu was not afraid of death, but at this moment he couldn't hide his worry. He has no children and has raised Star-Lord for so many years. Although he has been scolding Star-Lord all the time, he still has a vague feeling of being like an elder like a father. In the original plot, the planet Ego exploded, and Yandu risked his life to take Star-Lord away from the planet and into space. The only bubble microspace suit was left to Star-Lord. Under the cosmic low temperature of -270 degrees, he gradually froze and lost his breath. Before he died, his last words to Star-Lord were, "He may be your biological father, your child, but he is not your real father." Only then did Star-Lord realize that he had been missing his illusory father for so many years, but he never saw such a person beside him who was like a teacher and a father. Star-Lord said at Yandu's funeral, "I have a cool dad. Sometimes you look for something your whole life, but it is around you without even realizing it." However, it was precisely because he was too doting on Star-Lord that he repeatedly cleaned up the mess for Star-Lord, which seriously violated the Star Thieves' principles and caused other Star Thieves to be extremely dissatisfied. Eventually a rebellion was triggered, Yandu's followers were thrown into space and froze to death, and Yandu was brutally imprisoned. After escaping with the help of the reincarnated tree man, Yandu was forced to use whistle arrows to kill this group of men himself. Thinking of this, Tian Kai glanced at the surrounding Star Thieves. "Don't they have any dissatisfaction with you?" Yandu was stunned and asked strangely, "Why are they dissatisfied with me?" Then he turned around and said sternly, "Mr. Tang said that there is someone among you who is dissatisfied with me. Who is it? Stand up." With a sound, the whistle arrow was unsheathed and suspended above Yandu's head. "No, we do not have." The Star Thieves shook their heads desperately, almost shaking their heads, for fear that Yandu or Apocalypse would think that they were dissatisfied. One is the leader, and the other is a god who can resist Ronan's fleet. Anyone with the slightest suspicion can decide their life or death without any evidence. Suddenly, a thin boy said, "Boss, I know there is a person who secretly sent a message to the outside world before being shocked in the face." Shocked to the face. After a while, a big alien man was dragged out. His face was as his name suggests, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood in front of Yandu, trembling. Yandu's whistle arrow turned in another direction and asked coldly, "Who did you send the message to? When did you send it?" "You know, most of the Star Thieves have wanted orders. If they dare to reveal the location of the spacecraft privately, it is almost equivalent to betraying their teammates." Electric Face said, I sent it to Starka." Yandu was a little strange. "Why did you send it to him?" Yandu didn't start out as a Star Thief. In the original plot, when he was chatting with Raccoon Rocket, he once mentioned that he had been a Kree war slave for 20 years. It was this Star Thief named Starka who saved him and then joined the Star Thief. Starka is the boss-level leader among the Star Thieves. He abides by and upholds the Star Thief Code, and his status and level are much higher than Yandu. Yandu took over Ego's mission and brought alien children to Ego many times. This violated the Star Thief Code and was exiled by Starji. At this time, Yandu had long regarded the Star Thieves organization as his home. After being exiled, he wanted to go back all the time. Perhaps it was because of his exile that Yandu reflected on his actions and did not give Star-Lord to Ego, but had to stay and raise him by his side. Feeling Yandu's killing intent, Electric Face instantly collapsed to the ground. "Boss, I didn't mean it. You have repeatedly harmed everyone's interests for the sake of the Quellna boy. I just thought of letting Master Starka take care of you." Unexpectedly, Quill is actually a member of Mr. Tang's tribe. He led us to make a lot of money during the battle on Xandar. It turns out that you knew it a long time ago, boss. No wonder you are so nice to him. Boss, I was wrong. I didn't know your wise foresight. Please forgive me. After saying that, he looked out into space and swallowed. Among the star thieves, when dealing with traitors, they must either kill them or throw them into space. No matter which outcome, I don't want the electric shock face. Tian Kai couldn't help but smile, almost forgetting that he was an outlaw. The first half of the timeline is correct. If he hadn't interfered, Yandu's men on the battleship would have rebelled as soon as possible. But Xandar won a great victory in the battle. The Nova Empire had rewarded them more than they had looted in the past 10 years, so they naturally had no dissatisfaction with Yandu in terms of benefits. In addition, the news came out that Star-Lord is the son of the gods and a tribesman of the gods. Not only did the Star Thieves no longer have any objections to Star-Lord, they actually felt proud of him. It was taken for granted that Yandu's previous special care for Star-Lord was regarded as an early investment. Electric Face smiled when he saw Tian Kai, as if grasping a life-saving straw. He knelt down in front of Tian Kai. Mr. Tang, I know I was wrong. Please don't let Yandu kill me. Yandu looked at Apocalypse, meaning he wanted to ask for Apocalypse's opinion. Tian Kai shook his head slightly. Unexpectedly, there was a ding and the system prompted that a bottle of recovery potion had been obtained. Yandu said, since Mr. Tang won't let you die, you choose an airship and go by yourself. Boss, I know I was wrong, don't drive me away. Yandu said coldly, since you have joined me as a star thief, you should trust me unconditionally. You are no longer suitable to be with us. Then, Yandu said again, having said that, let me talk about it. This time we may have to fight a god. If anyone dares to go, please leave together. I won't force you. There was silence in the spaceship. I thought I was looking for Star-Lord again, but it's not like Yandu had never looked for him before, always making different excuses. No matter how stupid the Star Thief is, he knows that Yandu favors Star-Lord. I didn't expect it to be so explosive this time. No wonder Mr. Tang, a god, would come to their ship. Finally, Xiaozi asked, Boss, is Mr. Tang going to fight that god? That's right. Cuckoo. The Star Thieves swallowed unconsciously and felt cold in their hearts. They had witnessed Apocalypse's feat of saving Xandar with their own eyes. That kind of divine power simply exceeded their poor imagination. But now, a prince of the gods is going to kill another god. When the two god-level warriors fight, the planet will explode. With these little shrimps in the middle, aren't they a free gift? Soon, someone weakly asked to leave. Yandu did not stop him and allowed them to leave in the airship. Although the Star Thieves have a code of conduct, they are still a group of thieves who gather for wealth and disperse when trouble arises. With the rewards from Xandar Star, I can live comfortably for many years. Naturally, he didn't want to risk his life to participate in a battle between god-level experts. In the end, only Xiaozi and less than 20 die-hard followers remained. Yandu sighed and said to Tian Kai, what a joke, Mr. Tang. I didn't expect that so many of our brothers who were involved in life and death would run away before the battle. It doesn't matter. Tian Kai said, since everyone dares to take risks with us, I can't help but express my feelings. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the recovery potion was accurately distributed to everyone. This potion can save your lives. Let's go. We lost contact and could only follow Star-Lord's jumping route. The Yandu mothership jumped 7 or 8 times in a row and took a short rest. Space jumping distorts space and stretches the human body structure. Although the body can recover after jumping out of hyperspace, you cannot jump too many times at once, otherwise it will be harmful. Apocalypse is not in a hurry. As long as the ego root system in his hand does not change, Star-Lord should not be in trouble. Suddenly, Wanda pulled Tian Kai's sleeve and said, Tang, there is someone on the meteorite over there. Looking in the direction of Wanda's finger, I saw 3 aliens wearing high robes, with heads as big as buckets and white eyes, standing on the meteorite. In front of these 3 aliens, there was an old man wearing a bulky spacesuit. Observer? Mr. Stan Lee. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, observers only made a brief appearance in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 without much explanation. But in the comics, there are many explanations about their origins. The observers are one of the oldest known races in the universe. It is said that they appeared before the formation of the universe, and their technological strength is billions of years ahead of most races in the universe. As for personal strength, seeing that they can physically stand in space, they obviously also have divinity, and they can't be much worse. Observer lives up to his name. They record everything that happens in the universe, but adhere to one principle, non-interference in all progress. However, principles are principles. When they are unable to stay out of trouble, they will also fight. In the comics, they have a record of taking action many times, and many of them have been killed by other supervillains. It is said that they have fought a billion-year war with the Celestials, regardless of victory or defeat. The strength of their race is evident. Observers were born before the universe, and the Celestials were the first cosmic creatures after the formation of the universe. It is not surprising that the two are in conflict over the dominion of the universe. The strange thing is that after fighting for nearly a billion years, the observers suddenly changed their minds and established the principle of non-interference in everything. Finally reconciled with the Celestials. As a result, the Celestial God group was busy creating stars, creating living planets, and giving birth to new gods throughout the universe. But the observers are like ghosts, watching indifferently among the various civilizations in the universe. As for why the observer suddenly imposed such a principle on himself, Tian Kai was a little confused. In the comics, it is said that they once guided the racial development of a planet. This race became depraved, corrupted, and ultimately destroyed due to technological advancement. Therefore, the observer felt that his excessive interference had led to the destruction of this race, so he established this principle. However, Apocalypse doesn't quite believe it. Ordinary races are like ants in front of the advanced technology and strength of observers. It is impossible for a god to inexplicably put shackles on himself because something went wrong with a nest of ants he once helped. There must be a deeper reason behind it. As for the old man in the spacesuit, in the plot of the movie, it was Marvel founder Stan Lee who made a cameo appearance. Also one of the observers. He is almost always present in many major events. At the party of Avengers 2, he drank a god-level cocktail brought out by Thor, and was carried out drunk in the end. In Thor 3, he jumped to Gao Tianzun's Sokka planet and became a barber. Thor's flowing golden hair was cut off by him. Apocalypse hopes that Thor will meet this old man as soon as possible. Every time Thor acts cool, his beautiful hair is really enviable. In Avengers 3, he also served as Spider-Man Peter Parker's school bus driver. When I saw Ebony Maw's donut spaceship, I calmly said, "These children are so rare and strange. Have you never seen a spaceship?" And Iron Man's nickname Big Shit also came from him. In Guardians of the Galaxy, when Star-Lord, Raccoon, Gamera, Tree Man and others were causing trouble on Xandar, he also turned into a passerby and struck up a conversation with a young lady. From this point of view, he must have been present at the battle between Xandar and Ronan. As for other timelines, he has assumed countless roles. Jurors, street vendors, passersby, security guards, couriers, truck drivers, veteran generals. Apocalypse alone knows of at least dozens of them. Back in the desert of the western town, when Apocalypse held Mjolnir for the first time, he was the driver who drove the pickup truck to tow the hammer. However, I had no impression at all at the time. Later, as his strength improved, especially after he realized the quantum realm, this memory gradually became clear in Tiankai's mind. He was able to disguise himself in front of ancient god-level powerhouses like Gao Tianzun without being noticed. It was not difficult to hide this from himself at the time. Now, 3 observers and the old man still wearing the Earth spacesuit are standing on the meteorite, seeming to be talking about something. But Tiankai didn't believe in such a coincidence, and he was probably waiting for him here. "Now I am strong enough to talk to them," Tiankai said. "I will come back as soon as I go." Wanda grabbed Apocalypse's arm. "I'll go with you. If there is a conflict, I can also help." Wanda didn't know the origin of the observers, but she knew some of the criteria for classifying powerful people, and knew that the vacuum of the universe was the domain of gods. Seeing 3 powerful gods standing on the meteorite, I instinctively worried that Apocalypse was in danger. "Okay." Apocalypse turned around and said, "Yandu, give me a bubble spacesuit." Apocalypse held Wanda's slender waist, passed directly through the outer shell of the spacecraft, and flew towards the meteorite. As for the other star thieves, some of their legs began to tremble. Before they saw the god they wanted to kill, 3 powerful gods appeared halfway. Looking at the battle, it seemed that they were deliberately waiting for Mr. Tang. If the comers are not good and a few god-level experts fight, they, the little fish in the pond, will turn into cosmic dust. "Boss, are we sure we can survive this time?" Yanda's eyes widened. "What, you want to leave?" No, boss, since we came with you, we leave our lives to you. But, can we help?" "Who said we were here to help?" The star thieves were stunned. "If you don't come to help, what are we going to do? You are a bunch of fools?" Mr. Tang wants to kill the god's lair. Once defeated, think about it. How many treasures will there be in the god's lair? In one sentence, the star thieves were almost drooling. Yes, in the god's lair, any item placed outside is a great treasure. Even if there is no use for stone and soil, as long as it is contaminated with the aura of the gods, there are many people outside who want to buy it at a high price and use it to study the structure of the gods. The head of a god in the land of nothingness, which had been dead for thousands of years, was mined by a Tuan group for hundreds of years, making it as rich as any country. If you can get some fresh flesh and blood of the gods, it will be more valuable than any treasure. Usually they only dare to plunder some mortal space merchant ships, and even the more powerful caravans like the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire do not dare to rob them at will. Not to mention the lair of cosmic powerhouses such as gods and gods. In the face of this huge temptation, the star thieves just drooled, automatically ignoring the risks involved. Apocalypse here. Arrive at the meteorite with Wanda. Other meteorites around are constantly flowing in space. Only the observer is standing on this meteorite, but it stands firmly in the void, motionless. The old man greeted happily, "Hey, Mr. Tang, Wanda, we meet again." In space, there is no air to carry sound. But the old man's voice reached the ears of the 2 people as clearly as it did on Earth. Tiankai smiled and said, "How should I call you? Stanley or Observer?" The old man was stunned and said, "I am an observer." "Yes, why do you call me Stanley? I know a guy who looks a lot like you." The old man was a little confused. "Oh, there are many people like me among the people on Earth. However, my name is not Stanley, my real name is Yuetu. I am responsible for that part of the Earth." Different from the old man's enthusiasm, the other 3 observers stared with a pair of big white eyes, cold and cold. After Tiankai finished speaking to Mr. Yueto, he nodded slightly, which was regarded as saying hello. Tiankai got straight to the point and said, "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes." One of the three observers said, "We heard from Ueta that a variable has appeared on the Earth, which is enough to affect the fate of the multiverse. It just so happens that you are with Wanda, who can also affect the parallel universe. I think it would be best for everyone to meet." Wanda was a little surprised and asked, "Me? Influence the parallel universe?" When she first met Tiankai told her that she was related to the fate of another universe. At that time, everyone thought Tiankai was a man who lied to win over her. Now at the other end of the starry sky, hearing such words again from another race, Wanda couldn't help but be shaken. Do you really have such a powerful ability? But it shouldn't be. At most, he is only a little stronger than the Hulk. Let alone the parallel universe, it is not easy to destroy the Earth. The observers rolled their eyes and said, "Ms. Wanda, there is no doubt that your potential is far greater than imagined." Wanda asked, "How will I affect the parallel universe? If possible, I will try my best not to harm the life in that universe." The observer shook his head. "We are observers and it is not appropriate to reveal it to you, Tang." Wanda looked at Tiankai. Tiankai spread his hands and said, "I don't know either. You'll probably know when you gain strength. The original timeline has been completely changed. Wanda is not with Vision, and she should not lose control of her grief because of Vision's death. As for the subsequent series of using the Book of Darkness to search for children in parallel universes, they probably won't happen. But Wanda is the Scarlet Witch after all, and her potential is there, but she just doesn't know how it will be developed." Oh, Wanda, who is kind-hearted by nature, can't help but feel depressed and worried about the lives she may harm. Tiankai could only comfort him, "Don't worry, I will face it with you when the time comes." The observer said, "Parallel universes are like stars. There are countless them. One more and one less will have no effect. On the other hand, Mr. Tang, your appearance will probably have a profound and unpredictable impact on all the universes at this latitude." Apocalypse had heard this from Queen Frigga. However, after the Time Management Bureau warned her through the mouth of Apocalypse, the Divine Queen no longer pried into the river of time, and she did not hear similar words from her later. How? Apocalypse is also curious. Although he has traveled through time, he is still confused about how to affect such a huge and countless multiverse. With Apocalypse's current strength, it would be easy to blow up a planet, but to change the multiverse, there would be a huge gap. Can't say. The three observers shook their heads. Tiankai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "You guys showed up here and talked to us some useless nonsense? Are all the observers bored? Since it can't be said, why do you see me?" Stars suddenly appeared in the 6 white eyes of the 3 observers, as if the universe was reborn, looking towards the apocalypse. "We want to see the essence of your soul. Is it the same as what Ueta said? It is far beyond our latitude." These 3 gazes seemed to reach straight into the soul, making it impossible to hide them. This feeling of being seen through is very uncomfortable. If he hadn't known that they had no ill intentions, Apocalypse would have taken action to defend himself. Thinking of the soul, Tiankai thought and asked, "Then do you see the bottle in my soul?" "What bottle?" the observer asked curiously. "This." Apocalypse stretched out his hand, and several bottles of recovery potion suddenly appeared in his hand and then disappeared. Repeat this several times. The observers who had been indifferent for hundreds of millions of years couldn't help but look moved when they saw this. They took a few steps closer and stared at Tiankai's palm. It was like an innocent child seeing magic for the first time. "Mr. Tang, can you give us a bottle to look at?" the observer asked eagerly. "Can." Apocalypse thought, and 4 bottles of ordinary recovery potions floated towards the observer and the old man respectively. The old man took it without any courtesy, opened the mask of his spacesuit, and drank it all in one gulp as if drinking oral liquid. He smacked his lips and said, "It tastes good. It turns out to be a law potion, and the power of law encapsulated in it is pretty good." The 3 observers looked at it for a while and said, "That's not right. Law potions and weapons of law may be out of reach for civilizations like the Nova Empire and the Kree Empire, but to us, they are nothing. There's no reason why we can't find it hidden in Mr. Tang's soul." The 3 observers looked at each other, and the 6 big white eyes didn't know what they were thinking of. They suddenly formed a circle and exerted force at the same time. A bottle of recovery potion was suspended among the 3 people. A strange, huge energy emerged from them. With just one energy fluctuation, the surrounding meteorites were silently annihilated and turned into a piece of cosmic dust. Fluctuating again, these cosmic dust disappeared without a trace. Apocalypse hurriedly protected Wanda behind him. Wanda has no divinity. Just the rupture of her bubble spacesuit and exposure to space may cause life-threatening danger. The Yandu mothership in the distance made a loud boom sound, as if it was about to disintegrate. "Run!" the star thieves screamed. The mothership quickly spewed out a huge stream of fire, and in the blink of an eye, it had escaped far away. As the energy fluctuations became larger and larger, the recovery potion and the glass bottle slowly decomposed. An indescribable power emanated from it. Apocalypse is all too familiar with it. This is the power of restorative potions when it comes to repairing the body. The observers seemed to want to analyze this force, and the 3 forces surrounded the recovery potion from them. Suddenly his body shook. The meteorites beneath everyone's feet could not hold on and turned into ashes. The green power then spread out and disappeared into the universe. But the observers didn't stop. One observer suddenly stretched out a hand, and the other observer's palm was like a knife. He cut it off with a knife, and liquid-like stars flowed out of the wound. The injured observer drank the recovery potion, and his severed hand was reattached as if he had traveled back in time. Ah, it's really amazing. The 3 observers exclaimed. Tian Kai said, what did you find? Although these medicines have helped him escape from death many times, he has started the road to becoming a strong man. But it was stuffed into his mind silently like this, and Tian Kai was also a little wary. After gaining strength, it is natural to want to figure out the ins and outs. The observer said, this is a regular potion, yes, but it is not a regular potion for our latitude. It should come from Mr. Tang's latitude, the latitude of the creator. Even in the creator latitude, this potion should be a product of the ultimate civilization. Creator latitude. This was the first time Tian Kai heard this statement. However, from an observer's perspective, there is no problem with this statement. After all, it was Mr. Stan Lee who created the Marvel Comics universe, and then with the cooperation of countless staff, he created the Marvel Cinematic Universe. From the perspective of people in the Marvel universe, these people naturally belong to the creators? The observer said, yes, it can be confirmed now. Mr. Tang does come from the dimension of the creator. No wonder the strength of the soul is so high. The 3 observers and the old man showed indescribable excitement. Wanda was confused and asked Tian Kai in a low voice, it's just a bottle of recovery potion, why are they so happy? The observer said, Mr. Tang, do you know why we are called observers? Tian Kai said, I heard that you have been fighting a billion-year war with the Celestials, and finally decided to stop fighting for this universe. Instead, you chose to stay out of the world and only observe and not interfere. The observer said, Mr. Tang was half right. We have indeed fought with the Celestials for a billion years, but in the end we did not think about it, but discovered that we have reached the apex of the universe. We have been fighting for a billion years, but our technology and strength have not improved at all. We know the laws of the entire universe. We have no room for improvement. From that moment on, we discovered that there was no difference between us and the prisoners. The difference is that the prisoners are trapped in a cage, but we are trapped in this universe. Wanda wondered, aren't there countless parallel universes? You can go to other parallel universes. The 3 big heads of the observers shook their heads together. Going from one parallel universe to another is just jumping from one cage to another. What's the difference? So, we choose to be observers and monitor the universe. I hope to find an opportunity for us to transcend. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tang finally made us wait. Tian Kai spread his hands, the problem is, I don't know how to transcend. The observer said, don't worry, we have been waiting for billions of years, don't worry for a moment. When Mr. Tang's strength reaches the pinnacle of this universe, you may be able to find a way to jump to the latitude of the creator. What if I can't find it? The observer smiled secretly, then, you have 2 ways, either become the supreme being of the universe, unrivaled, or end up in jail like us. Or have your soul plundered by someone stronger. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it, and others don't dare to try. Getting your soul is equivalent to getting a key to the dimension of the creator. There's always someone trying to figure out where the door is. This statement is the same as what Kong the Conqueror said through the mouth of the Black Ant in Asgard. But this only represents the position of some of the more upright and powerful people. Not everyone will be as patient as Observer and Kong. Among countless parallel universes, there must be many strong people who want to plunder the soul mark of Apocalypse. It's just that Tian Kai is lucky and hasn't been discovered yet. Apocalypse feels that his current strength is not inferior to any known strong person. But just because you are not afraid does not mean that the Earth, Asgard, and the people you care about are not afraid. If a cosmic war really breaks out, Apocalypse is not sure of protecting everyone. Even if a super strong person finds a way to jump into dimensions with the help of his soul mark, I am afraid that the Earth in the previous life will also suffer. Thinking of this, Tian Kai couldn't help but feel a little anxious. His own strength was far from enough. Fortunately, the superpowers I encountered twice were Conqueror Kong and Observer. As long as they have any evil thoughts, even with their current strength, Apocalypse has no chance of defeating them. Mr. Tang, can you give us some more of the medicine just now? Of course can. Apocalypse once again divided some among the 4 observers. But there are some things that observers don't ask and Apocalypse doesn't want to say. It's just a matter of this system and luck. Defenses cannot do without. Tian Kai feels that the recovery potion is just a small prop to help him overcome difficulties. The real key should be luck. The observer received the recovery potion, thanked him, and left. Apocalypse turned around and flew towards Yandu's spaceship, which was running far away. As soon as they got on the boat, Yandu rushed to greet them. Mr. Tang, did you have a conflict just now? No, they are just verifying something. Oh. Yandu didn't ask any more questions, but he was as worried as the other star thieves. Just verifying the energy leaking from something almost caused the spacecraft to disintegrate. If it really is a god-level battle, then what's the point? The spacecraft jumped more than 50 times and finally stopped in front of a strange celestial body. Apocalypse should have known this celestial body. However, the change was so drastic that it was completely different from what I remembered. The planet Ego was originally about the same size as the moon. It was a celestial body with only the fragrance of flowers and no singing of birds. But the body of the Ego planet in front of us is still the same, but there is an extra layer of mobile protection on the outside. Countless spindle-shaped metal bodies, like satellites, are constantly rotating around the planet Ego. Lightning is continuously released between the fusiform metal bodies and connected with each other to form a huge lightning network, completely enveloping the ego star. Their number and thickness are at least tens of thousands of kilometers. It was impossible for even an ant to get in. It was crushed to pieces by the protective net before it landed on the ego star. Tiankai stood in front of the spacecraft window, frowning slightly. Could it be that the people from the Time Management Bureau knew that they were going to cause trouble for Ego and mutated Ego in advance? Otherwise, why would Ego build such a powerful protective net? Yandu came over and said, Mr. Tang, is this Egg's lair? Have you never been here? It is said that you transported many of Egg's descendants to him. Yandu smiled awkwardly and said, Ego always sends a spaceship to pick him up, and he won't let me send him directly to his planet. Oh, Tiankai said, this is also the first time I've seen him. It's different from what I remember. Is Quill in there? Yes, I can feel his breath. Yandu was silent. In the original plot, in order to save Star-Lord, he dared to drive the spaceship and hit the humanoid body of Egg directly. But in this situation, if the spaceship approaches again, the Star-Lords may not see it, and the protective net will wear away both the people and the ship until nothing is left. Yandu didn't doubt that Apocalypse could get in. However, once Apocalypse breaks through, it means that the war begins. Regardless of victory or defeat, Star-Lord and others who are still on Ego Star are involved in the war, and the chance of surviving is very small. Apocalypse understood Yandu's worries and said, Don't worry, Quill's life is harder than imagined. However, he hasn't discovered the truth yet, so we have to wait. If an outsider told Star-Lord the truth, he wouldn't believe it. He will even help Ego in turn to resist Apocalypse. Only when he hears the answer from Ego with his own ears can Star-Lord be completely ignited and become enemies. Apocalypse is not worried about EGE not being exposed. Judging from the original plot, Ego seems to take it for granted that he caused Star-Lord's mother to contract a brain tumor and die. It shows that although Egg has a human form, he never has a human heart and cannot understand the feelings of a human child towards his mother. Under this kind of celestial thinking, it is the first thing to tell the truth to Star-Lord as soon as possible. While Apocalypse and Yandu are waiting, a swarm of spaceships, like a swarm of bees, approached rapidly from a distance. Looking at their flight trajectories, they should be following the protective net in circles, trying to find a breakthrough. When he saw Yandu's spaceship, he stopped instantly. Then it spread out, like a golden net, surrounding Tiankai. These spaceships are not big and can only seat one person at most. The shell is round and smooth, and the surface is all golden, regardless of size. It flies extremely fast, like a swarm of golden bees in space. The golden swarm came to Yandu's spaceship, and an identical spacecraft emerged from the swarm and sent a message. Who are you? Yandu pressed the communication button and asked, Who are you? The golden spaceship responded, We are the golden race of Sovereign, here to hunt down Star-Lord. Yandu is old and cunning, and naturally he will not be exposed rashly. He said ambiguously, We are also here to find him. Why are you chasing him? A group of them stole the children of our planet. What? Not only Yandu, but also Apocalypse was surprised. Shouldn't we steal the battery? Why did you become a child? The golden race of Sovereign is a highly technologically advanced race in the universe. This race considers its genes to be perfect and is proud of its golden color. The supreme leader is the High Priestess Aisha, a tall, golden-skinned beauty. However, what impressed Apocalypse the most was that all of their combat spaceships were remotely controlled. No matter how many space jumps there are or how many galaxies there are in between, there will be no delay in control. This kind of communication technology is simply more powerful than Eastern 5G. In the original plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Star-Lord and his gang accepted the commission from Sovereign to hunt down a cross-dimensional monster. After the mission is successful, return to Sovereign to meet the High Priest Aisha and receive your reward including the prisoner Nebula. When leaving, Raccoon Rocket did not change his mind and took several batteries from the Sovereign Star. As a result, the High Priest Aisha was angered and sent countless spaceships to pursue him. The Guardians of the Galaxy fought and fled until they met Ego and temporarily defeated Sovereign's spaceship. Although the timeline has been changed a lot by Apocalypse, the Guardians of the Galaxy still provoked the Golden Race. This is not surprising. With the character of the Guardians of the Galaxy, even if they don't provoke the Golden Race, they will provoke other forces as soon as possible. The strange thing is, shouldn't the battery be stolen? What the hell is it like to become a child thief now? Yandu felt a dozen eyes behind him looking at him, and he couldn't help shouting, What are you looking at me for? I've given up. I didn't teach you. Yandu's star thief didn't believe it and thought to himself, This is obviously your style. Star-Lord is your favorite child. Maybe you passed on your child trafficking skills to Star-Lord. Unexpectedly, Yandu was so anxious that he just defended himself and forgot to release the communication button, but the golden spaceship listened to him. It turns out it's Star-Lord's group, Fire. An overwhelming barrage of laser bombs covered the Yandu spacecraft. Yandu was shocked and shouted, Open the shield. However, as soon as these laser projectiles touched the hull of the ship, they were bounced away by an unknown force and disappeared into the dark deep space of the universe. Naturally, Tiankai took action. After resisting the first wave of attacks, Tiankai stretched his hand forward and shook it slightly. The golden spaceship swarm seemed to have a black hole in the middle. All the spaceships suddenly gathered in the middle, and finally squeezed into a big iron block. Except for some electric light sputtering out from time to time in the iron block, the golden spaceship from a second ago could no longer be seen. Yandu swallowed his saliva and said, "It's a pity. The golden race's spaceships are extremely rare. I heard that there is a price on the black market, and every ship has a sky-high price." Hundreds of ships were destroyed in an instant, and Yandu felt heartbroken when he saw them. Tiankai smiled and said, "Next time I see it, I'll capture it instead." The star thieves were overjoyed and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Tang." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more golden spacecraft swarms flew in from different directions. Apparently these golden ships patrol separate areas, sealing off all angles and preventing Star-Lord from escaping from other directions on the planet. At this time, after receiving the news of the destruction of his companions, he naturally rushed over immediately. Yandu was overjoyed. If in normal times, the star thieves encountered the golden race's spaceship swarm, they would run as far as they could. Now, it's a timely help. Unfortunately, the 3 groups of golden spaceships are not close yet. The fusiform metal body outside the Ego Star suddenly burst out, like 3 metal dragons, directly sucking all the golden spaceships into the tens of thousands of kilometers of protective layer. With the strangulation of the fusiform metal body, not even the slag could be seen. The smile that had just risen on Yandu's face suddenly froze. "Damn my spaceships, at least leave a few of them for me." Needless to say, it was definitely Egg who took action. As all the gold spaceships were strangled, the control room of Sovereign Star, countless galaxies away, burst into mourning. Each control cabin glows dark red, which means that a golden spacecraft has lost contact. At this time, the vast control room was dark red, and thousands of controllers all lit up in red, indicating the destruction of the spacecraft. High Priest Aisha was watching the battle from the sidelines, with a gloomy look on her golden face. It turns out that Star-Lord and the others have helpers. No wonder they dare to steal our children. The High Priest ordered, "Send all your strength to get the child back at all costs. He is the key to our golden race's promotion to a divine race and must not be lost." Yes. Apocalypse here. I saw the fusiform metal bodies on the periphery of the Ego Star slowly assembled, and a human face as huge as a continent appeared in front of the spacecraft. The giant human face said, "Friends of Quill, welcome." Yandu stepped forward and said, "Ego, we meet again. Yandu, I would like to thank you for raising Quill. If you had sent him here early, I might not have discovered his potential and wasted such a good seedling." People who don't know the inside story just think it's a kind word. But Tianqi, who knew the inside story, and Yangdu, who had some guesses, only felt a chill rising from their hearts. If Star-Lord had been sent to Egg when he was still a child, he would probably be one of the billions of corpses in the cave by now. Yandu said, "Where is Quill? Tell him to come out. I have a new mission for him." The giant human face said, "Quill will inherit my will in the future and will no longer be a star thief. If you want to see him, come in." As he spoke, the protective net tens of thousands of kilometers thick slowly separated, forming a huge passage. Outside the passage are countless fusiform metal bodies and lightning, like a bottomless pit that devours people. The star thieves' hearts tightened and they all looked at Tiankai. The peripheral protection is already so terrifying. If you enter the interior of the planet, wouldn't it mean that you are at the mercy of him? Apocalypse smiled. The attack time just now was short, and Yi obviously didn't see his own strength. Otherwise, he would never dare to open the portal and let himself log into Ego Star. Tiankai said, "Go in." When things came to an end, he could no longer retreat. Yangdu made a sudden decision and started the spacecraft to enter the passage. After a while, the spacecraft slowly landed on the planet Ego. Yandu said sternly to his men, "From now on, you are not allowed to say a word. Stay on the ship and are not allowed to step out of the ship." Yes. Yandu knew that Egg didn't know that Apocalypse was coming to kill him at this time. But I had already leaked it to the Star Thieves earlier, for fear that Egg would overhear the Star Thieves talking. In addition, leave your subordinates on the spacecraft so that there will be people available to respond in case of emergency. Got off the mothership. Apocalypse, Wanda, and Yandu rode on an anti-gravity platform and flew smoothly into the distance. After a while, a huge temple appeared in front. In front of the temple, there is a huge ravine, like the Great Rift Valley on Earth. Standing in front of the temple, you can't see the end or the end. Since Ego is relatively small, it can be clearly seen that the Rift Valley disappears into the curved horizon. Looking down, there is no bottom. At a certain depth, it becomes pitch black. But with Tiankai's eyesight, he could faintly see the bottom of the Rift Valley, with some light blue light shining. It seems that the depth of this rift has almost reached the point of touching Egg's body, the cosmic brain. Tiankai frowned slightly. From the tens of thousands of kilometers of protective layer outside the planet Ego to the Great Rift Valley, it is very different from the original plot and reveals a strangeness. The anti-gravity platform crossed the Great Rift and landed in front of the temple. Planet Ego is similar to the original plot. There are various rare plants planted on it, but there are no animals or insects. The fragrance of flowers filled the planet, but it seemed lifeless. Wanda looked back and said, "This Grand Canyon is so abrupt in front of the temple. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly a clear male voice came from the temple. "This beautiful lady is right, it is indeed ugly." The person who said this was a handsome old man with a white beard, wearing a leather jacket and jeans in the style of the 80s on Earth. "It should be Egg." Egg continued, "It used to be a flat continent. A few years ago, a 7-colored divine light suddenly fell from the sky and hit the continent. The 7-colored divine light is extremely powerful. I was caught off guard and almost blasted through the core of the earth. Fortunately, this divine light came strangely and went away quickly. It passed across my planet and disappeared very quickly. I couldn't find the source of it even if I tried to look for it. For safety, I had to build a protective net around the planet to prevent that weird divine light from striking again. I've been busy for several years, and I haven't had time to devote my energy to filling up this place. It seems rude of me to have guests here. Tiankai's face turned dark, a little embarrassed. If you guessed correctly, that colorful divine light was the divine light emitted by Asgard's Rainbow Bridge a few years ago. At that time, Apocalypse did not have common sense in cosmology. In order to stop Loki, he raised the rainbow needle at random, causing the divine light to streak across the void of the universe. In addition to Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants, Apocalypse also saw the victimized planet for the first time. I just didn't expect it to be Ego Star. No wonder it has changed a lot compared to the original plot. It turns out that it is not the fault of the Time Management Bureau, but the butterfly effect caused by myself. Of course, Tiankai would not talk about such embarrassing things. Star-Lord, Gamera, Nebula, Raccoon Rocket, and Tree Man Groot have been waiting here for a long time after receiving the news. As for Drax the Destroyer, sitting with Mantis from a distance, he didn't seem very interested in welcoming the apocalypse. Tang, you're finally here. Star-Lord greeted him. Welcome, friends of Quill. Star-Lord introduced, Father, this is Mr. Tang, the Prince of Asgard, who is also from Earth. The gods. Yi was a little surprised. I didn't see it just now. Tiankai said, I am not a god, I just became the Prince of Asgard by chance. Oh, Yi didn't ask further questions. He had a god in his body, and the gods and humans were all the same in his eyes. Coupled with the fact that Apocalypse had restrained his aura, Yi did not feel threatened. However, when he saw Wanda, Egg's eyes narrowed. Chaos magic? This beautiful lady, what is your name? My name is Wanda. Egg stretched out a hand, gently shook Wanda's hand in a gentlemanly manner, and said, Ms. Wanda, I am Quill's father, a member of the Celestial Clan. Are you interested in becoming a partner with me? Egg continued, the child born from the union of a god and a chaotic magic witch will definitely be the most perfect product of this universe. Ahem. Star-Lord quickly reminded, Father, she came with Mr. Tang. Wanda was disgusted in her heart, but due to politeness, she could not turn her face directly. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand, get close to Apocalypse, and hug Apocalypse's arm. Egg didn't take it seriously and said, it's normal for human lovers to break up and get back together. Ms. Wanda, when you break up with Mr. Tang, you can consider me. Oh, by the way, my appearance is that of Quill's father. As long as you like, I can take on any form you want. As he spoke, a dozen human figures slowly rose from the ground around him. They all have male shapes. From the aesthetic point of view of Earthlings, they are all perfect men with no blind spots. Some are handsome or rugged, some are Westerners, some are Easterners. I almost forgot. Egg added, if you like women. Following the words, a dozen more perfect female humanoid shapes grew out of the ground. Apocalypse grabbed Wanda's slender waist and declared his sovereignty. The murderous aura is rising in my heart. Seeing that the situation was not right, Star-Lord flashed a blue light energy in his hand, turning all these humanoid figures into dust. Sorry, Mr. Tang, my father is a god and doesn't know much about human etiquette. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, Tiankai was non-committal. Egg has lived on Earth for several years, so it is impossible that he does not know the basic etiquette of Earth. The reason why he dared to tease Wanda carelessly in person was that he didn't see Apocalypse's strength, and Star-Lord didn't have time to tell him. Secondly, with the addition of Star-Lord, the root system will soon be able to cover the entire universe. At that time, there will be a huge leap in strength. Naturally, Egg felt that he didn't need to care about the ant's thoughts. In this case, Apocalypse stopped pretending and said coldly, Quill, have you asked Egg how your mother died? Didn't she die of cancer? What does she have to do with my father? Star-Lord looked at Egg. Egg smiled slightly and did not answer directly, but said, my body is a cosmic brain, without arms and legs. From the moment I became conscious, I first slowly controlled the cosmic dust around me. Starting from atoms and molecules, it took hundreds of millions of years to grow to where I am now. The planet is immortal but I am immortal. But this is not enough. Just like that divine light from the sky a few years ago, it almost destroyed me. But until now, I still don't know where it came from and why it disappeared. Fortunately, I started to prevent similar situations tens of millions of years ago. I have planted my roots in thousands of worlds. As long as the roots grow, they will be connected to each other. Then, all implanted planets will become part of me. I am the universe, and the universe is me. However, one god does not have the ability to spawn all the roots, but two gods can. Of course, it would be best to have more. So, I transformed into thousands of races, combined with other creatures, and gave birth to countless offspring. It's a pity that none of the offspring sent by Yandu carries the god gene. Only you, Quill, my son. You inherit your connection to me. As long as you join forces with me, you can transform into the universe and achieve true immortality. Star-Lord endured the speech that sounded like a supervillain's death speech and asked, what does this have to do with my mother having cancer? Egg continued, I love your mother. I always call her Water Lily affectionately. However, the love of an inferior race like humans makes me sink. I've been back to Earth 3 times just to see that Water Lily that I can't forget. But I know that if I go back a 4th time, I will completely sink into human love and never be able to fulfill my ambition to expand the universe. The value of my existence is over. So, when I left for the 3rd time, I sadly let Shui Lily suffer from a terminally ill brain tumor that is common on Earth. The place was silent. Except for Tiankai, no one expected this answer. Because I love you, I want to kill you. Star-Lord's eyes were like lightning, and the blue light became more and more intense. He went from shock to anger. Egg patted Star-Lord on the shoulder and said, "It's normal for you to feel angry. This is your human side. But from now on, you must abandon the bad nature of the lower races and face eternity. Fuck you for eternity." Star-Lord roared. Bah! A bolt of blue lightning flew out of his hand and hit Egg. Half of Egg's body suddenly collapsed, and then blood vessels and bones continued to regenerate. But Star-Lord didn't stop. "You killed my mother. You killed my mother." Like a child, Star-Lord attacked Egg madly with anger and grief. A blue light lightning storm was output from Star-Lord's hands and enveloped Ego's humanoid clone. Everyone retreated to avoid accidental damage from the blue light. Apocalypse is not in a hurry, waiting for Star-Lord to vent his anger first. Enough. Egg roared, and the blue light storm suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Have you forgotten who owns these powers? If I don't give them to you, you can't take them away." Since he could not borrow power from within the planet, Star-Lord directly took out his energy gun and fired wildly at Ego again. Although Star-Lord knew that this was not Ego's true body, he ignored it in his anger and beat Ego to pieces again and again. With a pop sound, a snake-shaped blue light stretched out from the ground, inserted into Star-Lord's chest, and lifted Star-Lord high. Star-Lord lost all his strength and the energy gun fell to the ground. Fortunately, the blue light is only energy, not a substance, otherwise this stab would kill Star-Lord. Egg said coldly, "Since you can't let go of your human side, then you can only be a 1,000-year battery to provide energy for me." Then he looked at Wanda again and continued, "The offspring born from the union with ordinary humans will have flaws after all. I am looking forward to how perfect the offspring born from the union with the witch with chaos magic will be." Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Star-Lord also looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. "Ego, do you know what is the biggest mistake you have made in your lifespan of billions of years?" Egg said disdainfully, "You don't want to say that you killed your mother, do you?" Star-Lord laughed angrily, "Of course not. Your biggest mistake was that you shouldn't have molested Tang's woman? Ha 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 ha." Seeing the flames of war burning around him, Apocalypse had no choice but to take action. The void was drawn, the snake-shaped blue light was cut off, and Star-Lord was pulled back to his side by Apocalypse. "Thank you." Star-Lord recovered from his anger and looked at Egg coldly. But Egg looked at Wanda and said, "In that case, let's all stay. I don't have the patience to play any more human love games and slowly pursue a human female." Wanda had long been angry after being teased repeatedly. Now that Tiankai has taken action, there is no need to restrain himself. Wanda stepped forward. His white hands made several beautiful handprints in front of him, and dark red chaotic magic energy lingered between his fingers. Then he tore it violently forward. Egg's clone was immediately torn in half, turned into fly ash, and dissipated in the air. The dark red energy continued unabated and hit the temple. Boom. The earth breaks. A huge crack split the huge temple into 2 halves, and the scenery on the other side was faintly visible. If the materials used in the temple were not too strong to crack but not collapse, this blow would have been enough to destroy the entire temple. Hiss. Star-Lord, Yandu, Gamera, Raccoon Rocket, Nebula and others were shocked. "I didn't expect this shy and beautiful girl to be so strong. In terms of frontal combat power alone, she alone can be equal to the entire Guardians of the Galaxy." Ha 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 ha. Egg's huge laugh came from the ground, and the thick ground rose and fell one after another, like the membrane of a speaker vibrating. "Ashamed to be a witch with chaotic magic. Ha 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 ha. I'm looking forward to it even more next time." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of huge blue light energy pillars shot up from the ground into the sky. It grew hundreds of meters tall, like the tentacles of an octopus, lashing towards everyone. Star-Lord used his talent to dissolve an energy pillar, and Wanda resisted one of them. The rest of the people, Gamera, Nebula, Raccoon Rocket, Yandu, Drax, Mantis, etc. were simply unable to resist such a huge energy head-on, and were about to dodge each other. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and everyone was pulled behind him by Tiankai. Fist of nuclear explosion. A great sun rises from the hands of Tiankai. Blazing white light filled the heaven and earth. Everyone behind Tiankai could only see a vast expanse of white, unable to see anything. The colors of all things in the world melt into this endless light. Boom. It was as if the sun had fallen to the ground. Not only were all the blue light energy tentacles scattered, but the huge nuclear explosion energy continued to plow forward along the ground. Mud and gravel flew up one after another. It wasn't until we reached the arc-shaped horizon in the distance that this round of energy, which was more powerful than the sun, disappeared from everyone's eyes. A deep ravine was left on the ground, forming 2 parallel lines, one large and one small, with the nearby large rift valley. The scene was silent. Although Star-Lord, Gamera and others knew that Apocalypse was powerful, they had not seen him before in the battle on Xandar. But at that time, the distance was at least hundreds or thousands of kilometers, and the feeling was far from what it can be compared to being so close now. At that moment, everyone almost thought they would melt away in the light that filled the world. Looking at the Yandu mothership spaceship in the distance, Alien Skinny Boy and other star thieves saw the movement and their legs began to tremble with fear. What should I do? A fight has begun. Does the boss have any orders? No. The Alien Skinny Boy is now the number 2 person after Yandu. Seeing that Yandu has no instructions, he doesn't know whether he died under the strong sun just now or something. Unfortunately, I can't escape now. There is a fusiform protective net tens of thousands of kilometers thick in the sky. Finally, Xiaozi gritted his teeth and said, "Start the spaceship and fly close to the ground, away from the fighting area. See if there is a cave big enough and hide in it first." As for Egg, he knew Tiankai had some strength, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. It can already directly threaten your core cosmic brain. No wonder Star-Lord said his biggest mistake was molesting his woman. If he had known that Apocalypse had such strength, Yi Ji would not have dared to let him log on to the planet no matter what. But the matter has come to this, and Egg has no way out. Egg's cosmic brain activated, and a huge idea spread instantly like substance. Tiankai and others felt something brushing their faces. Psychic attack. Tiankai frowned slightly and looked at Wanda, who was better at this. Wanda shook her head and said, "It's not like that, this spiritual power is just passing by." Soon, they had an answer. "All I saw was darkness." The fusiform metal bodies tens of thousands of kilometers thick rotate layer by layer, blocking the sunlight. It was like a dragon descending from the sky, or like a funnel from the sky, rushing toward everyone. This is not over yet. Egg activated the cosmic brain, and hundreds of blue light energy pillars shot up from all directions of the planet, reaching hundreds of kilometers into the sky, and combined with the fusiform metal. The power suddenly doubled. The whole planet was dark, and dozens of tornadoes, with blue lightning, fell from the sky. The others were half stupid with fear, but Rocket the raccoon was very excited. He raised his hadron cannon and fired a few shots into the sky. Ha 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 ha, this is powerful enough. It's a pity that the hadron cannon, which was equivalent to a small-yield nuclear bomb, was wiped out under this storm without even a spark flying. Apocalypse raised his hand, and an energy shield enveloped everyone. When all the tornadoes are close, a nuclear blast fist rises. Boom. The huge light illuminated the dim planet, and several tornadoes were annihilated. The rest of the tornado pounced. The huge fusiform metal body rapidly rotates around the protective shield and attacks, causing the sound of the wind to sound like howling ghosts and wolves. Layers of soil were blown up from the ground, and countless rare cosmic plants were crushed to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the location where Tiankai was located was dug into a basin. However, the protective shield is suspended in the air and remains motionless. Boom, boom, boom. Apocalypse fired another dozen punches in succession, scattering all the tornadoes composed of fusiform metal bodies. But this is not the end. It was getting darker at this time, with almost no light at all. Above the space, under the control of Yugo, fusiform metal bodies from other directions gathered in the sky above Apocalypse, more and more. The dozens of tornadoes that Tiankai annihilated just now are nothing compared to the fusiform metal body tens of thousands of kilometers thick. The attack will never stop unless all fusiform metal bodies are annihilated. Regardless of whether he can beat him or not, Apocalypse will not waste time with Yi Ji foolishly. "Wanda, Quill, Mantis, get ready. What are you preparing for?" Mantis asked innocently. Mantis was her name, and she was the timidest of them all. Under the pressure of this kind of god-level battle, Mantis had long been frightened. Hypnosis. Before the new tornado took shape, the divine power in Tiankai's hand turned into a rope and flew out. Wrap up the 3 nearest blue light tentacles and forcefully pull them into the protective cover. Wanda and Star-Lord quickly stepped forward, each hugged one, and used their talents to fight against Ego's body on the other end of the tentacle in the spiritual realm. Mantis was so frightened that she didn't dare to step forward. Seeing this, Drax pulled out his dagger, screamed strangely, and rushed towards the 3rd tentacle. As a result, he was twitched by the tentacles and slid down against the protective cover. When Mantis saw her good friend being attacked, she emboldened herself and began to hypnotize the 3rd tentacle. With Wanda, Star-Lord, and Mantis restrained, Sky's attack was stalled. The tornado even showed signs of breaking up. Taking advantage of this gap, Apocalypse stepped out of the protective shield. The light from both fists lit up and he punched the ground. The fist of 1,000 times nuclear explosion. Boom. The Earth drifts. Under this violent force, countless broken continental plates broke away from the planet's gravity and flew towards space. The round planet suddenly became incomplete. Seen from a distance in space, it looks like the full moon has been bitten. Apocalypse takes advantage of the victory and pursues it, punching 1,000 times more nuclear explosions in succession. The moon of Ego was turned from a full moon to a waning moon, and half of the planet's continent was blasted away. Space is filled with floating fragments of continental plates. Under the debris of the planet, a large area of faint blue light was revealed. If you look closely, you will see that it is a brain thousands of kilometers in size. Half of it is wrapped in the planet, and the other half is in front of everyone's eyes. This is Egg's true identity, the cosmic brain. The shape of the cosmic brain is actually almost the same as that of the human brain, with a circumference of several thousand kilometers. The whole body is blue, and the surface is protected by a natural blue light energy. At this time, the blue light above the universe brain continued to surge. This is Egg's consciousness. A small part of Ego's planet was blown away by Apocalypse's thousand-fold nuclear blast fist, and Ego was scared to death. This was the closest he came to death in his billions of years of life. Maybe, today is the day of his end? The fusiform metal body in space gave up attacking Tiankai and instead transformed into a huge protective net to protect the exposed parts. At the same time, the three blue light tentacles that were fighting against Star-Lord, Wanda, and Mantis broke free, lifted the three of them away, and quickly retracted underground. The hypnotic attack by Wanda and the other three just interfered with Egg's attack. If you want to defeat Egg with this, it will never be enough. The size of the cosmic brain is hundreds of millions of times that of a human being. Coupled with Ego's billions of years of accumulation, in terms of mental power, it is unknown how much stronger than a human being. If it weren't for Star-Lord and Wanda who were fighting against Ego, one is the biological son of the same origin, and the other is a gifted owner of chaos magic. Ordinary people have long been killed by the backlash. Egg said, Quill, you have my bloodline. As long as the light of this planet does not die, you can live forever. I am your father after all. Tell your friends to retreat. Let's shake hands and make peace. Ego's body conveys words to everyone in Star-Lord through his mental power. Star-Lord said coldly, don't talk nonsense. The moment you attack my mother, you are no longer my father. Egg added, Quill's friend, I admit that you are very powerful. But after all, this is the matter between me and Quill, father and son, and it has nothing to do with you. Tiankai smiled slightly, Ego, do you think I came to kill you just to help my friends? What do you think this is? Apocalypse turned his hand and took out the root system that Ego left on the earth. If you dare to leave roots on the earth and attempt to devour the earth, you will bear the consequences of doing so. Egg was shocked. His root system was equivalent to a clone. How come he didn't notice when it was dug up? Impossible. How could there be someone as powerful as you on Earth? I've been to Earth 3 times, and it's just an ordinary planet with life. The power of the Earth is far beyond your imagination. Apocalypse stopped hesitating, took one step forward, and delivered another nuclear blast punch. Blow away the fusiform metal body protecting the brain. Leading the crowd, step directly on the brain. The cosmic brain is soft, warm, and elastic. The brain circuits in humans are as thin as a needle, but here they are as large as a mountain ravine. Having lost all protection, Egg was frightened. As long as Apocalypse punches another thousand-fold nuclear explosion, he will be wiped out. Quill, listen to me, as long as I exist, you are a god. If your friend destroys my body, you will be the same as a mortal. Star-Lord felt calm and said, there's nothing wrong with that. Tiankai said, who said I want to destroy you? You can die, but the universe brain must stay. Wanda. Upon hearing this, Wanda followed the original plan and pressed her hands towards the universe's brain. The chaotic magic energy on his body spurted out, and a phoenix silhouette dozens of meters tall faintly formed behind him. Dark red chaos magic surged out from Wanda's hands, eroding the brain of the universe. After a while, the brain tissue with a radius of several kilometers was covered in dark red. This means that the ego consciousness in this area has been completely wiped out. But compared to the cosmic brain of thousands of kilometers, this area has not yet shaken to the foundation of ego. Egg had no way out, so he had to use all his mental power to fight back. I saw a surge of blue light in the universe brain, as if substantial mental power surged over the cerebral cortex like a tide. After a while, Wanda's erosion was stopped. There is even a faint tendency to counterattack. The dark red area controlled by Wanda slowly began to shrink, and her sweet face became more and more solemn. Recently, I simply closed my eyes, and my whole body was uncontrollably 3 feet above the ground, suspended in the air. Apocalypse said to Star-Lord, this is the genocidal hatred between ego and the Earth, and it is also related to the safety of thousands of living worlds. I must take action. If you can't do it, you can stay out of it. Regardless of whether Star-Lord agrees or not, Egg is going to be killed. Ego knows the location of the Earth. If he lets him go because of Star-Lord, there will be endless troubles in the future. Star-Lord said, there is nothing I can't do. Even if you don't help, I will kill him myself. That's good. Tiankai said, you have the same origin as him, and you are responsible for interfering with his consciousness and preventing him from gathering energy. It is good. Star-Lord squatted on the ground and pressed his hands on the brain tissue of the universe brain. Mantis, do you want to help? Apocalypse asked Mantis. Mantis nodded and said, I don't want to be one of the piles of skeletons under the ground. Okay, then you are responsible for hypnotizing him. With the addition of Star-Lord and Mantis, the dark red area controlled by Wanda suddenly expanded to dozens of kilometers away. Egg knew that this was a critical moment of life and death and began the strongest resistance. The attack from the fusiform metal body outside was ineffective, so Egg simply gave up and took back all his mental power. Use all your strength to stop Wanda's erosion. In Guardians of the Galaxy 2, when resisting Ego, Mantis put Ego into sleep many times, and Star-Lord also borrowed the power of the cosmic brain many times. Only then did he finally turn defeat into victory. But I don't know if it was because of the rainbow light a few years ago that caused Egg to take more precautions. Star-Lord's interference and Mantis' hypnosis have a much lower effect than in the original plot. Fortunately, Wanda is powerful, and 2 spiritual forces, one red and one blue, are constantly clashing. At the junction of the two colors, some blue cerebral spinal fluid splashes out from time to time. This made Egg very painful, and he kept roaring mentally. Yandu, who was doing nothing on the side, was very envious. These are fresh flesh and blood of gods, many times more advanced than the dead gods' heads in the land of nothingness. Unfortunately, there was a battle going on at this time, and Yandu did not dare to step out of the protective shield rashly. Egg knew that he couldn't be passively beaten all the time, so the universe brain emitted a faint blue light, forming the human form of Egg. Like a sharp arrow, it flew towards Wanda. Ha 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 ha, good time. Raccoon Rocket thought it was another clone, so he raised his hadron cannon and aimed it. As a result, the cannonball passed directly through Egg's clone and landed on the surface of the brain in the distance, exploding cerebral spinal fluid like waves. Seeing that he was about to touch Wanda, a smile of success appeared on the corner of Egg's clone's mouth. Tiankai smiled. He had seen this move before. When he fought against the internet god Zora, Zora had used the same trick. Trying to seize the soul of the body and make yourself throw yourself into a trap. Although Egg's mental power is many times stronger than Zola. But Apocalypse's strength is far more powerful than when he fought against Zola. Plus the advantage of soul strength. Egg is about to touch Wanda. Zhang. An invisible and insubstantial sword suddenly appeared and fell from the sky. Gamera and other non-spiritual strong men may not be able to see it, but in Egg's eyes, this knife is as huge as a hill. When the blade passed by, Egg's spiritual clone was split into two halves. The consciousness attached to it was all annihilated, leaving only clean spiritual energy. Apocalypse opened his mouth, and a strong suction force brought up a strong wind around him. The spiritual energy left by Yi was completely eaten away. Gamera, Nebula, Rocket, and others looked at Apocalypse strangely, thinking, what kind of strange trick is this? They couldn't see the large sword that was transformed from Tiankai's mental power. They only saw that when Tiankai sucked it, Yugo, like a good baby, first broke into two halves, and then flew towards Tiankai's mouth. Egg suffered this blow and lost part of his consciousness. Suddenly, the area controlled by Wanda expanded again. Dawn, I've reached my limit. Wanda said to Tiankai. The larger the area of control, the more dispersed the power. It's already difficult for Wanda, Star-Lord, and Mantis to control hundreds of kilometers of spiritual territory, not to mention having to fight back against the counterattack of the cosmic brain. Apocalypse's body flew up in the air, close to Wanda, and then put his forehead against his forehead. Wanda, I will provide you with mental power, and you attack with all your strength. Apocalypse's mental power and soul strength are very powerful. If Yi transforms into a spiritual clone, it will be easy to kill him. But he is not good at controlling the brain, let alone the delicate task of erasing brain consciousness. This is why he brought Wanda here. Wanda understood it and used her own consciousness as the main body, wrapped around Tiankai's spiritual power, and her strength instantly increased. The bloody phoenix behind him surged, and a faint cry could be heard. The cosmic brain was no longer able to resist, and the dark red chaotic energy, like dizzy blood, gradually filled all the brain circuits. Do not. Egg yelled unwillingly, and his consciousness retreated again and again until it retreated to the depths of his brain. Still can't escape Wanda's obliteration. Finally, consciousness is completely eliminated. A generation of gods died peacefully, leaving only a pure brain thousands of kilometers away. Wanda scanned the universe's brain 3 more times to confirm that there was no longer ego's consciousness, and then reluctantly took back her mental power. But he couldn't bear to leave Tiankai's forehead. The interaction between the two people's spiritual powers just now was almost 10 times more pleasurable than the relationship between men and women. The thing between men and women is nothing more than the body sending a series of happy signals to the brain. How can these compare to the true harmony directly in the spiritual world? There is me and you and me, regardless of each other. Even Tiankai himself did not expect that just now he and Wanda had inadvertently reached the highest secret of dual cultivation. That feeling of pleasure is indescribable. Moreover, after the spiritual intersection, the strength of both parties increased. This kind of achievement is far from comparable to the physical desire that consumes essence. The two of them pressed their foreheads against each other and couldn't bear to separate for a long time. I don't know how long it took before I heard a rumbling sound in my ears. Apocalypse and Wanda opened their eyes almost at the same time. Wanda, who was shy by nature, suddenly turned red, landed hurriedly, turned around, not daring to face Tiankai. Tiankai smiled slightly and gave Wanda some time to digest. Following the sound, it turned out that Yandu's spaceship was approaching. Seeing the silence here, the thin alien finally dared to come out of his hiding place and hurriedly drove the spaceship over. I still miss picking up the treasure in my heart. Fortunately, he made a decisive decision just now and avoided the fighting place far away. Otherwise, Apocalypse's fists with 1,000 times nuclear explosion might annihilate them together. Apocalypse glanced at the cosmic brain at his feet, still exuding endless vitality. But it was already pure inside, without any consciousness. At this time, as long as anyone's consciousness is connected to the cosmic brain, they can become its new master and the new god. However, Apocalypse himself has no interest. He had a better candidate. Quill, there is nothing in the universe brain now. You and he share the same origin. It is best to come here at this time. This. Star-Lord looked confused and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. 1 second this brain was his biological father, even though he had a deep hatred and had to kill him. But now that he has to inhabit him, Star-Lord still can't accept it for a while. Tian Kai said, no one here is more qualified than you. If you don't want it, this brain may slowly generate another consciousness. By then, it may be another copy of Egg. Moreover, there are thousands of living worlds waiting for you to save them. Except for the one on Earth that was uprooted by Apocalypse, most of the other living worlds probably didn't notice Ego's roots. Apocalypse definitely doesn't have the patience to find them one by one. Only when Star-Lord takes over the brain of the universe can they all be destroyed. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. He inherited Egg's bloodline and consciously had to shoulder Egg's responsibilities. Under the protection of Apocalypse, Star-Lord settled his consciousness into the cosmic brain. After a while, the brain circuits of the cosmic brain started to flow again, which meant that it had consciousness again. At the same time, Star-Lord's momentum surged, his eyes were like lightning, glowing with a thick blue light. Dozens of blue light energy pillars are connected to his body, constantly exchanging information and energy with the cosmic brain. He and the cosmic brain have the same origin, and Ego also taught him how to use the energy of the cosmic brain before. After a while, the refining was completed. Star-Lord withdrew the gleam in his eyes and said solemnly, "Thank you, Tang." Star-Lord knows that without Apocalypse, let alone getting the cosmic brain, it is difficult to say whether he can take revenge. The most likely outcome is to be drained of energy by Egg and then thrown underground like waste. Moreover, after spending so much effort to erase Egg's consciousness, it makes perfect sense for Apocalypse to take the cosmic brain as his own. But he didn't do this, and instead took the initiative to leave it to himself, and Star-Lord was naturally very grateful. This is what you deserve. Apocalypse watched Quill's trust in the system increase, as well as the huge increase in luck. Previously, as a half-body son of a god, Star-Lord's luck far exceeded that of superheroes on Earth. At this time, he becomes a real god and his luck is even greater. Coupled with the increase in trust, the luck shared with Tiankai will naturally be more. Raccoon Rocket glanced at Star-Lord and said, "Coil, from now on, will your body be the brain here? Or will it be this body? If it's the brain, what will happen to you and Gamera?" Star-Lord said angrily, "The main body is of course my human body, and the cosmic brain is equivalent to my clone. Even if I have nothing to do with Gamera, what does it have to do with the original body or the clone?" Gamera's green face became even greener. She lifted up the raccoon's ears and cursed, "You think I'm dead? You don't understand what you are talking about, do you?" The raccoon screamed in pain. But while shouting, he also didn't forget to give Star-Lord an eyebrow, with an expression like "I'm scared, but I'll dare next time." But Mantis, who had little life experience, didn't understand and asked Drax, "What are they talking about? Why is Gamera suddenly angry?" Drax used his little brain to think for a moment and confirmed, "It has something to do with the brain. It must be like Mr. Tang's forehead sticking just now." "Oh." Mantis suddenly realized, "The tentacles on my forehead are very sensitive. Gamera must be like me and doesn't like others touching her forehead." Seeing that everyone seemed to be in a good mood, the skinny alien guy came over to Yandu and whispered something in a low voice. "Ahem, Mr. Tang." Yandu asked, "My men would like to ask if they can pick up the damage on the planet and dig up some flowers, plants, and so on." Apocalypse naturally knew what the Star Thieves were thinking, and smiled, "This planet now belongs to Quill, you should ask him." The person asking the question was different. Yandu's confidence suddenly increased and he looked at Star-Lord. "Quill. Okay, except for the cosmic brain and the temple, you can take whatever else you like." "Wow, thank you Quill," the Star Thieves cheered. Then a miniature airship flew out from the mothership and spread out in all directions. The thin alien guy came over and said, "Quill, when we were hiding just now, we found a huge cave with many bones in it. Can I get some?" Star-Lord was puzzled, "What are you doing with the bones? You don't know yet? Those bones may be the bones of demigods, your father." "Shut up," Yandu yelled. The skinny alien boy was so frightened that he suddenly woke up. Yandu hadn't told Star-Lord yet. Why did he insist on talking so much? Just take it secretly. Under Star-Lord's repeated questioning, Yandu revealed the fact that he had transported many of Ego's descendants before. Under the guidance of the alien skinny boy, Star-Lord came to the big hole in the ground. "I saw densely packed skeletons covering the entire huge cave. Countless bones of different races and different biological forms, old and new, were piled together in a chaotic manner. Some of the bones have been weathered for at least tens or hundreds of years. Some half-exposed bones on the ground have even begun to turn into fossils. It is unknown whether they were left behind millions, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years ago. In the dim light of the cave, they were piled deep into the ground where they could not be seen." Star-Lord looked at these skeletons and remained silent for a long time. It was as if he had seen another destiny for himself. Star-Lord sighed and said to the alien skinny guy, "If you want, just take some. However, these skeletons have no divinity and are not considered demigod skeletons, so they may not be valuable." Out of the hole, looking at the continental plates floating in space, Star-Lord smiled bitterly and said, "I may be very busy for the next few hundred years. Repairing half of the planet and reprotecting the brain of the universe is no small project." Tian Kai said, "This is not difficult." As he said that, he pulled it far into space, and a majestic force reached the sky. Those broken continental plates were pulled and began to slowly fall. The friction between Earth and rocks and the atmosphere formed a huge cloud of gray fog, shrouding the continental fragments like smoke. Because Apocalypse deliberately controlled the speed of descent, it did not catch fire due to friction with the atmosphere like a meteor. Otherwise, if such a huge object hits it, it may be destroyed instead of repaired. Long. With a huge sound that spread across the entire planet, it was like time went back. All the major continental fragments were pulled back and rejoined into continents in approximately the same position as before. Soon, the cosmic brain was hidden underground again by the continent. As for some small fragments scattered in space, Apocalypse doesn't bother to care. On this side of the repaired planet, there are still many huge cracks hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, which are left to Star-Lord himself to slowly repair. Wanda, Star-Lord, Gamera, Nebula, Raccoon Rocket, Yandu, Drax, Mantis, Star Thief and others looked at the entire repair process in shock. Catch the stars and the moon? This was the first time they had observed the strength of a top god so closely. This level of shock far exceeded any scene they had ever seen in their lives. In front of a strong man of this level, the planet is like a ball. It will be broken if it wants to be broken, and it will be repaired if it wants to be repaired. However, Tiankai is self-aware. The so-called catching the stars and the moon, catching the planets is okay. If you want to get a star, it is still very troublesome. In general star systems, the mass of stars is hundreds of thousands or even millions of times that of living planets. For example, the mass of the Sun is 33 times that of the Earth. If, like Odin, he captures a small star and changes its orbit to illuminate the kingdom of God, Apocalypse can do it too. But it is estimated that it will take 100 years to start, and Apocalypse is not that leisurely at this stage. Just as everyone was immersed in this cosmic blockbuster, Raccoon Rocket suddenly shouted, "Oh, my child." Then he hurriedly ran towards the temple. Apocalypse squinted. I heard the Golden Race say that the Guardians of the Galaxy had stolen their child, and I thought there was some misunderstanding. Looking at Raccoon's reaction, he might actually have a child. At this time, the temple was torn in half by Wanda, but fortunately it did not collapse. Raccoon Rocket, a small man, dragged a huge biological capsule out of it with a knock-clop-knock sound. Wiping his sweat, he shouted, "Ouch, what a close call." The child was not hurt. Apocalypse, Wanda, Yandu, and others took a closer look. I saw a young man about 20 years old sleeping in the biological cabin. Naked and tall. The proportions of the body and the arrangement of the facial features are perfect to the extreme. The reason why everyone calls him child is because he is a person who has not yet been born. As long as civilization has embryonic cultivation technology, the concept of child is not limited to small, incapacitated babies. In this way, those who are directly cultivated into adults in one step and are not yet born can be counted as children. Apocalypse himself had personally cultivated one, Vision. Vision's appearance is older than the child in front of him, about 40 years old. If we look at it from the traditional perspective of people on Earth, there is simply a difference between one being the father and the other the son. But in the eyes of advanced civilizations, they are all children. However, none of the people present were from backward civilizations. Even Apocalypse and Wanda had witnessed the birth of Vision, so they were not too surprised. Tiankai asked strangely, "Why did you steal other people's children?" The raccoon grinned and showed its fangs. "Tang, you promised to help me switch races before. My original idea was to transform into the most perfect look. Let's see who dares to laugh at me again. Since gods and gods cannot be transformed, naturally we must look for the best among mortals. Not long ago, I heard from the grapevine that the golden race on Sovereign is cultivating a new generation of perfect offspring. He. I'll just borrow it for reference." Apocalypse was a little speechless. It was indeed the style of Guardians of the Galaxy. Looking at the expressions of Star-Lord, Gamera, Nebula and others, they didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with this. Star-Lord is a star thief, and the two sisters are Thanos subordinates. There is no such thing as yours or mine in his eyes. As long as you like it, everything is for you. As for Drax, he was even more heartless, his eyes were blank, and he looked like "Don't ask me to think." Now that the golden race is blocking the doorstep, have you thought about it? After the conversion, send their children back. Tiankai said. If it were any other item, asking Raccoon Rocket to spit it out once you get it would be even harder than reaching the sky. But they rob and rob, but they will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The problem of children must always be solved. I've thought about it. The raccoon crossed the crowd, turned his back to them, and looked lovingly at the sky. The breeze ruffled his fur, and there was a sense of zen in this scene, like a master who had seen through the world. The raccoon said, "When I was born." Ha. As soon as he spoke, Drax yawned. The raccoon turned back and glared. "I just spoke, why are you so sleepy?" Drax said, "As soon as I started talking about birth, I knew I was going to feel sleepy." "How long are you going to talk about?" The raccoon had a black hair and knew that he couldn't be serious with Drax, so he had to take a few deep breaths, suppress his violent temper, and continue to speak his mind. "When I was born, I was an ordinary animal. I still remember the memories of that period. Every day, I have no thought other than my instinct to find food. It was the scientist who chose me among many brothers and sisters. He injected me with countless medicines, cut my body open, and sewed it back together, countless times. To this day, there are still countless steel nails in my body to maintain my body." Having said this, Raccoon Rocket's body trembled slightly. It was obvious that this memory had given him endless pain. "But these experiments also made me who I am. Evolve me from an ignorant animal into an intelligent creature. When I gain wisdom and learn a lot of knowledge, I feel that the whole world is opening up to me, and no prison can contain it. But I still hate him, hate that scientist, hate the pain he caused me, hate me for being so ugly, hate that my lifespan is so short. But if he hadn't transformed me, I wouldn't even know what hatred would be. Speaking of which, he gave me a real life. Although it is painful, it is worth it compared to the wisdom of being able to perceive the world. If possible, I would call him father. Oh, there were moved voices in the audience. Especially Mantis, she can sense other people's emotions the best and can't help but shed tears. The raccoon said, "Now, I am going to start my third life journey. The past life is as far away as the previous life." Apocalypse asked, "Are you ready?" Then converted into the perfect descendant of the golden race. Raccoon Rocket glanced at the biopod and shook his head. "No, I want to convert to an earthling." "What?" Star-Lord was surprised and said, "Did you know that the lifespan of people on Earth is generally only 100 years, and their physical fitness, strength, and wisdom are not considered high in the universe?" Then he pointed at himself and Tiankai and said, "Tang and I are in special circumstances." Raccoon said, "What about her?" The raccoon refers to Wanda. Wanda's strength is obvious to all. No one can compare to it except Star-Lord, who has refined the brain of the universe. Well, she is also a special case. Anyway, normal Earthlings are very weak. Faced with such a major life choice, Star-Lord is worried that Rocket will be impulsive and be affected by Apocalypse's aura. As a friend and an Earthling, I wanted to persuade the raccoon to give up this idea. Tiankai said, "Seeing Lord is right, you have to think about it." The raccoon paused for a while and said firmly, "I've thought about it." Now it was Star-Lord's turn to be anxious. "There are so many races in the universe, why did you choose Earthlings? You will die of old age in less than 100 years. It doesn't matter." The raccoon didn't seem to be impulsive, but rather had a detached state of mind. At first, Tang said he could help me switch my race. I just wanted to switch to the most perfect race. Looking for information about other races everywhere, even stealing other people's children. But after such a long time, especially after seeing your father Egg's experience, I understand, how can there be perfection in this world? Even gods with billions of years of life will eventually die. If you can't live meaningfully, what's the use of having such a long life? Raccoon's mentality is more like that of a weathered philosopher. Think about it, although the people present have experienced wonderful experiences, none of them can live 3 lives in different life forms like a raccoon. Tiankai can somewhat understand this mentality. However, although Apocalypse was reborn through time travel, after all, he was a human being in both lives, and his understanding was definitely not as profound as that of Raccoon. "Okay then," Tiankai said, "now that you have decided, we can start at any time. Thank you, Dawn. You gave me a third chance at life. If I could, I would like to call you father." Everyone was silent and looked at Tiankai. Apocalypse looked helpless. When Vision was born, he called him Daddy. Was he born with a fatherly face? Just when he was thinking about how to politely refuse, a cold voice came. "TCH? You're a flatterer, you just want to hug your thighs." The feeling of sadness for autumn and sadness for spring was immediately chopped into pieces and fed to the dogs by these words. The raccoon was furious and retreated from philosopher mode. Looking around, it turned out to be Nebula. "This is feelings? Do you understand feelings? You are a piece of shit." Xingyun counterattacked, "I don't understand feelings, but I can still see what a hug is." "Humph, no wonder you call that butcher Thanos your father. Aren't you also hugging me? You." This sentence pierced Xingyun's weakness, and the two began to change from bickering to fighting. Gamera rolled her eyes on the side, as if she was used to it. "Okay, Nebula, please stop saying a few words. After all, this is a major event in Rocket's life. Don't expose it and save him some face." "What?" The raccoon became even more furious. "Gamera, are you here to break up the fight or to add fuel to the fire?" "I don't want to expose anything, I mean it sincerely. If you haven't experienced 3 new lives, you will never understand my feelings." If the argument continued, it would be endless, so Tiankai had no choice but to say, "There's no need to call him father. You can just call me father as you did before. However, you are not alone in this world. I once gave life to someone. You can call him brother if you want in the future, or he can call you brother." In terms of birth date, Raccoon is definitely older than Vision. But from the perspective of the third rebirth, Raccoon is later than Vision. It was hard to tell who was the elder brother and who was the younger brother. The raccoon's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Then I must be your brother. Whatever you want, as long as you can convince Vision." After all the fuss, the raccoon finally vented all his emotions, calmed down, and accepted the change. Under the protection of Apocalypse, drink the most advanced purple potion in one gulp. Instant purple light burst. But it's not dazzling, like the gentlest light in the world. The steel nails on the raccoon's body were squeezed out of the body with a ding-dang-dang sound. There were at least dozens of large and small nails. Then comes the fur, falling off layer by layer. As the fur falls off, the raccoon's body shrinks. Suspended in the air, like a sleeping baby. Then it continued to shrink, and there was a mother body in the purple light, causing him to go back to the furnace and rebuild it. It didn't stop until it shrank to the size of an embryo, only the size of a finger. Then begins to grow again, the embryo, the baby, the toddler. It didn't stop until it looked like an 8 or 9-year-old human child. Then the purple light faded away and the conversion was completed. At this time, the raccoon is no longer called a raccoon, but should be a human being, Rocket. Rocket saw his appearance through the reflection of the biological cabin, and made the same rude voice as the raccoon. Fuck. Why did you stop? At this time, Rocket's body was a little chubby. Since the transformation has just been completed, my skin is extremely delicate and the blush is especially cute. But the expression and eyes continue the old-fashioned look of the raccoon's body. He looks like a naughty kid who needs to be dealt with. Rocket stretched out his fat little hand, touched his body, and said in a smoky voice, Tang, is something wrong? No, the conversion was successful. Why am I so small? The raccoon pointed at the child in the biopod. I want to transform into a handsome boy like him. The lifespan of a raccoon is only a dozen years. Relatively speaking, 8 years old is already middle-aged. Tian Kai shook his head. Your raccoon body is only 8 years old. When converted, the corresponding human body is also 8 years old, which is exactly childhood. Rocket shouted, why didn't you tell me earlier? How can I pick up girls with this look? Then he unzipped his pants and took a look, sighing, it's useless even if you soak it. It was also the first time that Apocalypse used purple potion to transform someone's body, which was considered an experience. It turns out that changing races is calculated based on actual age, and 8 years old is 8 years old. In proportion, an 8-year-old raccoon is almost equivalent to a 40-year-old human. He could only comfort him, 8 years old is not bad, at least it will give you a few more decades of life. Xingyun came over and rubbed Rocket's head, ha ha ha, whose child is this? I still want to pick up girls, let's give it another 10 years. Don't touch my head. I just touch and touch. Rocket showed his teeth habitually. After turning into a human child, his strength and reflexes were much weaker. No match for Nebula at all, even raising the Hadron cannon was shaky. As a result, he was ravaged by Xingyun, making him want to cry without tears. After their fight, Apocalypse passed on a set of Asgard's divine power training techniques to Rocket. After all, the body was transformed by purple potion. Even if he is not a peerless genius, he is still a top person with excellent qualifications. After practicing, he will be far superior to ordinary people, and he will not be too weak no matter what happens in the future. Although the physical fitness of ordinary Earthlings is not high, their potential is huge. As long as you are lucky, you can mutate into superheroes or supervillains at every turn. Even if you don't expect to mutate, there is still a lot to be accomplished in your cultivation. Many powerful people came up through practice, such as Master Gu Yi, Doctor Strange, Master Wong, etc., who are among the best. It's noisy here, and the Star Thieves are also very busy over there. There is only one sentence in everyone's mouth, it's done, now it's done. After Yugo's billions of years of accumulation, the stones, soil, plants, etc. have been optimized countless times. None of them are ordinary items. They can be sold for high prices in alien markets, and many of them are even hard to find. In order to store these treasures, the Star Thieves threw out all the miscellaneous things on the mothership to make room. Then large and small trucks transport various items to the ship. Star-Lord doesn't care either. The most important items are all in the temple, and the plants, ores, and suspected demigod skeletons outside are all there for them to store. Compared to a planet, a spaceship can't pull it much. A Star Thief held a box of fruit, threw it towards the entrance of the spacecraft, and shouted, there is a box of fruit here, who wants to eat it? Don't waste it. Yandu was startled, ran over with a lunge, and slapped the Star Thief to the ground hard. The Star Thief was lying on the ground, confused and aggrieved. Did you ask for your permission by throwing things too much? Head. Yandu cursed angrily, this is what Mr. Tang brought here. How dare you throw it away? I will exile you to space later. Don't, boss, I know I was wrong. Apocalypse looked around and saw that it was the box of Yaragon fruits. I brought the spaceship with me and let it go. Except for Yandu who came up to meet me, not many people saw it. Yandu continued to scold, what's the use of telling me that I'm wrong? Just tell Mr. Tang. The Star Thief crawled over and apologized profusely. This is not only due to the fear of Apocalypse's strength, but also because from the battle on Xandar to now being able to make a fortune on ego, all of them are beholden to Apocalypse. Without Apocalypse, it is hard to say whether they would have survived the battle on Xandar. Now being able to wear special clothes here only happened after Apocalypse defeated Ego. Now that he actually threw down his benefactor's things, the Star Thief felt frightened and guilty. Tian Kai said, okay, get up, it's not a big deal. Just wash it and bring it over and share it with everyone. Several Star Thieves stopped what they were doing, washed the Yaragon fruits, and acted as waiters temporarily, each carrying a plate. Xingyun's eyes suddenly straightened and asked, did you buy this? Yeah, I bought it when I passed by Xandar Star. Then I'm welcome. Xingyun picked up one and ate it. She was so greedy that she lost her usual cold demeanor. Wanda asked in a low voice, Dawn, is she the one you said likes this fruit? Wanda finally understood why Tian Kai said that he would not be jealous of her. Looking at the metal prosthesis that Nebula wears, even her head is not complete, you know there is an unspeakable story behind it. Wanda couldn't hate such a woman, even if she really was her love rival. Although Wanda lowered her voice, how could the people present not hear her? Nebula's voice trembled as she asked Wanda, did Tang buy this specifically for me? He said you like to eat, so buy some to try. Nebula suddenly put down the fruit and came over to give Apocalypse a hug. Thank you. After hugging her for a while, she seemed to realize that her behavior was a bit abrupt, so she let go coldly and continued to eat her fruit with her head down. However, from time to time I peek at Apocalypse, and 1,000 deer rush around in my heart. Did I tell Dawn that I loved eating yarrow? It seems not, I don't remember. Did you say it accidentally? But I didn't remember what I said casually, but Tang bought fruit specially for me. Does he mean anything to me? But my body is all mechanical. No wonder he gave me 2 bottles of such a precious recovery potion, and he wasn't angry when faced with my bad temper. The more he thought about it, the more Xingyun became confused. If her face hadn't been purple, she would have been completely red by now. Gamera looked on and felt sour and sweet in her heart. She punched Star-Lord on the chest and said, "Why do you never buy me fruit? You didn't say anything." "Humph, don't you know how to guess?" Even though Star-Lord had a copy of the cosmic brain, his brain was overloaded by this unreasonable logic between men and women. Apocalypse remembered something. "Nebula, Rocket has switched races. Are you ready to repair your body? I forgot to tell you before. There is Thanos surveillance program in your body. Everything you see will be transmitted back to the Thanos mothership." Everyone was shocked. Gamera said, "No wonder he knows everything about our sisters. Nebula, why not take this opportunity to repair your body? My father can't hide it anyway." Xingyun thought for a moment and said, "Can we just clear the monitoring program? All my strength is based on this mechanical body. Once it is removed, I will be no different from ordinary people. I don't want to hold you back. I'll fix it after I kill him." After saying that, he glanced at Tiankai again and said, "Would it look ugly to me like this?" Tiankai didn't know what Nebula's original appearance was like. Of course, he couldn't say it was ugly, so he could only say, "How could it be? This look is also very cool." With the relationship between Gamera, Nebula, and Thanos, now that they have rebelled, they will definitely be pursued more. Without strength, it would indeed be dangerous. Although Nebula usually only attacks with his hands and feet, the energy contained in his body is actually quite huge. In the original plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, the Golden Race's spaceship chased them and attacked. The Rocket's spaceship is outnumbered, its energy is about to run out, and it is about to die. Nebula took action. She was connected to the spacecraft's energy system, drawing huge amounts of energy from her body, and the spacecraft suddenly came back to life with full health. A single laser sweep wiped out the golden spaceship. The High Priest Aisha, who was so angry that she was countless light years away, roared helplessly. If based on the strength of the original plot, she can be considered a hidden mini-boss in Guardians of the Galaxy. However, Nebula will be very painful if a large amount of energy is suddenly extracted, and it is generally not easy to use. Hearing that Tiankai didn't mind, Xingyun let go of her anxiety and whispered, "That's good. Among the people present, the most proficient in technology is Rockets. After repeated checks, I found a small hidden encryption chip, which was not difficult to take out. With the chip removed, in the unknown starry sky countless light years away, a holographic screen popped up a signal interruption prompt. Thanos stared at the final scene from Nebula, neither sad nor angry, his huge purple face motionless. Finally, he said, "Ebony Ma, our strategy is going to change. We can't count on the infinite gems." Apocalypse's awareness of the monitoring program in Nebula's body is still a trivial matter, and Thanos is not concerned about this. But the divine battle just now? Apocalypse is broken and repaired, and the strength of catching the stars and the moon is transmitted back through Xingyun's eyes. This gave Thanos a great sense of oppression. In the original plot of Avengers 3, there is a battle on Titan. Thanos used the blessing of the Infinity Gauntlet to pull the moon down from the sky, smashing Iron Man and other superheroes into confusion. Barely related to catching the stars and the moon. Not to mention Thanos' own strength, even if it is still out of reach of the strength Apocalypse is showing now. What's more, Thanos now only has the Mind Stone in his hand. Of the other 5, 3 are in Tiankai's hands, namely, Cosmic Cube, Space Stone, Ether Particle, Reality Stone, Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. The other 2, one of which is the Time Stone, are now in the hands of the Ancient One, and the location is Earth. Thanos doesn't dare to come to Earth now. The last one is the Soul Gem of Vormir, which Thanos has a chance to obtain. But there are only 2 of them for a full purchase, which is far from enough. Thanos assessed the strength of both sides and understood that a hard fight was impossible, so he had to use a backup plan. Ebony Throat put his hand on his chest, lowered his head and said, "Master, please give me instructions." Thanos said slowly, "Tell Proxima Centauri, Deathblade, and Black Dwarf to stop massacring living planets, gather all resources, and arrange a stellar array. I want to refine something." "Yes, Master." On the Ego Star side, the Yandu spacecraft received a strange message from outer space. "The strongest person on the planet, I am Aisha, the High Priest of Sovi. Please forgive our interruption. If possible, please let Star-Lord and Raccoon Rocket return our children. That child is the hope of our race, please have mercy on us. We are willing to pay a sufficient price to redeem the child." When Rocket saw this information, he grinned and said, "It's good to have strength. They yelled at us before and had a bad attitude. Now they are begging us to give them back. Dawn, why don't I call you Daddy?" Tiankai said angrily, "Go away smoothly. The golden race of sovereign is arrogant and always has its sights set high above its head. Needless to say, for being so polite all of a sudden, he must have seen the previous battle between gods. The strength of this supreme god of the universe frightened the high priest Aisha. They are a small advanced civilization that is not even considered a god. Naturally, they do not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. Not to mention that there is still tens of thousands of kilometers of protective layer outside ego. Even if there was not, they would not dare to rush down to the planet and cause trouble like the original plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. But that child was so important that he had to beg in a low voice to see if he could get it back. Apocalypse said to Yandu, reply the message and ask Aisha to come down. Yes. Star-Lord understood and controlled the fusiform metal body in space to open a passage. Above the space, a mothership with a large swarm of golden spaceships hesitated for a while in front of the passage. Finally, a magnificent airship flew out from the mothership and landed slowly along the passage. The airship stopped in front of the temple. A tall beauty who was 2 meters tall and looked like a golden statue walked down, followed by 4 followers. Who is the most powerful person? Aisha, the high priest of the golden race of sovereign planet, asks to see you. Rocket jumped out immediately and said in a loud voice, ho ho ho, I am. As long as you prepare the beauties and wealth of your planet, I can return the child to you. Aisha secretly thought something was wrong. She made such a vulgar and rude request as soon as she opened her mouth. It seemed that this strong man was not easy to offend. As for Rocket's childish appearance and old-fashioned voice, Aisha didn't doubt it, thinking it was a strange person with different appearances. Just as he was about to formulate an answer, he saw this supreme powerful man being lifted up by his ears by a delicate purple hand. Don't tarnish Tang's image, just be good and go play. Xing Yun said. Rocket was furious and cursed, save me some face in front of outsiders. TCH. What kind of face do you have? Star-Lord had no choice but to come up. He is now the owner of the planet and must have basic etiquette. The strong man you are talking about is him, the Prince of Asgard. You can call him Mr. Tang. Aisha came over and saluted. Mr. Tang, what price do we have to pay to get our child back? Tian Kai smiled and said, it doesn't cost anything. Rocket is impatient, so he just borrowed it for reference. Speaking of which, it's us who have caused you trouble. Aisha breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, no trouble, as long as the child is fine. Seeing Aisha so nervous, Apocalypse thought of an Easter egg in the original plot. In Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, there is a scene where it is mentioned that the golden race is giving birth to the next generation of offspring in a new type of birth pod. Tian Kai asked, is this child called Adam? Aisha was shocked. The name only existed in her mind. The child had not yet been born and had not been officially announced. Even his own clan members don't know. How does this strong man in front of him know? But he didn't dare not answer. Exactly. You want to use him to advance to the gods. This. Aisha took 2 steps back in fright, feeling panicked. This is their race's biggest secret. How does he know? If this child hadn't been so important, it would have been impossible to mobilize the entire clan to pursue him, even to the point of begging for mercy in a low voice. Aisha didn't know whether it was good or bad for a prince of the gods to ask such a question personally. If there are any taboos among the gods and mortals are not allowed to be promoted, I am afraid that it will immediately lead to the disaster of annihilation. Tian Kai asked this out of pure curiosity. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, this Adam is only seen briefly in the birth pod, without much information being revealed. But in the comics, he's called Adam Warlock. He is a super strong man. In the end, he was even promoted to the Life Tribunal and controlled the universe where he lived. Tian Kai knows that this universe is not a comic universe, but many characters are also mapped in this universe and have corresponding people. That's why I asked casually. Seeing Aisha's panic, Tian Kai said, don't panic, it doesn't matter if you don't answer. You can take him away. Thank you. Aisha signaled her entourage to pull the biopod onto the ship. For this child, from the initial angry pursuit, to the shock of seeing the battle between gods, to the humble begging, and the fright of the conversation just now, there were too many shocks that Aisha's golden heart could not bear, and she just wanted to get out of here quickly. The biological capsule was carried onto the spacecraft, and Apocalypse did not make any excessive demands. The Guardians of the Galaxy, who looked disgusting before, didn't stop them. Aisha was heartbroken, knelt down and saluted, and asked, Mr. Tang, can Adam be promoted to the gods? Promotion to the God clan is the lifelong pursuit of the golden race. There was a good-tempered supreme spirit in front of her. If she missed it in a hurry and didn't even dare to ask a word, Aisha would not forgive herself afterwards. Tian Kai shook his head. The energy contained in his body is very strong, and he will be a strong man. But without divinity, he cannot become a god. Only if you have divinity can you be considered a god, and it has nothing to do with strength. People from the God clan naturally have a lifespan of several thousand years, far exceeding that of ordinary races. With such a long lifespan, whether it is developing technology or practicing cultivation, they have more advantages than ordinary races. Not to mention all kinds of strange abilities. For example, surviving in space. At the beginning of the universe, the first creatures born were divine creatures. They naturally live in space. Later, the universe changed, and the gods were active everywhere. Stars and planets were born, and then ordinary races emerged. Ordinary races are born on planets, and planets are like a warm cradle to them. Once you leave for space, you must stay in a sealed spacecraft or put on a spacesuit. Even someone as powerful as Ebony Maw would die if Spider-Man and Iron Man teamed up to throw him into space. There are countless advanced civilizations and powerful races. It is easy to develop strength, but it is extremely difficult to be promoted to a god. Like the Nova Empire and the Kree civilization, they are still just ordinary races that dominate one area. Only when gods are born within a race, and taking this as an opportunity to change blood for hundreds of generations, can they hope to become a true race of gods. However, the opportunity to give birth to a god is extremely rare. Even an ancient god like Yi combined with thousands of races to finally give birth to a Star-Lord who is a demigod. For ordinary civilization, it is simply a foolish dream to cultivate gods out of thin air. It's not like these golden races don't know, they just still hope that they are a lucky race. Now, Tian Kai made a judgment in person, and Ayesha suddenly felt despair. After a slight hesitation, Ayesha gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Tang, if we can make Adam a god, our golden race is willing to pay any price. Divinity is given by heaven, and I can't make people become gods. You have found the wrong person. Apocalypse doesn't think he can do something that Ego has spent billions of years failing to do. I don't even understand what divinity is. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fun to turn all the people on Earth into gods? Seeing that the last hope was gone, Ayesha finally said, we are willing to sacrifice a living planet for a drop of Mr. Tang's blood. Tian Kai shook his head and did not agree. Since we understand the operation of luck and cause and effect, in theory, anything related to ourselves can be found through cause and effect. If you give your essence and blood to others casually, it will most likely be used by other powerful people in the future. Ayesha had no choice but to board the airship in despair. After a while, he hurried down again, completely ignoring the noble image of the golden race and half kneeling on the ground. Mr. Tang, I heard that you once helped the Nova Empire once, and the female supreme gave a resource star to your tribe. On behalf of the golden race, I am willing to be loyal to Mr. Tang and become a brotherly race that has been friends with Mr. Tang's people for generations. Just a chance. Obviously, after confirming that the most powerful person was Apocalypse, the mothership in space went all out to search for relevant information. As a result, it was quickly concluded that the person in front of him was the god from Xandar star not long ago. As the capital of the Nova Empire, Xandar has prosperous trade and developed information. At that time, countless aliens stranded on Xandar were watching the battle, so they naturally knew about the god-level powerhouse Apocalypse. As one of the advanced civilizations, the Golden Race will of course collect relevant information. Among them, they got the news that this god-level powerhouse actually had a hometown of an ordinary race. This shows that he was not born from divine parents, but he achieved a breakthrough through cultivation and became a divine being. This gave Ayesha even more hope. As the supreme leader of an advanced civilization, Ayesha was keenly aware that the god in front of her still cared about his race. Therefore, Ayesha formed an alliance with the people of Earth at the cost of her loyalty, hoping to open a breakthrough. Sure enough, she found Apocalypse's weakness. Apocalypse was indeed moved. In the future, people on Earth will go into the universe. They cannot just rely on themselves to work hard. They must communicate with the major cosmic civilizations. At present, he has offended the Kree civilization and Thanos, and the only friendly civilization is the Nova Empire for the time being. It would be a good thing if there could be one more golden race. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot guard the Earth all day long. They always need to develop on their own. So he said, I don't know how to promote people to the gods, but I can give Adam a drop of blood to increase his potential. What height he can reach in the future depends on his luck. Thank you. Ayesha said, from now on, Mr. Tang will be the supreme spiritual leader of the golden race. We and Mr. Tang's tribe are brothers. Although it is allegiance, it is a mutually beneficial situation. Apocalypse helped the people on Earth find another friendly advanced civilization, and the golden race not only had the opportunity to be promoted to the gods, but was also bound to Apocalypse, the supreme god. If you really want to calculate it, you still made a profit. Ayesha's followers dragged down the biopod again and moved it in front of Apocalypse. After cultivating to the current strength, this is the first time Tian Kai has given blood essence to others, and he is also somewhat curious about what will happen. Although he is far from the state of being reborn with a drop of blood, the flesh and blood on his body already contains great energy. Apocalypse put his palm on Adam's forehead, activated his divine power, and a drop of golden blood poured out from his palm and dripped on Adam's forehead. In the blink of an eye, this drop of blood blends into the skin, starting from the center of the eyebrows and spreading throughout the body. Adam, who originally had normal skin color, turned golden red after adding this drop of blood. It is noble yet special. This color just fits the aesthetics of the golden race, and Ayesha is very satisfied with it. Okay, Tian Kai said, it will take about 3 months for him to fuse the blood, and he will be born naturally by then. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Then everyone exchanged some information between the Earth civilization and the golden race, which was regarded as a formal alliance. In the future, when the two races meet in the starry sky, they must watch and help each other. After High Priest Ayesha left, Star-Lord came over. Tang, I sense the roots of those thousands of worlds. Tian Kai said, then can you withdraw them? Star-Lord shook his head, there is no way to remotely withdraw, unless you drive a spaceship to dig out one by one. There are thousands of worlds, and it would take countless years just to find them one by one. Only a god with infinite lifespan like Yi has the patience to do such a thing. Neither Star-Lord nor Apocalypse have time to spend on this. Star-Lord continued, however, I can remotely make them wither and turn into ashes. That's good. As Star-Lord mobilizes his cosmic brain, an invisible brainwave energy radiates through the void to the universe. In the distant invisible starry sky, on thousands of living planets, a plant withered silently. Billions of intelligent beings have no idea that they have just survived a catastrophe that will destroy the world. However, those alien beings didn't know that Apocalypse had received a prompt from the system. At this time, the system is frantically adding recovery potions, then continuously synthesizing gold potions, and then synthesizing purple potions. Saving thousands of life planets at one time is even greater than the number of 9 worlds saved last time. Although Apocalypse doesn't need recovery potions now, it's better than nothing. Looking at the increasing number of recovery potions in his mind, Tiankai felt the power beyond the latitude, feeling helpless and happy at the same time. In front of that more majestic existence, I was like an ant. Fortunately, he had no ill intentions, which was a bit of comfort. Apocalypse turned his hand and took out the root system of the earth. I saw that the top was completely withered, and when I touched it with my fingers, it turned into fly ash and disappeared into the soil. No wonder Star-Lord's destiny is so powerful. In addition to his own attributes as the son of God, his influence on the world far exceeds that of superheroes on Earth. It seemed that the universal brain had done the right thing for him. I stayed in Yujuxing for some days, traveling around the mountains and rivers, and having a rare leisure time. However, there is always a day of separation. On this day, Apocalypse called all the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I plan to go to Xandar for a few days and then return to Earth. Do any of you want to come back to Earth with me? Star-Lord hesitated for a moment and said, I originally wanted to go back, but not long after the cosmic brain was integrated, the planet needed further repairs, and I couldn't get out for the time being. If Star-Lord doesn't leave, Gamera certainly won't leave either. Mantis is scared and doesn't want to leave Ego. Drax, who had become a good friend with her, also chose to stay. After all, only the two of them can understand each other's weird personalities. Rocket, on the other hand, took the initiative to go to Earth. Tang, I am an Earthling now, so of course I have to go back to my home planet to visit. I heard from Wanda that the Earth's technology is very backward. I'll see if I can build a planetary defense system when I go back. Don't let some blind space bandits try to take advantage of my home planet. Tiankai nodded. I also have a few scientist friends on Earth. If you are interested, you can communicate with them. TCH? What's there to talk about? Rocket said disdainfully, listening to Wanda's description, you can't even explore the star system you're in. If it weren't for a freak like you, the Earth wouldn't even be considered a second-level civilization. Tiankai smiled and said, I wonder how much research you have done on PIM particles, quantum realm, quantum body, and electronic soul. Then, a brief explanation of what these technologies are. Iron Man's suit is not very impressive in front of advanced alien civilizations, but PIM particles, etc., Apocalypse has never seen in advanced civilizations such as the Nova Empire. Impossible. Rocket jumped up, how can a civilization that has not even left its home planet have such advanced technology? Tang, are you kidding? These have already been studied, and they are now studying a more ambitious direction. What direction? Apocalypse also revealed that ball lightning may be giant electrons, which lead to giant atoms and giant atomic nuclei, and then involve the giant material world and life. Not to mention Rocket, even Star-Lord and other non-technical personnel were dumbfounded and looked at each other. Rocket's arrogance suddenly faded. Damn it, what kind of planet is this? Even if you are a freak, even the technology is so abnormal. These advanced civilizations have not even been researched. How did they come up with it? That's what I thought. Tiankai said. Rocket was surprised. Do you still understand technology? I don't understand technology, but I understand cultivation. From the nature of the universe, cultivation and technology reach the same goal through different paths. It seems that I made the right choice to be an Earthling. Wow. Then there's Nebula. Nebula just said coldly that he would go with him without giving any reason, so Apocalypse would naturally not refuse. In the original plot, in the generation after Thanos snapped his fingers, Nebula also stayed on Earth for a long time, and traveled through time and space to get the cosmic spirit ball with War Machine. Unfortunately, within 2 days of arriving on Xandar, Apocalypse received a message. Heimdall sent a message to Tiankai in the Rainbow Bridge control room. Prince Tang, Master Ancient One wants to talk to you. Ancient One? Are you talking about the Ancient One on Earth? Can she still find you? Apocalypse was a little surprised. Heimdall smiled humbly. The Ancient One is the supreme mage who protects the dimensional universe. Don't talk about looking for me. Even if you look for His Majesty Odin, we must take it seriously. Oh, what does she want from me? Heimdall said, I will help you build a private rainbow channel. Even I can't eavesdrop. You can chat with confidence. After a while, a colorful divine light enveloped Tiankai. Because it is just a phone call, the energy level is very low, almost the same as an ordinary rainbow. I saw energy coming from the other end, and a bald, handsome woman wearing a white robe appeared in front of me. This woman has a strange face. Although she is bald, no one would think she is ugly. Instead, she has a Taoist charm. Needless to say, this person is Master Gu Yi. The projection of Master Gu Yi stood in front of Tiankai and said, "Hello, we are all from Earth, so I will call you Mr. Tang. I believe you know me." Apocalypse nodded. "Hello, Master Ancient One. I'm still on Xandar Star. Do you have anything to do with me?" Gu Daedao, Stephen Strange's time is coming soon. How should his timeline go? I would like to ask for your opinion. Who? Tiankai didn't react for a moment. In the future, everyone will call him Doctor Strange. Gu said, "Oh, it's him. What's wrong with him? Is he about to get into a car accident?" Doctor Strange's transformation from a doctor to a wizard began with a car accident. Tiankai knows it, and Gu Yi naturally knows it too. Gu Yi shook his head. Not yet, but soon. Once there is a car accident, it means that his timeline has been opened. Most superheroes on Earth do not understand or see the timeline, with the exception of the Ancient One and the future Doctor Strange. The Ancient One himself controls the Time Stone and can peer into the future. Coupled with her realm, she naturally has a deep understanding of the timeline. In the original plot of Avengers 4, the Avengers traveled back in time and wanted to collect all the Infinity Stones. Among them, Giant Banner is responsible for finding the Time Stone of Ancient One. At that time, Ancient One was not only able to see that Giant Banner came from the future, but also punched out Giant Banner's soul, and then everyone calmly discussed the timeline. Ancient One used magic to demonstrate how the future timeline would change if the Infinity Stones could not be returned smoothly. Initially, she refused to lend the Time Stone, but after hearing Giant Banner say that this was Doctor Strange's arrangement, she immediately chose to believe it, and then she was willing to let Giant Banner come back with the gem. Now, she directly discussed the timeline with Tiankai, and Tiankai didn't find it strange. But why should I discuss it with myself when Doctor Strange is about to start? Gu Daedao, Mr. Tang, the original timeline of Stephen was that after the car accident, he would walk towards Comatage step by step. But because of your appearance, this timeline has branched. Moreover, the branch line you lead is more powerful. Without manual intervention, I'm afraid Stephen will walk to your branch. Apocalypse asked, what is the new timeline? Ancient One continued, after Stephen was in a car accident and his hands were injured, he naturally looked for a treatment. Mr. Tang, the magical potion you left for S.H.I.E.L.D. can make people recover instantly. It has long been rumored in the medical community. While many people don't believe in the existence of this magical potion, S.H.I.E.L.D. has neither admitted nor denied it. But if Stephen's hands cannot be treated with conventional methods, he will go to S.H.I.E.L.D. regardless and beg for help. In the timeline I saw, S.H.I.E.L.D. will treat Stephen, and then he will return to work in the original hospital. Although he is still an outstanding doctor, he can only be immortal for the rest of his life. Tiankai thought for a moment, and this situation was really possible. The recovery potion he left behind was meant to save people's lives. At this time, Doctor Strange was a famous surgeon and a master of medicine, saving countless lives and injuries. Giving him a potion was equivalent to indirectly saving countless lives. Under his influence, whether it is Fury or Black Widow, he would definitely be willing to give up a recovery potion. Tiankai asked, then what advice do you want to ask me for? Guide him to Comatage. No. Gu Yi shook his head slightly. If you are willing, I would prefer him to be an ordinary person, and you to take on Stephen's original responsibilities. Mr. Tang, since you were born, you have deliberately interacted with many superheroes and changed many of the original timelines. Although I don't know why you did this, it can be seen that you have good intentions. You seem to be working hard for a certain goal. Therefore, if you are willing, I can pass on the Eye of Agamotto to you, and you will guard the door to the dark dimension. Tiankai was a little moved when he heard this. Of course it would be best to get the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone. However, if you take the Time Stone, you will have to assume the responsibility of the Supreme Mage, and Apocalypse doesn't want to be tied down. If there is a problem, we can help. For example, if Dormamu invades in the future, Apocalypse will definitely take action. But Tiankai couldn't bear to stay in the temple every day. After all, there were still many things to face in the future. In addition, there is another important question. If Doctor Strange disappeared, his luck would no longer be shared. Judging from Doctor Strange's ability to affect parallel universes, his luck is probably not small. Thinking of this, Tiankai said, thank you for your trust, but I can't accept it. Leave the Eye of Agamotto to Stephen. Ancient One was a little strange and said, you already have 3 infinite gems in your hand. I thought you wanted to collect them. Apocalypse shook his head, collecting is easy, but infinite stones are not my ultimate goal. Gu Yi pondered for a while and finally said, okay, I respect your wishes. However, you have to correct Stephen's branch timeline. After all, it was you who caused it. Tiankai shrugged, no problem. Then we'll see you at Comatage. After saying this, Gu Yi's image disappeared. Looking at the position where Gu Yi disappeared, Tiankai felt a little emotional. It had only been a few years, but before I knew it, I had grown to the point where I could invisibly control the fate of others. As long as he nodded just now, Stephen would never know that he would miss out on a legendary life. A strong man like Ancient One Enkong, who protects the holy timeline, has secretly changed the fate of many people? Since I have something to do, I can't continue playing. After saying goodbye to the female supreme of Xandar, he took Wanda, Rocket, and Nebula with him, snapped his fingers, and left through the wormhole. When he opened his eyes again, he was already above S.H.I.E.L.D. Rocket and Nebula were extremely curious, and their eyes were darting wildly. I want to know what this planet with god-level powerhouses like Apocalypse and Seeing Lord looks like. However, Rocket and Nebula are obviously still small. If they knew that there were hidden powerhouses such as Captain Marvel, Master Guyi, Delusion, etc., they don't know how surprised they would be. Seeing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology in midair, Rocket frowned slightly, obviously not looking down upon it. If Apocalypse hadn't used PIM particles, quantum realm, and other technologies to suppress him before, he would have started complaining now. After landing, Black Widow swooped over like a butterfly, unabashedly hanging on Apocalypse. Tiankai had no choice but to introduce, "This is my wife, Natasha. Natasha, this is Nebula, my friend from another planet, this is Rocket." Rocket grinned and shouted deliberately in his cigarette voice, "Mom, I am Tang's child born from an alien planet." Black Widow was startled. After seeing Vision's experience, Black Widow didn't suspect that he was Apocalypse's illegitimate child, but she was surprised that Rocket, who was 7 or 8 years old, had a rough voice. However, with the character of Black Widow, she will not be fooled. He reached out and touched Rocket's head, rubbed it randomly, and asked, "Tang, where did this kid come from? He is very strong and can resist beating at first glance. Let me go quickly." Rocket shouted. "Yo, it's only natural for a mother to rub her son." Although Rocket has the divine power training method from Apocalypse, it has only been a few days, and it has not been effective yet, and he is completely unable to withstand the torture of Black Widow. Apocalypse didn't care, and amid Rocket's protests, he briefly introduced his origins. However, when Rocket met Vision, the two felt sympathetic towards each other. Regarding the title of brother, Rocket took it without any effort on the grounds that he became an intelligent being earlier than Vision. Anyway, Vision didn't care about it. Once back in SHIELD, Wanda automatically took a back seat. Seeing Wanda's loss, Xingyun actually came over to comfort her. The two people with very different personalities unexpectedly became best friends. Later, whenever she saw something unfair, Xingyun immediately became furious and wanted to kill someone. Fortunately, Wanda tried to persuade her to stop him. Otherwise, I don't know how many people on Earth would be poisoned by this alien beauty. After arranging Rocket and Nebula's daily chores, Fury came to see Apocalypse. Pulling Black Widow along, the three of them had a small meeting. "Dawn, you have to take care of Yelena. The army of widows she leads has caused me a lot of trouble." What happened? Based on Yelena's character, Tiankai knew that she might not be very obedient, but in just a few days, why did Fury come to complain? So he asked Black Widow, "Didn't you take care of her?" Black Widow said, "She is doing a good job, no need to worry about it." "Ah, you saw it, Tang. All the women in your family are like this, and I, the director, can't do it anymore." After some understanding, Tiankai understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that the widows in the Red House were full of energy after Yelena announced the highest reward of becoming the bodyguard of King Apocalypse. Hydra members are being unearthed and assassinated all over the world. Some Hydras hidden in the underground world just killed them, and Fury didn't say much. There are many Hydras disguised as corporate executives, celebrities from all walks of life, and senior government officials. Even if Fury knew, he would have to slowly plan his actions and find evidence before taking action. But Yelena is not an official organization. Their background determines their acting style, plus they have the confidence that my brother-in-law is the boss. Once it was confirmed that it was Hydra, dozens of beautiful killers rushed over to grab the credit. Many disguised high-ranking officials and celebrities were assassinated in broad daylight. Who is Hydra? Yelena knows, Fury knows, but no one else knows. What's going on if you just collapsed? This has caused many people to suffer from beauty persecution paranoia. When they see beautiful women coming and going, they feel frightened. For a time, people in European countries were panicked, thinking it was some newly emerging terrorist organization. As a result, officials began to organize forces and lay traps. The widows in the Red House were mortals after all. Although they had received special training and had recovery potions to save their lives, many of them were still caught. After Yelena's rescue efforts failed several times, she simply left her alone. "Just shout, 'My brother-in-law is King Apocalypse, call Fury over and hand over my people.'" Poor Fury originally wanted to be an ostrich. Being shouted out like this, I had no choice but to stand on the stage with a dark face. Although he is the first director of the Earth Bureau, he is not a superpower like King Apocalypse or Captain Marvel, so he cannot be unscrupulous. I had to be patient and explain to the governments of each country. Naturally, the local government asked, "What about the evidence? You said that the dead senior official was Hydra? If SHIELD can act so recklessly, it can assassinate people in broad daylight without the need for evidence or trial. That's more terrifying than Hydra?" Fury used various means to suppress the earlier incident. After Yelena's people were released, they felt that the protective umbrella of Apocalypse King was really useful, and they became even more lawless. However, they are all nominally directly affiliated with Tiankai, and cannot be beaten or scolded. After finally looking forward to Apocalypse's return, Fury hurried over to complain. After hearing this, Apocalypse had no choice but to say, "Natasha, tell Yelena to calm down and cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, yes. Fury licked his face and said, "Natasha, you have to take the overall situation into consideration. Black Widow was non-committal, you need to consider the overall situation. We are only responsible for killing people." Fury's veins popped out as he listened. Before Black Widow had anything to do with Apocalypse, she was not a very obedient agent. Just like Captain America, if she went against her inner beliefs, the director would also be reprimanded. Apocalypse had no choice but to come forward himself and said, "I'll call Yelena later and tell her to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. and not to kill by mistake. As for which country has objections, Fury, you arrange a presidential-level video conference and I will personally explain it." Fury was overjoyed and was waiting for Tiankai's words. Yelena knew that Apocalypse was back, and immediately led a dozen beauties with remarkable achievements to the SHIELD headquarters. The burly agents of SHIELD looked at this group of beauties and raised eyebrows. By the time these trivial matters are taken care of, time is almost up. Apocalypse flew out of the city alone and hovered over a mountain driveway. A supercar is speeding in the distance. The person in the car was Stephen, who had not yet become Doctor Strange. Stephen was gifted and a master of medicine. Such people are usually accompanied by strong self-confidence, even arrogance, and contempt for conventions. However, there are some rules that can cause serious problems if you don't follow them. At this moment, Stephen was driving a sports car and talking on the phone. On the other end of the phone was a friend named Billy, who helped introduce patients. Stephen was picky, not asking how much the consultation fee would cost, but focusing on challenging cases. Just when the other party sent a piece of information, Stephen lowered his head and glanced at the tablet. A car accident happened? There was an oncoming car, and Stephen turned the steering wheel hurriedly. At high speed, the car's body scraped against the stones on the roadside and suddenly lost its balance, spinning like a top. He rolled down from halfway up the mountain and finally fell heavily to the river at the foot of the mountain. There was a loud boom, and the front of the car hit the ground. Under the inertia, Stephen's hands hit the center console hard, and his muscles and bones were broken immediately, and then the airbag deployed. Before falling into coma, Stephen vaguely saw a handsome Oriental boy appearing in front of the car. "Help!" His survival instinct made him shout the last words before falling into coma. However, Apocalypse is not here to save him. After confirming that Stephen would not die, Apocalypse raised his hand slightly into the void. An inexplicable thread was torn from Stephen's body. In this way, Stephen will unconsciously move to another timeline. The road around the mountain was remote and there were few cars, and Stephen fell to the river at the foot of the mountain, so no one found him. It wasn't until Billy, who was talking to him, realized something was wrong, that he searched along the road and finally found him who was dying. The injuries to Stephen's body were not fatal, but the muscles and bones of his hands were broken into dozens of pieces. When he was sent to the hospital, the emergency doctor was just an ordinary doctor, giving priority to physical examination and saving the patient's life first. By the time the seriousness of the hand is realized, the best opportunity for treatment to repair the nerves in the hand has been missed. When Stephen woke up, he found 11 steel bars and auxiliary fixation devices on his hands. He was heartbroken for a moment and said to the doctor who treated him, "You have completely destroyed me." Fortunately, he is also a doctor himself and knows not to be too harsh on doctors. The doctor in front of him has done his best. So I just feel sorry for myself. Stephen has neither family nor friends. The closest thing he has is the female Dr. Palmer who has been by his bedside these days. Palmer and Stephen have always been somewhat ambiguous, and they have a relationship that is more than friends, but not lovers. Palmer comforted, "It took them a long time to find you, and they have missed the best time to treat nerve damage." Stephen raised his head and said, "No, before I passed out, I saw an Oriental man standing next to my car. Didn't he call the police?" Palmer shook his head. "Billy sensed something was wrong and slowly searched for you along the road. It's been 5 hours since we found you. Human nerves are far more fragile than blood vessels and muscles." As a doctor, Stephen knows best what 5 hours means. What's more, after being sent to the emergency room, the emergency doctor gave priority to saving his life, and the best time was repeatedly missed. Damn it! Stephen cursed fiercely. He didn't think too much about it. He just assumed that the Oriental man he saw before he fell into coma saw that he was in a car accident and took advantage of him, so he would naturally not call the police. There are many such people in the United States, or in other words, there is no shortage of such people in the world. In the days that followed, Stephen was in a daze. He used his connections to form a medical team. Under his guidance, countless operations were performed on both hands, but there was still no hope. Medical care in the United States is expensive, not to mention that he has assembled a top-notch team. In the end, no one was willing to perform any more surgery on him, and Dr. Strange had spent all his money and was even seriously overdrawn. During this time, Palmer had been taking care of him silently. Even when Stephen yelled at her in a bad mood, she didn't give up. She knew that this was Stephen's most desperate moment. If she gave up, no one would help him anymore. Even the good-tempered Tiankai secretly observed Stephen's bad temper and had the urge to beat him. Without love in his heart, Palmer would not have been able to endure it for so long. "Stephen, even if you can't be a doctor, with your intelligence, you can still find the meaning of life elsewhere." Stephen said coldly, "What's the point? We're not even friends, let alone lovers." This sentence is so hurtful. Palmer, who had been giving silently, could no longer control himself, turned around and ran away with tears in his eyes. At this time, night fell outside and it rained heavily. Palmer was so sad that he rushed into the rain without caring about whether he had an umbrella. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared out of thin air and blocked the rain. A handsome oriental man stood beside her at some point. Normally, Palmer would have screamed in terror. But looking at the smile of the oriental man in front of him, Palmer felt a huge sense of trust and security for no reason. Even though he suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, he didn't feel scared. Tian Kai smiled and said, "How about I go up and beat him up?" "No. He's just angry. He will be angry with you many times in the future, so why don't I beat him up now? It will be inconvenient if I want to beat him up in the future. When Stephen becomes Doctor Strange and the two fight, it won't be that simple. Landslides and earth cracks are all minor, and may even cause spacetime chaos and cosmic oscillations. Stephen's character is actually quite annoying. When I was a doctor, I was arrogant, self-centered, and spoke without caring about the feelings of others. But because of his genius, no one dared to criticize him and could only tolerate him. Now, due to his stubbornness, he not only lost all his savings, but also cruelly hurt Palmer, who had been waiting for him. This is one of the reasons why Palmer eventually separated from Doctor Strange. In Doctor Strange 2, Palmer married someone else, and Doctor Strange went to the wedding, still feeling disappointed. It was then that Doctor Strange discovered that he loved Palmer so deeply. Doctor Strange's moral character is actually very good. When working as a doctor, he works conscientiously, saves lives and heals the wounded, and possesses almost all the perfect qualities that a doctor should have. After becoming a mage, he also took the safety of the earth as his own responsibility and guarded it silently. Unfortunately, genius always has flaws. His genius makes him unable to understand the feelings of others and is extremely conceited. The pattern of talking to people is basically like this: I don't want what you think, I want what I feel. As a teammate, you can safely leave your back to him, but as a friend, you will be so jealous that you want to kill him first. In Doctor Strange 2, Doctor Strange traveled through parallel universes and found that almost all the Palmers in the parallel universe could not stand him and eventually separated. At that time, Doctor Strange just slightly reflected on his attitude. Now, before Stephen grows into Doctor Strange. If you are idle on a rainy day, you will be idle. If you don't beat me, you won't beat me. No. Palmer instinctively defended Stephen. Suddenly he reacted, "Who are you? Why do you know about us?" "My surname is Tang." Tian Kai took out a document bag. "Since you won't let me beat him, then you can throw this document in his face to give yourself some vent, right?" Palmer opened the document bag hesitantly and took a quick look at it under the streetlight on a rainy night. He was very surprised. This is real. She is an excellent doctor in her own right, although not as good as Stephen, but she also knows how unreliable the information in the document bag is. Tian Kai smiled and said, "If you dare to slap him in the face, I guarantee that it is true." Palmer rolled his eyes at Tian Kai angrily. "Are you and Stephen enemies?" "No. On the contrary, we should be good friends in the future." The word future was automatically ignored by Palmer, who took it for granted that he was Stephen's good friend. After all, knowing Stephen's bad temper and being able to find such valuable information is something no one would do without being a good friend. Many of the members of the previous top medical team were Stephen's classmates and alumni. After seeing that he had spent all his savings, no one was willing to lend a helping hand. Palmer completely forgot what Stephen had just said to him, and ran back with the document bag. Tuck tuck tuck. Stephen opened the door and was relieved to see it was Palmer. He knew that what he just said was too much, and he wanted to express his apology, but the words changed when he came to his mouth. "What are you doing back here? Borrowing an umbrella?" Palmer became even more angry after hearing this, and threw the document into Stephen's face with a pop sound. "Don's right, you should be beaten." The papers were scattered all over the floor, and Stephen glanced at them instinctively. Suddenly, he didn't care what Palmer said and hurriedly picked it up. These documents are the medical files of a man named Jonathan Pangborn. He was involved in a work accident and became paralyzed. Moreover, like Stephen, his hands are disabled. The most important thing is that Jonathan went to Stephen before and wanted to ask him for treatment. Stephen read his injury report from his assistant, concluded that there was absolutely no possibility of recovery, and rejected him. In the end, Jonathan traveled halfway around the world to find Kamatosh with pinpoint accuracy. Then Master Guyi taught him how to cultivate his magic power, and he returned to normal. It stands to reason that an ordinary person, given such an opportunity, would definitely be reluctant to leave easily. As a result, Jonathan inexplicably returned to New York to work as a worker and play basketball on the streets. In the original plot, Stephen used him as a springboard to finally find Kamatosh. Obviously, this must be a game set by Guyi. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain how a paralyzed man could inexplicably travel half a world away and find a temple in the Himalayas. If Tian Kai wanted to, he could do it and guide so-called destined people from thousands of miles away. Then test him, reject him, temper him, and finally agree to the other party's request after the destined person begged. Originally it would take some time for Stephen to find Jonathan, but Apocalypse couldn't wait any longer. He didn't have Palmer's patience to look at Stephen's stinky face all day long, so he took the initiative to advance this timeline. Doctor Strange looked at the case like a demonic sign and muttered, "C7 and C8 spines are shattered, paralyzed, and both hands are disabled." Seeing the next few photos, he's playing basketball. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Stephen shouted. Stephen grabbed Palmer's shoulders and said loudly, "Where did you find this information? Is it true?" Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the side. "Palmer, look, he didn't even say thank you. It would be better to give him a beating. Steven was surprised to realize that there was a person standing next to him. Seeing that it was a handsome Oriental guy, he felt a little wary. Who are you? Before he fell into coma in the car accident, he vaguely remembered that there was an Oriental. He couldn't see clearly at the time of the car accident. He wasn't sure, but he felt a little wary. Tiankai smiled slightly. Sure enough, it's Doctor Strange from the future? Unexpectedly, he was not affected by his own aura. The appearance on the street was so sudden just now, but Palmer was not afraid. It was the aura of apocalypse that affected her. Only people with strong minds and tenacity cannot be affected. Palmer was a little surprised and said, "Don't you know each other? I thought you were friends." This information was brought by Tang. Steven said coldly, "Are you here to lie to me? I have nothing to lie to now." Tiankai smiled and said, "You read Jonathan's medical records a few years ago. Are you lying? Wouldn't it be clear if you asked him?" Steven thought the same thing, opened the medical records, found Jonathan's contact number, and pulled it out directly. "Hello, I am Dr. Steven." After some conversation, Steven put down the phone with a weird look on his face. Palmer hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What did the other party say?" "The address he mentioned is right downstairs from my house." This is such a coincidence. After a while, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw it was Jonathan on the medical record. It was all a bit too much of a coincidence, but Steven and Palmer couldn't think too much about it for the moment. With the help of the medical equipment on hand, Jonathan was simply examined, especially the spine and hands. These places are not just musculoskeletal problems, but the most important thing is nerves. This is also the key to Steven's ability to stand back up. All this was of course arranged by Tiankai. Jonathan was able to cooperate like this because someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. had already come over to coordinate. The place where Steven lives is very expensive. Even if it is rented, ordinary workers like Jonathan cannot afford to rent it. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. arrange it, it will be quick. It didn't take long for Steven and Palmer to discover the key problem. "Something's wrong," Steven said. His spine was not completely repaired, and there seemed to be a strange energy that brought him back to normal. This energy is naturally mana. In the original plot, Jonathan's mana was taken back by Master Mordo, causing him to become disabled again. Steven then asked Jonathan about the reason for his recovery. Jonathan naturally told Kamatage. As for how an ordinary worker in the Western Hemisphere, who is also disabled, accurately found Kamatage in the Himalayas, it seemed that neither Steven nor Palmer, nor even Jonathan himself, found it strange. If you have to ask, it's fate. Only Tiankai, who was standing aside, could vaguely see a mysterious energy affecting them. After giving Steven a detailed explanation of how to find Kamatage, Jonathan left. Steven immediately said, "I want to book a ticket for tomorrow and fly to Kathmandu in Nepal immediately. Open your laptop, place an order, pay, all in one go." A warning message pops up in the web page results. Insufficient balance to complete payment. How about changing several cards in a row? Damn it. Steven cursed in a low voice. Then he hurriedly rummaged through the cabinets to find his cabinet of famous watches. He likes to collect famous watches. Every time before going out, he likes to carefully select a watch in the watch cabinet that suits his mood today. However, now he is impoverished and all his watches have been mortgaged. Looking at the empty watch cabinet and then at Steven's wrist, Palmer asked, "Where is the watch I gave you?" Maybe it was lost in a car accident," Steven said. But Palmer didn't believe it, and coupled with Steven's attitude these days, he even thought that Steven didn't care about her at all, and was even willing to pawn her gift. I felt aggrieved and on the verge of tears. So he hurriedly lowered his head, took out a credit card, and said, "You can use it first. I hope you can recover soon." After saying that, he held back his tears and turned away. After being injured twice in one night, Palmer was really gone. Steven was distracted with his credit card and didn't catch up. He didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Tiankai still in the room, Steven said coldly, "Are we familiar?" Tiankai was non-committal and said before leaving, "Remember to buy 2 air tickets." However, Steven did not buy the opportunity for the next day, but the day after tomorrow. Early the next morning, Steven took a taxi to the site of the car accident, climbed down to the bottom of the mountain, and searched frantically for something. Unfortunately, there was nothing at the scene except the wreckage of some luxury cars. At the end, Steven broke out completely and roared to the sky. In order to find hope for treatment these days, Steven has been nervous and has not given up. Now he has even lost the gift from the person he likes, which caused Palmer to misunderstand. At this moment, he could only vent his depression in this way. However, he didn't notice that there was a bad guy not far away, holding a mobile phone and recording everything. As for the watch, it is naturally in Tiankai's hands. When Steven hit the center console with his hands, the mirror broke and the watch strap came loose and flew into the river. Apocalypse remembered that Doctor Strange in the future liked to wear that broken watch that didn't spin, so he picked it up. Prepare to find the right time to get back to him. This watch also appeared in Doctor Strange 2, helping him open a door in the parallel universe. On the back of the watch, there is a line of words engraved. "Time will tell you how much I love you, Christine. Time will tell you how much I love you, Christine." In fact, in the original plot, this watch was broken by a thief in Kathmandu. Now due to a slight butterfly effect, it was damaged in a car accident. I searched for a day and couldn't find it. Steven dragged his tired body and returned home in despair. The next day, I simply packed my luggage and went to take a plane alone. Although Tiankai asked him to buy 2 tickets, with his conceited character, how could he listen to a stranger for no reason? Tiankai's original intention was to ask him to take Palmer with him. Since he didn't bring it, Apocalypse had no choice but to take action himself. As soon as he got on the plane, Steven squeezed into the economy class with the crowd. Just as he was about to sit down, he found 2 people sitting next to his seat. It was Palmer and Apocalypse. It was easy to persuade Palmer to come, and there was no need to influence her with his aura. Suffice it to say that Steven needs her support the most right now. If he doesn't see the legendary mage, he may never come back. Palmer's heart suddenly trembled. From what she knew about Steven, after losing all hope, he might really not be able to think about it. So regardless of Steven hurting her heart, she followed over. What a coincidence, Steven. Tiankai smiled. Humph. Steven doesn't look good on Tiankai, but he feels guilty for Palmer. He asked me in a rare and gentle manner, why are you following us? It's a plateau there, and altitude sickness makes you uncomfortable. Palmer said, you can go away with your body like this. What do I, a healthy person, have to fear? Steven knew that Palmer was here to take care of him, and he was grateful, but with Tiankai, a big light bulb, by his side, it was not convenient to say some gentle words. What about you? Steven asked Tiankai, what is your intention in following me? Tiankai did not answer, but said, Palmer, I saw a very funny video, this person seems a bit familiar. Palmer took a look and saw that the tablet in Tiankai's hand was playing the scene of Steven unable to find his watch yesterday and roaring at the sky by the river at the foot of the mountain. No? Why God do you do this to me, why? However, this scene has been edited and accompanied by music, so there is no pathos at all. Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is blowing, and the world is vast. During the break in the music, footage of Steven roaring was cut into ghostly scenes and played repeatedly. Why, the snowflakes are flying, up. God, you want to do this to me? Every day, the world is vast. Giggle. Palmer couldn't help laughing. Smiling and laughing, tears are about to come out. Steven was about to get angry, but suddenly his hand tightened and something was stuffed into his hand. He looked up and saw that it was the broken watch given by Palmer. The raised hand just reached in front of Palmer. Seeing the watch magically appear in front of his eyes, Palmer's eyes were filled with tenderness. It turns out you were looking for that watch. I'm sorry, I wrongly blamed you last night. This watch. Steven was overwhelmed by the changes in the series and could not react for a while. Now, no matter how slow Steven is, he knows that Apocalypse is responsible. But in this situation, I don't know whether I should be angry with Tiankai or grateful to him. Palmer held his arm and put her face on his shoulder, feeling that her efforts over the past few days had finally paid off. Soon, Apocalypse regretted sitting next to them. The 2 of them were chatting with each other, and Tiankai had no choice but to put on his headphones, and for the rare occasion, he watched movies along the way like ordinary passengers. The passenger plane flew for more than 10 hours and finally arrived in Kathmandu. As soon as he got off the plane, Steven was eager to find Kamal Taj. Tiankai was not in a hurry. After taking more than a dozen flights, he found local snacks and leisurely browsed the sightseeing. Palmer and Steven were so anxious that they were running around in circles. Dawn, have you finished eating? Why is your belly so long? This is already the 30th serving. Palmer said. The 2 of them ate some together and were already full. They couldn't imagine how Tiankai could eat so much food, and it seemed that he would continue to eat. What's the rush? Tiankai said. You must know how to enjoy the process of life, and don't always chase your goals and ignore the scenery along the way. Steven said coldly, if you want to discuss the meaning of life, when my skills are ready, I can start with Socrates in ancient Greece and Lao Tzu in the East and talk to you all the way to modern Galileo's existentialism. What Steven and Palmer didn't realize was that, unknowingly, everyone was centered around Apocalypse. In the original plot, Steven could find Guyi's temple by himself, but now it seems that if Apocalypse doesn't come together, they will have no backbone. Since you know so much, do you know that when you ask to see a mage, you have to be pious and at least make a superficial appearance? As soon as we come down and have eaten and drank enough, we go to the mage for treatment. It seems so insincere on our part. They are not doctors and have no obligation to treat you. It seems so. Palmer's ears softened and he was almost convinced. Steven grabbed her and said coldly, you can continue to eat here, while Palmer and I go look for it. Tiankai stretched, it's really boring. Then, he said to a middle-aged man with dark brown skin not far away, wearing a battle robe, with a sword handle exposed on his left shoulder, Master Modo, come here. This person was none other than Emodu, who was under the ancient tower. He had been staying not far from the 3 of them since he got off the plane. Emodu stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, Mr. Tang, Master Guyi is already waiting for you. Tiankai said, don't you have anything to test him? I've been waiting for so long, but I haven't seen you take action. In the original plot, Master Modo was the one who tested Steven, indulging a few gangsters to rob Steven, and finally shut him out. Now, due to the existence of Apocalypse, he naturally does not dare to do those little tricks that test mortals, but quietly waits for instructions. I don't dare. Moto said, since he came with you, Mr. Tang, he is naturally a guest of our Kamatage. Okay then, please lead the way. Palmer followed behind and asked in a low voice, Dawn, do you know the master? That's right, I've met him once before in the distant starry sky. Palmer heard it in confusion. What does it mean to be outside the distant starry sky? Just as I was about to ask, I've already arrived. Modu stopped in front of a small stone house. A small wooden door that had been baptized by time was crooked, and it seemed that it would fall down if it was pushed. Modu solemnly opened the wooden door slowly, stretched out his hand and said, "Mr. Tang, please." Apocalypse walked in casually, and his eyes suddenly opened up. The environment inside is much larger than the small stone house that I saw. It is clean, quaint, and fragrant. There are monks, Taoists, and Dharma masters, some reading books or meditating. The most eye-catching thing is a bald woman with an ancient face sitting in the middle of the dojo. It would be strange and ugly for a woman to have a bald head. However, her bald head perfectly harmonized with the mysterious radiance on her face. Not only did no one find it ugly, but she also had a sacred feeling that it should be this way. This person is naturally Master Gu Yi. Seeing everyone coming in, she came over with a teacup and teapot, placed them gently on the coffee table, and then quietly poured 3 cups of tea. Just a very ordinary action can actually give people a kind of peace that cleanses the soul. Stephen, who was a little impetuous along the way, rarely softened his expression. Gu Yi glanced at Palmer and said, "Mr. Tang, why did you bring her here? She shouldn't be in the timeline." Without waiting for Tiankai to answer, he added, "Modu, go get a teacup." "Yes." Tiankai smiled slightly and took the initiative to sit down. "If she doesn't come, I'm afraid Stephen won't have her in his future life. I'm more boring. I just like to control someone when I see someone I can't love." Speaking of which, Tiankai really can't do a lot of these blind worries. From Iron Man and Pepper Potts to Thor and Jane, as well as Happy and Spider-Man's Aunt May, as well as his subordinates Yvonne and Dr. Big Head Stern, etc., all have the intervention of Apocalypse. Gu Yi was non-committal and waited for Modu to bring the 4th teacup, filled it with tea, and motioned for everyone to sit down. "Mr. Tang, this will make the timeline even more confusing. The future I saw before is completely gone." Palmer couldn't understand those timelines, but Stephen could understand her words for the rest of his life. "I couldn't help but ask, can't Stephen and I be together in the future?" Tiankai smiled and said, "His temper is so bad that you couldn't stand him and ended up marrying someone else." Stephen was very embarrassed by what he said, but he still said stubbornly, "My temper is not bad, but they can't understand it." Tiankai smiled, "Really? Then think about it. Since you had a car accident, how many friends have come to visit you, and who has continued to support you after you spent all your savings?" Stephen was silent. Along the way, it seemed that there was only one Palmer around who would never leave him. After taking a sip of tea, Gu Yi asked knowingly, "Mr. Stephen, why did you come to see me?" Stephen got straight to the point. "I heard that you cured a man named Jonathan." "Yes. You are mages, are your magic powers so powerful? Can you break the bottleneck of modern medicine?" Due to a series of butterfly effects caused by the emergence of Apocalypse, it has experienced several world-destroying wars. Nowadays, the world is full of superheroes and there are as many villains as dogs. Even the legendary god of thunder is photographed by tabloids from time to time. Naturally, Stephen will not question the rationality of the mage's existence like in the original plot. On the contrary, his first reaction was to explore the role of mana in medicine. Gu Yi smiled, "That's right. We know how to use the soul to heal the body better." Stephen raised his hands that had been operated on many times, covered with scars left by the operations, and asked eagerly, "Can my hands be repaired with magic power?" "It depends on your understanding." Stephen immediately said, "Master, please teach me." Gu Yi glanced at Tiankai and said slowly, "Stephen, you are stubborn and arrogant by nature. Because you are smart, you treat others arrogantly. Originally, I was supposed to conduct a series of tests on you, but since you were brought by Mr. Tang, this test, forget it. I hope you will not disappoint me in the future." As he said that, Gu Yi hit him on the chest with his palm. I saw a translucent figure of Stephen being punched out. This is Gu Yi's unique skill, hitting your soul out of the body. As for Stephen's physical body, he was kneeling in front of the coffee table as if sleeping. Gu Yi didn't talk nonsense, and pressed his thumb directly on Chi-Chi's eyebrows. "Open your eyes." Suddenly, the strange soul was thrust into a strange time and space. Sometimes in the sky, sometimes in space. Then roam wormholes and travel across the universe. You can even see the Shura realm composed of countless hands inside the sun. At the same time, Ancient One's voice sounded in Stephen's soul. At the source of reality, spirit is connected to matter, and thought shapes reality. This universe is just one of the infinite universes. The worlds are infinite, some are beautiful and full of vitality, and some are evil and full of killing. In those dark corners, the power of the wild is greedily waiting for opportunities. In this infinite universe, who are you? After some tossing, Stephen finally returned. Immediately he knelt down in the void and finally worshipped, "Master, please teach me." When Stephen's soul roamed countless spaces, Apocalypse was also observing. In the original plot, it is difficult to tell whether what Stephen experienced was a journey through the stars, parallel universes, or just hallucinations. But now Stephen's soul has disappeared out of thin air due to the induction of Apocalypse, but there is still a faint pull that has not broken the connection. Following this pull, with Tiankai's ability to perceive, he finally saw the legendary parallel universe. Although Tiankai's realm and strength already belonged to the top powerhouses in the universe, he had never understood the parallel universe before. Today, through Guyi's method, a crack in the door has been opened, giving a glimpse into the mystery of the parallel universe. Taking this as an opportunity, coupled with Apocalypse's own realm and strength. With more understanding, it is not impossible to enter other parallel universes in the future. Apocalypse suddenly tightened his grip, and Palmer grabbed his arm with eager eyes. It suddenly became clear to Apocalypse that Palmer could not see what was happening in the soul state. Seeing that Steven suddenly seemed to be asleep, Guyi lectured something to the void. She didn't dare to disturb him, so she could only ask Tiankai to find out what happened. Tiankai smiled gently and gently wiped her eyes with his hand. When I opened my eyes again, the world in front of me was completely different. Looking at Steven in his soul state, Palmer was so shocked that he couldn't bear to blink. The ancient pair's admonishment to Steven, apart from some taboos in cultivation, was more importantly to prevent him from going astray. After all, there was already a Casillas who fell into darkness before. The Ancient One is similar to the god Queen Frigga. He can spy on the flow of time, but he cannot see it completely clearly. Otherwise, if he had known that Casillas would fall into darkness, Ancient One would not have accepted him as his disciple. Judging from the original plot, the Ancient One initially wanted to hand over the position and responsibilities of the Supreme Mage to Casillas. However, Cassie's darkening forced her to continue to use dark power to survive until Steven completed his transformation. Thinking of this, Tiankai took the initiative to let go of the induction. Sure enough, there is an obscure and huge dark force lurking in Guyi's body, which is completely opposite to her superficial detachment. Guyi seemed to notice Apocalypse's little movement and looked over. Mr. Tang, what did you see? Tiankai said, I see responsibility and sacrifice. Guyi couldn't help but be moved. His face, which had always been aloof, showed a rare expression of gratitude. He nodded slightly and said, Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your approval. Although the original plot did not directly state the age of Master Guyi, it can be guessed from some words of others that it ranges from a few hundred to 1,000 years old. Originally, Ancient One's lifespan had long been exhausted, but in order to wait for a successor, he had to draw dark power from the dark dimension. On the one hand, it extends his lifespan, and on the other hand, it also increases his strength to ensure that Dormamu cannot break through the cosmic wall. Casillas was originally a good successor, but unfortunately he went astray. Casillas was so perceptive that he not only noticed that Ancient One had an unusually long lifespan, but also knew that she had absorbed dark energy. In addition, after understanding the Book of Time, I couldn't control myself in the face of power and immortality. Eventually he was seduced by Dormamu and became his disciple. The Ancient One Master had to find the next successor in a hurry, which was Steven. Even until his death, Ancient One used his own death to teach Steven a lesson. Because her death seemed too coincidental and unbelievable. First, during the battle, Casillas penetrated the body of a minion and also impaled the ancient mage behind him. Then Guyi fell from a building dozens of stories high, was seriously injured, and eventually died. As the Supreme Mage, his opponents are all big bosses like Dormamu, who are at the level of the Lord of the Dark Universe. Such a way to die is like child's play. If it were so easy to kill, Dormamu would have invaded countless Earths long ago. After being seriously injured, Guyi was sent to the hospital operating table for rescue. Then, Ancient One's soul left his body and told Steven his last words, which inspired Steven's determination to protect the Earth, and then disappeared. At first, Steven just wanted to heal his hands and become a doctor again, and was unwilling to participate in such a cosmic war. In order to awaken Steven's sense of responsibility, Ancient One had good intentions and even took advantage of his own death. Of course, Guyi's death was indeed the end of his lifespan. The subsequent series of plans should also be based on opportunities. She spent her whole life guarding the Earth, absorbing dark energy to extend her life without any selfish motives. Even when she died, she wanted to find a successor to continue guarding the Earth. It is indeed worthy of the words responsibility and sacrifice. In the original plot, except for Steven who became Doctor Strange, few people could truly understand her good intentions. Even Master Moto couldn't accept Guyi's behavior of absorbing the power of darkness, and he had a faint tendency to turn into darkness. He believed that all mages were dangerous and could easily fall into darkness. In the end, Jonathan's magic power was withdrawn, causing Jonathan to become a cripple again. Before leaving, Master Modu even said, I finally discovered the crux of the world, there are too many mages. Apocalypse shook his head slightly and said, we should be the ones thanking you. You have protected the Earth for thousands of years, and more people should know about your existence and dedication, instead of just knowing King Apocalypse. Guyi smiled and said indifferently, all I want is the safety of the Earth. Does it matter whether other people know about it or not? Everything has two sides. If the world knows that there is King Apocalypse, there will be people who want to become King Apocalypse. Most of the disputes in the world come from this. Tiankai was slightly shocked. He was indeed the Supreme Mage. His realm should not be underestimated. He could see clearly. When there are rich people in the world, there will be people who want to become richer. When there is a hierarchy, some people will want to climb up and kick away those who stand in their way. Once there is a ruler, there will be people who want to overthrow it and become the ruler themselves. With superheroes, there will naturally be people who want to gain superpowers and become stronger superheroes. Just like the way of destiny that I have understood, the good and evil sides entangle twins. The other side may never be completely eliminated. In just a few words, Tian Kai felt that he had a deeper understanding of the nature of the world. He couldn't help but nodded to Master Gu Yi and said, "Be taught." Gu Yi smiled and said nothing, and continued to pour tea for Tian Qi. However, when talking about the safety of the earth, Apocalypse thought of the Celestial clan. So he asked, "Do you know about the baby in the center of the earth?" Gu Yi said calmly, "I know." Apocalypse is naturally talking about the baby of the Celestial tribe in the center of the earth, who is still being gestated at this time. According to the timeline of the original plot, the next generation should be born after Thanos is eliminated in Avengers 4. If born normally, the Earth will inevitably be destroyed and turned into cosmic dust. In the original plot, someone from the Eternals awakened their memories and knew that this would lead to the destruction of the Earth, so they took action to stop it. But the arrival of the apocalypse has changed too many timelines. It is difficult to predict whether this Celestial clan will be born in advance, and whether the Eternal clan can successfully stop it. In the original plot, the baby god only showed half of its head and one hand, and it was already as big as a mountain, towering into the clouds, causing shock around the world. If the whole body appears, it must be as huge as a planet. Until now, Apocalypse has not had a good way to deal with it. It's definitely not possible to fight with the infinite god fist. The baby of the god will be killed and the earth will be almost destroyed. Digging him away wouldn't work. With the Celestial clan's body, poaching him would be equivalent to poaching most of the earth. Only the unique petrification skill of the Eternals, which turns the baby of the Celestials into a huge petrified sculpture, is the most perfect solution. However, Apocalypse is not prepared to rely on the Eternals for the safety of the earth. Do you have any advice? Ancient Yi shook his head. What I saw before was that the earth was safe and sound. Now I can no longer see clearly. Then he smiled calmly. I can only train Steven now, and I can't do much. Tian Kai knew that she was hinting that her lifespan was over and she might die at any time. Thinking of this, Tian Kai took out a purple potion and handed it over. Since I drank your tea, I would like to express my thoughts and hope it will be helpful to your health. The purple recovery potion can transform a person and even change his race. But Apocalypse is not sure whether Gu Yi can continue his life when his lifespan is exhausted. Gu Yi didn't show any pretense. He took the recovery potion and felt the strong power of law inside, and his face moved slightly. This thing is too precious. I'm afraid it will be wasted if I use it. As he said that, he glanced at Steven, obviously intending to let him take it. Tian Kai said, I still have it in my hand. If necessary in the future, I will give it to him. So, thank you very much. Now that the chat has started, facing such a wise man, Tian Kai simply asks some questions that he was thinking about before. Master Ancient One, what do you think of the Earth? What would Mr. Tang want to ask about? Why is Earth so strange? Tian Kai expressed his thoughts. From a cosmic perspective, the Earth is too ordinary. Not only is the civilization backward, but even the planet parameters and mineral resources are nothing special. Even rare metals like vibrating gold are only found when meteorites fall from the sky. But the series of things that happened here far exceeded the limits that this planet on the edge of the galaxy should bear. Like the god baby mentioned just now, it is a calamity. There are also observers, a top civilization that can fight a billion war with the gods. Actually arranging for people to stay on the Earth all the time to observe these superheroes who can't even leave their home planet? And Dormamu, the Lord of Darkness, will appear soon. He will not go to so many planets and parallel universes, but he will come to fight against the Earth. Even the most precious treasure in the universe, the Infinity Stones, appear repeatedly on Earth. This is really unusual. There have even been births of superpowers such as Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange who can affect the life and death of parallel universes, which is incredible. Moreover, every major disaster has just the right person to resolve it. The Celestials have the Eternals, Dormamu has the Ancient One and Doctor Strange, and Thanos' catastrophe was even more outrageous, as he traveled back in time and reversed reality. Gu Deadao, this question is too big for me to answer. However, the previous Supreme Master once thought about this issue. He told me that the Earth may be related to the Ultimate Supreme Being. The Ultimate Supreme Being, Tian Kai thought about it and asked, OAA. OAA is the abbreviation of One Above All, which means the only one that transcends all. That is the Ultimate Supreme Being according to the Ancient One, the God in ordinary religious imagination. He is omniscient and omnipotent, controls everything, towers over all matter, time, and space, and the universe, and is the source of all worlds. If there really is such a majestic being, the system in Tian Kai's mind would make sense. But if he is really omniscient and omnipotent, what is the point of doing so many things? When he had an idea, he had already seen the results. If he created the Earth, then when he had this idea, he would have seen all the processes and endings. If you are dissatisfied with anything, just one thought can change everything. To him, nothing was necessary. Anyway, Apocalypse cannot imagine what such ultimate beings would think or do. Gu Yi had obviously never heard of OAA. He asked Tian Kai and said, Mr. Tang, you don't have to think too much. It's hard to say whether the ultimate supreme being exists. This kind of question is more like a philosophical exploration, and there may never be an answer. We just need to take the current path. Tian Kai nodded slightly. Regardless of whether OAA existed or not, he had to do what he should do. Steven and Palmer on the side listened in confusion and saw the two people sitting and discussing issues such as the Earth, parallel universes, and the ultimate. Suddenly I felt small. Palmer asked Stephen softly, who is Mr. Tang? Stephen was speechless. Didn't you bring him here? I thought he was your friend. Finally, Gu Deadao said, let's go here today. Modu, you arrange rooms for Mr. Tang and Stephen. We will start practicing tomorrow. Yes. Mordo led Apocalypse, Stephen, and Palmer to the backyard and arranged a room for each. Before leaving, he handed them a small card with some very abstract letters printed on it. Stephen asked strangely, what is this? A spell to open the door. Mordo said calmly, this is the Wi-Fi password. We are not primitive people. Two people were left looking at each other and drifted away. Tian Kai suspected that Mordo had written the card so sloppily on purpose just to show off for this moment. The next day, Stephen and Palmer arrived at the practice ground early in the morning. The two of them were wearing coarse cloth tied around their waists, but Tian Kai was still wearing casual clothes. At this time, there are dozens of uninitiated disciples waiting here at the training ground. When they saw Tian Kai coming in, they all called him Mr. Tang and bowed their heads slightly to salute Tian Kai. Tian Kai also nodded slightly in return. Palmer asked, Don, are you the mage here? How do they salute you? Tian Kai shook his head and said, no. On the contrary, I know a little bit about everything, but I have no magic power, so I am not a mage. Stephen didn't believe it. According to what I said, superheroes include power types, such as the Hulk, superheroes, such as the legendary Thor, and equipment types, such as Iron Man. There are also some mutant ones that can even control human minds. Are you sure you know how to do it? Tian Kai nodded. Metropolis, more than what you said. Palmer said, bragging. Where is your equipment? You came by plane when you came here. Not to mention you can fly, you don't even have any luggage. She has a good relationship with Tian Kai, but she is also questioning, and her tone is completely different from Stephen's sarcastic tone, more like a joke between friends. Tian Kai smiled and said, I don't need it now, so I didn't ask Iron Man for it. Stephen naturally didn't believe it. Just when he was about to say something else, he saw Ancient One arrive. Gu Yi calmly introduced Stephen to his disciples, automatically ignoring Apocalypse and Palmer. Then I started to explain to everyone the introductory cultivation methods. The guidance of these basic practices was originally the job of other mages. But because of Stephen, the Ancient One had to direct it himself. It's just the beginning now, and we need to gather mana, so we can only practice some postures. Without the magic power and golden light as a foil, these spellcasting gestures look a bit awkward and stupid. But Stephen had no choice. He stretched out his trembling hands and started to learn in style. Regarding Palmer, Gu Yi neither lectured nor refused to teach, and just let her watch from the sidelines. As a genius, Stephen had enough IQ and patience to complete the necessary training, just like the training he went through to become a doctor. A simple circle gesture, and there was no movement after a long time, but Stephen was still patient. Other disciples had more or less golden light splashing out of their hands. Stephen was unmoved. Others are just getting started. He believes that with his genius IQ, he will soon surpass everyone. But soon, he was struck. After Tian Kai listened to Master Gu Yi's explanation, he silently realized it. Immediately, with a slight movement of his hand, a huge golden light mana circle appeared in the practice field. It is tens of meters high and as thick as a bucket, reflecting the golden light of the entire dojo. There was a commotion among dozens of disciples, and they all marveled. Gu Yi's tone was rare and serious, and he said loudly, everything is in chaos, but don't disturb your mind. As a mage, you can't let external things disturb your state of mind. Continue to practice. Yes. Master Gu Yi said to Tianqi, Mr. Tang, are you also interested in learning magic? Magic power has its own uniqueness. If you don't have to worry about many arts, it's good to learn it. Yes. Gu nodded. If Mr. Tang is interested, you can read the books in the library at will. If there are any fallacies, please feel free to correct them. It is good. Stephen and Palmer were stunned after hearing a conversation. Listening to the conversation between the two, is this guy Tang really learning magic for the first time? If it weren't for the aloof demeanor of Master Gu Yi, Stephen would have thought that the two of them were acting. Can you draw a mana golden circle dozens of meters long for the first time? How do you let others live? What's even more outrageous is that Master Gu Yi opened his library to him and asked him to correct him. Everyone thought it was a word of humility. Unexpectedly, this guy Tang didn't follow the routine, so he agreed carelessly. For the first time, Stephen felt that his arrogance was nothing short of modesty in comparison. However, Gu Yi didn't think so. In several world-destroying battles, Apocalypse showed strength that far surpassed her, and even far surpassed that of the ancestors of all generations. If it's just strength, that's it. After all, strength and realm are sometimes not consistent. A guy like the Hulk is very powerful, but he can't even speak of a realm. But since Tian Kai's enlightenment in the quantum realm, his understanding of the nature of the universe far exceeds that of the world. As a mage, Gu Yi knows the Taoyuan best, so he can naturally see the high level of Tian Kai at a glance. In addition to the Book of Time and other supreme treasures, many books in the library were written by ordinary mages. It is not difficult for Tian Kai to find out the fallacies and even improve some spells. The next day, Tian Kai is like a lazy person, occasionally strolling to the training ground, listening to Master Gu Yi's class, and then going to the library to read. But Stephen was no longer calm. Apocalypse can learn it after just listening to it once, and all the moves he unleashes are ultimate moves, so Stephen endured it. I thought to myself, I am a normal person, and normal people cannot compare with monsters. However, now even Palmer, who was listening in, could draw a golden circle. Stephen's hand could still only splash a few golden firelights from the air, making no progress. Stephen was naturally more anxious. There were dozens of people in the training ground, and now he was at the bottom. How could he, who had always been arrogant, endure it? So he worked harder and harder. As a result, the harder I tried, the less effective it became, and in the end, even the spark was extinguished. At this time, even Palmer became anxious, pulled Tiankai's arm, and begged, Tang, what should I do? Stephen can't learn, how about you teach him? Tiankai shook his head and said, Master, let me in. Cultivation is up to you. Others can't help you. Stephen looked at his still trembling hands and said sadly, my hands are dragging me down. Guyi said calmly, magic power is only related to the soul and has nothing to do with the limbs. But, I can't stabilize my hand. No, what can't be settled is your heart. With that said, Guyi gestured towards the distance. A Taoist priest wearing a wide robe walked forward slowly and nodded slightly to Guyi and Tiankai. Then he stretched out his hand from the Taoist robe, and his right hand was only half cut, broken at the elbow. The severed hand slightly moved into the air, and a perfect circle of golden light mana was formed, suspended in front of everyone's eyes. Stephen looked at the Taoist priest's severed hand in shock and said, it's not the hand. Could it be my talent? Am I not suitable for practicing magic? No. Guyi said, on the contrary, Stephen, your talent is the highest among everyone present. Stephen smiled bitterly and said, are you comforting me? I can't even compare to Palmer, let alone a monster like Dawn. Stephen, have you ever heard of intellectual impairment? Tiankai said. What? Tiankai smiled slightly and said, this is a Buddhist saying, also known as mental retardation. Stephen had a dark look on his face. This was the first time in his life that he heard someone call him mentally retarded. But he thought wrongly, Apocalypse didn't mean to hurt him. The barrier of knowledge and vision means that what ordinary people learn, think, and worry will form a unique cognition. This cognition helps us understand the world. Or more popularly, it is called a worldview. Because of this, the more things we know, the stronger this concept will become, which will eventually form a cognitive barrier and prevent us from understanding the new world. Stephen, you are gifted with talents and have deep-rooted scientific thinking. You are always using scientific thinking to analyze the principles of magic, which makes you unable to get in. On the contrary, Palmer relaxed his mind, had no worries, and calmly accepted Master Guyi's explanation, so he got started before you. What you have to do is to give up what you have learned and thought before, and understand the power of magic completely as a mage. After listening to Tiankai's words, Stephen seemed to understand something and thought hard. Upon seeing this, Tiankai said to Guyi, otherwise, let's throw him into the snowy mountains. Behind you are the Himalayas and Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, covered with snow all year round and howling in the cold wind. In the original plot, Stephen was taken to the snowy mountains. Under the cold threat of death, I finally broke through the barrier of knowledge and vision. All the thoughts came together to open the portal. Just as he was saying this, a sound of Zi sounded. Stephen successfully drew a golden circle. Stephen's face felt relaxed, and he drew a few more casually, obviously having figured out the key. Thank you. Stephen rarely thanked Tiankai. Tiankai smiled and said, snowy mountains are indeed destined for you. I think it will be faster to go to snowy mountains for the next training. Haha, Tang, you really know how to joke. The scene changed, and Stephen was brought halfway up Mount Everest by Guyi. The Ancient One apparently believed Apocalypse's half-truths, thinking the cold would help Stephen focus. The second stage of practice is set on the mountainside of Mount Everest, which is 7,000 meters above sea level. This is the backside of Mount Everest, and generally no climbers climb Mount Everest from here. Not afraid of being met. In the howling cold wind, Stephen and Palmer were shivering with cold. The look he looked at Tiankai was full of resentment. Next, I'm going to take you to know the mirror world. As he spoke, Master Guyi pressed his hands down, and suddenly the entire space was layered upon everyone. Stephen and Palmer instinctively stepped back, and suddenly they encountered a transparent wall behind them. Looking along the wall, I found that there was actually a Mount Everest outside. Guyi took out two strange rings. This was a ring with two holes, which was put on the index finger and middle finger. This is the hanging ring. After entering the mirror world, you must not lose it. Without it, you will be trapped here forever. Then Xiang Tiankai asked, Mr. Tang, I don't think you need it. Tiankai shook his head. With the reality stone in hand, even if he doesn't know how to break through the mirror world, he can still create one. Of course, during Master Guyi's demonstration just now, Apocalypse instantly noticed the strangeness of the mirror world. It is not difficult to enter freely. The mirror world is like a mirror of the real world. Can map everything in the real world. Here, wanton destruction can occur without spilling over into the real world. Many extremely destructive spells can be tested and cast in the mirror world. People in the mirror world can see the real world, but people in the real world cannot detect the mirror world without special means. A bit like a voyeuristic one-way mirror. Tiankai thought for a moment and asked, Master Guyi, what exactly is the mirror world? Guyi said lightly, everything in the world is yin and yang, and the universe is no exception. The mirror world is the shadow of the universe, a companion world that is attached to the main universe. Strictly speaking, it should also belong to one of the multiverses. Gu Yi explained his understanding of the mirror world to Tiankai and others one by one. Stephen and Palmer listened in confusion, but Apocalypse frowned more and more as he listened. He discovered a major problem. I have always understood the multiverse wrongly. In human linear thinking, each universe is considered separate from each other. It's like a room separated by cosmic walls. However, from the perspective of entering the mirror world, and remembering Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch entering the parallel universe, to enter other universes, you do not need to fly to the edge of the universe and then break the wall of the universe to enter. As long as you find a suitable method, you can overcome it in one step. This shows that the multiverse is not separated, but overlaps in multiple time and space. If I have to put it in a simple way, the multiverse is not a room, but a book. Each page is a universe, and infinite multiple universes overlap to form the entire material world. However, this overlapping method involves a high-dimensional view of time and space, which is generally understood by humans who only have three-dimensional concepts. As soon as he thought of this, Apocalypse moved his hand directly in the mirror world. A dark hole appeared before his eyes. Through the void, countless stars can be seen shining. Gu Yi asked strangely, Mr. Tang, what is your purpose of opening another universe? Tian Kai spoke out what he had just realized, and Gu Yi heard Zheng Zheng lost his mind. Finally, he sighed, Mr. Tang's realm is indeed beyond my reach. Listening to the conversation between the two experts, Stephen felt for the first time that his IQ was not enough. Ahem, Master Gu Yi, Tang, I have a doctorate in physics. From the perspective of physics, I understand that the infinite multiverse overlaps around us in the form of multidimensional time and space. Then if we take just one step, countless parallel universes will be crossed by us. Gu nodded, that's the theory. It's just that we can't feel it. Then he pointed at the hole Tiankai had just opened and said, only by building a spacetime tunnel like Mr. Tang can we enter other universes. Palmer looked at the hollow curiously, wanting to put his head in and take a look. Stephen grabbed him and said, don't go in. If you don't have the coordinates, you will never come back. Next, Gu Yi taught Stephen how to use the hanging ring. Apocalypse is realizing the true meaning of the multiverse. As he understood more and more, Tiankai seemed to see countless universes around him, overlapping in a very mysterious way. Like an ultimate book with countless pages. People who have not understood the multiverse can only live on one page, that is, one of the universes. If the realm is higher, people like the Ancient One, the future Doctor Strange and the Scarlet Witch can jump from one page to another and break through the limitations of the multiverse. However, this is definitely not the ultimate state. Tiankai felt that he seemed to have caught something, but he did not fully understand it. Tiankai hasn't had this kind of worry that he can't think about for a long time. Once he breaks through, Apocalypse feels that he can truly be free from the restrictions of the parallel universe and stand at a higher level than the multiverse. The universe is born while I am born, the universe is destroyed but I am immortal. Looking down at the destruction of the universe with a supreme attitude. An ancient Eastern saying suddenly popped up in Tiankai's mind. Jump out of the three realms, not in the five elements. Apocalypse smiled slightly, maybe this is the ultimate goal of the most powerful people such as Kong the Conqueror and Observer. It seems that everyone has touched this realm. No wonder observers don't bother to go to other parallel universes. Once we reach such a state, what is the difference between this universe and other universes? They are all just cages. Only by transcending can we achieve true freedom. But this step is difficult. Kong the Conqueror unified the sacred timeline, and observers have not found a breakthrough from before the birth of the universe to the present. Only Apocalypse himself comes from another higher latitude. He has a natural advantage in cognition and can realize such a state faster than other strong people. Tiankai couldn't help but look at the sky. Is there really a world like my previous life outside the infinite multiverse and above the latitude? At the time when Tiankai, Gu Yi, Stephen, and Palmer were practicing on the snow-capped mountains, suddenly, a warning bell sounded from the bottom of the mountain. It was melodious and could be heard clearly even on the snow-capped mountains. Gu Yi's expression changed slightly. Casillas is here. Ancient Yi's expression changed not because of how big of a threat Casillas was, but because according to the timeline she designed, she should be sacrificed. Even though Ancient One is transcendent, he still cannot achieve absolute peace in the face of death. What's more, due to the arrival of Apocalypse, which disrupted the timeline, Gu Yi vaguely felt that things were turning around and that he might not need to die according to the original timeline. Tiankai looked at the dojo down the mountain and smiled slightly, it's just the right time. Stephen, it's your turn. Gu Daedao, Stephen hasn't been trained yet. No, he's ready. These days, Stephen has developed magic power and entered the mirror world. I know everything I need to know, but I'm just not proficient enough. Even in practice theory, because Tiankai often goes in and out of the library to read books, Stephen secretly competes with each other. There is no reason that even a top student like me would lose to you in reading. Therefore, I have read more classics and learned more theories than before. Even many things that I didn't understand were guided by Tiankai. It can be said that although he is still not a mature mage, he is definitely more powerful than in the original plot. Tiankai continued, with Stephen's potential, it is most appropriate to grow in battle. Gu Yi glanced at Stephen and sighed, okay. With that said, he took off a pendant from his neck and put it on Stephen himself. Stephen, the future is up to you. This pendant has a circle of mysterious and simple silk roads on the outside. Several gold lines are hollowed out, sealing a shining green gemstone inside. It's the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone? Stephen looked confused. I don't know anything, how can I be ready? Are you going to leave your future to me? What's the meaning? Judging from the intentions of Master Guyi and Tang, they want to send me down the mountain to deal with that card? No way. Are you two great masters just watching the show? Do you want me to be a newbie? Stephen was a little timid. That. I give up. I'm just here to heal my hands, not to participate in any mage war. Tian Kai smiled. So, have you paid for the treatment? There are also room and board for these days, as well as Guyi's teaching fees. When I become a doctor again, I will make up for it when I make money. As soon as everyone walked in, they were infected by Guyi's aloof temperament, and no one mentioned money. In addition, Guyi wanted to train Stephen to become the supreme mage and inherit the mantle, so he naturally would not get involved in such mundane matters. Now spoken out by the apocalypse, Stephen and Palmer returned from heaven to earth in an instant. Stephen, you have been here so long, have you ever used money? Stephen was speechless, but trying to convince him was still not enough. I am a doctor. With my hands, I only want to save lives and heal the wounded, not kill people. Tian Kai said, kill one person and save others, you can always do such a simple arithmetic, right? Stephen still shook his head firmly. I have thought about this trolley problem for a long time. If I really encounter this kind of dilemma, I will do my best to save the people who need to be saved, as many as I can. I must not choose to kill the side with fewer innocent people just because there are more innocent people. The trolley problem that Stephen refers to is the most famous thought experiment in ethics. Suppose that in front of a track intersection, a madman tied 5 innocent people to the tram track. At this time, an out-of-control tram was coming quickly and would soon crush these unable to move people. If you stand at the intersection and find that you can easily pull up a lever, you can make the tram drive to another track and save those 5 people. However, a man was also kidnapped by a madman on the other track. So, in this dilemma, should we let the tram run over those 5 people? Or should you pull the lever and let the 5 people survive and the one with the smaller number die? This thought experiment not only challenges ethical and legal limits. We also ask everyone's heart, what is the direction of justice? Clearly, Stephen has his own beliefs. He will run towards those 5 people and save them if he can. I will never pull the lever and let the person who shouldn't die. This is also in line with the bounden duty of doctors. Although Apocalypse says Cassie is a villain who could bring devastating consequences to Earth. But Stephen remained unmoved. In the original plot, Doctor Strange did this to Casillas. He did not kill the opponent directly, but asked Dormamu to take away all the believers. Even in the subsequent plots, Doctor Strange rarely kills supervillains, and he only shuts down the supervillains when he can. Palmer on the side couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Dawn, why do you force Stephen to do these things? If the Earth is really in danger, we can notify S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse will definitely take action. Apocalypse shook his head. There are some crises that only Stephen can solve, and King Apocalypse may not have a solution. By saying this, Tian Kai is not being modest. But every superhero has his or her own uniqueness. No matter how powerful Tian Kai himself is, he cannot replace everyone. For example, Iron Man's suit and Dr. Pym's Pym particles. Apocalypse can replicate it with the Reality Stone, but he can't create it from scratch. There is also Wanda's chaos magic and mental power control, which Apocalypse can't just learn if he wants to. And Ava's quantum body is mysterious and abnormal, and Apocalypse's divine body does not have these characteristics. In the original plot of Spider-Man, No Home, Doctor Strange created a spell to reverse everyone's memory and make everyone forget that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. It's just that Peter is naughty, wants his girlfriend to remember him, and doesn't want to lose his good friend Ned. The parameters of the spell were changed again and again, causing it to go out of control, and villains from other parallel universes and Spider-Man interfered. Aunt May's tragic death later was also caused by this. And later in Doctor Strange 2, the confrontation with Wanda the Scarlet Witch caused the collapse of multiple parallel universes. Billions of living beings destroyed. Even after learning magic, Tian Kai didn't know how to do these strange things. In today's apocalypse, it is easy to blow up a planet. To destroy a star, it takes some time, but it can be done barely. But it is absolutely impossible to destroy a parallel universe. All of the above show that Stephen's talent and creativity are unique. Some even view him as the greatest threat in all parallel universes. However, this information cannot even be seen by Ancient One through the long river of time. Apocalypse naturally cannot explain to Stephen, Palmer, and others. Stephen and Palmer looked shocked, and their eyes and mouths turned into 3 O's. Dawn, you're not bragging just to deceive me, are you? Stephen was shocked and didn't believe it at all. Even King Tian Kai can't do it, how can I be so virtuous and capable? Stephen's current strength cannot even be defeated by Master Wang and Master Modu of Eastern descent. Suddenly he told him that even King Apocalypse could not compare with him. No one dares to believe it? Even Master Guyi is wondering whether Apocalypse is demeaning himself in order to trick Stephen into taking action? Tian Kai said seriously, Stephen, if you refuse to take this responsibility, do you know what will happen? What will happen? The destruction of the Earth. Stephen joked. No, Master Guyi will sacrifice her life to awaken your responsibility. What? Stephen and Palmer were shocked and almost laughed. Brother, are you kidding me? Do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I'll die for you. This is something only a 3-year-old child or a childish couple would say. But seeing Master Guyi's expression unmoving, he didn't deny it. Stephen's heart suddenly trembled. Isn't it? Am I that important? Need a supreme mage to sacrifice himself in exchange for his promise? Tiankai saw that Stephen was still struggling, so he said, let's do this, we won't force you too much. You don't need to kill people, just help us catch 2 little villains. Consider it a reward for the treatment. We've caught you. If you want to stay or go, we will never stop you. Hearing that there was no need to kill, Stephen finally nodded. Okay, which 2 need to be caught? One is named Casillas, and he is the one attacking the dojo at the foot of the mountain. The other is named Dormamu, and he should appear soon. In the original plot, Mordo and Master Wong introduced Casillas and Dormamu to Stephen respectively. Due to the intervention of Apocalypse, the 2 mages did not have much opportunity to teach Stephen. Naturally, he had no way of knowing this information. After hearing Tiankai say that he only needs to capture 2 people to repay his kindness, Stephen felt that it shouldn't be too difficult. At this time, the dojo at the foot of the mountain was in chaos. Casillas is indeed the genius mage that Ancient One once wanted to pass on. He defeated everyone with just an air spear. Ordinary mages are not his first enemy at all, and even mages Wang and Modu can barely protect themselves. Modu gasped and said, why haven't His Holiness and Mr. Tang come back yet? They shouldn't be unaware of such a big thing happening here. Master Wang pushed back a blackened mage and said disdainfully, there are just a few traitors, there is no need for them to take action. In just 2 sentences of dialogue, the verdict is drawn. No wonder it was Master Wang who later became the Supreme Master, not Modu. Just as he was talking, a golden portal opened and appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Apocalypse, Guyi, Stephen, and Palmer all appeared together. The battlefield suddenly became silent. Master Wang, Yandu, and others shrank and retreated behind Ancient One. The 2 powerful men Guyi and Tianqi appeared, and they no longer had to make unnecessary sacrifices. Casillas and a dozen other black magicians were too frightened to pursue them. He is not very afraid of Master Guyi. The ancient mage stole the energy of the dark dimension, and Casillas was a disciple of Dormamu. They have the same origin in terms of strength, and the Ancient One Master has too many scruples to show too much strength. That's why Casillas dared to break in and grab things. In the original plot, Master Guyi used his strength to fight Casillas and was unable to suppress the dark power in his body. A dark mark appeared on his forehead, which was only seen by Master Modo. Now that almost all the practitioners of Karmatage are here, Casillas bets that Guyi will not dare to attack with all his strength. But Tiankai is different. King of Apocalypse? The current number 1 on Earth? Before Dormamu came, who had the courage to face him? How could you be in Kamal-Taj? Tiankai didn't answer and glanced at Casillas. A simple black symbol appeared on his forehead, a bit like the word sheep in oracle bone inscriptions. There is a thick line of ink around the eyes, as if a spider's legs are crawling outward, making the eyes look extremely hollow and cold. There is a dark power in his body similar to that of the ancient master. The difference is that the power in Master Guyi's body is tightly locked, and Casillas's power spread unbridled throughout his body, extremely surging. Tiankai has been extremely sensitive to vitality since he was refining his body with eternal fire. Casillas appears to have great strength, but in fact his entire body has been eroded by dark forces. If Dormamu didn't have additional control, he might have died before he could survive the Ancient One Mage. Stephen asked, is he Casillas? Tiankai nodded, that's right. Look at him, his eyes are dull, he must be very empty. With such big dark circles, he obviously stays up late often and doesn't get enough sleep. Don't worry, maybe he will die suddenly after being beaten. I believe you, Stephen groaned inwardly. I am a top doctor, can't I see the dark circles under my eyes, still want to fool me? However, the body is very honest. He took a step forward and scratched his scarred hands slightly. A golden mana shield appeared in his hand, slowly approaching Casillas. Cassie frowned and shouted, let's go. Then several golden portals opened at the same time, and you could see the stormy sea on the other side. Just as Casillas was about to step over, there was a sudden vibration in the air. The portal was immediately shaken away and turned into dots of gold stars dissipating in the sky. This is Tiankai taking action. Casillas is a good whetstone, so naturally he cannot be allowed to escape at will. At this time, Stephen's mana shield happened to hit, and Casillas was caught off guard. With a sound of pop, he was knocked to the ground and left to chew on the mud. Casillas was so frightened that he rolled on the spot and several meters away. Stephen suddenly became more confident when he saw that the villain Apocalypse named didn't seem to be strong. Approaching Casillas again. Casillas and the dozen blackened mages he brought with him were so frightened that they retreated. They didn't know Stephen. Seeing that he appeared together with Master Guyi and King Tiankai, I thought he was a strong man of the same level. Naturally, I dare not meet its edge easily. Master Wang and Modu saw that Guyi did not give orders and Tianqi was present, so they treated the wounded on the spot and no one participated in the pursuit. As a result, a strange scene occurred in the dojo. A rookie forced a dozen dark mages to retreat in panic. Dang 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 dang. Stephen took a step forward, and the dark mage took a step back. Stephen takes 2 steps forward and Casillas takes 2 steps back. Pushed to the edge of the dojo, there is a cliff behind. No more refunds? Casillas did not dare to jump down. I just opened the portal and was shaken away. I was afraid that if I jumped down, my spellcasting would be interrupted and it would be a free fall. Casillas gritted his teeth and shouted, "For eternal life, ah, oh." There was a muffled sound, not as violent an impact as expected. Stephen was thrown up more than 10 meters high, and quickly transformed into a string of golden light seals in the air, flying into the air before landing safely. Casillas was a little stunned, not expecting the opponent to be so weak. Without enough time to think about it, he turned around and ran away with his men. Stephen, who had just landed, was a little excited. For the first time, he changed from a doctor to a battle mage, and his little heart kept beating. Tian Kai smiled and said, "Why are you standing there?" They ran to the library. Stephen was helpless, pointing to the hundreds of people around him and saying, "Isn't there anyone here to help? It's okay to help. But who gets Casillas if he catches it?" Stephen thought the same thing. If he wanted to repay the debt, he had to do it himself. So, he ran towards the library, with Palmer following closely behind. Stephen himself is very talented, but he has always been constrained by himself. In the original plot, the battle with Casillas and the others was always passive defense and counterattack. Even so, it's still not too far behind. Now my thinking has changed, I have learned more things than in the original plot, and my attack power is obviously much stronger. Master Gu Yi, who had been watching the whole process coldly, said at this time, "Mr. Tang, the rest of the timeline will be left to you. Dormamu is coming, and I need to make some preparations." Tian Kai smiled slightly, "Okay, you go about your business." Hearing what Gu Yi said, it was obvious that he was not prepared to die according to the original timeline. But the dark power within the body is always a hidden danger, and it must be resolved before Dormamu comes. Now that Stephen has been trained and has the superpower Apocalypse to protect him, it's time to solve his own problems. From the library, there was the sound of ping 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 fighting. Tian Kai took one step forward and disappeared into the dojo. Master Wang also followed. The library is the territory he protects and cannot be damaged by others. As soon as Apocalypse came in, he saw several dark mages lying on the ground. At this time Stephen's talent was fully demonstrated. It was obviously one person versus a dozen people, but they used the portal to create the illusion of a team. Unlike other mages who have to open a portal as tall as a person each time, he only opens a portal the size of a bowl. As long as the arms and legs can pass through, take a punch and then pull back. This kind of operation not only requires an extremely delicate level of mana control, but also takes great risks. If these small portals are interrupted by the opponent, the person's hands and feet will be cut off the moment the portal disappears. In the plot of Avengers 3, Master Wang used this method to cut off one of the hands of the Black Dwarf under Thanos' throne. Stephen was certainly aware of this risk. But he is arrogant by nature and believes that his precise control ability as a doctor can be taken back every time the opponent strikes back. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the dark mages are worried about the existence of Apocalypse and have no intention of fighting. Boom. With a loud noise, Casillas opened an energy secret door and rushed in first. Stephen hesitated for a moment, not daring to follow blindly. Tian Kai came to him and said with a smile, chasing him, the first mini-boss was caught quickly. It would be a pity to let him go. Will you follow me there? I'll go over, but I won't follow you. The matter with Kamal Taj is over, you can go home. Going back to what home? Stephen was a little strange. Master Wang said, opposite is the New York Temple. Saying that, he took a step forward. Kamataj has a total of 3 temples on Earth, the New York Temple, the London Temple, and the Hong Kong Temple. There are portals connecting each temple, just like ordinary doors, you can reach them by opening them. Apocalypse called Palmer, followed closely behind. As soon as Stephen appeared in the New York Temple, he was wrapped in a red robe, which was the legendary cloak of levitation. I don't know why this robe has to follow me. Stephen tugged on the cloak and said, the magic weapon has a spirit. Since it wants to follow you, take it away. No, it's Kamataj's treasure after all. I made the decision for Gu Yi and gave it to you. Tian Kai said, you can make the decision. Tian Kai nodded. This cloak was obviously left to Stephen intentionally by Ancient One. Otherwise, how could he, a rookie, get the Eye of Agamotto first, then the magic cloak, and still be able to read the Book of Time casually? Every item here is a treasure. Only Stephen, who was ignorant in the early days, did not know how precious what he learned, saw, and obtained was. Stephen still hesitated. Tian Kai said, you can think about it slowly, but Casillas will not wait for you. Okay. Stephen put away his cloak and flew out, leaving behind a message, Palmer, don't follow me, go back to the hospital first. Palmer had no choice but to say, thank you, Don. I can't be a soldier, so I'd better go back to the hospital. That's my battlefield. Yeah, then be careful. In the early stage, Palmer developed magic power faster than Stephen, but his talent was not as high as Stephen's. After Stephen broke through the barrier of knowledge and vision, he made rapid progress and was far behind Palmer. Although Palmer wanted to go along, she knew that with her strength, being on the sidelines would only distract Stephen. Go out of the temple. Apocalypse glanced at the house number 177 of Blake Street. A few streets away, the sound of bombings and the screams of pedestrians continued to be heard. Obviously, Master Wang and Stephen have already fought against Casillas and the others. This is a busy street, and many pedestrians are frightened. screaming and watching the excitement. Quickly notify S.H.I.E.L.D. that there are super criminals here. Someone asked, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? It goes without saying that those dozen dark circles under the eyes clearly indicate that they are not good people. Good people never stay up late. I wonder if King Tiankai will come. Immediately, some nymphomaniac fans shouted, if I could see King Apocalypse up close, it would be worth dying. Casillas lost a few more cavalry, but Tiankai didn't seem to follow. He simply stopped and decided to deal with the two followers, Stephen and Master Wang, first. I saw Casillas pressing his hands far away, and the two buildings around Stephen seemed to be like building blocks, layer by layer, surrounding him. Stephen was startled. No matter how strong he is now, he can't physically resist the crushing force of two buildings. He hurriedly activated the suspension cloak and flew out at the critical moment. Casillas kept his hand and lifted it to the ground. The street was like a moving cement python, suddenly turning over and trying to wrap around Stephen. Boom! Stephen and Master Wang teamed up to blast out a golden light, slightly blocking the cement python's offensive and getting away. The people around who were watching the excitement realized what was going on and ran away screaming. How is that possible? This is not a mirror image. As a senior person, Master Wang was the first to discover the clues. This kind of attack that distorts reality and resembles a thousand-faced mirror can actually be realized in reality. Stephen thought this technique could only be done in the mirror world. However, the lethality of the mirror world is not very high. At most, it can trap or confuse the opponent. Casillas had a sinister smile on his face. This is the master's power. Ha 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 ha. Just as he was about to continue taking action, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Casillas shouted to Machai, be careful, we have entered the mirror world. What? Not to mention those dark mages, even Stephen and Master Wang were shocked. They were all mages, yet they were silently pulled into the mirror image without even realizing it. There was a sudden ripple in the air. Apocalypse slowly appeared next to Stephen. Master Wang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mr. Tang, just take action. Tiankai said, you go out and evacuate the crowd. Stephen and I will take care of it here. It is good. Casillas was so frightened that he instinctively took 2 steps back and said sternly, King of Apocalypse? Don't think you are so powerful. When our Lord comes, the entire earth will become a part of my Lord's life. If you believe in our Lord now, you can gain eternal life and see true infinity. Tiankai smiled but didn't answer. Now Casillas has fallen into darkness and has no sanity at all. Talking to him is a pure waste of life. Stephen, get it done quickly. When the S.H.I.E.L.D. people come, you won't be the one to catch him. There was such a big commotion here, and it was in New York City, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury must have arranged for the superheroes to come and check it out. Stephen took a step forward and said with a wry smile, Tang, I guessed your identity 1,000 times, and I only guessed that you might be from S.H.I.E.L.D. But I never expected that you were King Apocalypse. You really kept it secret from me for a long time. Until now, Stephen still doesn't understand. All this is the arrangement of Tiankai. However, along the way from the watch to the cultivation of mana, Tiankai only showed kindness to him and did not owe him anything. He knew that he was being concealed, but he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Tiankai smiled and said, I didn't hide it from you deliberately, but you never asked the magicians of Kamatage. They all thought you knew. Casillas wanted to take advantage of Apocalypse's speech and tried to use the hanging ring to open the mirror space. There were a few golden lights in the air, but the portal couldn't be opened. The mirror space and the real world seem to be locked, and there is no way to break through. Spread out, go to other areas. The dark mage did not dare to accept the challenge and ran away. The mirror space is a reflection of the universe. Casillas did not believe that in just this moment, Apocalypse could strengthen the mirror space of the entire Earth. Escape to other places first, and then find a way to escape from the mirror space. But Stephen won't let them escape again. He slightly turned his hands to perform a magic formula, and suddenly the entire mirror space folded up. High-rise buildings are tumbling down toward the center of the city. The road curves at 90 degrees, and the mirror images of countless vehicles drive out of the bend, unaffected by gravity at all. The dark mage panicked and quickly lost himself in the many mirror images. The more he ran, the closer he got to Stephen. Casillas wanted to make a mirror out of a mirror, but also created many illusions to entangle himself with Stephen. But within a few minutes, I realized that my thinking was too naive. The illusions created by Casillas usually only include ordinary illusions such as folding, illusions, and mazes. These illusions are already very powerful for ordinary people. The illusion created by Stephen is all-encompassing, extremely complex, and yet extremely beautiful. There are endless layers of intricate patterns. It was as if a universe was bearing down on them. Once you take a look, you will be attracted by these exquisite illusions and want to explore the mysteries deep in the illusions. Within a few minutes of the confrontation, the illusion created by Casillas completely collapsed. Mirror illusions can't kill people, but that doesn't mean Stephen can't kill people. While all the dark mages were dizzy, Stephen disappeared and appeared. Like a speck of light reflected from a mirror. Every time it appears, a dark mage falls to the ground. Impossible. Casillas shouted, how can you, a new mage, have such a deep understanding of the mirror world? Stephen showed his trademark conceited smile. In addition to having a doctorate in medicine, I also have a doctorate in physics. What does this have to do with the mirror world? Stephen said with disdain, illiteracy. The mirror world must also follow the principles of refraction, reflection, and diffraction of light. You don't even understand the basic knowledge, so naturally you cannot truly control the mirror space. After being scolded as illiterate, Casillas seemed to have suffered points of mental damage, and his magic power was scattered. He did not expect that the person who defeated him was not the Ancient One Master or the sudden appearance of King Apocalypse, but a newbie master who he had never met before. There is no escape now. Casillas was heartbroken and said, "Since you understand light, then I will make light disappear from this world." Several strange seals were drawn on his hands, and some obscure ancient spells were uttered in his mouth. The body of the dark mage who fell to the ground twitched and turned into jets of dark green fly ash. The fly ash floated into the air, forming a dark disk. When Tiankai saw this, a golden light emitted from his hand, like a golden bolt, smashing the dark disk into pieces. Casillas, if you want to open the dark dimension and summon Dormamu, it's not that easy. In the original plot, they hid in Xiangzhong before starting the summons. Now desperate, Casillas naturally has no chance to choose a location. Casillas smiled ferociously, and the dark circles in his eyes became larger, covering most of his face, who said, "I want to open the dark dimension." The moment their bodies turned into ashes, my lord had already received the message. Tiankai frowned slightly. Sacrifice. Sacrifice is a way of dedicating one's life to the Lord of Darkness, Dormamu, and has no summoning function in itself. However, after the person who sacrificed was accepted by Dormamu, Dormamu was naturally able to understand what happened in the universe through the person who sacrificed. Whether it comes or not is another matter. Apocalypse doesn't know what message Casillas left on the sacrificed dark mage. But one of the prerequisites for the arrival of Dormamu is the death of the ancient mage. As long as the Ancient One is immortal, Dormamu will not dare to step beyond the Thunder Pool. What's more, the Earth now has a god-level powerhouse named Tiankai. Soon, the sky gave everyone the answer. A huge dark green black hole slowly opened over New York City. It grew bigger and bigger, and soon expanded to the size of the entire city. Like a giant maw of the universe, it can swallow the entire city at any time. Tiankai's body rose into the air and said to Steven, "Quickly deal with Casillas and come up to help." Okay. Casillas lost his fighting spirit, and Steven quickly trapped him with magic ropes and took him out of the mirror world. Looking at the huge hole in the sky, Steven hesitated. He didn't really want to participate in these super battles, but escaping in the middle of the battle was unjustifiable. He gritted his teeth for the last time and flew up with the help of the suspension cloak. At this time, New York City was in chaos again. Countless people fled outside, and cars blocked the roads leading out of the city. If you like watching the excitement, you will like it. Such a big movement is even more exaggerated than the last alien invasion. You'd be a fool if you didn't run. The civilians calmed down a little when they saw two people taking off before and after them. "Everyone, please don't mess up, someone is going up. I saw two people, are they King Tiankai? Who knows, we have never seen King Apocalypse." Soon, there was an answer from the sky. Boom. A huge blue fist mark lit up, and the bright light of the explosion filled the entire black hole. Some of the dark matter trying to erode the earth was blasted back. Immediately afterwards, countless infinite divine fists exploded one after another, mixed with nuclear explosive fists. Apocalypse quickly switches between various powers, testing which ones can effectively deal with Dormamu. Unfortunately, even the power of the Infinity Stones has very little lethality. Although the Infinity Stones are powerful, they are limited to their own universe. Among the countless multiverses, each universe theoretically has its own Infinity Stone. In the timeline of Loki, who escaped from the sacred timeline, was captured in the Time Variation Administration and saw a pile of Infinity Stones scattered on the captor's table. Those gems have lost their activity and have no power for the time being. They are just a bunch of shining stones. Judging from the current situation, even if the Infinity Stones can be used across universes, their power will be greatly reduced. Now the place where the Dark Dimension intersects with the Earth is filled with both the laws of the Dark Dimension and the laws of the Earth. Although the power of the Infinite Stones is still great, the closer it gets to the entrance of the cave, the more its power weakens. It seems that the nuclear explosion fist that he first learned that does not rely on external objects was indeed a wise move. At least in this kind of cross-universe battle, one extremely powerful boxing technique is retained. At this time, Steven finally flew up. He frowned and looked around. There was darkness everywhere, with occasional light, shining in strange dark green and dark red colors. There are some small planets in the distance looming in the darkness, slowly moving towards this. "Is this Dormamu?" Steven said with a bitter smile. "Dawn, this is the little boss you said? How can I catch him?" Tiankai smiled slightly and said, "It's okay to fight back." Steven spread his hands. "Your infinite divine fist can't do it, let alone me. Then use the time loop to force him back." This. Steven smiled bitterly again. "If your infinite divine fist can't do it, this is the only way." In the original plot, Master Gu Yi died, and Steven arrived in Hong Kong, isolated and helpless. There was only this way. Steven drags his consciousness into the time loop together, and each time is a new memory. Only then can I endure it. Otherwise, seeing himself being killed thousands of times in various ways, he might have gone crazy. Only Dormamu, as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, noticed something was wrong the first few times, and his consciousness immediately broke out of the time loop. but his body couldn't break free and had to fall into an endless loop again and again. After tens of thousands of times, Dormammu was almost driven crazy. In the end, he was forced to agree to Steven's conditions. Stop eroding the Earth in exchange for Steven breaking the time loop. Steve didn't know that Dormammu's consciousness could break out of the time loop. I just know that once I use it, I may never be able to stand up again. He was in a tragic mood, ready to sacrifice himself to save the Earth. The two of them may continue this death cycle of killing and being killed until the end of time. The mountain has no edges, the heaven and the earth are harmonious, so I dare to stand apart from you. Now, Guyi is still alive and Apocalypse is by his side. He doesn't want to fall into an endless time loop. I just hope that while I am holding Dormammu back, Ancient E and Apocalypse can find a way to save me. Tiankai and Steven were chatting when a huge head slowly appeared from the darkness. The planet next to it was made as small as a ball by this head. The waves on the head are surging upright, escaping into the surrounding space, and integrating with the entire dark universe. This is the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu? Tiankai's eyesight was strong, and he could vaguely see a human body under his head. It's just that the head is too big, filling the entire field of vision, and the body is hidden in the darkness. It's easy to ignore it at a sudden glance. People on Earth, surrender? You have good strength, and I will give you eternal life? Follow me to conquer the multiverse. The huge voice is like a magic sound, and those with weak willpower will be assimilated directly. Tiankai frowned slightly, the sound was just a little unpleasant to him. Steven hurriedly lit up his golden magic power to protect himself. Apocalypse shouted, Dormammu, Ancient One is still on Earth, how dare you come? Humph. Dormammu snorted coldly, as if the planet was exploding. My believer passed on the message that she has stolen the power of darkness and has no ability to stop me anymore. Ha 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 ha, you're laughing. Apocalypse flew up, first pass my level first. Triple Infinite Divine Fist. I saw that Apocalypse put on the black charcoal version of the Infinity Gauntlet at some point in his hand, with 3 Infinity Stones embedded on it. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone. Ether Particle, Reality Stone. Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. With the amplification of the Infinity Gauntlet, 3 Infinity Stones are countless times more powerful than 1 + 1 + 1. Dormammu's laughter stopped abruptly. Strong power fluctuations suppress all abnormal sounds in the world. With Apocalypse as the center, a black curtain darker than darkness and more void than void shrouded towards Dormammu. At the front of the black screen is a faint fist mark. This is the ultimate power. Annihilate everything around you? Wherever it passed, planets the size of the dark dimension were blown to pieces. Then it turned silently into nothingness. The originally small amount of strange dark green light was completely annihilated. Dormammu was calm and made a slight movement with his hand. One planet after another the size of the moon stands in front of the Apocalypse. However, these planets were annihilated in less than a second. The fist seal is getting bigger and bigger. When he was about to touch Dormammu's head, the fist mark had turned into the size of a planet. The waves on Dormammu's head flashed faster, and he smiled strangely. A giant palm stood in front of a fist the size of a planet? Great sound? At this moment, there seemed to be no sound. But there seemed to be an unprecedented loud noise, exploding between the two fists. Infinite energy spreads towards both sides of the dark universe. In the distant dark starry sky, a huge fire flashed from time to time. Apparently, countless planets along the way suffered disasters and were smashed to pieces. Seeing that the situation was not good, Steven hurriedly shrank behind Tiankai's true form. A force like a wave passed by. Boom. A huge force burst into the sky of New York City from the dark dimension, like a nuclear explosion. The clouds in the sky were instantly blown away without a trace. The whole sky seemed to be shorter. Under the pressure of the strong air, the glass in the entire city was overwhelmed, and Billy shattered to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind suddenly rose from the ground. Countless cars and objects were blown away, centered on New York City and sweeping toward the surrounding suburbs. Steven's heart was beating wildly and he looked at the ground with lingering fear. Just 1/1000th of the energy leaked from the battle between two powerful men can cause such damage to a city? So how terrifying is the energy intensity at the center of the battle? This is also the reason why Apocalypse deliberately goes deep into the dark dimension to fight. If the blow just now had occurred in the Earth's space, let alone saving the Earth, the entire solar system, 1 star plus 8 planets, as well as countless asteroids, will probably be turned into powder. Even so, the entire New York City was still like a hurricane passing through, with countless casualties. Now no one in New York City dared to stand still and watch the excitement. They screamed and fled out of the city. Ha 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 ha, Infinity Stones? Are you trying to stop me with just a few broken stones? Dormammu laughed. My universe once had Infinity Stones, and they tasted good. Tiankai's face darkened slightly, as expected. Each universe has its own Infinity Stones. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu naturally obtained the Infinity Stones of his universe. It doesn't matter whether it's really eaten like candy. The important thing is that the Infinity Gauntlet plus 3 Infinity Stones, the triple Infinity Fist that can destroy a star system, can't hurt Dormammu at all. Tiankai no longer has a more powerful punch. In the original plot, Dormammu was locked in a time loop by Doctor Strange as soon as he appeared on the scene, and his specific strength could not be seen. Now that we have a face-to-face fight, we understand the terror of the Lord of Darkness? However, Apocalypse is not ready to give up. He doesn't have a more powerful punch, but he does have a more subtle one. Apocalypse flashed, and his true body flashed towards Dormamu's head like a ghost. Just now it was just a fist seal attack, but now the real body is going into battle in person. The risk is even greater. Dormamu was disdainful and slapped him with his hand. Stephen was so frightened that he shouted, "Dawn, get out of the way." The 3 infinite divine fists were blocked just now, and Stephen couldn't imagine what would happen if Apocalypse's body faced this slap. Apocalypse turned a deaf ear and faced the palm of his hand. A flash of light, like a shadow, penetrated the continent-like palm and came to Dormamu. "How did you do it?" Dormamu was a little surprised. "You know, this is not a simple slap, even space will be annihilated under the power of Dormamu. It is impossible for ordinary matter to penetrate through the annihilation of space." Tiankai smiled, "I learned it from my friends." Boom. Apocalypse burst into Dormamu's left eye. A fist with a 1,000-fold nuclear explosion exploded. The huge eye was blown open, and countless pieces of dark red and dark green eyeballs flew out. A deep, bottomless hole was left in his left eye. Countless flesh and blood are floating in the universe. Roar. Dormamu roared in pain. The roaring energy wave penetrated the black hole in the sky and created another strong wind in New York City. Just now, Apocalypse used PIM particles and relied on the quantum realm channel to overcome Dormamu's defense and finally caused damage to him. Although it is not as magical as Ava's quantum body, the effect is similar. Just when everyone thought it was effective, Dormamu suddenly stopped roaring. The layers on the face are layered, and the vertical waves flash faster. Immediately afterwards, the flesh and blood of the blown-out eyes flowed back into the eye sockets again, as if they were traveling back in time. In an instant, both eyes were intact. "Ha ha ha ha, stop struggling, little reptile. I am the Lord of Darkness, incarnating the universe. Darkness is me, and I am darkness. Unless you can destroy the entire dark dimension, I will be immortal." As he spoke, he raised his giant hand like a continental plate and stretched out a finger. Like the pillar of heaven pressing down, it crashes towards Tiankai. Triple infinite divine fist. Apocalypse once again made his strongest punch mark. But this time, it just slowed down the speed of the fingers. Fingers as big as Mount Everest are still pointing towards Apocalypse. Tiankai's hair stood on end and he didn't dare to avoid it. Below is New York City. If Dormamu's finger were to touch the earth, I'm afraid the earth would turn into cosmic dust in an instant. The nightmare that Apocalypse has been worrying about has finally come. Since comprehending the infinite divine fist, Tiankai knows that there are not many strong men who can kill him. Now that he has 3 more infinity stones in his possession, it can be said that he is invincible in this universe. However, just because you are not afraid does not mean that the earth is not afraid. If this finger is clicked, he will not die. But all the friends, brothers, and relatives in this world will disappear. Apocalypse stood in front of the finger, bursting out all his power, trying to stop Dormamu. But how powerful is the power of a cosmic dimension? Apocalypse feels like he is facing the power of millions of stars. Endless? It cannot be resisted by human beings at all. The people on Earth watched in despair as the finger of the world-destroying demon crossed the black hole and pressed down toward the ground. The king of Apocalypse, who had guarded the Earth like a god several times, was now like a mantis blocking a car, vulnerable to a single blow. Everyone didn't even have time to grieve, as they were about to die from this world-destroying disaster. Suddenly, a green light flashed. Dormamu's finger was about to touch the Earth when he suddenly disappeared. Apocalypse stood in front of the finger, bursting out all his power, trying to stop Dormamu. Apocalypse feels like he is facing the power of millions of stars. Endless? It cannot be resisted by human beings at all. Suddenly a green light flashed. Apocalypse is blocking the finger again. What's again? After going through the cycle several times, Apocalypse finally realized something was wrong. Time loop? I'm stuck in a time loop. At the same time, Stephen flew up. "Dormam, I'm here to negotiate terms with you." "Humph, little bug." With a random burst of strength, a spike stabbed Stephen to death. Then his fingers remained unchanged and continued to press toward Tiankai. Dormamu, I'm here to negotiate terms with you." Although he knew that he was pulled into the time loop by Stephen, Apocalypse did not dare to move for the time being. If he hadn't resisted like this, Dormamu's fingers might have touched New York City. When the time comes, will the Earth recover after it explodes? Tiankai didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to gamble. Soon, Dormamu also noticed something was wrong. Consciousness breaks free from the time loop. What on earth happened? After killing dozens of times, Dormamu finally failed to kill Stephen immediately. Stephen didn't seem to realize that this was the 88th time he had spoken. "Dormamu, I'm here to negotiate terms." "Humph, what terms do you want to negotiate?" "You withdraw from the Earth and promise never to invade. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the time loop forever." "Humph, little trick." Naturally, Dormamu would not give in easily, but instead strengthened his strength. This is very painful for Tiankai. Time and again, he was cut into the ground by Dormamu's fingers, and the cycle of happened again and again. Although he doesn't die every time like Stephen, it's not uncomfortable. In this case, Tiankai simply regarded this as a practice. Fight against Dormamu's power of millions of stars again and again. From the triple infinite divine fist to the 10,000 times nuclear blast fist, Apocalypse's counterattack becomes more and more powerful. However, this increased power is still insignificant in the face of the power of the entire dark dimension. But in time loops again and again, Apocalypse discovered a new problem. Every cycle means breaking the boundaries of time and space. Master Wong had sternly warned Steven about this kind of operation. Playing with time and space is extremely dangerous, and will cause time and space paradoxes that are difficult to understand, time infinite loops, and even involve the entire universe. In the multiverse of Doctor Strange 2, the destruction of some dimensional universes is related to Doctor Strange's manipulation of time in the parallel universe. It stands to reason that the current time loops time and time again have torn apart the nearby time and space, causing time turbulence. People all over the planet may experience extreme chaos in time. For example, if you go out on the 10th and take the subway, you will be back on the 9th yesterday. The me of last year and the me of this year appear in the same house at the same time. Or see your future self or your deceased grandfather. In extreme cases, Jurassic dinosaurs would take a few steps and roar. This is still an ideal situation. It may even happen that the upper body is living in yesterday, while the lower body is running into the future. It's like a mirror cracking, reflecting people into different time periods. This kind of chaos and tearing of time will kill countless people, destroy countless objects. Going further, there will be oscillations in space and time and destruction of the universe. But this didn't happen. The space-time waves generated by the time cycle were about to erode the Earth, but were wiped out by an unknown force. This force is like the spring breeze blowing on the face, silently. But when I reached the level of Tiankai, I realized how terrifying it was. If the time knot caused by the time loop can destroy the universe, this power can repair the universe. One destroys, one restores. Repair is always infinitely harder than destruction. Is it Kong? Or is it the ultimate supreme being OAA that Master Gu Yi said? Tiankai secretly thought. Kong, who controls the sacred timeline, should be able to repair these time turbulences. But he said before that he cannot take action and will not take action. Otherwise, being discovered by other powerful people would cause endless trouble to Apocalypse. What's more, from Kang's point of view, the destruction of a parallel universe is irrelevant. What he values is the soul mark of Apocalypse. As for the legendary OAA, the ultimate transcendent, Apocalypse is even more clueless. Thinking of the soul mark, Tiankai almost forgot. He still had a big move that he hadn't used yet. Soul attack? The strength of his soul far exceeds that of anyone in the Marvel universe. So, why not use it to deal with Dormamu? Zhang. A-meter-long soul sword appeared from Tiankai's mind. Passing Dormamu's fingers, the huge blade sank into Dormamu's head and disappeared. Dormamu paused and stopped pressing his fingers downward. The whole person seemed to be still. Tiankai was delighted. The attack was effective. As long as Dormamu is destroyed on the soul level, the opponent can be completely eliminated. Unexpectedly, Dormamu was so attacked that he became happy instead of angry. The planet-sized human face showed a strange smile and looked towards Tiankai. It's you? It's you? The source of the loosening of the sacred timeline is you. Ha 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 ha, I finally found the source. As long as I spread the news, the other powerful people in the multiverse will come to help me. The sacred timeline can no longer trap us. Ha 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 ha. Dormamu was so happy that the stars shook with laughter. A strong man of his level has long known about the existence of the sacred timeline. It's a pity that he has so much power but doesn't have a deep understanding of time. Only then would he be trapped by Steven's time loop when he invaded the Earth. Naturally, it is even more impossible to resist breaking away from the sacred timeline. But since Apocalypse traveled through time, he has changed the sacred timeline into a mess. Although the sacred timeline has not yet collapsed, the Time Guardians are still struggling to hold on. But signs of loosening have already spread throughout the infinite multiverse. Many universe-level supreme experts have long noticed the anomaly. Begin to search for the source of the loosening of the sacred timeline. However, firstly, they are separated by parallel universes, and secondly, they are protected by the time administration, so no one knows. Dormamu thought it was just a random invasion, but he never expected that he would encounter the source of the loosening of the sacred timeline. This is the earthling in front of me whose soul imprint far exceeds all dimensions. As long as you capture the person in front of you, you can use his soul mark to escape from the control of the sacred timeline. He will have unlimited possibilities and can even explore the legendary ultimate realm of transcendence. Tiankai's heart sank. Ever since the God Queen told her that her soul was different from ordinary people, all the strong people she met were kind. For example, Kong, Observer, etc. of time administration. Tiankai knows that he will always encounter malicious powerful people who want to rob his soul mark. But I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. It's actually Dormamu? Then the plan completely changed. Originally, I just wanted to use the time loop to force Dormamu back like the original plot. Now, he can no longer be allowed to leave. Otherwise, once the news spreads, the strong men of the infinite multiverse will cross the barriers of the universe and come to the Earth. By then, let alone the Earth, the entire universe where Apocalypse is located will be destroyed by the battle. Steven, wake up. Apocalypse pointed a finger at Steven's forehead, pulling his consciousness out of the time loop. In this way, the consciousnesses of Apocalypse, Steven, and Dormamu are all out of the time loop. Only the physical body is still trapped in the time loop. After the cycle died several times, Steven couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dawn, why did you pull me out? It's not pleasant to watch yourself die thousands of times. If given a choice, Steven would rather choose to have his consciousness cleared in every time cycle, so that the pain of being killed would not accumulate. Tiankai had no choice but to explain the special nature of his soul and the future crisis to Steven. Steven frowned and said, "You mean, we are going to force Dormamu back and kill him or trap him forever?" "That's right." In just a few words of dialogue, Steven was killed several more times. He does not have the strength of Apocalypse and cannot protect himself from Dormamu's attack. Steven smiled bitterly, "If you can't kill the other party, then we can only trap him. The time loop cannot be released. Once released, Dormamu will escape immediately. Dawn, I'm afraid we're going to have a stalemate with him until the end of time." After saying that, Steven's face became even bitterer. "My face was already long, but now it's even longer." The thought of millions of deaths in the future and the accumulation of memories makes Steven desperate for life. Compared with the 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty, they were as peaceful as euthanasia. "No." Apocalypse shook his head, "I'm ready to kill Dormamu." "Ha ha ha ha." Dormamu laughed, his laughter shaking the planet of the dark dimension. The conversation between the two just now could not be hidden from Dormamu's ears, and it was equivalent to a loud conspiracy. "Earthling, my life is integrated with the dark dimension. What are you using to kill me? Can you destroy a universe?" "Ha ha ha ha." A smile appeared on Apocalypse's lips, "Who says we can't destroy the universe?" "Huh? Just your few broken stones." Across parallel universes, the role of the Infinity Stones can be ignored. But in terms of its own strength, Apocalypse can't do it. With Apocalypse's current strength, he could barely destroy a star system, but he couldn't even destroy a galaxy, let alone the entire universe. But Apocalypse knows that the future Doctor Strange can do it. Apocalypse quickly recalled the plot of Doctor Strange 2. How did Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch destroy other multiverses in the future? In the original plot, the Scarlet Witch obtained the Dark Book and used the spell to dream walk, that is, to possess self in other universes. Chase America, a girl who can travel freely across the multiverse. Its purpose is to find their child in the parallel universe and fulfill the dream of being a mother. In addition to her special abilities, America is also multidimensional and unique. In other words, she only has one of the infinite multiverses. Unlike everyone, there will be another version of self in different parallel universes. This is similar to Apocalypse. Apocalypse even suspected that America might have traveled from other dimensions. "It's just that I drank mango soup when I traveled through time, so I didn't bring the memory of my previous life with me." Doctor Strange took America with him and escaped to other parallel universes. The only hope against the darkened Scarlet Witch is the Book of Emperor Waishan. This book can be said to be the opposite of the Book of Darkness. The girl America calls it the Book of Innocence. However, the book played no role in the original plot. Defeating the Scarlet Witch in the end has nothing to do with this book. So in Tiankai's impression, it probably means the same thing as Good Gun. Whether it is the Book of Emperor Waishan or the Book of Darkness, they are just an introduction. Two books cannot directly destroy a parallel universe. The only thing that can destroy the universe is the collision of two parallel universes. In the end, either the two universes will perish together, or the weaker one will be wiped out. In Doctor Strange 2, there is a universe that is being annihilated, and the blackened three-eyed Doctor Strange in that universe is waiting for death. So, he was killed by the normal Doctor Strange. Apocalypse recalled it, and other than the clue that the universe collided, no more effective information could be found. It seems that the final problem has to be solved by the initiator Doctor Strange. "Steven, do you know how to make two parallel universes collide?" "What?" Steven was confused. "How is this possible? Let alone the universe, I can't even figure out how two planets collide." "You can do it, just think hard." Steven was speechless. "I thought to myself, King Tiankai wouldn't think so highly of me, would he? I thought that lying to me about capturing Dormamu was the lowest level of shamelessness. Now you are directly asking me to let two parallel universes collide. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a parallel universe a fucking second ago. However, I curse in my heart. Now the three of them are trapped in a time loop, and no one can or dares to get out. Idle is idle." So, Steven began to deduce while being killed again and again. The whole person flickers from time to time, as if stuck in time and space, looming. The time loop set up by Steven only includes the black hole in the sky and part of New York City. It is impossible to include the entire Earth or even the entire universe. As a result, people outside the time loop saw a strange and funny scene here. King Apocalypse was poked into the ground by the giant finger over and over again, and then turned back with a sound of awe. Tiankai didn't dare to hide, so he had to treat the hardships as practice. Other people in New York City covered by the time loop screamed to the periphery and ran away over and over again. But just after running very far, he returned to the same place and screamed again. Mortals have no ability to break away from the time loop. Every time they do it, they think it is the first time, and they try their best every time. Some SHIELD agents nearby rushed over. As a result, we also fell into an infinite loop. At this time, countless institutions around the world saw the strange scene here through various channels such as satellites and the internet. Silent? It was as if the entire Earth was silenced at this moment. Fury asked in a deep voice, "Does anyone know what is going on? How can we help?" Fury gathered all the superheroes who could come. Black Widow, Iron Man, War Machine, Vision, Scarlet Witch, Nebula, Ava, Daisy, Captain America, Rocket, Hawkeye, Dr. Banner, Ant-Man, Wasp, etc. Everyone gathered around a large conference table. Wasp Hope was the first to speak. According to my mother's experience in the quantum realm, this should be a time loop. Theoretically, the quantum realm is capable of traveling through time, but we need to improve the relevant theories and build a machine that can withstand the time cycle. I don't know what year or month it will take to actually work. Originally, the ability to travel through time and space in the quantum realm was discovered by Ant-Man Scott. But the current generation of Wasp did not turn into ashes under the snap of Thanos' fingers. She has stayed in the quantum realm for most of her life. He is more knowledgeable than Scott. After discussing with her husband, Dr. Pym, they naturally discovered this characteristic. However, now there is no Earth without half of the people disappearing. A generation of Wasp and Dr. Pym are just studying it as a science, and the progress is not fast. Ava said, "My quantum body can ignore all obstacles and let me go." Hope hesitated for a moment and said, "No one knows whether the quantum body will be affected by the time loop, so don't take the risk. Besides, even Tang's strength can't withstand it. If you go, you won't be able to help, so I'm afraid you won't be able to help." Ava said firmly, "Someone has to take the initiative to help. At worst, I will be trapped in an endless loop like other agents. We can't do nothing and let Tang face it alone." Iron Man thought for a moment and said, "You can give it a try. People in the time loop are not in danger for the time being. If this danger cannot be eliminated in the end, it will not be safe for us to hide anywhere on the Earth. Even if Ava can't help, if the information can be conveyed, we can take targeted measures." Everyone discussed it for a while. Finally, Fury gave the order. On the one hand, Ava is sent into the time loop area to try. On the other hand, launch time machine research. No one knows how long this time loop will last. If it is fast, it may be lifted in the next second. If it is slow, it may be hundreds or thousands of years, or even forever. Fury naturally had to prepare for a rainy day. Apocalypse and Steven's side. Steven will be killed every dozens of seconds. This makes the deduction extremely difficult. I don't know how many times he died, but now Steven's temples are gray, as if he has aged 10 years. Tang, I have deduced more than 1,000 million possibilities, but I can't continue. There may be one or two things missing. Tiankai thought for a moment and knew it should be the Book of Emperor Weishan or the Book of Darkness. However, I don't know where Tiankai is in these two books. The Supreme Mage of Karma Tajin, the Book of Darkness, should know. In the future Doctor Strange too, it is Master Wong who has inherited the position of Sorcerer Supreme and takes Scarlet Witch to Wandago Mountain to find the original Book of Darkness. The current Supreme Mage is the Ancient One, she must know. As for the Book of Emperor Weishan, Apocalypse knows that Doctor Strange in Parallel Universe number 813 has established a time and space relay point. The Book of Emperor Weishan is stored there. However, don't say that Tiankai doesn't know where the 813 Parallel Universe is. Even if he knows, he can't escape now. Once the time loop is released, Dormamu will immediately escape. At that time, it will no longer be something that the Book of Darkness and Book of Emperor Weishan can solve. At a time of distress, a white silhouette entered the time loop area and flew towards them. Of course this person is Ava. At this time, Apocalypse and Steven are in the sky, and the only way to contact them is to go to heaven. SHIELD temporarily modified the phase change suit to give it the ability to fly. Ava entered the loop area and was mentally prepared to fall into an endless loop. It turns out that although the time loop has a great impact on her, it will not go back. It seems that time works in a unique way in the quantum realm. Dormamu snorted coldly and sent out a thorn. As a result, it passed through and hit the air. Tiankai asked, "Why are you here?" "I want to help." Ava said. Tiankai thought for a moment, "It's just the right time. You can help me convey some information." "It is good." Tiankai explained it in detail. Ava walks out of the time loop area. Dormamu was secretly shocked and angry. As the Lord of Darkness, he was trapped in a cycle and couldn't escape, so he was ready to compete with the other party. After all, the Earthling who set up the time loop was killed by him again, and would eventually collapse one day. Then you can get out of trouble. I didn't expect that the other party was unreasonable and someone cheated, but he could come and go freely. Dormamu smelled a hint of danger. Ava returns to SHIELD. He glanced at Wanda with a complicated expression. Originally, Ava wanted to use her quantum body to help and leave a good impression on Apocalypse. But she didn't expect Tiankai to ask her to find another woman for help. Moreover, Wanda's relationship is closer to Apocalypse. The last time he left the Earth, he took her with him to the Nova Empire. Ava was vaguely jealous. "Why are you looking at me?" Wanda asked. For such a big matter, Ava didn't dare to be petty, so she had to say, "Don wants you to help destroy a universe." What? Everyone was surprised. They know that Wanda is very powerful. When Tiankai recruited Wanda, he also said that it was related to the fate of another universe. For a long time, everyone was skeptical. After all, Wanda is very powerful, but she is still far from destroying a universe. Unexpectedly, Tiankai made this request so quickly. Facing everyone's gaze, Wanda was a little shy and hesitated. That universe, will there be a lot of life? When Hydra threatened her with Quicksilver's life, Wanda refused to kill them at will. Now facing Tiankai's request, her first reaction was intolerance. but he was afraid that Tiankai would be angry and was in a dilemma. Ava said, Don knows your concerns. He said that in this universe to be destroyed, there is only one life called Dormamu. All other lives have been devoured by Dormamu. At this point, Ava was really jealous. Asking Wanda to take action is just a matter of strength. No one can do anything about it, and they can't even envy her. But now even Wanda knew clearly what she was worried about, and had predicted it in advance. It was obvious that the two of them were on the same page. There were few women present, including Black Widow, who were not jealous. It's just that now it's a world-ending disaster that even Apocalypse can't withstand, so it's hard for everyone to show it. After hearing what Ava said, Wanda felt relieved. What does Don want me to do? Ava said, go to Master Guyi and ask her where the Book of Darkness is. The Ancient One at Comatage. If you want to find her, you don't need to take a plane now. Before, it was just to train Steven that Apocalypse took the trouble to follow him on the plane. Now, Master Wong, who originally evacuated the crowd, has already been in contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. Under his leadership, Wanda, Ava, Fury, Black Widow, Iron Man, and other 5 people went directly to 5A Blake Street. Go through the space door of the New York Temple and come to Comatage. Master Wong found Moto and asked, where is Master Guyi? S.H.I.E.L.D. brought information from Mr. Tang and said it wanted to see her. Modo said, she is in retreat. Before the retreat, she confessed that this is a life and death test. Unless she takes the initiative to come out, you cannot disturb her. This. Master Wong's fat face looked very embarrassed. The matter of life and death is not a trivial matter. Afterwards, Master Wong gave a brief explanation to everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. The gate of life and death, as the name suggests, is usually closed in this way only at important spiritual gates that are vital to life. Breakthrough or die. Both Modu and Master Wong thought that Guyi had gained new insights from discussions with Apocalypse these days and wanted to take advantage of Dormamu's invasion to improve his strength. But I never expected that Dormamu would come so quickly and pose such a great threat. If you disturb the Ancient One Master at this time, it is very likely to endanger her life, causing the Earth to lose a Supreme Master and a big help. Even if Guyi is alive and interrupted midway, his strength will definitely not advance but retreat, let alone help Apocalypse who is trapped in the time loop. Unfortunately, the Earth's situation is critical at this time, and I don't know if I should wait. You know, a master's retreat can be as short as a few months, or as long as several years, 10 years, or even decades. If someone dies unexpectedly during seclusion, no one knows how long it will take. Some sects with ancient traditions will even wait for hundreds of years before opening the retreat place of their ancestors. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Iron Man, Black Widow, Fury, Wanda, Master Wong, Mordo, and others looked at Ava. Did Tang explain this situation? Fury asked. Ava shook her head. No. How about you go back and ask again? Just as he was speaking, a dark aura rose into the sky from the depths of Comatage Dojo. It was as if a dark dragon had escaped from its trap and stirred up the world. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and stormy. Everyone's ears were filled with the sound of howling wind. Master Wong was shocked. This aura is exactly the same as Dormamu. How is it possible? Has Dormamu already invaded Comatage? No. Modu looked unkind. That's Guyi's retreat place. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Is there any connection between Ancient One and Dormamu? They had just come from New York, so they naturally knew what Dormamu's dark aura was like. Even if you don't know clearly, even a blind person can feel the overwhelming pressure. As the dark power increased, it gradually formed a dragon cloud and flew towards the west. Obviously, this force went to New York City in the United States to join Dormamu. Comatage is located in the Himalayas, on the edge of the Great Eastern Country. Along the way, it passes through Central Asia, Europe, the Atlantic Ocean, and then enters the United States. Wherever it passed, it was like a hurricane passing through and heavy rain pouring down. Countless buildings were destroyed, and trees and soil were thrown into chaos. Looking down from a space satellite, a huge trail of mess is left. As the dark power leaked out, a purple divine light lit up and flashed past. The ups and downs in the entire Comatage gradually subsided and calm returned. Many people in SHIELD recognized this purple divine light as Apocalypse's purple potion. Black Widow said, this must be Guyi taking the purple potion. There was such a big movement just now. Regardless of whether she is still in seclusion or not, if we go up at this time, it will not be considered a disturbance. Modu's face turned gloomy and he was silent. He had long heard that Casillas and other Dark Believers had accused the Ancient Master of stealing dark power. It's just that everyone thinks that the Dark Believers are plotting to attack people's hearts, but no one believes it. Now that I see this scene with my own eyes, my faith begins to waver. It's just that in this extraordinary period, we must first solve the crisis of the Earth. Modu took everyone to the retreat place. Before entering, I saw a woman wearing a white Taoist robe and an ancient and strange face walking out. You are looking for me. Even without introduction, Fury and others knew that this was the Ancient One Master. Before anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. could respond, Mordo pointed at Gu's head and asked with a trembling voice, your hair. Guyi smiled slightly. I took the medicine given by Mr. Tang and cured the hidden disease in my body, and my hair grew naturally. Master Modo, you don't have to worry, this is who I am. Yes. Modo bowed and stepped aside. Wanda stepped forward and asked, Don asked us to come to you and ask for the Book of Darkness. Gu Yi glanced at Wanda and was slightly surprised, a witch with chaos magic. I didn't expect that there is a legacy. What do you want the Book of Darkness for? Ava said. Dawn said this is one of the key items to defeat Dormamu. 1. Are there any other items? The other one is the Book of Emperor Weishan. Gu Yi looked at Master Wang. She had never seen Fury and others. She suddenly came to ask for such an important item, and it was also the Book of Darkness. Naturally, she was a little worried. Master Wang nodded slightly, indicating that what they said was true. Ancient One then said, the Book of Emperor Weishan only exists in legends, and I don't have it here. However, I do know where the original Book of Darkness is. Then, he said to Master Wang, press this coordinate and help me open the portal. My power has been exhausted and I can't cast magic for the time being. Hearing what she said, Modu confirmed his suspicion and his expression became even more gloomy. Master Wang drew a large circle in the air with his hand, and a golden portal appeared. Everyone crossed. On the other side are the snow-covered mountain peaks. But this mountain is not the highest. In front of this mountain, there is a cliff, and a huge temple can be faintly seen. Gu Deidao, the Dark God book you need is on the stone wall of the temple above. All the Dark God book in the world are just rubbing versions of it. You can't fly here, you can't open the portal, we need to climb up. The people present are not ordinary people, so there is no problem in climbing a cliff. As soon as they entered the temple, they saw several huge skeleton monsters slowly waking up. Everyone is just getting ready to fight. The monsters walked up to Wanda, and with a boom sound, they slowly knelt down like a hill. Wanda asked strangely, they are welcoming me. Everyone looked at the temple and found a simple pattern carved on the wall. A woman is suspended in the air, with the aura of dominating the world. Although the portrait is simple, it's so charming that you can tell it's Wanda at a glance. Ancient One said slowly, it is said that Sithorn, the first demon in the world, carved his magic on this temple. These spells were copied into the book and became what people in the world call the Dark God Book. You are the Chaos Magic Witch, and you may be the descendant that the demon Sithorn is looking for. However, the Book of Darkness is the Book of Death and one of the sources of all evil. If you use it, you must be careful. Don't be fooled by this book and fall into darkness. Wanda smiled slightly, if Tang wants me to use it, I will use it even if he falls into darkness. If he doesn't allow me to use it, even if he gives me a universe, I won't take a look. In the original Wanda, her brother Quicksilver died, and she was forced to kill her lover Vision with her own hands. After the chaos magic got out of control, the entire Westview town was pulled into the illusion. The child who comes out of the illusion and is tempted by the Dark Book of Darkness wants to find a parallel universe. In the end, he buried himself with his own hands in this dark temple in front of him. At this time, she didn't know how miserable her original fate was, and just wanted to protect the earth with apocalypse. With this belief, the temptation of the Dark God Book to her was naturally greatly reduced. Wanda closed her eyes slightly and her body was suspended in the air, floating in the middle of the altar. Red chaos magic spread from the body and gently swept the spell on the stone wall. Each time a spell is swept, the red energy flows back, forming a page on Wanda's chest. As more and more spells were swept through, the pages grew thicker. Eventually, all the red light gathered to form a black book, the Dark God Book. Wanda landed from the sky, holding the Book of Darkness in her hand, with a slight smile on her sweet face. God's book, you don't have to tempt me anymore. I belong to someone else in my heart, and nothing in the world is as important as staying with him. After hearing this, the light on the surface gradually dissipated and converged within the Book of Darkness. Wanda walked towards Ava and asked, the Book of Darkness has been obtained. Please help me bring it to Tang. Ava hesitated for a moment. There is also a Book of Emperor Weishan. If no one can find it, I will have to tell Tang first. Wanda's white fingers made several beautiful handprints, and a red chaotic magic energy lingered on the Book of Darkness. The Book of Darkness will tempt people to fall into darkness. I have sealed it. As long as you don't open it, nothing will happen to you. The group of people returned to New York. Arriving at the edge of the time loop area, Ava held the Book of Darkness in her arms, and with the help of the phase change suit, she flew towards Apocalypse. Tian Kai was overjoyed when he saw the Book of Darkness. Thank you for your hard work, Ava. You go back first and let Wanda cooperate with our operations. Yes. Ava left. Dormamu's 5 fingers were like towering pillars, and he grabbed Tian Kai, trying to snatch the Book of Darkness. If it were elsewhere, Apocalypse might not be able to withstand the attack of a universe master. But at this time, I am stuck in a time loop, rewinding every few dozen seconds. Apocalypse can't beat Dormamu, but he can still block it for dozens of seconds. Suddenly, explosions occurred one after another in the circulation area, each time a powerful confrontation that could destroy the star system. Stephen, here is the book for you. Pay more attention to the spell about dream walking in it. Dream walking is to possess another self in the parallel universe and then control this self. He can even forcibly control his own corpse in another universe. In Doctor Strange 2, Doctor Strange is in a collapsed parallel universe, forcibly operating the corpse of Universe 616 to stop the Blackened Scarlet Witch. However, possessing the dead involves more indescribable taboos such as the undead from hell. The cost is high and dangerous. Although Stephen's body is inseparable from the time loop at this time, he can use the Dream Walk spell to leave his consciousness and start searching for Universe 813. However, this number was only arranged by Palmer of Universe 813, and the parallel universe itself has no mark. Steven's consciousness traveled through countless worlds before he found a universe that matched Apocalypse's description. Universe 813. Steven Dreamwalk possessed Doctor Strange in this universe and flew out of the Illuminati. As soon as he left the Illuminati building, he saw a sweet girl wearing jeans and a t-shirt looking towards him. Steven, you finally succeeded. Didn't dawn come? The speaker was naturally Wanda, who had dreamed of traveling to Universe 813. She found the original version of the Book of Darkness and had already learned the spell. She didn't have to use the book to dream. Since there was no interference from Dormamu, he naturally found Universe 813 faster than Steven. Steven said, Dawn said that there is no one corresponding to him in the parallel universe. He is the only existence and cannot use Dreamwalk. Next, it depends on the two of us. It is good. Without further ado, the two of them headed straight for an underground tunnel. Follow Apocalypse's prompts. In the underground tunnel, there is a time-space interruption point, and the Book of Emperor Waishan is inside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the basement, he saw several people guarding the corridor. If Apocalypse were here, he would be able to identify these people at a glance as members of the Cosmic Illuminati number 813. Master Modu. Carter's version of Captain America. The black female version of Captain Marvel. Black Bolt. Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four. And Professor X in a wheelchair. Carter was the first to step forward, carrying his iconic shield. It turned out that the tight-fitting combat uniform of the American captain was obviously very heroic when she wore it. It also outlines her perfect figure, giving her a different kind of sexiness. Steven, and that unknown girl, whatever you are planning to do, please stop it immediately. Your previous dream walk has caused the collapse of a parallel universe, and billions of creatures have died because of you. Don't use such dangerous spells again. Thanos is coming, please save some energy and concentrate on dealing with him. After just a few words, Steven was confused. Could it be that Doctor Strange in this universe has destroyed parallel universes? Also, who is Thanos? Steven had just achieved success in cultivation and had never heard of Thanos. Wanda was on Ego and learned from the Guardians of the Galaxy that Nebula's father was Thanos. If Apocalypse is here, combined with the memory of the previous life Doctor Strange too, we can deduce a rough idea. In order to fight against Thanos, Doctor Strange in Universe 813 also dreamwalked in the parallel universe to find a solution. As a result, before Thanos came, it caused a huge disaster. Finally, after defeating and killing Thanos, the Illuminati asked the Black King to destroy Doctor Strange with sonic waves. Doctor Strange did not resist due to self-blame. After the war, the Illuminati would cover everything up, say that Doctor Strange's death was fought against Thanos, and make him a hero, respected by thousands of people. But, this hasn't happened yet. Due to the intervention of Apocalypse, the plot of forcing Dormamu to retreat in Doctor Strange 1 suddenly turned into killing Dormamu. This prompted Wanda and Steven to use Dream Walk in advance and came to Universe 813. At this time, the Time Management Bureau has begun to go crazy. Originally, Apocalypse only interfered with the timeline of a universe and was barely controllable. Now, not only does he want to kill Dormamu, but he also reaches out to the parallel universe. The damage to the sacred timeline is growing and collapse is imminent. Unfortunately, the employees of the Time Administration can do nothing, and Supreme Guardian Kong has no instructions. However, Wanda and Steven, who came in their dreams, did not know about this situation, and Apocalypse could not foresee it. Just be flexible. Steven said, I need the Book of Emperor Waishan to save the universe where I am, please get out of my way. Professor X drove the wheelchair forward slowly and said, Steven, don't you understand yet? You are the biggest threat to the multiverse. Thanos only threatens some lives. Even if we are defeated, the universe will still exist. And you in countless parallel universes, will cause the entire universe to collapse. Steven frowned slightly. Based on his reasoning, he knew that Professor X was probably right. But Wanda doesn't care about all that, she just wants to save Apocalypse. Steven, don't think too much, finish what Tang told you first. No matter what today, you must get the Book of Waishan Emperor. It is good. It is impossible to convince each other with just a few words on matters related to the life and death of their own world. Even if other universes are annihilated as a result, Wanda and Steven may choose to save their own universe first, even if they feel guilty. This is also one of the underlying reasons why many things will still happen no matter how the timeline changes. Human nature is like this, and things will be like this. The war between the two sides is about to break out. Black Bolt opened his mouth and transformed into a top troll. An invisible sound wave erupted from the mouth, ripples appeared in the air, and circles of sound waves rushed toward Wanda and Steven. Steven hurriedly transformed into a golden shield to block it in front of him, while Wanda refused to dodge. His slender fingers made several handprints, and a burst of red magic surged up against the trend. It penetrated the sound wave and directly wrapped around Black Bolt's head. Suddenly, King Black Bolt's eyes became confused. He closed his lips tightly and refused to make any sound again. At this time, he was being led into the fantasy world of his youth by Wanda. Black Bolt was mutated by Terrigen's mist when he was a child, and has sonic attacks. As long as he speaks, there will be large or small attacks. In order to protect other tribesmen from harm, his father imprisoned him in a soundproof room and restricted his abilities. It wasn't until he was 19 years old that he swore an oath to never speak again before he was released and allowed to return to society. At this time, he seemed to see his father's majestic reproach to him again in the vision, scolding him for accidentally hurting his tribe. As a strong man in the spiritual field, Professor X could naturally see Wanda's offensive and tried to pull Black Bolt out of the illusion. He tapped his temples with his index and middle fingers and shouted, "Black Card, wake up." As a result, his vision turned white, and he entered an alien space where the sky and the earth were all completely white. Professor Wanda's mental strength is already very strong. Coupled with the combined spiritual cultivation of Yi and Apocalypse, the progress is even faster, far exceeding the level of the original plot. Even Wanda in Doctor Strange 2 can't be defeated by the Illuminati, let alone the enhanced version of Scarlet Witch. After just one meeting, Black Bolt and Professor X lost their fighting ability at the same time. The other members of the Illuminati were secretly shocked. They did not expect that the woman in casual clothes in front of them was so powerful. The black female version of Captain Marvel glowed with golden light and crashed directly towards Wanda. Steven raised his hands, and thousands of golden threads wrapped around her. But Captain Marvel, after all, Captain Marvel, opened his arms, and all the mana threads were broken free. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said with a smile, "Steven, your spell doesn't work on me." As soon as she finished speaking, Wanda's white palm was filled with chaos magic, and she slashed her neck with a knife. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and fainted. For some unknown reason, Captain Marvel in Universe 813 is obviously much weaker than Universe 616 where Apocalypse is. If it were Captain Marvel from Universe 616, she alone would be able to crush Steven and Wanda now. Seeing that it was not possible to take action one by one, Carter shouted, "Let's take action together." The remaining Master Mordo and Mr. Fantastic Richards attacked at the same time. As a mage from Karmatage, Steven knows Mordo best. With a stroke of his hands, there was a beep sound, and there was the sound of breaking glass in his ears. Mordo's eyes blurred, and he was pulled into the mirror world by Steven. In the mirror world, Steven's PhD physics knowledge was fully utilized. The endless mirror effects fascinated Mordo and he couldn't find where to go. When he returned to the real world, Mordo had fainted at Steven's feet. The two people outside were also dealt with by Wanda. Mr. Fantastic is a rubber man whose body, arms, and legs can be stretched almost infinitely. But at this time, his hands and feet had gone around countless times, and his whole body was tied into a mess. In the end, Wanda tied a knot that could not be untied no matter how hard she tried. Carter, on the other hand, was just repelled. But the shield had already reached Wanda's hands and was crushed into a ball. With a clang sound, he was thrown onto Modu's head. Modu groaned in pain while unconscious and did not wake up. Captain Carter raised his fists, took a good posture, and said calmly, "I haven't lost yet, I can fight all day long." Wanda smiled. Even in a parallel universe, she was still full of intimacy when hearing these familiar words. Wanda didn't take action, looked down and said with a smile, "Your butt is more upright than the captain of my universe." What? Not only Captain Carter was dumbfounded, but Steven was also baffled. If you fight, and you suddenly comment on someone's butt. What the hell? The two of them never expected that the sweet, shy girl in front of them would say such harsh words. Wanda realized that there was something wrong with her words, her face turned red and she said, "That's what that guy Tang said. I just listened to it." Steven gossiped, "Isn't Tang the king of Apocalypse? Could it be that a god-level hero also peeks at other people's butts? Does he have any thoughts about the captain of the United States?" Wanda spread her hands and said helplessly, "Who knew? This matter was spread in S.H.I.E.L.D. I laughed for several days at that time." The two walked while chatting, ignoring Carter, and walked straight towards the time relay point. Carter was so disturbed by this sentence that he had no will to fight. He couldn't beat him anyway, so he had to watch the two of them leave. When Wanda and Steven walked away, she couldn't help but turn around and look. "I was confused but also a little bit happy. Could it be that my reputation for having a nice butt has been spread to the parallel universe?" When she turned around, she saw Richards bundled into a ball and winking at her. Carter's face suddenly turned red and he threatened angrily, "If you dare to say a word about what I just said, don't expect me to help you untie it." The people of Illuminati number 813 did not know that their fate had just been changed. In the original plot of Doctor Strange 2, the Black and Scarlet Witch would not be as kind as she is now. In that timeline, Black Bolt was silenced by Scarlet Witch just as he was about to launch a sonic attack. The backlash of sound waves shook his head into a puddle of mud. "Professor, the black female version of Captain Marvel is defeated and the statue falls down, crushing her to death. Mr. Fantastic was cut into a pile of rubber strips. Captain Carter was cut in half by his own shield. And none of this happened. They didn't even know that all these changes came from another universe, a man named King Apocalypse. There was no one to stop them, and Wanda and Steven successfully entered the time relay point and obtained the Book of Emperor Waishan. Tiankai didn't know much about the Book of Emperor Waishan and only regarded it as a gun of kindness. In Doctor Strange 2, I only remember the girl America saying that this is a book of innocence and can restrain the Book of Darkness. Now, the two sacred books, one evil and one good, have been obtained. The key is that the two people who got the book were still working towards a common goal under the instruction of Tiankai. The two people who had finished their dream walk returned to their original state of consciousness. Returned to Universe 616 where Apocalypse is located. I saw one good and one evil, two energies rising into the sky. Two streams of energy rushed into the sky and then disappeared into the void. I don't know which parallel universe I was thrown into. Steven shouted, Dawn, help me stop Dormamu from killing me again. This will interrupt the casting of the spell. It is good. The original attack that killed Steven was very weak, just a random attack from Dormamu. Now I see that he is using the spell. Although Dormamu doesn't know what it is used for, he will not wait for him to finish it. The finger that originally pointed at Apocalypse instead pointed at Steven. Boom. Apocalypse stayed on Steven, and a big sun rose in his hand, dispelling the darkness from a million miles away. The fist of 100,000 times nuclear explosion. The stronger the nuclear explosion fist, the more body materials it needs to consume. Tiankai's body suddenly lost weight, leaving almost only skin and bones. Under normal circumstances, Apocalypse would not dare to use such a powerful nuclear blast fist. In just a few punches, his body was completely destroyed. But the environment is different now. Even if you die, your body will recover after a time loop. The surrounding stars had been completely annihilated by the previous battle, and the power of this punch could not be seen from external objects. Dormamu's giant finger pointed at the light of the sun, which was a fist of dash times nuclear explosion, but could not suppress it for a long time. Gradually, the light of the sun dimmed and disappeared, and a section of Dormamu's fingers also disappeared. However, Dormamu didn't care, and in the blink of an eye, the severed finger grew out. But Apocalypse is still happy. He successfully delayed the time for dozens of seconds and endured a new time loop. Not only did he hold Dormamu back, his body also fully recovered. Humph. Dormamu sneered. 2th time. Dormamu strengthens his strength, with one hand like a claw. The 5 fingers were like 5 mountains, shrouding Steven. In comparison, Apocalypse and Steven were like 2 black spots under this giant hand. Dormamu didn't believe that Apocalypse could punch 5 punches at the same time with a power of dash times the nuclear explosion. This time, Apocalypse did not use the fist of nuclear explosion. Instead, he stood still and allowed Dormamu's giant palm to approach, seeming to have given up resistance. When the 5 fingers covering the sky were pressed in front of his eyes, he suddenly made a stroke with his hands. A golden portal as big as the moon suddenly opened. Dormamu didn't stop in time and passed directly through. Snapped. Dormamu slapped himself on the back of the head. The body that was far beyond the planet shook for a while, and he almost lost his balance. In the portal just now, Apocalypse positioned its passage to the back of Dormamu's head. As a result, there was a weird scene of Dormamu beating himself. But it's not over yet. Just as Dormamu was about to withdraw his hand and come back, the golden portal suddenly disappeared. Space is like a sharp blade, cutting off this giant hand. Roar. Dormamu roared in pain. Planets hundreds of millions of miles away that Apocalypse and Dormamu couldn't reach in the battle just now exploded under this roar. Although all damage can be repaired in the dark dimension, the pain will not go away. Dormamu was furious with pain. Apocalypse successfully resisted the second time. 3th time. This time, Dormamu was prepared. A black energy is wrapped around his hand, like a river flowing endlessly, apparently to fight against Apocalypse's portal. Apocalypse knew that it was impossible to fend off a Dark Lord twice with one move, but a golden portal was still drawn. Humph, don't you have any new tricks? Dormamu snorted coldly. Before his palm could reach it, the black energy had already touched the portal. Under the erosion of the black air, the portal quickly collapsed, turning into dots of starlight and disappearing into the darkness. He was about to touch Steven and interrupt Steven's spell. The triple infinite divine fist, marshmallow punch. Dormamu smiled coldly. Do you still want to use his old tricks against me? The triple infinite divine fist is very powerful, but Apocalypse has used it many times before, and Dormamu has been prepared for it. Facing the light of energy of the infinite divine fist, increase your strength and press down. But he ignored the marshmallow in the back. Dormamu felt that his palms were weak and weak. The entire giant hand turned into a marshmallow the size of a continental plate. Photographed next to Apocalypse, he was so limp and powerless that he couldn't break through Apocalypse's protective shield. Tiankai was not polite, stretched out his hand and pulled a large piece of marshmallow from his giant hand. After taking a slight whiff, he confirmed that it was marshmallow, proving that his attack was effective, but he didn't eat it. After all, this is a part of Dormamu's body, and Apocalypse doesn't dare to care about it. If it returns to its original form in the stomach, I will be in trouble. Dormamu retracted his palm and looked at the slightly kawaii palm. Black energy surged and gradually returned to its original state. What does the reality stone do? It's a good little trick. Dormamu thought for a moment and suddenly understood what was going on. Apocalypse mainly uses the reality stone, plus the power of the space stone and the power stone, and then increases it through the infinity gauntlet. The reality stone's ability to change matter was greatly enhanced, and it successfully defused Dormamu's third attack. Fourth. Dormamu's hands were like a hug, and he surrounded the two of them and grabbed them at the same time. Apocalypse draws circles in the void. Countless golden portals appeared around Dormamu. Dormamu sneered, and a surge of black energy shook all the portals apart. Dots of golden light linger around a body that is far larger than the size of a planet. Hidden under these golden lights, there are bursts of red light. Dormammu didn't take it seriously and continued to attack. Suddenly his body went cold and his whole body was covered with red liquid. The red light hidden under the golden light just now is these red liquids. Dormammu was shocked, but the direction of his giant hand did not change, and he still pressed down on Steven. No matter what kind of venom this liquid is, no one can kill himself in the dark dimension. The top priority is to interrupt the people on Earth from casting that strange spell. But Dormammu was wrong. These red liquids were not venom, but Pym particles? Dormammu felt his body tighten, and Steven and Apocalypse, who were originally as small as ants in his eyes, became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the view changed from looking down to looking straight up. Dormammu's body, which was far larger than the planet, actually shrunk down to the size of an earthling. Naturally, a pair of giant hands grabbing Steven failed. Since Pym particles shrink the human body, the center of the human body is used as the standard position. The shrunken Dormammu is at least nearly kilometers away from Apocalypse and Steven. The fourth attack failed? What is this? The magic of Pym particles scared Dormammu and quickly backed away, not daring to get close for a moment. It was not until a new time cycle began that the influence of Pym particles was eliminated with the help of the power of the dark dimensional universe. Return to its original giant body. Tian Kai smiled slightly and said, "Ask me, do you really want to know? Although you look at me very earnestly, but if you want to know, you must at least show a little sincerity. If you are not sincere, how can I tell you, do you really want to know? Really want to? Humph, that's nonsense." Dormammu was furious. "It's okay if you don't listen." Just about to continue the attack. Tian Kai said again, "Don't worry, let me tell you, this is one of the mysterious substances in my universe. It has the power to create the world, reverse the universe, and reopen the universe." When Dormammu heard how powerful these particles were, he stopped raising his hand. Just now, his body was forcibly shrunk by Pym particles, which really scared him. If these liquids can change the size of one's body, then it doesn't seem to be difficult to harm one's dark body. Dormammu was wary, but for a moment, he couldn't figure out what the red liquid was. Definitely not any spell he knew, because there was no spell fluctuation at all. He has been entangled with Guyi for many years and has been blocked from the door. He is more or less aware of the characteristics of Guyi's spells. Apocalypse's announcement immediately whetted his appetite. These liquids are produced in the center of my universe. They need to be nurtured by billions of galaxies to produce the original liquid. But this is not yet the finished product. To refine the raw liquid into a finished product, millions of stars need to be burned as furnace fires. Then the first ray of purple energy from the world is taken, put into the cauldron, and brewed repeatedly after the 81th epoch dash. In the end, it took a nine heavens mysterious immortal named Pym's inspiration to condense a drop of it, Lushan Shenglongba Universe Tei True Water. Its power is infinite and can be used across the universe. Any dark demon in the parallel universe who gets caught in the Lushan Shenglong dominates the universe's Tei True Water will definitely die. Hearing this, Dormammu was secretly shocked. Could it be that he escaped this death disaster because he transformed into the universe? Just now my body was shrunk, it seemed that the amount was not enough. Otherwise, if he was shrunk indefinitely, Dormammu felt that he might not be able to recover. I even vaguely feel that if we shrink infinitely, incredible things will happen. Thinking of this, Dormammu showed his huge teeth and a ferocious smile. Since condensation is so difficult, I guess you don't have many. GGGG. Tian Kai paused for a moment and cursed in his heart, "I'm stupid. The cowhide has been blown." Although Dormammu was frightened by the fact that the Pym particles were so magical and rare, he also thought he had used them up. There will definitely be another attack, and with greater intensity. When Steven on the side heard this, the spell he was casting fluctuated. I almost died laughing. He never expected that King Apocalypse, who was suppressing the earth, would be so arrogant. He lied without blushing, without changing his countenance, and deceived a Lord of Darkness. In fact, you can't blame Dormammu for being fooled. It was actually Apocalypse's strength that caused him to have psychological misunderstandings. The strong have their own pride. Under normal circumstances, even if you promise $1,000, you won't even bother lying? For example, when Thor was demoted to the earth, even though the people around him regarded him as an idiot, he still insisted that he was the god of thunder. With his more than 1,000 years of experience, it is impossible that he would not know how to tell a small lie, which would be easier for mortals to accept. Just disdain. In the original plot of Doctor Strange, Dormammu was forced back by Steven's time loop. If you quit, you really quit. He didn't try to come back after breaking the time loop. Otherwise, with his ability and prevention, it would not be so easy for Steven to pull him into the time loop again. It might even be possible to kill Steven the moment the time loop is released. In his opinion, if Apocalypse could resist him for so long, he would be the most powerful person in any parallel universe. Introducing one's unique skills to the enemy is to convince the enemy. Secondly, to promote one's unique skills and increase one's prestige. Who would have thought that a supreme powerhouse who introduced his own unique skills in a serious manner would actually make it up? It's so grand and fascinating. Dormammu has never seen something as magical as Pym particles, and he was really deceived. It wasn't until he saw Steven trying to hold back his laughter that he finally reacted. The series of seemingly powerful words just now turned out to be false? The other party's purpose is to delay time, no wonder they are so long-winded. Earthling? How dare you tease me? Dormammu is even more furious than before when Apocalypse blew out his eyes and cut off his hands. I will drag the earth into the dark dimension and blacken everyone. I will make you enjoy endless pain in the dark hell for the rest of your life. Tiankai secretly sighed, his chatterbox skills were still not up to par. I temporarily compiled a large paragraph, but I really can't edit it anymore, and there are many loopholes. If Ant-Man Scott's best friend Lewis was here, he would definitely be able to talk about it forever. At least Dormammu wouldn't find out so soon. Next, the situation will inevitably become more severe. Dormammu opened his mouth and pointed it at Steven and Apocalypse. Darkness devours. Apocalypse suddenly felt that the space around him tightened, and the space between him and Dormammu seemed to disappear. The two quickly approached Dormammu's big mouth. Apocalypse hit the Infinite God Fist, Nuclear Explosion Fist, and even tried to open the portal, but nothing worked. Obviously, Dormammu, who was tricked, used a trick to suppress the situation. Steven, haven't you finished it yet? Apocalypse shouted. Just now Tiankai used what he had learned throughout his life, even using the ultimate trick of talking. That's how long it took. If Steven was killed and the spell was interrupted, Dormammu would not be able to give them a second chance. It is impossible for Apocalypse to delay so much time again. All right. Steven's long and tense face suddenly relaxed. The seals on his hands had been completed, and he spread his hands and let himself fly towards Dormammu's mouth. Now that Steven has agreed, Apocalypse will no longer guard it. Only protect yourself and support until the next time cycle. With a flash of green light, a new time cycle begins? Dormammu was about to attack again, but suddenly stopped. What have you done? How could a universe collide with mine? This is impossible. For the first time since his arrival, Dormammu sounded panicked. Apocalypse had repeatedly injured him before, but Dormammu was only furious and never panicked, because he knew that Apocalypse could not hurt his roots. Now, the universe collides, capable of destroying him completely. For a long time, he felt fear again. The incarnation of the universe was originally a supreme state, immortal, and lived longer than ego. We have truly achieved the legendary live as long as heaven and earth, but it is also a constraint. Incarnate into the universe, and live as long as heaven. But when heaven and earth are annihilated, then as the Lord of the Dark Dimension, he will naturally die. Kong, the Observer, and the Time Management Bureau, may have seen the shortcomings of this realm, which is why he has not chosen to be promoted. I would rather sit on the sidelines and wait for an opportunity for hundreds of millions of years. An opportunity to truly transcend? That kind of state is higher than Dormammu. You can break away from the limitations of the universe itself and achieve true transcendence and freedom. This state is extremely difficult. There are infinite parallel universes, but no strong person has ever been heard of reaching this level. Only Apocalypse comes from the creator dimension and knows that there may be one who exists in the legendary OAA. Maybe, he is in this state. But it is limited to legends, and Apocalypse is not sure whether OAA really exists. Apocalypse brings divine power to his eyes, penetrating all layers of time and space. Among the layers of multiverses, two universes are slowly approaching, being pulled by two huge spell chains. Their function is to break the boundaries of time and space and bring two universes that originally had no intersection together. Of these two spell chains, one comes from the Book of Darkness and is dominated by Wanda. One is from the Book of Emperor Waishan, cast by Steven. One good and one evil, complementing each other. Of those two universes, one is naturally the dark dimension where Dormammu resides. The other is a dead universe, devoid of life. In the infinite multiverse, there will inevitably be universes that perish due to various reasons. So, Wanda and Steven don't feel any guilt at all for causing this kind of universe to collide with the dark dimension. The previous search for universe number 813 required slowly comparing features, which really took Steven a lot of energy. But searching a dead universe is easy. With the abilities of Steven and Wanda, and with the help of the power of the two sacred books, their consciousness passed through the parallel universe. Working together on both sides, a dead universe was soon found. At this time, the time loop area is rarely quiet. Dormammu no longer attacks. Apocalypse and Steven are not too busy either. Through time and space, everyone looked at the two universes getting closer and closer, waiting for the result. Universes collide? No one could hear the sound, but the scene was billions of times more intense than the battle between Apocalypse and Dormammu. Thousands of galaxies at the Milky Way level at the edge of the universe were turned into ashes at the moment of contact. Even the basic atomic structure cannot be retained, and everything is annihilated. A light that was billions of times more intense than all the stars in the Milky Way emitted at the same time suddenly burst out. Infinite light, starting from the collision edge, spreads towards the other parts of the two universes at the speed of light. Wherever he passed, the originally dark background of the universe turned into a vast expanse of white. In addition to the visible light of the human eye, there are countless infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, and high-energy gamma rays that can instantly kill all living things. This is the light of destruction. Stars that did not turn into ashes were blown out of long flaming tails, like comets rushing into the solar system. Ordinary planets were blown away and unable to maintain their original orbits. The intense light brought extremely high heat, and the planet's ground was directly melted. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet became a world of magma. At the same time, strong gravitational waves followed. Gravitational waves are ripples that vibrate in space. It is similar to the ripples caused by throwing a stone into the water on the Earth. Gravitational waves that can be observed in the general universe are produced by the collision and merger of large celestial bodies such as stars and black holes. At this time, the two universes are docking, and the gravitational waves are so huge, second only to the Big Bang. Wherever the gravitational waves pass, space is stretched, then contracted, and oscillates back and forth. The originally round spheres of stars and planets were stretched into strange elliptical shapes. Then it contracted suddenly again. Countless stars, planets, and even more solid celestial bodies such as white dwarfs and neutron stars finally collapsed under the pull of this cosmic level, turned into fragments of the universe, and then blown away by the light of destruction, turning into a little stain on the white background of the universe. Fortunately, there is only one life in these two universes. Dormamu, so Wanda and Steven don't feel guilty. Steven, who was observing this scene, and Wanda outside the time loop area, felt happy. After going through a lot of hardships and spanning multiple parallel universes, I finally got the result I wanted. Only Apocalypse has stronger eyesight than the two of them and can see more. His brows were furrowed, feeling something bad. As the two universes collide further, Wanda and Steven finally see clearly. Although the cosmic collision caused damage to the dark dimension, it was not fatal. On the contrary, the dead universe collapsed quickly like an egg hitting a stone. If compared with the collapse value, the collapse speed of the dead universe is 100, while the collapse speed of the dark dimension is only 1. Moreover, as the dead universe collapses faster and faster, this ratio difference becomes larger and larger, even to 1000:1, 10,000:1. Apocalypse deduced a little bit, and the result is very simple. Collision in this way, the dead universe is completely annihilated, and the dark dimension will only lose a small part. Let alone killing Dormamu, he couldn't even do enough damage. Apocalypse remembered that the Illuminati mentioned in Doctor Strange 2 that there are two consequences of the collision of two universes. Or be destroyed together. Either the weaker one will be destroyed and the stronger one will survive. After all, the dark dimension universe has an owner. No matter how dark it is still alive. It is naturally much more powerful than the dead universe. Coupled with Dormamu's incarnation in the universe, the dark dimension is equivalent to someone controlling it. The gap between strength and weakness is even greater. Thinking of this, Tiankai frowned more and more. After all, this is the first time a cosmic collision has occurred, so it is normal to have no experience. If it's something else and you have no experience with it for the first time, just pay more attention in the future. But not this time. If this cosmic collision fails to destroy the dark dimension, Dormamu will not give Steven a second chance to cast the spell. Apocalypse's brain began to work crazily, constantly deduce various possibilities and think of ways to remedy the situation. He does not have the time stone and cannot see thousands of possibilities in the future like Steven, but based on the understanding of the Marvel Universe, combining and deducing from countless known information, gradually, a reversible plan was deduced. This plan goes far beyond any timeline known in previous lives. Tiankai didn't know if he could succeed, but he had no choice but to give it a try. So, Apocalypse stretched out his hand and used his divine power to write a few big characters in the sky. Ava. The yellow divine power illuminated the dark cave entrance, and all of New York City could see it. With a time loop, these fonts disappeared without a trace. But this is enough time. Ava is Ava's English name. At this time, countless people were paying attention to the time loop area, and people from S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally saw it. Soon, Ava, wearing a phase change suit, flew into the sky and came to Apocalypse. This time, Dormamu didn't try to stop him. He had tried it before and he couldn't attack Ava at all. Coupled with the great collision of the universe at this time, Dormamu needs to use his spiritual power to control the dark dimension and resist the death of the universe. This is more difficult than resisting the apocalypse. No matter how weak the universe is, the impact force is billions of times stronger than Apocalypse. For a time, the enemy and we made a tacit agreement not to invade each other. Apocalypse opened the magical shield and explained some things carefully in Ava's ear. When I see Tiankai, I want to whisper it in my ear, but I can't touch it. Ava's heart softened and she wished she could return to her normal body immediately and feel the warm air he blew beside her ears. Too bad she can't. She is afraid that any small negligence on her part will cause the destruction of the earth, and the people she likes will be trapped in the time loop forever. Remember? Yeah. Ava responded softly. Go and come back quickly. This time has nothing to do with the time loop. The longer it is delayed, the worse it will be for the earth. Yes. Tang, you must come back safely. Tiankai said. Don't worry, I won't let Dormamu destroy the earth. Ava suddenly stepped forward and hugged Apocalypse. The white quantum body overlaps with Apocalypse's tall and straight body. Although they couldn't feel each other, Tiankai still stretched out his hand and threw the shadow into his arms. Apocalypse's answer made Ava instinctively feel uneasy. A woman's sixth sense told her that something was wrong. She told him to come back safely, but he said to protect the earth, obviously deliberately avoiding a direct answer. But at this moment, time is running out and Ava has no time to think too much. Quickly exit the time loop area. Rushing to find Fury. Inside SHIELD. As soon as she came in, Ava shouted, Director, where is the cat that scratched your eyes? SHH. A dozen superheroes all looked at Fury. Fury's blind eye is known to everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone thought he was blinded while fighting the enemy. As for what kind of enemy it was and when it was blinded, some low-level agents may not know, but the veteran agent Coulson fought with him back then to fight against the Skrulls. These plots took place in the plot of Captain Marvel in the 90s. Naturally, it was known that Fury was injured at that time, but Coulson didn't know who blinded him, because Coulson was not there when the cat scratched Fury blind. Later, in order to cover up his embarrassment, Fury secretly spread the word that he was blinded because he refused to hand over the cube and was tortured by the Kree. Coulson also admired him. Now, Ava is shouting out his embarrassing stories. In front of everyone, Fury's old face was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, his face was dark and no one could tell whether it was red or not. Fury tried to struggle and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of cat is not a cat? I never pet a cat. My eye was blinded by the enemy. Back then, I put my hands in my pockets and would rather die than surrender." Ava interrupted coldly, "That cat is what Tangding wants." Fury realized the seriousness of the matter. "Okay, I'll get the cat." Then, dial up an encrypted holographic video phone. The superheroes and agents present were all trustworthy people, and Fury did not deliberately hide anything. After all, it is these people who are responsible for protecting the Earth. Take this opportunity to let everyone know more about some top-secret information. There is a beep sound and the video is connected. The holographic screen projected an alien with green skin, wrinkles, and pointed ears, who was none other than the Skrulls. In the plot of Captain Marvel, before Captain Marvel awakened, he hunted down the Skrulls as a Kree warrior. Later, he awakened his memory and discovered the Kree conspiracy. It turned out that the Skrulls were the victims. So he helped the Skrulls in turn, using his Ironhead skills to ram through several space battleships and scare Ronan away. Since then, the Skrulls have lived on Earth. Some live in space laboratories in low Earth orbit. This space laboratory was left behind by Dr. Wendy Lawson, Captain Marvel's boss and a Kree peace activist. Its predecessor was a Kree Empire cruiser. Dr. Lawson transformed it into a laboratory to study the light speed engine. Dr. Lawson took pity on some Skrulls who were in trouble and allowed them to stay on it temporarily. Later, Dr. Lawson died accidentally when his fighter plane crashed, and this laboratory became the shelter of the Skrulls. The space laboratory can be invisible, which cannot be discovered with the current technology of the Earth. In the previous New York space battle, Apocalypse fired the Infinite Fist for the first time and accidentally hit a corner of this space laboratory, causing it to be briefly exposed. In addition, there are some Skrulls who have transformed into Earthlings and live on the ground. In the later Spider-Man, Homeless, Skrull also briefly disguised himself as Director Fury and Agent Hill to help Spider-Man fight Mysterio. Fury took this opportunity to steal a half-day of leisure and vacation in a virtual holographic image. S.H.I.E.L.D. here. When the Skrulls in the holographic video saw so many people, they suddenly panicked and said, "Fury, they." Fury stretched out his hand and said, "Don't panic, they are all trustworthy Earthlings. It's time to let some people know your existence. After all, you can't hide forever." "Okay." The Skrulls had no choice but to believe. "What's the matter?" Fury's expression tightened and he said, "Bring Gugu down." Gugu is the name of the element-devouring beast that looks like a cat. No one can figure out what the original name of the UN-devouring beast was, or whether it even had a name. The name Gugu came from Fury when he was playing with the cat. But the cat didn't seem very satisfied and scratched one of Fury's eyes as a warning. Fury saw it eating Kree soldiers, swallowing and spitting out the cosmic cube, and knew that this little kitten was not easy to mess with. After all, the stomach can swallow a guy from the universe. It doesn't matter that Fury himself is blind in one eye, he is just afraid that this little kitten will get excited and swallow a city or even the entire Earth one day. Therefore, he did not dare to put it on the Earth and threw it all the way to the space laboratory for the Skrulls to take care of. The Skrull said, "Then let me test its temper and see if it is willing to leave the nest." Fury nodded. "If Gugu doesn't want to, just tell him that the strongest person on Earth will take him to eat good food, and there will be an entire universe for him to eat as he pleases." The Skrulls suddenly understood. King Apocalypse wants it. Well, hurry up. It is good. Soon. A space airship fell from the sky and landed on the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. A strong man in a suit carried a cage and went straight to the director's conference room. After entering, I saw the people inside who I saw during the holographic call just now. The muscles on his body squirmed and he transformed into a green-skinned, pointed-eared Skrull. Opening the cage, a cat came out. Seeing so many people, he didn't seem to be afraid of anything, so he lay down in a comfortable position on the conference table. The UN-devouring beast looks like an orange cat, with mainly yellow skin and some white fur. His expression is cold and lazy, and he is indistinguishable from cats on Earth. Everyone looked at the cat curiously, wanting to see what was so magical about it. King Apocalypse actually asked it to help in such a difficult situation? Iron Man said, "Fury, were you really blinded by it?" Meow. The element-devouring beast seemed to recognize Fury and shouted to him. I didn't know whether it was kind or a warning. Fury took 2 steps back in fright. Feeling that he was losing face in front of everyone, he said, "This is an element-devouring beast, not a cat, do you understand? I think it is very well behaved and cute, Gugu, Gugu." A group of women led by Black Widow couldn't help it anymore and started teasing the UN devouring beast, completely ignoring Fury's injured eyes and mind. Fury shouted, "Everyone, please be careful, it is really not a cat. Gugu, come on, show everyone the fierce one." Meow. The element devouring beast shouted lazily, looking even cuter. Black Widow took out a bottle of green recovery potion and waved it in front of the devouring beast. "Gugu, do you like it?" With Fury's reminder and Apocalypse's special request, everyone naturally knew that this was no ordinary cat. Naturally, I won't take out cat food or anything like that. The most high-end and edible thing in the hands of Black Widow is naturally the recovery potion. The UN devouring beast's eyes lit up and he quickly drank it all. But there was no green healing light emerging from his body. This is completely different from humans. No matter whether a human being is injured or not, as long as he drinks it, healing light will inevitably emerge. After drinking it, the cat yawned lazily. Let Black Widow, Ava, Wanda, Daisy, and other women masturbate it. Fury's face darkened. Is this guy male or female? Why do you value sex over friends? I have known it for decades. After masturbating for a while, Black Widow was a little reluctant to give up, but still handed the element-devouring beast to Ava. Please, take these potions first. If Gugu wants to drink on the way, just give it to him. Ava took the element-devouring beast and flew towards Tiankai again. Steven was a little curious when he saw it. Apocalypse just made an explanation, and he thought Ava would bring some secret weapon, but it turned out to be the most common orange cat. Dawn, do you want to rely on this cat to deal with Dormamu? Tiankai smiled slightly. It's called the UN devouring beast. Its stomach is connected to another parallel universe and can swallow almost any object. Eat the universe with the universe. Steven understood instantly. Since one cosmic collision can't kill Dormamu, then two. One collides and the other devours. The success rate is greatly improved. As soon as the element-devouring beast came out of Ava's quantum body, it immediately turned into a physical entity and was bound by the time cycle. Meow. The element-devouring beast made a sound like a baby and seemed a little irritable. The energy of the time loop makes it uncomfortable. Ava quickly said, Dawn, it likes to drink recovery potions. Apocalypse turned his hand, and a golden potion appeared in his hand. The element-devouring beast suddenly lost his temper and eagerly took the golden potion and drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, still no golden healing light came on. But the UN devouring beast stopped barking and became lazier. Green light flashed. A new time cycle has begun again. The element devouring beast instantly returned to its original body, and the golden potion it just swallowed seemed to disappear from its body. Meow. The element devouring beast was excited, and its mouth suddenly split into several pieces, opening as big as a car. Steven, standing in front of it, was startled. Are you going to try a new way to die? Fortunately, the element-devouring beast did not swallow Steven, and Tiankai hurriedly comforted him. Pointing at Dormamu's huge body, he said, Gugu, all this is caused by the big bad guy. If you help me swallow it, what you drink will not be restored. Meow. The element-devouring beast is as cold as a cat and not very obedient. In the plot of Captain Marvel, after the element-eating beast swallowed a Kree warrior, Fury held him and wanted to deal with other Kree people. But the element-devouring beast didn't listen to the order, but the Kree warrior was frightened. Whether or not to swallow it all depends on the UN devouring beast's own will. It wasn't until the Kree soldiers attacked again and disturbed it that it swallowed a few more. Tiankai had no choice but to take out another potion. However, this time it is not golden, but the highest level purple potion. Meow. The element devouring beast suddenly stood up and looked at the purple potion longingly. After drinking it, my eyes glowed purple. It seems that the purple potion can barely spark a little healing light. After that, he lazily approached Tiankai's arms, gurgling and trying to sleep. The result, a green light flashed. A new time cycle begins again. The effect of the recovery potion he just drank disappeared without a trace. Meow. The element-devouring beast's whole body exploded with hair, and its roaring voice was so angry that even a deaf person could hear it. Tiankai spread his hands and said, Look, I'll give you something to eat, but he will take everything away. Although the element-devouring beast is not an intelligent creature, it can still distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. From Captain Marvel to Fury and the Skrulls, it's all good. Naturally, it will not devour people and things that are kind to it. The Earthling in front of him must be a good person if he gives it delicious food. So, the bad guy must be the big guy, just like those Kree soldiers did, disturbing it. Coupled with Apocalypse's misleading, the element-devouring beast arched its body, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Dormamu. Meow. A huge cat meow sounded that shook the world. The mouth of the element-devouring beast opened wider, and by the time it pounced on Dormamu, it was already big enough to bite off one of Dormamu's feet. One finger of Dormamu is as huge as a mountain, and one foot is as big as a continent. One can imagine how wide the UN-devouring beast's mouth opened. What's strange is that the body of the element-eating beast has not grown proportionally, and it still maintains the figure of a cat. It is extremely disproportionate to its giant mouth the size of a continent and looks extremely weird. Roar. Dormamu was in pain, roared, and hurriedly waved his giant foot to throw the element-devouring beast away. Looking down, I saw that the left foot had disappeared below the ankle and had been swallowed by the element-devouring beast. This is a time loop area, though. Although Dormammu was in pain, he could recover automatically after enduring it for dozens of seconds. But in the eyes of the UN devouring beast, after the green light flashed, Dormammu's giant feet recovered, and the recovery potion he drank was gone. The two things were immediately connected. Meow. Angry cat meows resounded throughout the world. The element-devouring beast pounced on Dormammu again, biting him repeatedly. Because the mouth was so big, there was almost no change in the body, and everyone seemed to hear a mouth chewing on Dormammu. Dormammu had to devote his energy to fighting the cosmic collision, but from time to time a large piece of flesh was bitten off by the element-devouring beast. He was so angry that he kept yelling, which was even more annoying than when he was dealing with Apocalypse. Apocalypse, Ava, and Steven. Tiankai said to Ava, "Go back first, there will be danger here later." Ava shook her head and said firmly, "I want to stay and help. I have a quantum body and no one can hurt me." "All right." Tiankai saw that Ava was determined, so he no longer forced himself. With Ava around, she might be able to help, but even if she couldn't, she wouldn't be hurt. Steven on the side couldn't help but look bitter when he saw how cruel the kitten was. "Tang, what do you think it will do if it discovers that I set up the time loop and comes back to trouble me?" "Well, if you don't tell me, and I won't tell you, and then everyone will silence Dormammu, no one will know." "You put it lightly. In the time loop, no one can kill anyone." Tiankai sighed slightly, "So, you must be prepared to break the time loop." Steven was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that Dormammu will escape?" "I'm waiting for an opportunity." Time loops over and over again, I don't know how long it has passed. The black hole in the New York sky gradually brightened. Like early morning on Earth, before the sun rises, the east is slightly white. The originally dark cosmic background became brighter, and many silent planets were clearly visible. With such brightness, it is no longer a dark dimension. It is even much brighter than the 616 universe where Apocalypse is located. Apocalypse, Steven, Wanda, and others know that this is the light of destruction emitted by the great collision of the universe, which has spread to this area. What followed immediately was the strong energy fluctuation of the collision of two universes. If even a tiny bit leaks to the Earth, it will be a world-ending disaster. Not to mention the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, and even the superstar cluster where the Milky Way is located will probably be destroyed. In a cosmic scale collision, even the Milky Way is just a speck of dust. Tiankai said, "Steven, listen to my orders later, you are ready to lift the time limit at any time." "Yes." Apocalypse dispersed his mental power and stared at the fluctuations of the two colliding universes. Suddenly his eyes opened suddenly, he flew forward and shouted, "Dormammu, let's put our foreheads together." "What?" Before Dormammu could react, Apocalypse plunged into his eyebrows, directly to the depths of the skull. Bang! A muffled sound came from deep inside Dormammu's head. Various black and green brains kept pouring out from his eyes, ears, and brows. Roar! Dormammu screamed in pain. Forcibly operating the power of darkness, the brains were restored one after another. Apocalypse felt a huge force trying to push him out of Dormammu's head. But how could Tiankai be willing to give up such a favorable fighting place? With a push of his feet, he pressed hard into Dormammu's brow bone. Spiritual storm. Apocalypse used his soul imprint that was far beyond this material world to begin tearing at Dormammu's soul with all his strength. As his strength increased, Tiankai didn't even know how strong his soul mark was. "If we could go back to the beginning and fight against the bloody tornado of the Dark Elf King Malekith. I'm afraid one look could kill Malekith." Roar. Dormammu felt as if his head had been split in two, and he began to writhe violently in pain. "It's now." At the same time, the voice of the Apocalypse reached Steven's ears. Steven took a deep breath and made a mark with his hands on his chest. The eye of Agamotto suddenly emitted a faint green light, and the entire time loop area swayed slightly. The black hole opened by the dark dimension is shrinking rapidly. Steven wanted to pull Ava, "Let's go quickly. The cave entrance is about to be closed." Ava looked at Apocalypse who was entangled with Dormammu and said, "What should Tang do?" Steven sighed, "He can't leave. This is his plan. The great collision of the universe is about to affect this place. If the hole is not closed, it will cause a series of collisions among three universes. Our universe will also be destroyed. While closing the hole, a strong person must restrain Dormammu so that he cannot escape. Otherwise, not only will the dark dimension fail to be destroyed, Dormammu will also broadcast Dawn's identity to the multiverse. This will also bring endless disasters to our universe." Although Apocalypse did not explicitly state his plan, Steven watched the whole process. With his IQ and a little reasoning, he would naturally understand Apocalypse's plan. Ava's hand passed through Steven's hand that wanted to hold hers, and flew forward. The dark hole in the sky was getting smaller, and when it was about to close, I plunged into the dark dimension. Seeing this, Tiankai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What are you doing here at this time?" Ava smiled slightly. "You asked me to stay and help, so I stayed." "Oh, I told you to stay on the other side of the Earth. I only know that you asked me to stay by your side." "Okay." Apocalypse turned around and saw that the hole connecting to New York City had been completely closed. "I can't go back now even if I want to." He could only say, "You stay in the quantum state. Don't switch to the real state without my order." Ava nodded. She is self-aware of her strength. Out of the quantum state, her strength is just a little stronger than ordinary people. He can't help in this kind of cosmic battle. It may even be possible that if everything is changed to the real state, it will be blackened by the energy of the dark dimension. Only by maintaining the quantum body and waiting for the opportunity to act, may we be able to help Tiankai. Meow. The element-devouring beast finally discovered that it was out of the time loop, and was immediately very happy. He caught Dormamu and bit him even more vigorously. However, Dormamu's counterattack also severely wounded the element-devouring beast. But there are so many recovery potions that can't stand up to Tiankai. A dose of golden potion was fed to it, and the element-devouring beast was immediately resurrected with full health. In the previous battle on Ego, the Ego root systems of thousands of worlds were destroyed, virtually saving hundreds of millions of lives. The recovery potions in my mind are piled up like a mountain, and there is no way I can use them all. So, one false and one true, the two powerful men joined forces to attack. Soul-wise, Apocalypse attacks. Physically, the element-devouring beast bites. Dormamu incarnates the universe and is indeed immortal. But if the universe collides at this time, Dormamu will consume a lot of energy. In addition, every piece of food eaten by the element-devouring beast completely disappears from the dark dimension, disappearing to no one knows where. As a result, Dormamu also began to become weak. Especially Apocalypse's soul-level attack made Dormamu no longer able to control the universe, leading to the collapse of the dark dimension faster and faster. Tiankai finally had a smile on his lips. As long as he maintains this attack, he will continue to destroy Dormamu's soul and swallow up the matter of the dark dimension. Dormamu is doomed. At the same time, the light of destruction is getting stronger and stronger. On the Earth, watch as the black hole over New York City finally disappears. People trapped in a time loop finally return to normal. Many people didn't know that for the thousandth time they started screaming and running frantically out of the danger zone. However, people who run out of the time loop area will find a strange phenomenon. In their memories, it was clear that the disaster happened dozens of seconds ago. They also escaped. Later, it was already half a month later. They were spinning endlessly in the time loop, and more than 10 days had passed outside. Under the arrangement of S.H.I.E.L.D., countless teams have been preparing to rescue people as soon as the situation is lifted. However, the crisis of the Earth has passed. The man who had saved the Earth from danger several times also disappeared along with the dark hole. Countless people look up to the sky, wondering when he will return. The days of the Earth are passing day by day. Every day S.H.I.E.L.D. is asked by countless people, is he back? People spontaneously went to lay flowers under the entrance of the cave. Even the warring skies over New York City were set up as no-fly zones. Everyone is afraid that any small disturbance may affect the return of King Apocalypse. The people in S.H.I.E.L.D. looked solemn, although no one believed that Apocalypse would die. But considering the power of the collision of two universes, no one can convince themselves that human beings can really survive such a world-ending disaster. Apocalypse was trapped in Asgard for 2 years, causing Iron Man and Black Widow to think he died in battle. At that time, there was an own incident. Now, everyone hopes that it is really an error. To be able to see him soon. Stephen had been clamoring to go back to work as a doctor, but since the time loop was released, he has never returned to the hospital. After this battle, he knew that he could never go back. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. From the moment he developed magic power, he was no longer an ordinary person. It's just that Stephen's mind had not turned around at that time, and he still tried to struggle. But he was deceived by Apocalypse, and later used a time loop to stop Dormamu, and then dreamwalked to other universes. After seeing the sky, Stephen will definitely not go back to the well again. In particular, Tiankai's spirit of sacrificing his own life made him see his responsibility. If you don't do it when you have the ability, your conscience will be uneasy. Commentage. Witnessed by Master Wang, Master Moto and many others. Master Ancient One officially announced, Stephen, since you are willing to protect the Earth, you should bear the responsibility of a mage. Then, I, Ancient One, announce on behalf of Commentage that from now on, I will grant you the title of Master Strange. Strange is the meaning of strange in Stephen's name, and everyone has no objection to this. But the word master means both a mage and a master. Stephen shook his head and said, no, I am Dr. Strange. Doctorate represents the highest degree in academia and is an honorific title in the West. People with this title are generally not called Mr. but are given priority as doctor. Stephen has a double PhD and is a doctor. Whether it is a doctor representing a doctor or a doctor representing a doctor, the level is higher than that of the master. Stephen naturally refused to downgrade himself. And it's not just a matter of class. It is also a kind of pride and recognition of one's past achievements. Gu Yi smiled calmly and did not refute, it's up to you, Dr. Strange. Thus, the highest academic degree in the Master Circle and the first doctor was born. Stephen, who once only wanted to be a doctor, finally transformed into the top being among mages. Dr. Strange. Stephen originally planned to return to the hospital and become a doctor after the Dormamu incident was over. But seeing that in order to protect the Earth, Apocalypse would rather sacrifice himself and join the Dark Dimension to contain Dormamu. This spirit is untouchable by anyone. Whether it is this universe or a parallel universe, there are countless threats to the Earth. King Tiankai has left, and someone has to take over his burden. Stephen wore a cloak of levitation and chose to guard the New York temple. At this time, the Ancient One is not dead yet, and Commentage is still her supreme mage. Everyone thought that after the battle with Dormamu, they could rest for a while and relieve their laziness. Unexpectedly, threats always come so unexpectedly. On the night that Stephen won the title of Doctor Strange and was willing to protect the Earth, something big happened in the starry sky. On the starry night, countless powerful figures emerged. Some are as strong as iron horses, some are as angry as kings, some are as nimble as snakes, or some are as sinister as ghosts. There are human forms, dragon and snake forms, and many strange biological forms that people on Earth have never seen before. The shadows of these powerful men fill the sky, surround the Earth, and stare eagerly. These are superpowers from other parallel universes? Two parallel universes collided. Such a big event naturally attracted the attention of countless powerful people. After a little deduction, it was quickly discovered that number 616 was the birthplace of this major collision. As a result, many super powerful people who can cross parallel universes began to cast shadows to inquire about the situation here. After all, a means that can cause two universes to collide is enough to threaten any parallel universe. The two huge spell chains that pulled the dead universe and the dark dimension at that time were seen by countless powerful people. It can be quickly ruled out that it is a natural event and must be the means of a strong person. But, how strong is this strong man from universe 616? How big a threat is it to other parallel universes? Because what is going to destroy the dark dimension? Many powerful people want to know. Especially some powerful people who can spy on the timeline can see that the source of shaking the sacred timeline is in universe 616. The layout has begun quietly. If it weren't for the existence of the cosmic barrier, I'm afraid there would be countless superpowers coming. A place of rifts in space and time in the multiverse. The Time Variation Administration looked at the main timeline that was about to collapse and was completely speechless. All employees who were out to maintain the timeline have been recalled. There is no need. The battle between Apocalypse and Dormamu. After the war started, not only Wanda and Stephen used the Divine Book Dream Walk to travel to other universes, changing the timeline of Universe 813. In the end, it triggered a collision between two universes. Like a bomb, it spread throughout the infinite multiverse. Almost all the superpowers in the universe will be attracted by this major event and deviate from the original timeline. Infinite branches, like a mess, suddenly branched off from the main line of the sacred timeline. Where will the future timeline go? No one knows. Inside SHIELD, Black Widow, Iron Man, War Machine, Vision, Wanda, Nebula, Daisy, Captain America, Rocket, Hawkeye, Dr. Banner, Ant-Man, the Wasp, Stephen, Ancient One, Master Wong. Fury once again gathered all the superheroes S.H.I.E.L.D. could contact in New York City. One Dormammu would cause enough trouble to the Earth. In order to deal with him, the time gem was used to cross parallel universes and trigger a cosmic collision. In the end, it was Apocalypse's sacrifice that knocked him out of the Earth. Now Apocalypse does not know whether he is alive or dead, and he does not know whether Dormammu has escaped. The threat from the heavens is coming again. At this time, there were at least hundreds of powerful figures in the sky. If they all come down, let alone protecting the Earth, I'm afraid the entire universe will be exploded. Stephen was wearing a levitation cloak, several meters above the ground, and carefully observed the sky. Then he said, "They are not in the sky of the Earth, but at the edge of the wall of the universe, observing our universe. I'm afraid their shadows can be seen not only on the Earth, but also in most places in our universe." Fury said, "I'll contact NASA and let the astronauts in outer space verify it." Rocket shouted, "The astronauts in space didn't even go out to the door of their homes. What a waste of verification. Look at me." At this time, Rocket has grown a bit taller. Because of his mature mental age, he likes to wear suits. He has a cigarette-smoking voice, an old-fashioned voice, and always looks like a little adult who needs a beating. Fortunately, there are not many normal people in SHIELD, so they are not surprised. Fury is not angry even when he is criticized. If he cares about this group of abnormal human beings, he may be angry to death. Rocket took out a cell phone and dialed the number. He has already integrated the relevant interstellar communication modules into it. A radio signal is first transmitted from a mobile phone to a satellite in space, and then the satellite converts the radio signal into a quantum signal. Aim at the deep space of the Milky Way, and use quantum entanglement to connect to the communication network of the Nova Empire. Then contact Ego Star through the Nova Empire's communication network. The speed of radio waves in the universe is only 30 kilometers per second, and it takes more than 8 minutes for sunlight to reach the Earth. If the satellite radio waves commonly used on Earth are used, it will take at least several thousand years to reach the Nova Empire. Just one word back and forth, and tens of thousands of years might pass. Therefore, cosmic-level communication cannot use radio waves. Only quantum entanglement can break the limit of the speed of light, and information can instantly cross the stars, achieving the effect of 5G on Earth. When the rocket arrived on Earth, in addition to cooperating with great scientists such as Dr. Pym, Dr. Stern, Yvonne, and Ethan, who had alien brains, they collaborated on research. Also upgraded some of the equipment on hand. The satellite in space was built by him using S.H.I.E.L.D's resources. Soon, several holographic projections appeared in the conference room. The first person to appear was Star-Lord, Rocket, Wanda, Nebula. "I miss you so much. Isn't Earth fun?" Rocket curled his lips. "This is your home planet. You don't know if it's fun or not. I haven't been back in decades," and Dawn said a lot has changed. Nebula was a little impatient and said directly, "We are not here to reminisce about the past. Sister, can you see the shadow on the sky over there?" Also appearing in the holographic projection are Gamera, Drax, Groot, Mantis and others. Gamera said, "Did you see what happened?" This simple answer immediately made the atmosphere in S.H.I.E.L.D. tense. This shows that Steven's speculation just now is correct. The shadows of these powerful men can be seen in almost the entire universe. From the side, being able to project such a huge shadow must be earth-shattering in strength. After all, there are no such powerful projectors on Earth. Rocket yelled in his rough voice, "We're done. This is the strong man from the parallel universe that Tang provoked. I'm afraid our entire universe is doomed. Damn it, I just became a talent on Earth not long ago." Then he glanced down at his crotch and said in disappointment, "If you want OOXX, hurry up. Alas, I don't have time to grow up." Ahem, said Vision on the side, "Brother, according to the Encyclopedia of Social Etiquette, you should not mention sexual content at this time." Rocket grinned and said, "What do you know? You grew into an adult's body as soon as you were born, so you naturally don't have any worries in this regard." Vision said calmly, "I really don't. But it's not that I don't have troubles, it's that I don't have the organ you mentioned." Rocket's expression froze, and there was a rare hint of sympathy on the face of the 8-year-old naughty boy. "No wonder you always seem to have a thorough understanding of the world and belittle life and death. It turns out that there is nothing down there. If it were me, I would be so desperate. Brother, I'm sorry, I never cared about you before. Especially that aspect." Xing Yun slapped him aside, "What nonsense are you two talking about?" Rocket jumped up in anger, "Nebula? I'm warning you, I'm an adult, don't hit me again. Am I wrong? Even that monster Tang has disappeared. Which of us has the ability to protect this universe?" Vision said, "Brother, although mathematical calculations show that the possibility of Mr. Tang's return is very small, but Mr. Tang cannot speculate based on science and reason. I think he will always come back." Rocket said angrily, "Then he has to come back in time. If the universe is destroyed, it will be useless for him to come back." Hearing that Apocalypse had disappeared, Star-Lord suddenly became nervous. What happened? What happened to Dawn? Nebula and Rocket told them about the Dormamu incident. "Finally, I heard that Apocalypse had entered the dark dimension, and there was no time loop, and life and death were unpredictable, so I couldn't help but remain silent." Finally, Gamera said, "Wanda, are you okay? The Guardians of the Galaxy have never met Black Widow. The woman next to Apocalypse when they first met was Wanda, so naturally they only recognized Wanda." Wanda's face was calm, a little cold. "I believe that Tang will come back. Even if he never comes back, I will inherit his will, and no one will come to the Earth to destroy it." "Oh, that's good." The two sides finished the interstellar phone call. Everyone looked at Steven, hoping he could come up with some ideas. After all, in terms of understanding of parallel universes, he is undoubtedly the first among those present, followed by Wanda. Even the Ancient One only guarded the door of the dark dimension, and did not dream walk to other parallel universes, nor did it cause a cosmic collision. In fact, in the original timeline, the generation after Thanos, in Spider-Man, No Home, Steven faced a similar situation. At that time, Spider-Man and villains from several different universes were fighting. Steven opened up several parallel universes, causing a huge blue cosmic crack to appear in the Earth's sky. At that time, countless powerful people wanted to cross the universe. However, those strong men came for Spider-Man, Peter Parker. In the end, everyone's memory of Spider-Man was cleared, and the rift in the universe was closed, and this crisis finally passed. However, there are still some strong ones who have come over. Among them is Venom's host Eddie Brock. But it's very different now. These strong men have a clearer goal and cannot retreat easily. No matter how powerful Steven is, it is impossible to erase the memories of this cosmic collision among all the powerful people in the multiverse. Although it is not known whether Dormamu leaked the information that Apocalypse was the source, he was the one who caused the sacred timeline to loosen. But looking at this situation, I'm afraid the crisis is not much different. Gu Yi was the first to break the silence. Even in the face of the crisis of annihilation, her expression remained calm. They have not yet crossed the cosmic wall. With the addition of Doctor Strange, our Karmatage can guard the gates of 3 parallel universes. Have the confidence to keep these powerful men out of the universe. No matter how many, there will be nothing we can do. Fury said, "Rocket, can we build the solar system's defense system first? Protect the solar system first." Before Rocket could answer, Steven shook his head and said, "This road is blocked. Dawn explained parallel universes to me when I was at Karmatage. The parallel universe is not a room separated from each other, but more like a book, layered together in multiple time and space. A strong person with the ability to break the barriers of the universe can reach anywhere in the universe in an instant. If these powerful men come, they can immediately appear above the Earth." Fury looked solemn and couldn't help but touch the interstellar pager in his pocket. "But I no longer feel as confident as when I touched it before." For more than 20 years, Fury has been hiding Captain Marvel as a trump card. It is not a real crisis on the Earth and he has never dared to use it. Many times, just thinking that he has such a trump card makes Fury act boldly. We managed to survive many crises. Unexpectedly, when she was really needed, she found that even her trump card was useless. Even if Captain Marvel can block it. But when the war breaks out, even the universe is shattered. Except for the supreme and powerful, Who can survive as an ordinary person? Whether it can be blocked or not, what difference does it make? At the same time, New York, an ordinary bar. Observer Ueda still looks like a bad old man, drinking wine at the bar. His eyes were slightly closed, his gaze penetrated the wall of the bar, looking at the projections of the powerful men in the world, and he took a few more sips of wine. He murmured to himself, haha, a big disaster is coming. Great detachment will inevitably lead to great disaster. Alas, I wonder who will transcend and who will fall into disaster. Like Dormamu from the dark dimension. He incarnates the universe and has the same lifespan as heaven and earth. If the universe is not destroyed, he will not die. It can be said that he is the most detached person in the dark dimension. But for other intelligent beings swallowed by Dormamu, Dormamu's great transcendence is their own great disaster. Observers have tens of billions of years of accumulated civilization and naturally understand this truth. However, Ueda didn't know whether the observer could seize this opportunity for transcendence. If you fail to grasp it, it may become a stepping stone to the disaster of Universe 616. The bartender at the bar heard this and asked with a smile, do you want to be detached? Yes, who doesn't want to? Then I'll give it to you. With that said, the bartender put down the towel and wine glass in his hand, took out a key from under the counter, and pushed it to Ueda. Ueda was a little strange, give me what? The bartender said, detachment, this is the key to detachment. Get it and you can be detached. Ueda looked at the key and saw nothing special about it. However, based on Ueda's experience of playing on the earth, he guessed that it was probably a room for excitement and fun. The bar is a mixed bag of good and bad, and many of the owners run other than formal businesses. Of course, it's generally not on the table. You need to go backstage or to a room on another floor. As long as you get the key from the bartender, you can enter the designated room. Of course there will be people to serve. As long as you have money, almost all the services in the underground world are available. Now a catastrophe is approaching, and it is a catastrophe that can threaten observers. Of course Ueda was no longer interested. So he said, no need, this is not the kind of detachment I want. The bartender smiled slightly, you haven't taken it, how come you don't know it's not the case? Ueda didn't bother. He raised his hand slightly, and like magic, a stack of $100 bills appeared, at least tens of thousands of dollars. Ueda said jokingly, people on Earth, if you want money, you can speak boldly. If you can really solve my problem, I can give you a golden planet. After saying that, he put down his wine glass, turned around and left. The bartender seemed a little stunned and said with a smile, it's so interesting to observe. I didn't expect you to react like this. The feeling of the unknown is so good. Ueda, who had not walked a few steps, suddenly became excited. The wine is all gone. Does he know I'm an observer? Who is this person? Turn around sharply, only to find that the bartender had disappeared, and the key on the bar was also missing. Old man Ueda wished he could slap himself in the mouth. The reason why the observers sent one person to stay on the earth is to notice the strangeness of the earth. As the Ancient One's predecessor, the Supreme Mage, speculated, it may be related to the ultimate Supreme Being Oaa. The opportunity you've been waiting for may be just around the corner. But Ueda himself missed it. Although Ueda doesn't think that just taking a key can achieve real transcendence. But maybe this is an introduction, an opportunity? Even if it is an ordinary pastime provided by ordinary people on Earth, I will not lose anything by taking another look after staying on Earth for so many years. Why not pick it up and take a look? Ueda was so regretful that his intestines were blue. After thinking about the situation of the chat just now, I felt more and more abnormal. This bartender looks so normal. In the eyes of the observer, anything too normal is abnormal. With the eyesight of an observer, one can easily see the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys of ordinary people on Earth. If necessary, even the weak current generated by any neuron in the human brain can be clearly seen. However, when I looked at the bartender, he was just an ordinary person. Nothing more can be seen than what can be seen on the surface. It wasn't until the bartender called out his racial name that Ueda came to his senses. Ueda was unwilling to give in. His eyes were filled with starlight, and billions of galaxies seemed to be forming in his eyes. His eyes scanned the Earth and even other planets in the solar system, but found nothing. With a sigh, Ueda looked back. If the opportunity is missed, asking for it by force may lead to disaster. After all, those who can hide the truth from observers, whether they are OAA or not, are far beyond them. As the time goes, the shadow of the sky is getting clearer and clearer. Whether it is the Nova Empire, the Kree Civilization Empire, or the Kingdom of Asgard, which are thousands of light years away, they are beginning to clearly feel the pressure from outside the universe. The stronger the strength, the clearer the feeling. That feeling that the sky is falling. There is nowhere to hide, no way to escape. Fury had already set the alarm and mobilized all available personnel. No matter whether it can be blocked or not, what humans should do must be done well. Just now, it seems that some people can't wait any longer and are not satisfied with observing. A channel suddenly opened above the Earth. The channel energy across the universe leaked just a trace, causing the entire atmosphere to tremble. Countless storms gradually formed. A man riding a red warhorse and holding a long sword appeared deep in the passage. This strong man is very small at first glance. He seems to be about the same size as an ordinary person or a horse on Earth. But when he completely jumped out of the passage, the combination of man and horse was as big as a mountain. Standing in space, I took a cold look at the Earth. The golden spear suddenly clicked, like a meteorite falling to the ground, rubbing against the atmosphere and burning into a raging fire. Heading towards New York City, the golden spear, like a pillar in the sky, soon arrived over New York City. Chirp. Suddenly, a clear and beautiful phoenix cry echoed throughout New York City. A burst of dark red energy turned into a phoenix and soared into the sky. At an altitude of meters, he met the golden spear. Boom. Two huge energies exploded in the sky. The fire brought by the golden spear was blocked and turned into a sea of fire, sweeping flatly in all directions. Suddenly, the entire city's sky was reflected in fiery red. Night turned into day, an eerie red day. Under the sea of fire, there is an energy phoenix, with the tip of its mouth holding a golden spear tightly, preventing it from advancing even an inch. At the same time, the phoenix emits red energy, like a red great wall, blocking the sea of fire and preventing it from falling. Otherwise, just by holding up the golden spear and letting the sea of fire fall, millions of people in the entire city would be burned to ashes in an instant. The civilians in New York City finally reacted, and some began to panic and scream. But most people are quite calm. Those who have religious beliefs have already begun to pray to the God, Allah, and gods they believe in. Pray that the disaster will pass safely, and that the superheroes who protect the Earth will be able to defeat their enemies and return safely. Since the New York Sky Wars, apocalypse has emerged. New York City can be said to be the city that has suffered the most world-ending disasters. Not to mention supervillains big and small. But every time someone comes out to save them. Small villains include the superheroes of SHIELD, and big ones include the legendary King of Apocalypse. Despite all the disasters, New York City's population has continued to grow. More people realize that if they cannot resist the attack of supervillains, no matter which city on the Earth they hide in, it is not safe. It would be safer to live in the city where S.H.I.E.L.D. is headquartered, where King Apocalypse hangs out. Fury did not hide the news of Apocalypse's disappearance. Although this will cause some chaos, in the face of the catastrophe of world destruction, a little chaos is nothing to worry about. Everyone hopes that someone will mutate because of this, and more people with superpowers will appear to help them share the pressure. Now, although King Apocalypse has disappeared, but ordinary people can't help but feel an inexplicable sense of peace of mind when they see another superhero fighting off the invaders. The person who resists the golden spear is naturally the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Since the appearance of the Phantom in the sky, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Comet-Taj have been on full alert. Whether it's regular troops or superheroes, they're always on standby. The moment the powerful man on horseback appeared, the Earth was alerted. That's why he wasn't hit by this sudden shot. Humph. The strong man on horseback snorted coldly, seeing that he was blocked even though he was a bit casual. The golden spear was slightly withdrawn, and then the pressure was applied. Boom. The red phoenix was suddenly dwarfed by the pressure. Unable to withstand the pressure of the golden spear, it slowly landed to the ground. Wanda, who was standing on the ground, looked more solemn than ever before. Seeing the energy phoenix being pushed lower and lower, it dropped from an altitude of 8,000 meters to 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, meters. It can't drop any further? If it drops further, the shock wave from the collision of the two energies will be enough to kill most ordinary people. %UN %UN asterisk. An obscure spell sounded. On Wanda's body, in addition to the red chaotic magic energy, another dark energy rose. It is the power of the Book of Darkness. The dark power generated by the spell lingered around Wanda's plump figure, following the chaos magic, and shot straight into the sky. Finally, he managed to block the golden spear at an altitude of 3,000 meters. A more intense fire exploded, and those on the ground suddenly felt difficulty breathing, and the air seemed to freeze. The green plants around Wanda withered instantly. Under the shock of energy, it turned into fly ash and disappeared into the air. Vision quickly floated forward and shouted, "Don't get close to her, the energy leaked from the Book of Darkness will erode life." With that said, Vision turned Wanda in a circle and arranged a space energy shield. Vision's energy source mainly comes from the cosmic cube fragments between the eyebrows. At that time, in order to give birth to him, Apocalypse cut off a small piece of the Rubik's Cube and embedded it between his eyebrows. Coupled with Apocalypse's guidance, naturally, Vision also possesses some of the power of the Space Stone. Even so, under the impact of the Dark Book of Darkness, the space energy shield continues to have cracks and will break out at any time. Vision had to stand by and reinforce. Otherwise, if the energy of the Book of Darkness is allowed to explode, the enemy will not retreat, and all of us will be knocked down by Wanda. At this time, the satellite finally transmitted the appearance of the powerful man on horseback in space, and it was immediately projected onto the holographic screen. Odin. Daisy blurted out. In the holographic image projected, the horse is a weird monster with 8 legs, 4 at the front and back. The strong man riding on it has an old face, a gray beard, and 1 eye. Daisy followed Apocalypse to Asgard. Her divine power was taught by Queen Frigga, and she had naturally met God King Odin. Just like the strong man in space, the 8-legged steed that Odin rides is named Sleipnir, and it is a snow-white Pegasus. Odin rode it to conquer the 9 realms. This 8-legged divine horse can not only cross the sky, but can even enter the underworld. It is very magical. Although the colors of the Pegasus in space are different, one is snow white and the other is blood red, the 8 legs are unmistakable. If the horse is Pegasus, then isn't the golden spear the legendary weapon of Odin, the spear of eternity? Thinking of this, fear arose in Daisy's heart, and she shouted from a distance, "Wanda, don't let him throw the spear." What? Before everyone understood what this sentence meant, they saw a parallel universe Odin slowly put away the golden spear. The flames in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the starry sky at this time was clearer than ever. Ordinary people on the ground can even see Odin and Pegasus shining with golden light in space with their naked eyes. After being blocked for the second time, parallel Odin was obviously a little impatient. I saw his spear retreating over his shoulder, shrinking smaller, and finally shrunk to a foot or two in length. Swipe sharply, spear of eternity. The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the earth. Daisy yelled at Wanda, "Get out of the way. The legendary eternal spear has infinite power. Once thrown, it will definitely hit the target, and it is as fast as lightning. No matter how the enemy avoids or resists, it will be of no use." Daisy has stayed in Asgard for so long, so she naturally knows these widely circulated legends. Fortunately, the chaos magic in the sky and the power of the Dark God book have not yet been removed. The divine spear that turned into lightning collided with these two energies, and the entire atmosphere suddenly dwarfed. Other places still maintained an altitude of 3,000 meters, but the place where the eternal spear hit suddenly reached a height of -meters. It was like hitting a thin film and being pressed to the limit. The air pressure in New York City suddenly doubled. Some people watching the excitement outside the street were immediately pressed to the ground, unable to move like salted fish. Puff. Wanda's dual energy could only withstand it for less than a second, and a sound as clear as a plastic bag being punctured resounded through the sky. The eternal spear breaks through the blockade and shoots towards Wanda. Wanda tried to make another hand seal, but it was too late. Crack. Golden lightning passes through the body, bringing up a piece of flesh and blood, flying all over the sky. Wanda stopped suddenly while doing the hand seals. The strength in his body seemed to be suddenly drained away. Wanda, Daisy, Nebula, Quicksilver, and others couldn't help shouting in grief and ran towards Wanda. Quicksilver was the fastest and ran out of an afterimage. Wanda hugged her before she fell to the ground. At this time, Wanda's heart, half of her chest and left hand had been beaten into blood foam by the eternal spear, which was scattered on the ground. The surviving right side of the body was covered in blood and flesh, and it was obvious that the internal organs had been shattered by the impact of the eternal spear. "Quick, drink the recovery potion." Quicksilver took out the green recovery potion and gave it to Wanda to drink. Green light lit up, and the flesh and blood had just been repaired, but were suddenly destroyed again by a golden energy. Moreover, this golden energy is quickly annihilating Wanda's vitality. Seeing this, the Black Widow in the distance threw the golden potion in her hand. "Use this." Quicksilver's figure flashed, received the golden potion, and poured it into Wanda's mouth. The golden potion was more powerful and could barely last a few seconds longer, but under the energy erosion of the eternal spear, it soon became ineffective. Black Widow hurriedly took out all the potions on her body and asked Wanda to take them continuously. From time to time, Wanda's body lights up with green, gold, or even purple healing light. In a hurry, everyone could only use the power of potions to fight against the golden energy left by the eternal spear. One repairs the body, the other annihilates life. It depends on who runs out first. Seeing this, the parallel Odin in space was about to throw the eternal spear for the second time, when he suddenly saw another energy fluctuation in the sky above New York. A passage darker than night was forcibly torn open. At the other end of the passage, no starlight could be seen. A huge beast, as big as a lion or a tiger, walked out of it with graceful steps. The giant beast was tens of meters long, and there seemed to be two human figures on its back, looking down at everyone from a high position. A chill suddenly rose in the hearts of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. One of their most powerful combat powers, the Scarlet Witch, lasted less than 3 rounds before being severely wounded and dying. Now a second strong person has arrived. How can we resist this? Not only that, once the Earth does not show enough deterrence, hundreds of phantoms in the sky may rush to come. When the time comes, the catastrophe will really come. Stephen, wearing a levitation cloak, flew out and faced the lion-like beast. Wanda has fallen and he must appear. The time gem around his neck glowed slightly green, ready to go. However, Stephen didn't know how to resist. Facing a superpower who can span parallel universes, Stephen's head-on combat effectiveness is worrying. In this current situation, the time loop is obviously no longer applicable. Even if 1 or 2 powerful people from parallel universes can be dragged into the time loop, it doesn't mean much. Just 1 or 2 more of the hundreds of figures in the sky would be enough to destroy the Earth. The liger seemed to have spotted Stephen and ran over like a joy. Meow. A loud meow echoed throughout New York City, and the liger stopped in front of Stephen. He stuck out a tongue as big as Titanoboa and licked towards Stephen. Stephen was just about to avoid it, but when he saw the figure on the back of the liger clearly, he smiled bitterly. Let the liger lick him with disgusting mucus. The 2 people and 1 beast who came were Apocalypse, Ava, and the element-devouring beast Gugu. But for some unknown reason, the scale of Gugu was magnified thousands of times. When I saw it suddenly, I didn't dare to recognize it. Gugu spent some time with Stephen in the time loop area and knew that they were friends, so he said a friendly hello in the animal way. When everyone saw clearly that it was Tiankai, they were overjoyed. Tang, I'm finally back. All the anxiety in my heart seemed to disappear at this moment. Although the threat in the sky is still there, the return of that godlike man seems to mean that all the troubles have been solved. Apocalypse jumped off Gugu's back and hurried to Wanda's side. What's going on? How did she get hurt like this? At the same time, he took out a purple recovery potion and fed it to Wanda. Apocalypse has just returned, and he hasn't noticed the parallel Odin in space yet. But after taking the purple potion, Tiankai saw a problem. It's not that the potion has no effect, it's that the golden energy that destroyed half of his body is continuing to destroy it. Tiankai hurriedly made a few seals on the wound, and a ball of golden energy suddenly came out. Like a ball of meat, it was spinning in Tiankai's hand. This energy doesn't seem to be strong, but that's because it's on the Scarlet Witch, fighting against the energy of chaos magic and the Dark Book of Darkness. If it were thrown into an ordinary street, it would probably blow up half a city. As the energy of the Eternal Spear is drawn out, the recovery potion takes effect immediately. Purple light flashed. Half of Wanda's body and left arm grew out. But the clothes were not restored. The left side of Wanda's body showed a full patch of snow, with a bit of cherry and a snowy arm. Cough cough. Others avoided suspicion and turned away. Wanda was held in Apocalypse's arms, and her originally pale face suddenly turned blood red and hot, and she said hurriedly, "You also turn around." "Okay, all right." Tiankai agreed without blinking his eyes. You can turn around. I'll wait until you get dressed." Don't do this, everyone is here." Ahem. There were coughs all around. When Wanda saw Tiankai staring at him, she was ashamed and secretly happy. But this is not the place or time for flirting, so I have to use chaos magic to transform into a set of clothes and put them on my body. Humph. "Who are you?" asked the parallel Odin in space. Just now Apocalypse broke the barrier of the universe, and parallel Odin thought he was a strong man from other universes. But seeing that Apocalypse and the people on Earth seemed very familiar, I was a little surprised and confused. A strong person who can cross parallel universes will not be an enemy if he can. Odin decided to ask a question first. "Idol, this is what happened." Quicksilver took advantage of his speed and told the whole story in 2 seconds. Apocalypse raised his head, faced Odin in space from a distance, and said coldly, "I am about to die. There is no need to waste my words with you. No matter who this Odin is, who dares to threaten the Earth and hurt Wanda, Apocalypse has sentenced him to death." Parallel Odin was furious. "We are all super strong people who can cross parallel universes. How can we not give face to each other? Humph, then let me see what you are capable of." Odin raised the Eternal Spear, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was already as big as a pillar of heaven. The attack on Wanda just now required speed, so it turned into a bolt of lightning. Now, the focus is obviously on strength. Boom. Just like the pillar of heaven descending into the world, the Spear of Eternity stabs New York City. While the gun body was still in space, the superhero on the ground felt a sense of suffocation. As soon as the golden spear tip touched the outer atmosphere, a thin flame ignited. As it gets closer to the ground, the thickness of the atmosphere becomes thicker and thicker, and the flames caused by the friction between the gun tip and the atmosphere become larger and larger. People on the ground saw a ball of skyfire coming down, shining over the entire city. In the skyfire, a sharp spear tip protruded. Just looking at it gives you a sharp feeling of being blinded. Still, thousands of meters above the ground, the power of the Eternal Spear has arrived first. A building next to Tiankai was stabbed in half by the force of the spear tip, and fell to both sides with a bang. Fortunately, shield was prepared. When Wanda took action, ordinary military police began to evacuate the surrounding crowd. The efforts of these mortals may not determine the fate of the Earth. But at this moment, countless innocent civilians were saved. Ha! Tiankai let out a long yawn and stretched out his hand lazily. Boom! The ground is like a drum. There was a loud bang. The surrounding air swayed, whipping up a circle of dust that engulfed dozens of story skyscrapers. Centered on Apocalypse, cracks tens of meters deep appeared on the ground, quickly spreading to the surrounding neighborhoods. Fortunately, Apocalypse bore most of the force, otherwise, New York City would cease to exist with this blow. How can that be? Parallel Odin looks at the ground in disbelief from space. Apocalypse was seen holding the tip of the Eternal Spear with one hand, motionless. Compared to the huge Eternal Spear, Apocalypse is like a fly under a dagger. But now, the fly in Odin's eyes actually received his strongest blow with one hand, and he was still yawning. The tip of the gun at this time was as big as a giant anchor used for anchoring a -ton ship. Apocalypse held the tip of the gun and stood it tilted in the air. The attack of Parallel Odin is already very powerful for most powerful people. Most strong men can only dodge, and it is impossible to catch them head-on. Unfortunately, he met the pervert Tiankai. Since fighting Dormamu many times in the time loop, Apocalypse's potential has been fully unleashed. In addition, he entered the dark dimension to contain Dormamu, risked his own life and forcibly wiped out the Lord of the Universe. It also elevated Apocalypse's will and realm to an incredible level. After killing Dormamu, now looking back at the attack strength of Parallel Odin, I suddenly feel like a child playing house. Back to you. Apocalypse suddenly exerted force on the tip of the spear, and the Eternal Spear seemed to go back in time. Along the way it came, the gun handle flew backwards towards Parallel Odin. Parallel Odin emitted divine light from his hand and wanted to remotely control the Eternal Spear and take it back. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Spear did not respond at all. Just now, Apocalypse caught it with one hand, not only taking over the power of the Eternal Spear, but also smoothly obliterating the Odin mark on the gun body. It can be said that the Eternal Spear at this time is an ownerless weapon. Parallel Odin's expression changed drastically when he saw that the Eternal Spear did not respond. At this time, the handle of the gun is close to me and I can't avoid it. Shut up. Parallel Odin suddenly pulled the reins, and the eight-legged divine horse stood up with its forequarters, blocking the fatal blow for Odin with its flesh and blood body. The huge gun handle directly smashed the Pegasus into two pieces, and the four legs of the front body were broken and thrown into space. The Spear of Eternity continued unabated, and hit the chest of Parallel Odin with a pounce. The armor on Parallel Odin emits a burst of dark light, trying its best to withstand the Eternal Spear. Finally, Parallel Odin retreated hundreds of kilometers and stopped. Puff. Parallel Odin spat out a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was full of cracks, and with a slight movement, it turned into pieces of metal fragments and scattered, floating in space. Parallel Odin's eyes were full of horror. They are the same strong men across the universe, why is the gap so big? The opponent just counterattacked casually. His mount was killed, his protective armor was broken, and he was seriously injured. Substitute healing technique. A spell was uttered in the mouth of Parallel Odin. A burst of yellow divine light flashed, and the injuries of Parallel Odin disappeared without a trace, and he immediately returned to full health. The moment Parallel Odin recited the spell, Apocalypse was keenly aware of a trace of law power flashing across his body and disappearing into the void. After forcibly exchanging with the other side of the void, the injuries on his body were completely recovered. Apocalypse briefly traced the power of the law and found that the other end was connected to Asgard. After a little deduction, with the state of Tiankai, the essence was immediately clear. You transferred the injury to Odin? Apocalypse asked coldly. Ha 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 ha. Parallel Odin was a little proud. Each parallel universe has its own counterpart. He and I are one, and it is his honor to share the pain with me. The God King Odin is far away in Asgard. He was already approaching his end of life, but this kind of inexplicable injury came suddenly. His internal organs seemed to have been hit hard, blood spilled from his mouth, and he fell to the ground. Thor, who was also in Asgard, didn't even know what was happening. Fortunately, Queen Frigga was by her side. She made some calculations and said to the god of thunder, Odin from another parallel universe has arrived in our universe. Thor hurriedly notified Heimdall to observe the world. A parallel Odin with the same aura was soon found. See Parallel Odin and Apocalypse confronting each other. The god of thunder hurriedly said, Heimdall, please tell Tang not to take action. The other party will transfer the damage to my father. Odin struggled and waved his hand, saying, no need, let Prince Tang concentrate on fighting the enemy. My lifespan is not long, so there is no need to drag Prince Tang down. The hundreds of shadows in the sky also put a lot of pressure on Asgard. Odin, Thor, and others all know that they are here for the apocalypse. The parallel Odin that is coming out now is just the first wave. If we don't handle it well, I'm afraid more powerful people will descend from the heavens and turn universe 616 upside down. God King Odin understood this truth, so he reluctantly refused to interfere with Apocalypse. On the earth, Apocalypse rose into the sky, slowly flew into space, and asked Parallel Odin, why are you here? Parallel Odin said, your universe has a source that causes the sacred timeline to loosen. My end is approaching, maybe that unknown source can help me overcome the critical moment of life and death. As long as you don't stop me, I can promise not to harm the earth. We should not invade each other. At this time, Apocalypse was already flying close, and it seemed that the distance was enough. So he said calmly, I am the source. What? Parallel Odin was startled, and immediately used a secret method to peer into Apocalypse's soul, and immediately discovered its miraculousness. But before he could be happy, he saw a punch coming towards him without any fireworks. Parallel Odin dare not be careless. He put his hands together to protect his chest, and layers of divine light appeared on his body, forming a defensive formation. Fist of Law. I saw that this punch was ordinary, just like the long punch that ordinary people on Earth would use during practice. But parallel to Odin's divine defense formation, coupled with a pair of hands, it has no effect. Can't even block it a little bit. The Fist of Law seemed to be punching a layer of paper, easily breaking through the divine power shield, breaking Odin's parallel hands, and lightly hitting his chest. Oh, a muffled sound sounded inside Odin? If we weren't in space at this time and there was no airborne sound, it would probably be no less than the sound of a nuclear explosion. Parallel Odin's chest suddenly dented. A force of law passed through his body, causing the space behind him to distort. From Apocalypse's perspective, the starry sky behind Odin was distorted into a weird shape. As the power of the law dissipated, it gradually returned to normal. This punch is the most powerful punch since Apocalypse traveled through time, from immortal to the present. From the beginning, he used the blood of the Hulk to forcibly obtain 3 times the power of the Hulk, and later Asgard used the eternal fire to refine the 9-turn divine body. When Loki invaded, he used the power of the Infinity Stones to create the Infinite Fist. Then he imitated Cross's nuclear blast fist. Apocalypse is either imitating or borrowing the power of the Infinity Stones. As for the Chi-Luck disinfecting technique, it also relies on the power of the system and is not completely self-created. It wasn't until he entered the quantum realm and was exposed to the light of law to practice that Apocalypse had a true self-understanding of the world. But the time was too short, and I didn't realize much at that time. Until Dormamu came and squeezed out all the potential of Apocalypse within the time loop. Then he enters the dark dimension, survives death, and faces the Lord of the Universe. Only then did Tiankai finally realize his unique skills. Apocalypse fights across the universe in the dark dimension. The Infinity Stones cannot be used, and his strength is greatly weakened. Even if Dormamu has a dead universe to restrain him, his power is still countless times that of Apocalypse. Only in terms of law, Apocalypse's understanding can suppress him. Under the pressure of life and death, Apocalypse finally realized the fist of law that could resist the power of Dormamu's millions of stars. The fist of law, as the name suggests, no longer pursues superficial power. Every punch contains the power of law, because no matter how powerful the force is, it must follow the rules. Dormamu's power of millions of stars was defeated steadily in front of Apocalypse's fist of law, and coupled with the devouring of the element-devouring beast, Dormamu was finally eliminated. But the UN-devouring beast ate too much and grew to be tens of meters tall. As long as it is slowly digested, it will not be able to shrink in size for a while. Fortunately, the element-eating beast has a gentle personality and will not eat people indiscriminately as it grows in size. Theoretically, there is no distance limit for the fist of law, but the reason why Apocalypse wants to get close is to prevent the other party's substitute healing technique. This parallel Odin, I don't know what secret method he used, and used the commonality of the other eye in the parallel universe to actually transfer the damage. Theoretically, parallel Odin cannot be killed before Asgard's Odin is killed. Apocalypse and Thor are good brothers, and God King Odin helped him refine his body and gave him a prince title. No matter what emotion or reason, God King Odin could not be allowed to die. Sure enough, after parallel Odin was hit by the fist of law, another trace of the power of law appeared on his body. But just as the power of law was about to open up the void and connect to Odin in Asgard, it was destroyed by Apocalypse. He turned a corner in the void and returned to parallel Odin. Puff. The damage from the laws that came back made parallel Odin even worse. Many internal organ fragments were spit out mixed with blood, floating between the two of them, looking a little disgusting. Apocalypse waved his hand slightly, and the blood debris immediately turned into cosmic dust and blew towards the moon. Seeing that his substitute healing technique failed, fear finally appeared in parallel Odin's one eye. Regardless of serious physical injuries, he hurriedly retreated. While retreating, a dark passage formed almost simultaneously. Seeing that parallel Odin was about to enter the passage, Apocalypse smiled slightly. If I can escape from this, where will I put my face? Boom. Another punch of law. Parallel Odin's body suddenly turned into powder, was punched into the passage, and returned to his original universe. The powerful God King, a drop of blood is like an ocean. Now he was beaten into powder by Apocalypse and floated back to the original universe. On the planet where parallel Odin was, the sky was suddenly filled with blood, and a bloody rain rained continuously for 3 days. Apocalypse looked at the direction in which the passage disappeared. I wonder if there is an Asgard in that parallel universe. There is also a thunder god? After this battle is over, a small part of the shadow on the sky has begun to disappear. Obviously, these people are not as strong as parallel Odin, and they know how much they weigh. Even God King Odin couldn't block Apocalypse's punches, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. Afraid of being targeted by Apocalypse, he would come across the universe to find them in the future. However, most of the shadows still remain. We even vaguely saw some phantoms starting to move, exchanging information across the universe along the barrier of Universe 616. They saw that Apocalypse was so powerful that it was too risky to face it alone, so they wanted to find a partner. Huh, you guys still haven't given up. Tiankai looked at the sky, activated the power of law, and shouted to the hundreds of phantoms. Those who offend my universe will be punished no matter how far away they are. The strong law fluctuations caused strong disturbances in the Earth's atmosphere beneath Apocalypse. The storm just stirred up by parallel Odin was immediately dispersed, and then reorganized. This is only an insignificant part of the power leaked behind. More power of law penetrated the universe, reached the boundary of the universe, and reached the ears of those phantoms. When several shadows heard this, they seemed to show a mocking smile. Tiankai smiled coldly. He cannot expect to scare away all the strong men with just one bold statement. Some of these powerful men have even reached the same level as Dormamu. Incarnate in the universe, immortal. The previous cosmic collision threatened their existence and they could not give up easily. Stephen, let me lend you the gem. The words came into Stephen's mind. Apocalypse stretched out his hand towards the earth. The pendant around Stephen's neck suddenly turned a few times, and the eye of Agamotto suddenly opened, revealing the time gem sealed inside. The time stone turned into a little green light and flew out, quickly rose into space, and fell into Apocalypse's hands. Karmatage basically knows all the spells of Apocalypse, and naturally knows how to unlock the spell lock of the Eye of Agamotto. Unlike Ebony Maw in Avengers 3, who clearly trapped Doctor Strange, but could not break the spell or take away the time stone. 4-level Infinite Divine Fist plus Fist of Law. A huge green fist seal rose from Tiankai's hand. At first it was just the size of a fist, dark green like jade. The higher it rises, the bigger it becomes, and finally it is almost the same size as the Earth. At first glance from an astronaut in outer space, it seems as if there is a companion planet of the same size next to the Earth. Planet-like green fist prints fly upward. After flying a certain distance and confirming that it was safe, Apocalypse waved his hand from a distance, and a passage the size of a planet suddenly opened. The green fist seal entered directly and disappeared into the dark void, crossing the cosmic barrier of Universe 616, flying in the void, and blasting towards another parallel universe. Crossing parallel universes, the power of the Infinity Stones will be weakened, not to mention that to fly such a long distance, the void will continue to consume energy. If it were a normal fourth infinite divine fist, it would definitely be impossible to hit another parallel universe. Even the barriers of parallel universes cannot be broken through. But this is not a simple infinite divine fist. There is also the superposition of Apocalypse's Fist of Law. The Fist of Law was originally realized through fighting across parallel universes. At that time, he entered the Dark Dimension and fought against Dormamu. Pure power is no match for Dormamu, and the Infinity Stones cannot be used. Only by relying on the understanding of the laws and finding new ways can we be able to fight. Apocalypse's own individual energy is limited and cannot reach another universe with the Fist of Law alone. Even if it can hit it, it won't be too powerful. That's why the blessing of 4 infinite gems is needed. The Infinity Stones provide infinite energy, and the Fists of Law provide protection. The two complement each other. The green fist mark flew farther and farther in the void, consuming less and less. But Tiankai had already calculated it, so he blessed the fist seal to the size of the earth. Even if it suffers losses on the way, it still has enough lethality after reaching the target. The strong men behind the phantoms in the sky were all watching this punch. Where is this punch going? What effect can it have? This will ultimately affect the attitudes of these strong men. The passage of time in the void is completely different from that in the ordinary universe. The green fist mark flew for an unknown amount of time, shrunk to the size of the moon, and finally arrived in another parallel universe. Universe number 813. Earth 813. At this time, it was being invaded by Thanos. The original timeline of Doctor Strange 2 took place after the invasion of Thanos number 813. All the Illuminati superheroes worked together to kill Thanos. Later, Doctor Strange voluntarily died under the sound waves of Black Bolt because he destroyed the parallel universe and caused the death of billions of living beings. Therefore, in Universe 2 in Doctor Strange 813, Stephen cannot dream walk, because there is no other eye to possess. But Doctor Strange in number 616, with the help of America's magical ability, directly traveled through the world physically. Only then did a series of things happen in Doctor Strange 2. Just now, because of Apocalypse, while still in the timeline of Doctor Strange 1, he suddenly had a relationship with Universe 813. This resulted in a serious deviation in the sacred timeline. Because, the Illuminati is facing 2 Thanos. The cosmic collision in the dark dimension attracted the attention of Thanos in a parallel universe. This Thanos did not use projection to observe Universe 616 like other powerful men. Instead, we went one step further and traced the whereabouts of Stephen and Wanda's dream walk to Universe 813. Since before the cosmic collision, people from Universe 616 came to Universe 813, there must be something very important here to help them destroy the dark dimension. Therefore, parallel Thanos changed his mind, did not follow the crowd, and came to the 813 universe alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he crossed the universe, he saw Thanos number 813 attacking the Earth. The 2 Thanos looked at each other, and they joined forces in a tacit understanding. Originally, the Illuminati of Universe 813 narrowly defeated the previous Thanos. Now the pressure I faced suddenly doubled, and I was suddenly beaten to the point where I couldn't even lift my head. Master Moto was exhausted and sat on the ground helplessly. Carter's version of Captain America was seriously injured by Thanos because his shield was crushed into a dumpling by Wanda and he lost the weapon he had handy. The black female version of Captain Marvel wanted to kowtow to Thanos like others, but ended up with a big bump on her head. The head and horns lay unconscious on the side. Black Bolt's mouth was cut in half by Thanos' double-edged machete, and he could no longer emit sound waves. The wheelchair-bound professor. In the end, he was kicked away by Thanos, who did not respect the elderly or the disabled, and disappeared on the other side of the mountain, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The rubber man Mr. Fantastic was once again tied into a ball, tied in a knot, and stepped on by one of Thanos. Seeing that all members of the Illuminati are going to die here, suddenly the sky shook. The entire Earth 813 shook. The green fist seal finally broke through the barrier of the universe and reached the sky above Earth 813. It's just that the fist seal was consumed by the void, and most of the energy was consumed after breaking through the barrier of Universe 813, leaving only the size of a mountain peak. What is that? Parallel Thanos asked Thanos number 813. Thanos number 813 shook his big purple head and said, I have never seen it in this universe. Just as he said that, the green fist mark split into 2, made an arc, and rushed straight down towards the 2 Thanos. The 2 Thanos roared in unison and charged forward with their double-edged machetes. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs, 2 mushroom clouds rise. The strong shock wave threw the Illuminati members far away and blew them more than 10 kilometers away. Fortunately, they are all superheroes, their physical fitness is passable, and no one fell to death. After the explosion, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. Captain Carter, Master Mordo, Captain Marvel, Black Bolt, Mr. Fantastic and others from the Illuminati returned to the battlefield uneasily when they saw that there was still no movement at the center of the explosion. Only 2 Thanos were seen. One was counterattacked by the power of the Green Fist Seal, and the double-edged machete almost split himself in half, with only his head intact. Below the neck, the 2 halves of the body were cut neatly. Juzwan's large intestine flowed all over the floor, still emitting heat. Another one, a machete that could cut vibranium, actually melted into a pool of molten iron, dripped on the ground, cooled and solidified, and turned into a strange discus. Under such extreme heat, this Thanos turned into a charcoal-roasted purple sweet potato, exuding a strange fragrance and obviously ripe. 2 of the most powerful men in the universe died inexplicably like this? For Thanos, it was a real disaster from heaven. The Illuminati people looked at each other and we won like this? In the end, what happened? Where did that fist seal come from? The powerful men in the world who were paying attention to this place couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts when they saw this scene. Each parallel universe has its own laws. Even the Infinity Stones will be suppressed. That Earthling was actually able to kill a strong man from another universe across infinite parallel universes? And there are 2. That green fist seal will automatically split into 2 when it reaches the end. It shows that from beginning to end, the fist seal was under the control of that Earthling. What does it mean? It means that the hand of that Earthling can directly reach into other parallel universes without even traveling through it. Many people can't even compare to the phantom in the sky that traveled to universe 813, Thanos. However, one of these 2 powerful men was killed by a punch from across the parallel universe. If that Earthling wanted to, wouldn't he be able to easily kill any strong man from the parallel universe? Thinking of this, the shadows on the sky gradually dissipated. As the saying goes, hit a punch, lest 100 punches come. Tiankai's punch was superimposed with boxing skills, making all the powerful men in the world bow their heads. But there are still a few sporadic shadows, which seem to be unwilling to dissipate. Tiankai looked at the last few shadows coldly. Since you won't leave, let me see, which parallel universe are you in? Apocalypse's eyes glowed with divine light and shot straight into the void. As long as the coordinates of the parallel universe are locked, then the strong breath is locked. Apocalypse can hunt down anyone at any time just like he came to kill Thanos. I just took action against Universe 813. It was because Apocalypse himself sent Steven and Wanda to borrow the Book of Emperor Waishan and interfered with the timeline of Universe 813. As a result, the originally victorious Illuminati was almost destroyed. Killing those 2 Thanos is not only a help to Universe 2, but also a warning to other powerful people in the parallel universe. The reason why he didn't attack the shadow in the sky directly was because he didn't want to cause a backlash. If you kill at will, everyone in the parallel universe will be in danger and unite together. I'm afraid that in an instant, the Earth will be turned into space debris. Continuous melee can even destroy Universe 616. Now, Apocalypse is only a deterrent, not a pursuit. The phantoms in the sky all come from different parallel universes, and no one wants to stand out and become the first dead soul under Apocalypse. Without a leader, there will naturally be no unity. There is no choice but to retreat temporarily. In addition, cross-universe combat will be suppressed by the laws of parallel universes, and the combat effectiveness will be weakened. If it relies on external objects, such as infinite gems, the weakening will be even more serious. Apocalypse spans a universe and can kill 2 strongmen of the same level. So when it comes to local universe number 616, how tyrannical should it be? Just when the divine light in Tiankai's eyes was about to arrive, the last few shadows disappeared. They dare not let Apocalypse track the coordinates of the universe, let alone have Apocalypse lock their breath. Otherwise, who knows when a fist seal will suddenly descend from the sky. Finally, the starry sky returned to its original appearance. Starry, it seems peaceful and harmonious. A cosmic catastrophe was resolved by Apocalypse's 3 punches. Kill Odin with 1 punch, and kill Thanos with another punch. The heavens retreat. However, the crisis was only temporarily suppressed but not completely resolved. They may not know that Apocalypse is the source, or they may already know it, but no one is sure of it. No matter what, Universe 616 and the Earth are destined to be unable to be peaceful. Apocalypse descends, back to Earth. There is joy on Earth. King Apocalypse is back. Ah, we won again. Long live King Apocalypse. Although no one could see the specific battle process of Apocalypse, all the shadows in the sky receded. The outcome is clear at a glance. Many fans of Apocalypse King started celebrating on the spot, singing and dancing. This time, the damage was minimal, only in New York City. Compared with previous disasters such as New York vs. Aliens, Big Fart vs. Bloody Tornado, Hydra vs. Evil God, Network God Zora, etc., they are simply not worth mentioning. But the level of danger is unprecedentedly high. If the apocalypse comes back later, the Earth may become the center of war between the strong. But ordinary people can't see it. They only think that it is natural for S.H.I.E.L.D. and King Apocalypse to solve these crises. Back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that almost all the superheroes were there, it was rare for everyone to be together, so we simply held a party to get together. Iron Man especially liked it and came out looking cool in his latest nanosuit. Since rockets came to the Earth, they have brought many advanced technologies. Iron Man was inspired by this and accelerated the development of nanosuits. From now on, I no longer have to carry a heavy suitcase when I go out. Only a bracelet and a space the size of a mobile phone are needed to generate a complete set of suits. Since it doesn't take up much space, Apocalypse and Tony also got 2 sets, maybe they'll be used in the future. Even Master Guyi, who has always been aloof, did not return to Kamatage and stayed to attend the party. Tiankai saw that she had short red hair, which was eye-catching. At first glance, he thought she was some kind of fashion model or film and television star. If he hadn't sensed that there was no dark power in Guyi's body, Tiankai would have thought that something bad happened to her in her later years and she would grow red hair. Master Guyi, is your hair okay? Master Guyi took a sip of the cocktail and said, when I expelled the dark power, my life would disappear with the dark power and I would die. The purple potion you gave me helped me retain my life, repaired the dark wounds on my body, and repaired my hair. It grows naturally. Why is your hair red? Stephen on the side said, Tang, don't you know? The Ancient One Master is a Celtic. What does this have to do with hair color? Stephen showed a helpless expression. Apocalypse had seen this expression when Dr. Pym was watching Scott the Mosquito Man. It must have been something these highly intelligent people were complaining about in their hearts. Stephen said, the Celts are an ancient race in Europe. A large proportion of them have red hair genes. Can you just say no? You have to say half and leave half. Tiankai said angrily. A group of people were talking, laughing, noisy, and recounting their experiences these days. Fury came over to find Apocalypse and said, when will Gugu shrink? It's so big, it's hard for us to handle it. I don't know either. Tiankai spread his hands, it ate half of the universe. Who knows how long it will be digested? This. Fury was a little embarrassed. It's not safe to put it on the Earth, and the space laboratory can't put it down now. Its personality is very similar to that of a cat, so it cannot be kept in captivity. If it runs out to play, I don't have to worry if you are here, but I can't bother you too often. The element-devouring beast Gugu is now dozens of meters long and is lying in the square in front of the shield building, snoring. Since eating half of the dark dimension, it has become more and more sleepy. But I wake up for a few hours every day and move around. Apocalypse is on Earth, and he can still spare some energy to watch it. If it leaves the Earth, the element-devouring beast is a hidden big bomb. It has a docile personality and is not an intelligent creature. It may be just for fun, but I don't know how much disaster it will cause. For example, if it wanders on the street, if someone messes with it, it will probably swat the human as if it were a bug. Tiankai nodded, I'll think of a solution later. Then please. After the party. The world of Apocalypse and Black Widow. Black Widow gave him a rare and gentle massage to relieve his fatigue. Since Dormamu appeared, almost every battle has been pushed to the limit. Although Apocalypse's body is fine, his nerves have been tense. Naturally, I enjoy the gentleness of the Black Widow and relax my mind. The two of them stayed up all night, seemingly returning to their wedding night. However, their physical strength now is countless times better than before. The following few days, SHIELD has conducted many discussions on how to deal with future threats from all over the world and prepared various plans. However, before the threat from the parallel universe was seen, a warning came from outer space. A space battleship appears at the edge of the solar system. However, Fury was very calm. He asked the intelligence department calmly, have you found out where the warship is? As he comes into contact with more and more powerful people and civilizations, Fury also knows that civilizations that develop science and technology are not considered the top races in the universe. Those who are truly at the top of the cosmic food chain are either the gods, such as Asgard and the Celestials, or they are powerful individual warriors, such as Captain Marvel, Thanos, etc. They are all existences that make ordinary technological races fearful. Not to mention the apocalypse that threatens the heavens is now on the Earth. If there really is a blind civilization attacking the Earth, Fury would almost wake up laughing from his sleep. By then, there will be a lot of materials and scientific and technological information harvested, and it will be like sending warmth to your door. Hill replied, the other party has not hidden its whereabouts. We have compared it with the information in the 7-level top-secret database and it should be the Kree civilization. Huh. Fury was a little surprised and frowned slightly. After all these years, what are they doing here again? The timeline of Captain Marvel more than 20 years ago. Carol Danvers, the unawakened Captain Marvel at the time, came to Earth to hunt down the Skrulls. Because his memory was not restored, he cooperated with Fury, who was not the director at the time, to find the Skrulls who had transformed into Earthlings. In the end, not only was it discovered that the Skrulls were victims, but their previous memories on Earth were restored. Because of this experience, Captain Marvel and Fury became good friends. Later, the Kree civilization discovered that Captain Marvel had awakened. First, Captain Marvel's combat team wanted to capture her. Later, Ronan the Accuser came with several space battleships and even attempted to destroy the Earth. But they were all repelled one by Captain Marvel. If Captain Marvel hadn't thought of his boss, Dr. Lawson, a pacifist of the Kree civilization, Ronan might not have escaped with his life. Although Fury has not used the interstellar pager to summon Captain Marvel to return for more than 20 years. However, information related to the Kree civilization and the Skrulls was stored in the database. As a deputy director and a level 7 agent, Hill has basically access to all top-secret information. After a little comparison, he can naturally find out the identity. What Fury couldn't figure out was that even if the Kree didn't know that there was a person like Apocalypse on Earth, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble to Earth again just because of Captain Marvel. Come here now, what do you want? At this moment, there was new movement on the monitoring screen. Director, a total of 12 battleships have stopped outside the Kuiper belt of the solar system. At this time, the rocket, which was only 1 meter tall, grinned and said, "When did the Kree Empire become so polite? They didn't come in directly." Fury and Hill were confused. What do you mean? Rocket said, "Generally speaking, between various interstellar civilizations, the edges of star systems are bounded by stellar disks. You call the Earth's stellar disk the Kuiper belt." Speaking of which, Rocket spread some knowledge about the universe to Fury and others. Although many astronomy enthusiasts also know this knowledge, most of the SHIELD employees are agents and soldiers, and not everyone knows these astronomical common sense. The Kuiper belt is a disk of stars in the solar system that extends from the orbit of Neptune, 30 to about 50 from the Sun. It is a relatively clear boundary of the solar system. Of course, there are also broader stellar system boundaries such as the Oort cloud, but those coverage areas are too far away, and interstellar civilizations generally don't recognize them. Otherwise, there will be more interstellar disputes, and it will be like sailing into the territory of other civilizations. Rocket continued, if other civilizations enter a star system with intelligent life, the polite thing to do is to notify the host outside the Kuiper belt. You can fly in only after you get permission. Otherwise, it can easily be considered an invasion and start an interstellar war. Moreover, most interstellar civilizations will build the defenses of their star systems near the Kuiper belt to prevent them from damaging living planets in a fight. However, the Kree Empire has always been domineering and does not quite abide by this set of rules. It's often only when we approach the skies above civilized planets that we can communicate with people arrogantly. For interstellar civilizations, reaching the sky above a living planet is almost the same as putting a gun to the forehead. Just like when Ronan wanted to destroy Xandar in the Nova Empire, he needed to get close enough so that Xandar did not have enough safe distance to intercept the artillery fire. Now that the Kree space battleship stopped at such a distance, it obviously gave the Earth enough face. After hearing this, Fury thought for a moment and asked Rocket, "A few days ago, Tang and Parallel Odin fought against each other and made that green fist mark. Can the Kree civilization observe it?" Rocket thought for a moment and said, "If it were within the territory of the Kree Empire thousands of light years away, it would definitely be impossible to observe it using technological means. Unless they also have god-level experts who span the universe. But as far as I know, the Kree Empire doesn't even have ordinary god-level experts, otherwise the Nova Empire would have been destroyed long ago. Other than that, the best way is to place the observer in the solar system." Hearing this, Fury's face suddenly darkened. A few days ago, when Apocalypse threatened the heavens with a battle, there was not much movement in the local universe. The shocking movements were all in the Void and parallel universes. The Kree Empire can know that there are obviously detectors in the solar system. More than 20 years ago, the Kree fighting team and Ronan the Accuser came to Earth. Although they were all beaten away by Captain Marvel, with the character of the Kree, how could they not do something? It is most normal to leave some monitors behind. Just as he was talking, the Earth satellite received a message from the Kree battleship. "People of Earth, we are the envoys of the Kree civilization. We are ordered by the Supreme Wisdom and come with the purpose of peace to meet your strongest one. The Supreme Intelligence's reputation is great and is known to almost everyone who knows the Kree Empire." Fury and Rocket naturally know it too. Fury frowned and thought out of habit, "They want to see Tang? What is their purpose?" Rocket shouted, "No need to guess, let them come over and meet us and we will know. Anyway, Tang is here. They'd better be more arrogant and let Tang find an excuse to take action." Ha 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 ha. The 8 or 9-year-old child smiled so proudly that he looked like he deserved a beating. Fortunately, Nebula is not here, otherwise Rocket will be bullied again. After communication between the two parties, corresponding arrangements were made. 12 space battleships entered the solar system and stopped above the Earth. The huge battleship is clearly visible on the ground, full of oppression. However, apart from the novelty, ordinary people on Earth were not too commotion, let alone scared. After all, the title King of Apocalypse came from destroying an alien fleet and subduing people with force. King Apocalypse had just returned a few days ago, and the whole world knew about it. Many people even have the mentality of the Rockets, hoping to start a fight so that they can watch the show. The battleship is too big to land. An airship flew out from the mothership and landed slowly towards SHIELD headquarters. A large number of high-level officials from the United States, senior officials from various human governments, as well as superheroes stationed at SHIELD such as War Machine, Hawkeye, Captain America, etc. were present. After all, this is the first alien civilization to officially visit the Earth, and everyone still wants to take it seriously. Apocalypse got the notice and came to SHIELD. The current technological level of the people on Earth, if you don't count special circumstances such as Apocalypse, Captain Marvel, Nebula, Rocket, etc., at most they can go to Mars. Facing the Kree civilization running rampant in the galaxy, it is simply vulnerable. But there is no such thing as strength. Just one Captain Marvel is enough to protect the Earth's foothold in the galaxy, not to mention the addition of Apocalypse. Since in the infinite multiverse, the Earth has its place. The welcoming location, after Fury's consideration, was decided to be the space carrier warehouse. Originally there were 3 space carriers. In the battle with Hydra, Iron Man used missiles to prevent the space carrier from taking off, destroying one, and now only two remain. Because Project Insight was flawed, Fury did not rebuild it. As a result, a huge dock was vacated. However, the location of the dock is under the lake. It has been hot recently, and a big cat tens of meters tall is lying down in the lake to take a bath. Fury couldn't scream, so he could only shamelessly let Apocalypse take action. The element-devouring beast Gugu was not satisfied with being disturbed from sleeping. He let out a meow sound and almost blew away those ordinary people and high-ranking officials. Rumble. The Kree airship slowly landed at the designated location. It was said to be an airship, but it was not much smaller than an aerospace carrier. It just fit in the original dock. Several aliens with lavender skin and wearing large ceremonial robes landed from the anti-gravity suspension platform. The appearance of the Kree people is very similar to that of people on Earth, and after thousands of years of civilization optimization, most of them are handsome men and beautiful women with excellent temperament. However, the few messengers who came had some mud smeared on their faces, from the corners of their eyes down their cheeks to their mouths and necks. From the aesthetic point of view of Earthlings, it looks extremely weird. However, Tian Kai was impressed by this compatibility. There is a scene in Guardians of the Galaxy where Ronan put on this mud makeup in a grand manner. It should be a very formal dress in traditional Kree culture, generally used on very formal and grand occasions. A Kree man stepped forward, raised his large ceremonial robe, bowed slightly to everyone, and said loudly, "I am Yanrog, the envoy of the Kree civilization. On behalf of the Kree civilization, I want to see the strongest man on Earth, Mr. Tang Tiankai." Seeing the other person being so pious, Fury and senior officials from various countries suddenly felt that their side was a bit too low-priced. King Apocalypse, the strongest fighting force on Earth, was standing among the crowd like an ordinary person. "We should build a huge throne of tens of meters for King Apocalypse to sit on. Envoys and powerful men from major civilizations who want to meet in court have to run several kilometers of stairs before they can reach the throne." Then King Apocalypse stood high and looked down upon the world. Majesty asked, "Who is coming? That's how you look stylish." However, it is only limited to imagination. If Fury dared to make such a request to Apocalypse, the other eye probably wouldn't want it either. The majesty of the Apocalypse comes from unquestionable strength. Unlike a mortal emperor, he needs these external rituals to highlight his majesty. In daily life, Tian Kai comes as he feels comfortable. "When I have nothing to do, I would go out to drink Mixu Bing Cheng and see children, such as Kathy. You Fury asked me to sit on the throne and did all this mess. Is it for the sake of majesty, or do you want to imprison me?" Apocalypse took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "Roger, I thought you wouldn't dare to return to Earth after Carol sent you back to Hala." This Yanrog was the captain of Captain Marvel's battle team when he was living in the capital of Kree, Hala, when he lost his memory. Because Captain Marvel awakened, he also chased to the Earth to capture Captain Marvel. As a result, Captain Marvel beat him up until he didn't even recognize his mother. If Captain Marvel hadn't thought of a trace of comradeship, and he hadn't harmed the Earth, he might not have been able to return. At that time, Captain Marvel put him on the Kree spaceship, set up automatic navigation, and returned to the planet Hala. Unexpectedly, 32 years later, he would return to Earth as a messenger. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yangrog's face, but he immediately said seriously, "Mr. Tang, fellow Earthlings, I apologize for my unfriendly attitude towards the Earth. The Supreme Intelligence knows that I have been to Earth before and am familiar with it, so it sent me here to contact you." Apocalypse is non-committal. No matter how smart the Supreme Intelligence is, it is only artificial intelligence. He only considers the pros and cons, and has difficulty understanding these embarrassing and subtle human emotions. If given a choice, one Yanrog would not want to come back here again. Fury asked, "What does your leader want to talk about?" "Our two civilizations, except for some unpleasant experiences, have no contact with each other." Rog said, "On behalf of the Kree civilization, the Supreme Wisdom would like to express its apology to Mr. Tang. We hope to resolve some of the unpleasantness regarding the accuser Ronan. Our two major civilizations can form a friendly alliance." Fury and the senior officials present were all human beings, and they immediately understood when they heard this humble tone. This obviously saw Tian Kai's strength and resolved the conflict. However, Fury knew about Captain Marvel's existence and thought deeper. After Captain Marvel awakened and defeated Ronan, although the Kree civilization did not invade the Earth again, there has been no movement. Obviously, Captain Marvel is powerful, but he is the kind of strong person who can't beat him, but I can always hide. Even if Captain Marvel wants to deal with such a huge Kree empire and the Supreme Intelligence, he can only defeat it at most, but cannot destroy it. And there are also issues such as their revenge on the Earth to consider. But at the level of Tian Kai, it's not just about victory or defeat. Just the fact that Apocalypse can use 4 Infinity Stones is enough to determine the life or death of a civilization. When evil thoughts arise, civilization will be destroyed. In view of this, Ronan's past with the Earth and his offense against Apocalypse on Xandar become extremely glaring. These contradictions are neither big nor small. If faced with an equal civilization, such as the Nova Empire, the Kree would not bother to come over and make peace. Even though Ronan drove a battleship to attack the capital star of the Nova Empire, the Kree people never showed any sign. But after seeing that Apocalypse has the power to span parallel universes and destroy the world, these contradictions may become the trigger for the destruction of Kree civilization in the future. With the wisdom of the Supreme Wisdom, we can naturally deduce it. I dare not face it, I have to face it. Tian Kai said calmly, first remove the Kree probe from the solar system. Okay, Rog replied simply. Then turn on the holographic projection and locate the asteroid-dense area between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Following the input of the self-destruct command, a dozen meteorites disguised as asteroids exploded into powder, blasting out a clean space in a nearby asteroid area. No wonder the people on Earth have never discovered it. It is too far away from the Earth and it is a chaotic asteroid belt. People on Earth will not send probes there for the time being. Fury breathed a sigh of relief. He was responsible for global security, and he knew best the oppression of being watched all the time. You are quite happy. Tian Kai smiled. Don't you need to report to the Supreme Wisdom? Rog said, before I came, the Supreme Wisdom authorized me to unconditionally agree to all Mr. Tang's requests. What if I want the Kree Empire's star field? Tian Kai said lightly. Rog paused for breath, gritted his teeth and said, yes, as long as Mr. Tang allows the Kree people to leave safely. Hiss. Fury and the surrounding senior officials were shocked. Directly claiming all the territory of the other party, compared with all the clauses that humiliate the country in the history of the Earth, they are as harmless as playing house. Everyone didn't expect Tian Kai to put forward such harsh conditions casually. But what I didn't expect was that the Kree people would actually agree. Fury and other high-level officials began to wonder, have we Earthlings misjudged King Apocalypse's combat power? Thinking too low? How much deterrence does this have to make another advanced civilization obey even though it is thousands of light years away from the starry sky? Tian Kai smiled and said, you are quite generous. However, there is no need to move away. Our Earth does not need your territory. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. I touched the mud makeup on my face, fearing that the sweat would affect my makeup. If we really go back with this condition, I am afraid that we will be nailed to the pillar of shame of Kree civilization forever. Torn to pieces by the angry Kree. Ask the Supreme Wisdom to talk to me. You are not qualified yet. Tian Kai said lightly. Yes, Mr. Tang. Please wait. Rog was not dissatisfied at all when he said he was not qualified. An order was given to the airship, and a huge onboard holographic projector was pointed at the open space of the dock. Swish! A human head tens of meters tall appeared in front of everyone. It's the head, not the brain. The facial features of the head are the same as those of a Kree. The eyes are slightly closed, and at the edges of the projection, many nutrient solution delivery pipes can be faintly seen. This is the core of the Kree, Supreme Wisdom. The Supreme Intelligence is a living computer created by the Kree, which condenses all the knowledge of the Kree, including all science, philosophy, military, thought, etc., governing all aspects of the Kree Empire. Although it was originally a tool created by the Kree, by now, the Supreme Intelligence has become the actual ruler of the Kree, a god in their civilization. Fortunately, unlike humans, it does not have many emotions and desires. In addition to dealing with the daily affairs of the Kree Empire, he will also think about some more profound questions and think about the nature of the universe. Therefore, under its leadership, the Kree civilization did not have obvious problems, but flourished very much. The Skrulls also had an empire back then, as famous as the Kree civilization. But for unknown reasons, the two empires went to war. This huge war lasted for hundreds of thousands of years and hundreds of millions of people lost their lives. Under the leadership of the Supreme Intelligence, the Kree Empire finally defeated the Skrull Empire. The few Skrulls left are scattered on various planets, including Earth. Since then, the Kree people have grown to worship and trust it. Just like when Apocalypse asked the Kree people to give up their own star field, the Supreme Wisdom could authorize Rog to agree, which shows its influence in Kree civilization. The projection of the Supreme Wisdom slowly opened a pair of giant eyes. Rog and the other Kree people hurriedly knelt down and saluted. The Supreme Wisdom said, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to meet you in this way. I am far away on the planet Hara and cannot move freely like humans. The voice is loud and majestic, and the words are neither fast nor slow. It's a bit like the memory of Apocalypse's previous life, the feeling of Tathagata Buddha speaking in Journey to the West. Tian Kai said, is this your true body? I heard that everyone sees a different image. For example, when Captain Marvel lived in the Kree Empire and connected to the Supreme Intelligence through the internet, all he saw was the deceased Dr. Lawson. The Supreme Wisdom said, human minds are ever-changing, and everyone has an image they worship. Using the image of idols can help them solve problems faster. The Kree must have many people who admire you, so what will they see? The Supreme Wisdom smiled slightly, then they will see a big head. I hope they will not have nightmares at night, being chased by a bodiless head. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing, but they didn't expect the Supreme Wisdom to joke. Tian Kai said calmly, now that you're done with your polite words, please explain your purpose of coming. The Supreme Wisdom said, on behalf of the Kree civilization, I would like to resolve the conflict with Mr. Tang more than 20 years ago, as well as Ronan's offense to you on Xandar. As an apology, the Kree civilization sent 10 ships of precious materials, which not only contained a variety of selected science and technology, but also many rare metals and cosmic raw materials. Of course you don't like it, Mr. Tang, but these materials can help people on Earth move towards the universe faster. Apocalypse did not agree immediately and asked, What happened more than 20 years ago? Why is it happening now? Even the conflict on Xandar is not that short ago. The Supreme Wisdom said, of course it's because of your strength, Mr. Tang. In the universe, etiquette is just lubricant. What determines status is always strength. Mr. Tang, you have the absolute power to destroy Kree civilization. Then, the previous conflict was the fault of us Kree people. It's natural to apologize. The expressions on the faces of the people around him were a little strange. I didn't expect that the other party was so sincere, even admitting his mistake and bowing his head so naturally, without any sense of humiliation. No wonder the Kree are more warlike and like to invade. With such supreme wisdom, it is naturally difficult to understand the ideas of humanism. Tian Kai's tone suddenly turned cold and he said, it seems that you still don't fully recognize my strength. As he spoke, he waved his hand slightly, and all the mobile phones, tablets and other smart terminals of the surrounding Earthlings floated out. Then the void shook slightly, and hundreds of mobile phones and other devices gathered together and were squeezed into a ball by Tian Kai. From time to time, a trace of electric sparks burst out. However, there is another mobile phone suspended in the air, which is extremely conspicuous. Tian Kai continued, are you testing me? The Supreme Intelligence was not embarrassed at all by being discovered. Instead, he said, since it has been discovered, it is naturally my fault. I am willing to increase the amount of apology materials tenfold, and then 10 spaceships will take off from the Kree Empire. It's not polite to come back without reciprocating. Tian Kai said lightly, since you dare to test, then accept my return gift. With that said, the remaining mobile phone flew into Tian Kai's hand. There is a network clone of the Supreme Wisdom inside. If Apocalypse were not there, all the networks on the Earth could be controlled in an instant, and the disaster would be no less disastrous than Zola, the original network god. Apocalypse was 10 centimeters away from the mobile phone. He mobilized his luck and flicked along the cause and effect line of the avatar of the Supreme Wisdom. Zhang. A string of unknown quality was played, and the sound was like an iron horse, extremely chilling. A force of law surges out from the hands of Tian Kai, tracing backwards along the line of cause and effect of the avatar of the Supreme Wisdom, arriving at the Hala star thousands of light years away in an instant. Puff. The holographic projection of the Supreme Wisdom trembled, and the nutrient delivery tube behind it could be faintly seen bursting open. Roar. The Supreme Wisdom showed a painful expression, its features were ferocious, and it screamed in pain involuntarily. Even if what is in front of you is a projection, you can still feel the sound like the sea. For the first time since its creation, the Supreme Intelligence has experienced the feeling of pain. Following the cry of pain, light red liquid flowed out of the Supreme Intelligence's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. 7 orifices bleeding? The senior officials from various countries, as well as Rog and other Kree people, were frightened to the core of their hearts. What exactly is this means? Can it directly harm the Supreme Intelligence from a distance of thousands of light years? You must know that the Supreme Wisdom is the core of the Kree Empire, and its protective measures gather all the heritage of an empire. If Apocalypse wanted to kill people, wouldn't it be safe to escape anywhere? Moreover, judging from Apocalypse's tone, it was only a slight punishment. Fury and the other SHIELD people are like old gods, and they despise those high-ranking officials who make a fuss. When Tian used the luck disinfecting technique to hunt down Hydra, Fury was already frightened. Now when I see similar methods again, I can only sigh with emotion, not be surprised. However, what Apocalypse used this time was not the luck disinfecting technique, but the power of law. The Supreme Wisdom brings together the luck of a civilization, and Apocalypse will not compete with the other party for the consumption of luck. Using the causal line to transfer the power of the Fist of Law can still cause damage. Mr. Tang, please have mercy. I know I was wrong. The big head of the Supreme Wisdom hurriedly begged for mercy. The majestic expression of Supreme Wisdom was gone, and he no longer had the calmness of the Tathagata Buddha just now. Tian Kai made several hand seals and sealed the mobile phone. Then he floated in front of Fury and said, Fury, please keep it on behalf of mankind. If I leave the Earth in the future, or am no longer in this universe, if the Kree dare to come and offend, you can use this to kill the Supreme Intelligence. Yes. Fury arranged for the staff to install the mobile phone in a safe that was taller than a person. Fury knew that Apocalypse's strength already involved parallel universes, and if he left, it was hard to say when he would come back. Now that Tian Kai is here, there is no need for it. If they leave for a long time, they are afraid that the Kree will think that Apocalypse is dead and start to have other thoughts. The continuation of civilization is measured in thousands or tens of thousands of years. Apocalypse is planning ahead and planning for thousands of years. With the bloody lesson learned, the subsequent negotiations will be much simpler. Fury and senior officials from various countries would naturally discuss some detailed terms with Rog. Tian Kai only mentioned 2 items. One is that you are not allowed to directly use the Kree's high-tech products, you must learn and reproduce them yourself. This is not because they are afraid that the Kree have backdoors or Trojan horses. Rather, they are afraid that the Earth will directly use high-tech products across civilization levels and lose the ability to learn. If so, it's almost like a Kree pig. Article 2 is to ask the Kree to give up the pursuit of the Skrulls. But Apocalypse did not ask the Kree Empire to return the Skrulls' original territory, although he could do so. The law of the universe is that the weak eat the strong. It is enough to help the Skrulls escape the pursuit. Whether their race will prosper or not ultimately depends on themselves. This incident was passed from Rocket to Star-Lord. Then Star-Lord spread to the Nova Empire, the Golden Race of Sovereign, etc. Soon after, almost all the major interstellar civilizations in the Milky Way knew that there was a god-level powerhouse in the spiral arm of the Milky Way. One man made the Kree Empire surrender, and used miraculous means to ignore the Kree Empire's defenses and injure the supreme intelligence from thousands of light-years away. For a time, the solar system was designated a no-fly zone by many civilizations, and the people's spacecraft were not allowed to come here unless necessary. The main reason is that he is afraid of causing any trouble, which may lead to the annihilation of the clan. Apocalypse doesn't even need to take action. Once there is trouble, advanced civilizations such as the Nova Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Golden Race will rush to express their attitude. The Kree Empire gave people on Earth a stable galaxy environment. You can develop technology with peace of mind without worrying about conflicts with other civilizations and causing interstellar wars. However, the interior of the Earth is not peaceful. Hundreds of cults were born, seemingly overnight. Countless people have been blackened by alien demons and become their followers, just like Casillas who believed in Dormamu. The superheroes of Shield were exhausted, frequently dispatched, and captured many. Some small shrimps and fish were caught by ordinary agents of Shield. For a time, the prison was overcrowded. After interrogation and investigation, Shield found that all clues pointed to the powerful man in the parallel universe. Now Fury was at his wit's end. It's better to kill all these blackened believers. Some of them are just blackened, and the crime is not punishable by death, but if they are not killed, if they are placed in ordinary prisons, other prisoners may be blackened. The best thing is to ask Tiankai to take action. Apocalypse looked at the number of blackened believers. There were already tens of thousands of people arrested alone, divided into more than 200 sects. Apocalypse said to Fury, "Bring out the leaders of each section." "It is good." A few hours later, more than 200 leaders who had been completely blackened from all over the world gathered at the SHIELD headquarters. "Let's go." Apocalypse waved his hand, and with more than 200 leaders, he soared into the sky. After a while, we came to a Lagrange point between the Earth and the Moon. Apocalypse said to all the religious leaders, "I will release your restrictions later, and you can feel free to contact your master." A ray of divine light divided into more than 200 rays and penetrated into the bodies of the leaders. Suddenly, the space was filled with black energy. The temporary space platform created by Apocalypse was filled with all kinds of messy energy, as if it was covered with a layer of black mist. The leaders are the most thoroughly blackened human beings. They are not afraid of the Apocalypse at all, and they seem to have infinite confidence in their lords. Seeing them starting to contact the Lord of the Parallel Universe, Tiankai sneered. "Next, let's play a game. Whoever you point at is yours." In the astonished eyes of everyone, Tiankai photographed a leader from the sky. A green fist mark slowly formed, growing bigger and bigger until it almost grew to the size of the Earth before it stopped. The sunlight shines on the fist seal and reflects back to the Earth, making one side of the Earth appear green. The people on Earth raised their heads and whispered to each other. Could there be another supervillain appearing and the King of Apocalypse need to take action? 4-level infinite divine fist plus fist of law. As Tiankai's hands shook, a huge passage opened, and the green fist print flew in and disappeared. In the void, the fist mark flew rapidly along the causal line between the leader he clicked and the demon god in the parallel universe behind him. These causal lines are the navigation system of the fist seal. Unless someone's realm is above the Apocalypse and can cut off the line of cause and effect. Otherwise, the fist seal will find them with such precision that they will be unable to avoid it. More than 200 powerful people from parallel universes, through their own secret methods, once again saw Apocalypse take action. Boom! In a distant parallel universe, an explosion occurred. Following this, the darkened eyes of the Dianbingbing cult master suddenly became clear. This means that his lord has turned into ashes and can no longer control his believers. I said that anyone who offends our universe will be punished no matter how far away they are. When Tiankai speaks to the leaders, he actually speaks to the powerful people behind them. Immediately, the black energy on dozens of believers disappeared, and the strong man behind them wisely cut off contact with these believers. They did not expect that Apocalypse could locate their universe and even their true bodies with just one believer. Under the fist of law, there is no way to hide. The 2th. Seeing that there were still people who had not cut off contact with believers, Tiankai punched the second law. Soon, another powerful person from the parallel universe died. The 5th. Tiankai stopped talking nonsense and killed the third one. At this time, all the leaders have finally returned to normal. The remaining strong men were originally a little lucky, thinking that it would be impossible for Tiankai to continuously hit such powerful fist seals. Unexpectedly, 3 Earth-sized fist seals were blasted out in succession, and there was no abnormal fluctuation in the aura on Tianqi's body. If you don't withdraw now, it might be your turn next. After all the leaders recovered, they looked at Tiankai with some fear. They were just blackened, not amnesiac. Tiankai's actions during this period and just now can be seen clearly. I don't know what Apocalypse will do with them. Alas, Tiankai sighed secretly. There are too many parallel universes to kill. If there were only more than 200, Apocalypse would not use deterrent measures, but would directly kill all the strong ones. However, when Steven and Wanda were dreamwalking, in search of Universe 813, more than 1 million parallel universes were discovered. Theoretically, there are endless parallel universes. Currently, there are only more than 200 people trying to explore the Earth through believers, which is already very few. If Apocalypse kills indiscriminately, I am afraid that all the million-level parallel universe experts will be in danger and will unite to destroy Universe 616 first. Now, he uses deterrence measures and only kills the strong ones who stand out. The remaining people, no one wants to be the leader, they have no choice but to be the coward again. Apocalypse remembered what the Observer said to him in the starfield near Yige. Either become the supreme of the universe, or have your soul robbed by someone stronger. No choice. Apocalypse brings all the leaders back to Earth. He said to Fury, they have returned to normal. Monitor them for a period of time. If there are no abnormalities, deal with them as you should. It is good. Some of these leaders who commit serious crimes after going dark will naturally be sentenced. Blackness is not a mental illness, and there is no privilege to escape punishment. Fury thought for a while and said, although it has been solved this time, those strong people will not give up. We don't have enough manpower. In the current situation, even Tiankai is a little helpless. Apart from deterrence and passive defense, there really aren't many ways. Apocalypse's strength is stronger than most of the powerful people in parallel universes, which is the confidence of deterrence. But it is not to the point of surpassing all latitudes, so that even if those strong people know that Apocalypse is the source, they do not dare to think wrongly. Tiankai had no choice but to say, I just killed 3 of them, so I should be able to calm down for a while. Besides, I'll try to find some more superheroes for you. Fury had been waiting for these words. An old face suddenly smiled like an old tree blooming, then I'll trouble you, Tang. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Apocalypse made a phone call. Happy, how's the practice going over there with Peter? Although Spider-Man Peter Parker is a half-child, he has great strength, agility, and speed. In addition to being inferior to top superheroes such as Wanda and Doctor Strange, he is only stronger than most superheroes. It's just that it hasn't been fully released yet. If he matures, he will definitely be a big help and can greatly alleviate the gap in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-end combat power. Most importantly, Spider-Man is very passionate about catching villains and never tires of doing so. He wouldn't be happy if he wasn't allowed to catch him. One phone call. Happy started to complain, adolescent boys are so difficult to discipline, Don. If it weren't for May's sake, I really can't stand him. Tiankai smiled and said, receive hundreds of messages a day. This is still a small matter. Happy said, he often goes to catch criminals without authorization. He said that he needs to practice more before officially joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Every time it causes a lot of trouble, the money lost alone is enough to build a Stark Tower. Tiankai asked, are you feeling better now? Happy paused and said, that kid, I don't know why lately, he seems to have suddenly become enlightened. Not only have I become more stable when catching criminals, I rarely have accidents. I even have to lower my voice and act magnetic when I speak. Tiankai smiled and said, what else can make a boy become mature besides a woman? Happy suddenly realized, no wonder he's been acting coy recently, wanting to ask me how to pick up girls, and asking if he would be laughed at if he went to a bar to drink. I'm with May now, and I don't dare to teach that kid any crooked ideas. TCH, what's your crooked idea? Tony told me everything. He just invites women to drink. Tiankai sneered. Happy said harshly, besides inviting the other party to drink, what else can you do to pick up girls? This trick of mine is always good for you. Ha ha ha, how did you and May get along? Did you invite her to the bar for a drink? Happy was speechless. How can true love be measured in this way? Okay, let's not talk more on the phone. You arrange a time and I will go see Peter. Happy was very happy and said, are you coming over for dinner? I asked May to prepare in advance. She didn't know your identity last time and always wanted to find a chance to apologize to you. Tiankai said, there is no need to apologize. After all, we hid our identities at that time. If we really want to count, we are still rude. However, it is okay to eat. Yay, I'll inform her right away. Apocalypse figured out the timeline. If Spider-Man's plot doesn't deviate too much, he is probably obsessed with a female classmate named Liz. While concealing his identity, he also wants to win Liz's favor. However, there is a problem with his relationship with Liz, the Vulture. The original name of Vulture is Mason Toombs. He is a helpless villain in the plot of Spider-Man: Homecoming. Also Liz's father. In Avengers 1, after an alien army invaded New York, they were repelled by the Avengers, leaving alien airship wreckage and alien corpses all over the ground. As a contractor, Vulture undertook the cleanup work of a large number of alien debris. At that time, he saw that this job was very profitable, so he took out a huge loan to buy equipment and prepared to start a big business. Unexpectedly, a newly established government department called the Disaster Control Department took away his job forcefully. Although his salary has been paid, the government will not help him repay the loan for the large amount of newly purchased equipment. He is about to go bankrupt and his property will be taken away by the bank, affecting the lives of his wife and daughter. The Vulture gritted his teeth and simply stole the parts of the alien spacecraft, processed them into weapons, and sold them on the black market. These weapons were used by criminals to rob and kill people. Spider-Man discovered them and followed the clues to find Vulture's engineering team. In the end, Spider-Man fought the Vulture and sent him to prison. Vultures themselves are not extremely evil people. They make weapons and sell them more for their livelihood. This is just like many gun dealers in the United States. Spider-Man's feelings for Liz were originally an impulse of an adolescent boy. If all goes well, a fling can turn into a permanent marriage. But after Spider-Man arrested her father, Vulture, it was impossible for the two to be together. In the next generation of Spider-Man, Far From Home where Thanos snapped his fingers, Spider-Man was with another female classmate, Michelle Jones, MJ for short. I just don't know who Spider-Man is attracted to now, and who is he willing to work hard to change himself for her. Not long after hanging up the phone, I received another call from Happy. Dawn. Peter asked if he could bring his friends. Apocalypse was helpless, and it turned out that Hap was right to bring Spider-Man. These little things bother him, but he is usually so talkative. So he said, it's just a common meal. You can just decide these little things. You don't have to ask me. Okay, Dawn. Dinner time. Apocalypse comes to Queens again, at Aunt May's house. As soon as she knocked on the door, Aunt May screamed ah. From inside. There was a burst of noise, then silence. The door opened with a squeak. I saw Happy, Aunt May, Spider-Man Peter, good friend Ned, and a girl, a total of 5 people, standing in a row to welcome the apocalypse. Welcome, Mr. Tang. Aunt May said. Tian Kai was helpless and said to Happy, you don't know what my temper is? Didn't you tell May? Why didn't you greet me like this when I went to Tony's house? Happy, who was nourished by love, blushed, and said, I told you. She doesn't agree. May insists on being more formal to make up for the disrespect I showed you last time. Okay, thanks, May. Hey, Peter, Ned. Aunt May said, I should thank you, Mr. Tang, for helping Peter so much. By the way, why didn't Natasha come? Tian Kai said, there have been a lot of things lately, and she is traveling around the world. Oh, Mr. Tang, please come in and sit down. Aunt May asked Tian Kai to take the main seat, and everyone sat down according to their seats. The table was filled with food, at least enough for 30 normal people. It was obvious that Aunt May had put a lot of thought into this meal. At this time, Spider-Man touched the girl lightly and said, Antonia, this is the very important person I told you, Mr. Tang. When he opened the door, Tian Kai saw the girl. It is Antonia, the daughter of General Dreykov of the Red House, the master of impersonation. Spider-Man said to Apocalypse, Mr. Tang, this is my classmate, Antonia. She just transferred to another school not long ago, and it was quite lonely being alone in school, so I invited her over for dinner. He said he was inviting me to dinner, but he couldn't hide his thoughts. Everyone present, even the fat black Ned, could tell that Peter liked her. And this Antonia took off the combat uniform of the imitation master and put on a set of ordinary girl's clothes, looking thin and cold. She has good looks, big eyes, and fair skin. If she doesn't speak, she looks a bit pitiful at first glance. Tian Kai knows her origins best. Not long ago, before Black Widow attacked the Red House's flying fortress, Taskmaster led a team of widows to attack, but were captured by Black Widow. Later, Apocalypse asked Yvonne and others to crack the control chip around her neck and get rid of General Drekhov's control. She did not stop Black Widow from killing General Dreykov, but left sadly without a trace. Apocalypse didn't expect to see her here, and she was Spider-Man's classmate. Antonia is about the same age as Spider-Man, and is indeed in high school. However, she always had a cold expression on her face, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. If other female students try to bully her, they may be bullied in return. Such a girl is extremely unusual among high school students and belongs to the cool category. There is a unique charm, no wonder it attracts Spider-Man so much. It's just that for ordinary high school students, being cool is just a pretense. And Antonia is really cold. Seeing that Antonia was silent, Aunt May coughed lightly and reminded, Antonia, Mr. Tang is a highly respected man, you must know the minimum respect and courtesy. Antonia said coldly, the legendary king of Apocalypse is indeed a big shot. What? Everyone was surprised. Unexpectedly, Antonia recognized Apocalypse. As mentioned earlier, neither Spider-Man nor Aunt May said who Apocalypse was because they did not dare to reveal his identity without Apocalypse's consent. Unexpectedly, Antonia told the truth. Spider-Man couldn't help but ask, do you know Mr. Tang? I met him once. I know his wife Black Widow, Antonia said expressionlessly. When Antonia was 8 or 9 years old, she was highly paralyzed by the Black Widow. As a result, she was installed with a chip by her father and became a master of imitation. Later, after Black Widow captured her, she released the chip's control. Then, he went to kill her father, General Dreykov, so that she could completely escape her original fate. Her tragic fate began and ended with Black Widow. Although she will not take revenge on Black Widow, it is impossible for her to smile at Black Widow, Apocalypse, and others. Tian Kai is not angry either. Husband and wife are one, and he has the responsibility to make up for Natasha's mistakes. So he said warmly, why did you come to school? Antonia's face moved, as if she wanted to refuse to answer. But seeing that he had just criticized him, the aloof King Tian Kai was not angry at all. Finally, he said, I left the campus before I finished elementary school. I have never been able to have freedom. Now that I am free, I don't know where to go. I only have some regrets about the school. Spider-Man asked with concern, why did you stop reading before you finished elementary school? Can you keep up with your homework? If you can't keep up, you can ask me for tutoring. Antonia glanced at Spider-Man and said, when I was 9 years old, I was paralyzed in an accident and controlled by a chip. Not long ago, the great man you call King Apocalypse cured me. Spider-Man, Happy, Aunt May, Ned and others are confused. Logically speaking, she should be grateful for being cured. How could she look so bitter and resentful? What's even weirder is that, faced with such an attitude, King Apocalypse didn't seem angry at all, let alone surprised. Everyone didn't think too much about it and took it for granted that this was a child who had been paralyzed for many years and had a withdrawn personality and didn't know how to get along with others, so he had such a bad attitude. Even King Tiankai who cured her was not angry, so everyone had no reason to be angry. I heard Antonia's few words just now, and it seemed that there was unspeakable suffering hidden behind them. Aunt May couldn't help but feel overflowing with motherly love. Antonia, if you want, you can come and play with Peter more often. Don't stay alone all the time. You can also call your parents on weekends and we can have dinner together. My parents are dead. Antonia's tone was so calm that it made Aunt May feel distressed, and she almost choked. I'm sorry. Peter shouted. No, I met your parents when I went through the admission procedures. Antonia said, I spent $1,000 to find someone to pretend to be someone. If the school wants to visit home in the future, I will pay them another $500 each time. What? Everyone was shocked again. How could it be like this? Antonia continued, without a guardian I would have had to go to boarding school and I didn't like it there. Aunt May said, then who will pay for your usual tuition and living expenses? And the expenses for your parents? Antonia said, there are many gangs in Brooklyn. I ran out of money, so I went to get it from them. What? Aunt May and others were shocked again. Ever since she met Tiankai, Aunt May thought she had seen big scenes. Even King Tiankai came to my house as a guest. Who else? Unexpectedly, a girl's words today shocked her again, and she didn't know how to react. After being stunned for a while, he said, Antonia, although you have hardships in life, you must love yourself as a person. Don't go to Brooklyn again. If you need money, come to me. If you don't mind it, I'm willing to support you through college. In Aunt May's mind, if a girl is short of money and goes to a gang, what else can she do besides selling her body? However, she thought wrongly. Antonia said disdainfully, they are just a bunch of low-level gangsters and have no right to touch me. I am here to collect protection money. If you don't pay me, I will break an arm and a leg first. Collect protection money? There are 4 ant mice. I wonder if I heard it wrong? A skinny high school girl going to Brooklyn to collect protection money? The protection money received is used to take leave from parents, allow myself to enroll in high school, and pay for tuition and living expenses? This sounds a bit inspiring, but why is this motivation so weird? Spider-Man often goes to catch criminals. Knowing that the underworld is not so obedient, he asked, won't they set a trap to ambush you? They will resist the first few times and won't receive any money. If you beat them a few more times, they will behave in the future. You have to be patient. Peter was speechless. Are you telling me to be patient about this? Are you going to teach me or something? Finally, Spider-Man asked Apocalypse, Mr. Tang, what happened to Antonia? Tiankai shook his head slightly and said, you and she are classmates. It's up to her to decide whether she wants to tell you or not. It's not convenient for me to say anything more. Peter likes Antonia, and of course Antonia tells him personally before their relationship is considered complete. If you talk too much, not only will you not be able to bring the two of you together, but you will become a troublesome person. Of course, Tiankai doesn't care whether the two of them are together in the end. Anyway, young people have many opportunities for trial and error. Antonia glanced at Tiankai, with some slight gratitude in her eyes. Apocalypse asked, Antonia, what do you think of Peter? He? A childish devil. Antonia curled her lips and said, he behaves like a child all day long, running around dressed as a spider and trying to be a good person, but he still can't do it well. You know I'm Spider-Man. A teasing smile appeared on Antonia's lips. You and Fatty are the only ones who think you are very mysterious. When Fat Ned screams, I know he's going to cover you out. Boring. Spider-Man said helplessly, no wonder you always despise me and call me naive. You should have told me earlier if you found out. It made me think that something was wrong with what I was wearing or talking about. Happy, Apocalypse, and Aunt May looked at each other and smiled. It turns out that Peter's recent desire to become mature and stable comes from this. Happy and Aunt May don't know Antonia's experience, but Apocalypse does. In the past, when Antonia was in the Red Room, she faced top agents, gangsters, and police from all over the world. Although the absolute combat effectiveness is not as good as Spider-Man, but the risks he had experienced, the darkness of human nature he had seen, and the various methods he had encountered were beyond the imagination of Peter, a high school student. Although she is controlled by her father, General Dreykov, she is only deprived of emotions, not amnesia. Now that I'm back in high school, it's like a shark has entered the pond. Fortunately, she has no interest in the naive students in high school, otherwise, the entire high school might be turned upside down by her. Her willingness to come to Spider-Man's house for dinner shows that at least she doesn't dislike Spider-Man. Of course, it may also be related to loneliness. No matter how cold-hearted Antonia is, she is still a human being, and she still has some friends after she returns to normal. Ding dong. While they were chatting, the doorbell suddenly rang. Aunt May was a little confused and stood up to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw a girl with brown skin and lively eyes standing outside the door, holding a stack of information. Hey, I'm Peter's classmate. He left in a hurry today and forgot to pick up the competition materials. This girl is Michelle Jones, MJ. Spider-Man went to the door to take the information and said, "Thank you. In fact, these information are not important. I have to receive important guests today, so I am not going to review it." "Oh, that's it." MJ was a little embarrassed and had nowhere to put his little hands, but he didn't want to leave. MJ has actually been secretly in love with Spider-Man, but in the original timeline, Spider-Man was too busy pursuing Liz to notice it. It wasn't until the plot of Spider-Man, Far From Home that the whole class went on a scientific trip to Europe and encountered the mysterious visitor incident, and the two of them finally broke through the last layer of window paper. Now, the timeline has changed drastically. Instead of seeing Liz, there is an additional copycat, Antonia, and MJ is blocked again. If it were any other time, Aunt May or Spider-Man would definitely invite MJ in. But today's situation is so special that these small etiquettes cannot be ignored. Spider-Man said, "I'm still eating now, you go back first. See you in the science team tomorrow." "Oh, okay." MJ was a little disappointed and turned to leave. Tiankai said, "Peter, don't be rude. Invite MJ to come in and have a meal together." "Yes, Mr. Tang." Spider-Man quickly said to MJ, "Mr. Tang invites you to dine with us. Come in and meet Mr. Tang." Then he whispered, "Mr. Tang is a highly respected man, you must be respectful and polite." As Spider-Man came in, MJ saw a young Oriental man sitting in the main seat, not much older than them. MJ was confused and couldn't relate to being highly respected. But he still said politely, "Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello, May. Hello everyone. Antonia, Ned, are you here too?" After saying hello, MJ sat on Peter's right side. MJ asked, "Mr. Tang, I would like to take the liberty to ask, do you know me? Neither Peter nor May called me by my name just now, but you know that my name is MJ. She is indeed a science girl, with a high IQ and a delicate mind," Tiankai thought to himself. Tiankai said, "I have seen you in another timeline and know some things about you. I think I know you one-sidedly. SHHH. Aunt May, Spider-Man, Happy, Ned, and even the always cold Antonia all looked at MJ. Everyone's first reaction is, who is she? Even King Tiankai pays attention to her. Could he be a hidden superhero like Peter? Knowing Apocalypse's current status, even the president of a country may not be qualified to let him take a second look. In fact, Tiankai really doesn't care who is the president of each country. There were occasional meetings, such as the last time he helped Yelena deal with the Widow attack on Hydra officials. He didn't know many presidents of European countries and was not interested in asking. These are the presidents who licked their faces and introduced themselves, hoping to leave some impression on King Apocalypse. Now that everyone sees that he actually knows MJ, and the acquaintance is one-sided, this weight becomes extra heavy. MJ felt a little uncomfortable and asked, "What does Mr. Tang know about me?" Tiankai smiled and said, "I don't know much, I only know that you and Peter are classmates." MJ suddenly felt confused and thought wildly, could it be that Peter often talks about himself to his family and this big-shot guest? Otherwise, I have never met this Mr. Tang, how would he know me? The only explanation is what Peter said. She glanced at Peter quietly and found that Peter was also looking at her. MJ's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, the skin is brown and not very obvious. Aunt May said, "Mr. Tang, does MJ have any abilities?" Tiankai shook his head, "Not currently, but there is a certain probability that there will be in the future." With Tiankai's current state, he can already vaguely see some future timelines. If MJ were with Spider-Man, he might also become a superhero due to Spider-Man's luck. In the comics, there is a female Spider-Man named Gwen, who looks very similar to MJ. However, this timeline development is not inevitable, it is just a trend. Maybe it will change in a moment. The original sacred timeline would have an inevitable result, but now, the sacred timeline is like a cat with explosive hair, with countless branches. Even Kong the Conqueror might not be able to tell everyone's fate. Even Spider-Man began to take it seriously. "MJ, since Mr. Tang said you have abilities, you must cherish them." MJ was confused. Why did the young Oriental man say something casually and everyone even looked at him differently? Everyone chatted while eating, and when the meal was almost finished, Tiankai revealed the purpose of the trip. "May, I would like to invite Peter to officially join S.H.I.E.L.D. The number of villains will continue to increase recently, and S.H.I.E.L.D. needs help. What do you think?" Aunt May struggled a little and said, "Oh, okay." His Uncle Ben said that with great power comes great responsibility. When Peter grows up, he should also make some contributions to mankind. "Thank you, Auntie." Peter was overjoyed and gave Aunt May and Happy a hug. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Now, King Tiankai came to invite him personally, and his dearest aunt agreed. It was simply the result of his dreams. Happy winked at Peter proudly, and Peter responded with a tacit look. If it weren't for him, Aunt May wouldn't have been so calm and allowed Peter to join S.H.I.E.L.D. after learning that Peter was Spider-Man. Tiankai said, "Peter, Ned, I will give you some instructions later. You must practice diligently. Especially you, Ned, I will teach you some mage's spells. This set of spells will be suitable for your physique." The last time he came here, Apocalypse didn't know Kamatage's spells yet, and what he passed on to Ned was the Asgardian divine power cultivation technique. But Ned, the fat black man, had the greatest talent in magic. In the original plot, he directly opened the portal as soon as he picked up Doctor Strange's hanging ring. It would be a pity if this kind of talent is not practiced correctly. Yes. Ned and Peter were naturally very happy. Being able to receive King Tiankai's second pass on the power is an honor that few people on the entire planet have. Tiankai added, Antonia, MJ, if you like, you can also study together. Although MJ couldn't understand, he was a little scared. Why invite Peter to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and teach him skills and so on? Is this guy from SHIELD? No wonder Peter said he was a big shot. Tiankai said, Antonia, although your ability to imitate is powerful, it is the power of a mortal after all. In the future, there will be more and more supervillains, so I'm afraid it may not be enough. MJ, you have a high IQ and quick thinking. It might be more appropriate to learn some spells. MJ was still in shock. Okay, MJ is still in a trance. I just came here to give information to the boy I had a crush on to gain favor. I didn't expect to be invited to have a meal with him. It was just a meal. This was normal. But then, why invite Peter to SHIELD and then vaguely teach her magic? This span was too big, and MJ didn't come back to his senses. While she was still wondering whether it was true or false, Ned drew a golden circle directly in front of her eyes, and her eyes suddenly widened in fear. Antonia, on the other hand, was far from accepting Spider-Man. Seeing MJ's appearance at this time, I couldn't help but have a complicated look in my eyes. It seemed as if something that was supposed to be mine had been interfered with, and I felt a sense of loss and unwillingness. Spider-Man doesn't know yet that he has fallen into a complicated love game. I love her, she doesn't love me. She loves me, but I don't know she loves me. I love her. She who doesn't love me may turn to love me when she sees someone who loves me. And I don't know yet that she loves me because of another her. After dealing with Spider-Man, Apocalypse returns to S.H.I.E.L.D. and finds Fury. You come forward to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ask them to come forward to coordinate and say that I am willing to be an intermediary to help Wakanda openly integrate into the world. What do you mean? Fury was a little surprised. Fury had little impression of the country Wakanda, except that it was a small African country. But if Tiankai speaks in person, this matter is no small matter. In a small and backward African country, King Apocalypse actually came to act as the middleman himself. He is said to be a middleman, but with Tiankai's current strength and status, he is basically a protective god. With his words, which country dares to turn its back on Wakanda? Fury asked again, what's so special about Wakanda? Do I need to trouble you to coordinate? Apocalypse said, you will know when the time comes. Ask the diplomats to convey my message. That the Earth is in an unprecedented crisis and needs Wakanda's resources and help. But a crisis is also an opportunity, and this is an opportunity to make Wakanda safe and integrated into the world. There are many reasons why Wakanda is hidden. On the one hand, there is peace-loving. With their technology, even if they couldn't conquer the world, they could at least conquer a large kingdom. At least unifying Africa is not a problem. But they did not do this. They have such advanced technology and weapons in their hands, but they hardly engage in foreign wars, which shows the character of the Wakandans. Second, they are self-aware and know their own weaknesses. Ordinary people may not have political awareness, but the vision of kings and Black Panthers in the past is not so narrow. Because of the fall of Vibranium, Wakanda has developed advanced technology that is different from the mainstream of the Earth. However, their systems have not kept up, and their ideas are still those of primitive tribes. There is even a tribe called Jabari who still maintains the habits of the primitive tribe and hides in the mountains. Once they are opened up, they can be killed by mere political conspiracy and ideological infiltration. In Black Panther 1, there is the most obvious example. A prince who had been living abroad for many years, the son of Prince Nijobu, Eric Stevens, nicknamed the Leopard, showed his token to prove his identity after entering Wakanda. Then said, I am the son of Nijobu, and I will exercise my birthright to challenge the rights of kings and the rights of panthers. Then, as the king, the Black Panther drank the heart-shaped grass liquid, which deprived the Black Panther of his power and dueled him as a mortal. In the end, the Black Panther lost and fell under the waterfall, his life and death unknown, and Eric actually became the king. As a result, Wakanda was turned upside down, and even the heart-shaped grass was burned down. Such a system can be implemented in tribes that are simple, kind, and simple in structure. But once it reaches the national level, especially when Wakanda still has vibranium that everyone covets, it may be killed by various conspiracy methods. The old King T'Chaka was very aware of his country's weaknesses, so he never made them public. He also said to his son Black Panther, you are a good man, but a good man cannot be a king. It can be seen that he is well aware of the complexity of human nature. Later, the battle between the Black Panther and the Golden Leopard also showed the Black Panther's naivete in governing the country. If the old king was still there, what would happen to the leopard? Just now, due to the powerful influence of Apocalypse, the timeline is completely different from the original. The old king was not killed by the Winter Soldier, so the Black Panther naturally had no motive to pursue the murderer for revenge. Therefore, he has not appeared in the Avengers list until now. Even SHIELD doesn't have much information about them. However, Wakanda's technology is very advanced and its military is highly effective. In Avengers 3, Wakanda played an important role in the battle with Thanos men. At least it protected many ordinary people from being massacred by Thanos men. With their addition, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense system can better protect the Earth. The threats from the heavens will come sooner or later. The more power you can have, the more power you can have. Now, the old King T'Chaka is not dead, and the young Black Panther is still the prince. The Panthers are young and have an open spirit. In the original plot, after Black Panther succeeded to the throne of king, he announced at the United Nations General Assembly that he no longer intended to hide Wakanda's strength and decided to share Wakanda's advanced knowledge, technology, and resources with the world. The old king is well aware of Wakanda's weaknesses in its national system. He rashly made it public, and faced with endless conspiracies, he had no confidence that he could stop it. If King Apocalypse, the patron saint of the earth, acts as an intermediary, it would be natural. Because of this, Apocalypse set such conditions and was sure to get a response from the Black Panthers and his son. After all, the technology of the Earth's countries is becoming more and more advanced now, including the technology brought back by Apocalypse from Asgard and the Nova Empire, as well as the technology sent by the Kree civilization as an apology. Wakanda will always be discovered. At that time, the consequences of peaceful integration into the world and forced integration into the world will be completely different. Sure enough, after Fury conveyed Apocalypse's intention, soon, I received a letter of credence from the King of Wakanda. I solemnly invite King Apocalypse to come to Wakanda to guide work, inspect, and express condolences. After seeing the credentials, Apocalypse said to Fury, call Tony, Rocket, Vision, and Wanda. They called Iron Man and Rocket because they are scientists and can communicate with Wakanda on technical issues. As for Vision and Wanda, due to the original plot, both of them died in Wakanda in Avengers 3. Apocalypse is purely a good idea. Let's see if anything related to it happens. 3 days later, Apocalypse, Fury, Iron Man, Rocket, Vision, Wanda, and others arrived on the African continent on a space carrier. This is a state visit, so it is natural to enter in the most formal and ceremonial way. Eastern continent of Africa, the border of Wakanda. After entering, the display shows a harmonious scene of a primitive grassland and tribal people grazing. It fits very well with ordinary people's impressions of Wakanda. After crossing the border, a miniature anti-gravity airship rose from the water, came to the space carrier, and led the carrier forward. Seeing this, Fury and Tony changed slightly. Tony said, anti-gravity? I didn't expect that my father's unfinished research would be seen here. Tiankai asked, isn't the aerial fortress in the Red House also using anti-gravity? When he and Black Widow went to capture the Red House, Apocalypse kept the Sky Fortress intact. The technical personnel of Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely conduct some research. Iron Man said that technology is relatively backward and difficult to miniaturize. The airship in front of us is only a few meters long and wide. Obviously the anti-gravity technology is quite mature. Fury said with a serious face, you don't know that there is such an advanced state shield on Earth? If there is a threat to the Earth, it would be my dereliction of duty. Only rockets come from the cosmic star field, so this level of technology is not surprising. Tiankai said, don't worry. Not only do they not pose a threat to the Earth, but they are afraid that other people on Earth will threaten them. Apocalypse told everyone about the situation in Wakanda. Especially Fury. He doesn't know much about technology, but he is well informed about conspiracy methods. Naturally, we can understand Wakanda's concerns. When he heard that there was countless vibranium here, Fury couldn't help but laugh and said, that old guy, General Ross, would he be happy if he knew that the vibranium here was enough for him to build 1 underwater prisons? Apocalypse said calmly, if it is a normal transaction, as long as Wakanda is willing, it can be traded casually. If someone wants to use extraordinary means to obtain vibranium, please don't forget to have me as the middleman. Fury's face straightened and he said, understood. Although the apocalypse was spoken lightly, in the ears of Fury and other countries, it was a promise as heavy as Mount Everest. As long as there are people with normal minds, few organizations would dare to disobey Tiankai's orders. In fact, it is not unreasonable for Wakanda to choose to isolate itself because it is afraid of the outside world. In Black Panther 2, a country directly sent armed teams to invade Wakanda's overseas laboratories in an attempt to seize vibranium. As a result, they were arrested by people from Wakanda, and then these special forces were brought to the United Nations General Assembly and publicly displayed. How long has it been since Black Panther was announced? No country dares to be so bold. As time goes by, there will only be more of these things, not less, or disappear. If it is found that robbery is not possible, then various infiltration methods will follow. It is a crime to be pregnant with the wall, but anything of value must be protected with considerable strength. Under the guidance of an airship. After a while, we came to a primeval forest with beautiful scenery. The space carrier's instruments were unresponsive. But Tiankai saw at a glance that there was a huge invisible energy shield in front of him. Soon, the rocket's handheld instrument also issued a diddy warning sound. The rocket pressed lightly, and a holographic image of the city composed of lines appeared. Rocket grinned and said, hey, the technology here is a bit interesting. Although vibranium is also a precious metal in the universe, it is not the most advanced. I didn't expect that someone would develop such a complete technological system based on just one metal. Tiankai smiled slightly and said, Rocket, don't make any wrong ideas. Rocket jumped up, Dawn, who do you think I am? I can only look at it. Well, I believe you. After saying that, Apocalypse immediately turned to Vision and said, keep an eye on him. If he does something, report it to me. Okay, Mr. Tang. Rocket yelled, Tang, why don't you trust me? I am the third rebirth given by you yourself, and you are equivalent to my father. Stop being a good boy? There is an old saying on Earth, a wise son is like a father. Put away your petty thoughts. Okay. Rocket was a little downcast. He became addicted to stealing and felt uncomfortable when he didn't steal things. Just like the news broke out, some celebrities and rich second-generation people are obviously very rich, but they just go to the supermarket to steal things for excitement. Although vibranium is rare to the countries of Earth, it is nothing to Rocket's. Looking at the entire universe, there are many metals that are stronger than it. For example, Thanos' double-sided machete is made of unknown metal. In the plot of Avengers 4, Captain America's vibranium shield was smashed to pieces. This shows how strong the material of the double-sided machete is. Vibranium is said to be indestructible, but only relative to people on Earth. Not long ago, among the compensation gifts sent by the Kree civilization, there was some material that surpassed vibranium. It's just that people on Earth are still in the digestion stage and cannot use it immediately. Lead the airship to send a signal. Then, an energy veil slowly opened, and a huge city appeared in front of the space carrier. The city's high-rise buildings and public transportation are full of future technology. There are many suspended subways in the distance, shuttling between high-rise buildings, going up, down, left and right. Residents no longer need to go to the subway station when traveling, as it will be delivered directly to their doorsteps. Even if you live on the 88th floor, you can park directly outside the balcony. Dong dong dong, hey, dong dong dong, ho. A burst of celebratory African drums resounded across the sky. A band of 1,000 people, playing African drums or playing primitive bagpipes, sang and danced on the ground. There is a huge holographic projection in the sky, which says in 3 languages, Chinese, Wakanda, and English, "Welcome King Apocalypse to Wakanda." The space carrier slowly landed in the designated square. As soon as the hatch was opened, before letting go of the stairs of the mothership, an anti-gravity suspension platform flew in front of the hatch. A young black man with a tall and straight body and explosive muscles came up to him. Prince T'Challa of Wakanda is here to welcome King Apocalypse. As he spoke, he made fists with his hands, crossed them on his chest, and performed a Wakandan salute. Apocalypse took a look and found that he looked exactly like the Black Panther in his impression. A typical handsome black guy with short black curly hair and a slight beard. His eyes are sharp, his body is majestic, and he has a royal temperament. Seeing Tiankai appear, the welcoming team of several thousand people below saluted at the same time. Who? Wakanda welcomes King Apocalypse. The sound shook the sky for a while. Rocket yawned out of boredom and said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like we can't hear you." He was bound by Tiankai, and he was always unhappy and deliberately embarrassed others. The Black Panther was a little stunned. He didn't know how to respond to Rocket's words. Should he cater to it or pretend not to hear it? The grand welcome speech that was originally prepared was temporarily stuck. As for getting angry, you definitely don't dare. Didn't you see that King Tiankai was very indulgent to this 8 or 9-year-old boy? Tiankai had no choice but to say, "Rocket, if you dare to cause trouble again, I will call Nebula over." Rocket's face froze when he heard this, and he was immediately frightened into a good boy. He was afraid of no one but Nebula. For the sake of Tiankai and the fact that Rocket looks like an 8 or 9-year-old child, the others tolerated even the rudeness. Only Nebula never tolerated him. Rocket couldn't beat him, and he was ravaged every time they had a quarrel. There is simply a psychological shadow. Apocalypse said to Black Panther, "His name is Rocket. He comes from the star field thousands of light years away. He doesn't understand the etiquette of the Earth. I hope you won't be offended." Black Panther was shocked. He was indeed the king of Apocalypse, and every child around him came from thousands of light years away. Although Wakanda is advanced, it can only operate in the solar system at present. It is absolutely impossible to travel thousands of light years away. King Apocalypse is too polite. Everyone here is a guest. If Wakanda has done anything wrong, please correct me. Fury stepped forward and said, "Prince T'Challa, I am Director Fury of SHIELD. This is Iron Man Tony Stark. I believe you know him. This is Vision, the life created by King Apocalypse. This is Wanda, nicknamed Scarlet Witch. Welcome." Rocket was unhappy. "Fury, am I standing on your left and you can't see me? Why don't you introduce me?" Fury's face darkened. He is blind in his left eye. This naughty boy is simply incapable of picking up any pot. But he was neither Apocalypse nor Nebula, so he didn't dare to shout loudly at Rocket. He had no choice but to say, "Just now Tang introduced you personally. Isn't it much more important than my introduction?" "Oh, it seems to be." Everyone was talking and making trouble, and soon the anti-gravity platform carried everyone and slowly landed on the ground. Dong dong dong, wah. Dong dong dong, wah. For a time, the people of Wakanda sang and danced even harder. At this time, several people came up. Based on the memories of his previous life, Apocalypse quickly figured out who was who. The old King T'Chaka, Queen Raymond, Princess Shurui, and the captain of the guard, the female General Okoye. Black Panther introduced Apocalypse and others one by one. The old king is calm and wise, while Queen Raymond is noble and majestic. Princess Shurui is only a teenager, thin and frail, like a high school girl. But his eyes are very smart, his IQ is extremely high, and he is the chief scientist of Wakanda. Finally, there is the female General Okoye, with murderous eyes. The skin is dark, the head is as smooth as a mirror, there is no hair, not even stubble. The head is high and bulging, a typical African head shape. In her previous life, Apocalypse's impression of her was second only to Black Panther. Her image is really too unique. She seems ugly at first glance, but if you look at her for a long time, she will have a rough beauty. Of course, Apocalypse has no idea of a relationship between men and women, just pure appreciation. The old king took the lead in saluting and said, "Welcome King Apocalypse. It is really our honor for King Apocalypse to visit Wakanda." Apocalypse said, "King, you're welcome. After all, I'm here to ask you for help. The Earth is now facing a crisis and needs your help." Apocalypse is telling the truth. Like the group of leaders and tens of thousands of believers a few days ago, we can't expect Tiankai to take action on these trivial matters. Seeing Tiankai being so polite, the old king was a little frightened. He never expected that the legendary King Tiankai was so easy to talk to. King Apocalypse is joking. "Our power is like ants in front of you, not worth mentioning." On the contrary, King Apocalypse is willing to act as a middleman for us, and Wakanda is very grateful. Black Panther said, "Father, King Apocalypse, why don't we go in and talk? It is good." Everyone crossed a long welcoming street and entered Wakanda's conference hall. After swiping away his men, only the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the old king, queen, Black Panther, Shuri, and female General Okoye were left. The purpose of Apocalypse's trip is very simple, which is to use Wakanda's power and technology to strengthen the supervision of believers. Now relying on just one SHIELD is a bit too busy. In exchange, it is natural to protect Wakanda from the covetousness of some countries. Black Panther received Western education and lived in the United States all year round, so he is very inclined to be open-minded. Now, with the promise of Apocalypse, the old king's worries are naturally gone, and he will not refuse to open up. The intention was quickly reached. It was up to Fury to discuss the next few details with them. For example, how many people will be sent, will they join S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, or will they just follow the orders? What equipment is there? How powerful is it? How many levels of supervillains can be captured? Etc., etc. Apocalypse, Iron Man, Vision, Wanda, and others patiently stood aside without speaking. This is a state negotiation and they are of no use. When technology is exchanged, that's when Iron Man comes into play. But Rocket standing aside became impatient. His eyes turned around and focused on the female General Okoye. "Hey, your name is Okoye, right?" "My name is Rocket," Rocket said in a low voice. "Well, hello, Rocket." Okoye replied in a low voice without blinking his eyes. As the captain of the personal guard, he shouldn't have spoken at this time. But Rocket was a guest who came with King Apocalypse, and he didn't dare not respond. Rocket said, "Can I ask you a question?" "This, Mr. Rocket, the king is discussing state affairs with King Apocalypse and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the moment. Can you ask me again later?" Okoye was a little embarrassed. "They say theirs and we say ours. Keep it quiet so it won't disturb them." This. Rocket ignored it and asked directly, "Your skin is very good, smooth, and delicate, and the black color is used to hide it at night. Among the people on Earth I have seen, you are the best." Okoye's face looked a little strange. Hearing an 8 or 9-year-old naughty kid praise his good skin, something seemed wrong. It's not a happy feeling anyway. However, she had just heard that rockets came from thousands of light years away, so Okoye couldn't argue with him. He could only whisper, "Thank you." But what Rocket said next almost made her break her defense. "When you wash your hair, do you use shampoo or facial cleanser?" Rocket asked seriously. Okoye opened his eyes, the murderous look in his eyes couldn't help but overflow, and he immediately clenched the ceremonial spear in his hand. If they were outside, Okoye's spear would have been swung directly over. Giggle. Princess Sarui couldn't help but chuckle. The old king and queen heard the laughter and looked over. Okoye was so frightened that he stood up straight and motionless. Sarui hurriedly swallowed the rest of the laughter. The old king said, "King Apocalypse, Director Fury, you are so rude." Tiankai said, "It doesn't have to be like this, King. It's a good thing for young people to chat." Seeing that Apocalypse didn't blame him, Rocket became bolder. Then he asked, "Is this question difficult?" Okoye didn't answer coldly. Rocket said, "Forget it if you don't tell me. I'll ask Sarui." "Suri, is Okoye single?" Even though Sarui was a little genius, he couldn't have expected the Rocket to jump so fast suddenly. Sarui said, "She stays in the palace all year round, so she probably doesn't have time to talk about a partner." Upon hearing this, Rocket suddenly showed a smile on his face, grinning and showing his teeth. "Okoye, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen on Earth. Can you be my woman?" When everyone heard this, they all stopped the negotiation and looked here. An 89-year-old child showing love to a 20 or 30-year-old woman? Okoye suddenly felt his face burning hot, but fortunately his skin was dark and he couldn't see it. "She never imagined that my mother would be molested by an 8 or 9-year-old naughty child in her lifetime. But now King Apocalypse, the king, the queen, the Prince Black Panther and other important figures are all present, so there is no chance of an attack." Rocket didn't care about everyone's eyes and continued, "I'm serious. Your limbs are strong, your body is powerful, your skin is good, and you don't have the extra troublesome body tissue like hair. Before I met you, I couldn't believe that there could be such a perfect woman on Earth." Puff puff puff. Sarui could no longer hold it in any longer, and her mouth began to burst with laughter. "As long as you promise me, I will work hard to grow. If you can't wait, I'll ask Tang to find a way to mature my body." Okoye squeezed the ceremonial spear and made it rattling. The murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense, and he wanted to pierce the Rocket's body immediately. Almost everyone thought Rocket was teasing the female general, except Apocalypse, Wanda, and Vision. Vision doesn't have the aesthetic sense and sophistication of Earthlings, so I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. Apocalypse and Wanda watched Rocket transform from a raccoon into a human with their own eyes, and knew that Rocket had some animal vision. Okoye's appearance fits the Rocket's aesthetic very well. Health, strength, and a perfect skin. Isn't this the most primitive aesthetic among animals? As for the ripening of the body thing, hinting to Okoye, well, maybe a clear indication of the most primitive form of communication between men and women, and a manifestation of Rocket animal thinking. The meeting was interrupted. The atmosphere was obviously not suitable for continuing the discussion. Tiankai could only say, Rocket, please be quiet for a while and don't harass others. Rocket said seriously, I asked her politely, how could it be harassment? Then you can talk to her later. The faces of everyone in Wakanda became even weirder. I originally thought that King Apocalypse would blame the naughty kid, but listening to this tone, it seemed that he really allowed the kid to pursue General Okoye. Although the naughty child is old-fashioned, judging from his physical appearance, he is definitely not an adult dwarf, but an 8 or 9-year-old child. Even people in Wakanda think it's better to be a dwarf. After all, as an adult, someone who can follow King Apocalypse is a big deal. Appearance and height are not that important. But for an 8 or 9-year-old child, everyone will only have a sense of guilt. Hearing Tiankai's words, Rocket jumped up, no, we can't talk later. What if I get picked up by you? Shield is all your women, I can't date any of them, that's all. Now that I'm in Africa, you still want to stop me from picking up a girl? It's obviously a bad intention. Then he said to Wanda, Wanda, don't you have any sense of crisis? Okoye is much more beautiful than you and Natasha. Tiankai and Wanda were speechless. Considering the situation of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rocket's statement seems quite logical. Although Okoye is not within the aesthetic scope of Apocalypse, the Rockets don't think so. In his eyes, Okoye is the most beautiful woman on Earth, so he naturally wants to strike first. Dare you compete with me for your master's wife? Whoever comes has to take a bite? Apocalypse said helplessly, you and General Okoye, Princess Sarui, and Vision should go out first. You are not needed here anyway. It's up to you. Things that help me mature my body. No. Tiankai flatly refused. It is most beneficial for your human body to grow naturally. Forcibly growing it will be harmful. Rocket didn't believe it. Are you scared? What am I afraid of? You're afraid that I will be more handsome than you when you grow up, and you won't be able to win over me when the time comes. Apocalypse was funny and angry, and said, I'll give you 2 choices, either get out right away, or I'll call Nebula over. I just call it Xingyun if I can't say it. Isn't that because I feel guilty? Rocket mumbled and left the hall with Okoye, Princess Shuri, Vision, and others. Halfway through, a pair of small hands secretly wanted to hold Okoye's hand. As a result, Okoye was pushed aside. As soon as Princess Sarui came out of the hall, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter haha, almost losing her breath from laughter. Okoye's dark face was as cold as ice, and he said, Boy, if you dare to touch me again, I will pierce you with a vibranium spear and hang you up. Rocket said disdainfully, Women on Earth, you never know how powerful I am. Zhang. Okoye's vibranium spear suddenly stretched out and pointed at the Rocket unceremoniously. Okoye himself is hot-tempered and has a personality similar to Rocket. When I was teased just now, I was filled with anger. Now that he has been kicked out, he might as well take this opportunity to teach this naughty boy a lesson. Rocket grinned and smiled contemptuously, Earth woman, you can fight if you want, but there must be a condition. If you lose, you have to wait for me for 10 years. I'll let you lie in bed for 10 years first. Okoye swung his spear and swept towards Rocket's feet. The force was so great that the air was made to roar. Rocket's expression changed. His earthly body was not strong. If he was hit, his feet would be broken immediately. Shurui on the side didn't stop him. With Wakanda's medical technology, no one could die. What's more, King Tiankai is still inside, and he can't die even if he wants to. At most, it would cause the naughty kid in front of him some pain. Rocket jumped slightly in haste to avoid the spear. Okoye's spear changed from sweeping to pressing down on Rocket's shoulder. Prepare to rely on the strength of adults to push this naughty kid to the ground and teach him a lesson. Rocket Man was in the air, unable to borrow any strength. His hands hurriedly glowed with yellow divine power, and he grabbed the vibranium spear forcefully. The properties of vibranium came into play, absorbing Rocket's divine power and then rebounding, making Rocket's hands numb. Since transforming into a human body, Rocket has made some progress in practicing Asgard's divine power techniques. Although it can't defeat the mechanical body made of Nebula's alien technology, it is still stronger than the people on Earth. Although Okoye is strong, he is still an ordinary Earthling. He has no superpowers and is no match for Rocket, who has divine power. But with the blessing of the vibranium spear in her hand, it was impossible for Rocket to take out the hadron cannon to attack her. Suddenly, the 2 men, one big and one small, were fighting evenly. Sarui was watching the excitement from the side, cheering for Okoye at one moment, and fearing that the Rocket would be hit at the other. Okoye, cut him in the middle, his hands are numb. Yay, Rocket, hide quickly, vibranium is very sharp. Although he left the conference hall, the sound came faintly. The old king and Fury looked at each other and sighed slightly in tacit understanding. This atmosphere is obviously not suitable for continuing negotiations. Anyway, the main issues have been discussed, and other details will be discussed in detail when we have time. King T'Chaka said, I don't know if King Apocalypse has time to stay for one more day. I want to pass the throne to T'Challa tomorrow. If it is witnessed by King Apocalypse, this is T'Challa's blessing. Tiankai nodded and said, of course. The old king and Queen Raymunda were overjoyed and thanked them repeatedly. With King Apocalypse as his witness, Black Panther's throne holds more weight than any previous king. Moreover, looking at King Apocalypse's attitude, he seems to be very friendly to Black Panther. If they can make friends, not only will Black Panther personally benefit, but Wakanda's safety will also be guaranteed. Since the details of the cooperation will not be negotiated, the old king asked Black Panther to lead everyone from Shield to visit Wakanda. The main purpose is to visit the blessed place that created Wakanda, the Vibranium meteorite sinkhole. Everyone opened the door to the conference room and saw Okoye and the Rockets fighting inextricably. Hearing the door knock, the two hurriedly separated. Okoye is afraid of the royal family, Rocket is afraid of the apocalypse, and everyone dare not continue to take action. This battle can only be regarded as a draw. Rocket and Okoye looked at each other provocatively. Looking at their expressions, they would definitely fight again if they had time. The people of Wakanda saw that Apocalypse didn't care at all. They neither blamed Rocket nor said anything to Okoye. They simply didn't bother to care. A group of people took an airship and came to the Vibranium meteorite sinkhole. After thousands of years of transformation, the rough appearance of the meteorite when it fell can no longer be seen here, and it has become a high-tech underground laboratory. Maglev trains continuously shuttle between the ground and the depths of the sinkhole, transporting people and materials. There is an energy wall around the train track that can block the energy of the Maglev train from leaking out. These energies are significant. In the original plot of Black Panther, the Black Panther and the Leopard struggled together and fell onto the train tracks. The Black Panther used the energy of magnetic levitation to disintegrate the Golden Leopard's vibranium suit, and finally defeated the Golden Leopard. After all, the energy that can drive an entire train to travel at supersonic speeds cannot be that small. Along the way, the main explanation is that the person is Shurui. She kept introducing various vibranium technologies in Wakanda, and even Iron Man was listening carefully. Iron Man has not used much vibranium, so this is a rare learning opportunity. Seriously, the shield was made by his father Howard, and the only thing he really handled was the big golden pants he made for Apocalypse. But the Rockets started to get better. Along the way, every time a technology was mentioned, Rocket pointed out its shortcomings, such as maglev trains, vibranium hand beads, vibranium spears and the like. None of it is in his eyes. Not only does Rocket have a super high IQ, but he also lived in a star field of advanced civilization, so he is naturally well informed. This is something Shurui and Iron Man cannot compare to. Suirui, Wakanda has been guarding vibranium for thousands of years, and you have just developed such a small amount of technology? It's a waste of such good materials. Not only was Surui not angry, but his eyes were filled with stars. He looked at Rocket with admiration and said, Brother Rocket, you are so smart. Call me brother, I'm older than you. Surui didn't believe it. You are obviously only 8 or 9 years old. Rocket said, how old do you think Vision is? Surui looked at Vision's strange half-metal, half-human face and said, you must be 40 years old, right? He also calls me brother. Okay, Brother Rocket. Surui faced Rocket, whose IQ was completely crushing his own and whose personality was more mature than his own, so there was no pressure to call him brother. Black Panther couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tang, is Rocket really only 8 or 9 years old? Tian Kai nodded. His biological age is indeed less than 9 years old, but his IQ and mental age are already that of an adult. Oh. Everyone suddenly realized that he was just a precocious genius. It's just that his body hasn't grown yet. If he were an adult, Wakanda would definitely not mind having such a talented son-in-law. Rocket proudly said to Okoye, wait for me in 10 years, and I will show you what a man with both wisdom and beauty is. Okoye twitched on his face and pretended not to hear. Now that the royal family is with her, as the captain of the personal guard, she cannot go overboard again. Rocket has an extremely mature personality and a high IQ. Now almost no one treats him as a child. If we meet again in 10 years, Okoye will definitely feel that he has found a treasure. Now, she can't get over her own mental hurdle. Tian Kai didn't know whether Rocket really liked him or was teasing her, so he didn't bother to care. Anyway, the Rockets are still several years away from adulthood, so they have plenty of time. Day 2. A grand throne handover ceremony was held in Wakanda. Black Panther, the king, queen, Princess Shurui, Shield, and others came to the cliff platform of a waterfall. This platform is tens of meters long and wide. Below it is a waterfall hundreds of meters high. There are many dugout places on the side for people to stand. Every possible standing position was filled with people, and there were many people sitting on airships in the distance, hanging in the air to watch. An honor guard kept playing unique African songs and dances, full of ancient hunting style. For a time, there were huge crowds of people and loud gongs and drums. Okoye leads Dora's bodyguards to guard around the waterfall. According to tradition, the person who inherits the throne must accept the challenge of other tribal leaders here. Black Panther needs to seal the power of Black Panther and accept the challenge as immortal. After winning, you can legitimately become the king. Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with this ritual. When other tribal leaders came up to challenge them, most of them were just a formality, and very few actually fought. Don't be afraid even if you get hit for real. As a Black Panther, even if the Black Panther's power is deprived of him, his body is much stronger than that of a mortal, and there is basically no situation that he cannot defeat. The Black Panther stood in the middle of the water platform. Facing the lively crowd around him, the old king shouted loudly, "Today I will pass the throne to my son, the Black Panther, the guardian of this generation." According to the revelation of Buster, the Black Panther god, anyone can challenge, and the winner will inherit the throne. Does anyone want to come up and challenge? The leaders of several major tribes looked at each other. According to the ritual, someone should come out at this time to go through the motions. Everyone looked at M'Baku of the Jabari tribe. The Jabari tribe believes in nature and has insisted on living in seclusion in the mountains and forests for thousands of years. They are the tribe closest to the primitive. M'Baku, on the other hand, is tall and taller than a Black Panther. He wears an animal skin coat and holds a wooden staff. Among the major tribal leaders, he was the tallest and youngest, so it was natural for him to do these physical jobs. M'Baku moved his shoulders and was about to go out, when suddenly a male voice came. "I'm here to challenge." Everyone looked around and saw a black man walking out of the general crowd. The man had short hair in dreadlocks and a golden metal wolf tooth collar around his neck. His upper body was naked, and his skin was covered with skin spots the size of a goat chess piece. This person is none other than Eric, the leopard. Everyone was stunned, even the honor guard that sounded like animals stopped and looked at this strange man strangely. Although nominally anyone can challenge, it is generally limited to tribal leaders and royal bloodlines. "Who are you?" asked the old king. The golden leopard held his head high and said, "I am the son of Niobu. Today I will inherit my father's legacy and exercise my innate right to challenge the Black Panther." On the elders' side, there was an explosion. Nijob was originally the prince of Wakanda and the biological brother of the current old king. More than 20 years ago, Nijob colluded with an international thief named Ulysses Crow and stole 0.25 tons of vibranium. Later, the old king tracked him to the United States, found Nijob, and wanted to take him back to Wakanda for trial. But how could Nijob be obedient and point a gun at another important figure in Wakanda, Zeoli? In order to save Zeoli, the old king had to kill his own brother. Even though more than 20 years have passed, Zeoli, who has entered the Presbyterian Church, is still very guilty. He felt that his presence caused the royal family to kill each other. In the original plot, the Golden Leopard defeated the Black Panther and wanted to kill the Black Panther. Zeoli stepped forward to stop him and told the truth about what happened that year, saying, "I am the real cause of your father's death." The leopard didn't hesitate and stabbed him to death with a spear. Then, he threw the Black Panther over the waterfall and became the new king. Just now, the reason why the Presbyterian Church was very excited was because the old king concealed the reason for Nijob's death. Unexpectedly, more than 20 years later, the descendants of the dead prince would come to compete for the throne. Zeoli, who was already an elder, felt anxious. He was afraid that the old king's murder of his younger brother would be exposed, which would affect the old king's reputation and the inheritance of the throne. If possible, he is loyal and would rather spend his life to resolve this grudge. The Council of Elders, members of the royal family, and all the people of Wakanda who were watching the battle all looked at the old king. This is not only related to the inheritance of the throne, but also the mystery of the death of a prince from the previous generation. For a moment, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. The old king, on the other hand, looked towards Tiankai. Immediately, technicians came forward and took a drop of leopard blood for genetic comparison. After a while, the results came out. There is no doubt that he is a descendant of the royal family. Prince Nijobu is dead, and now it's a bit troublesome to get his genes. But by comparing it with the genes of other royal members, the leopard's ancestry can also be determined. In full view of the public, the old king could not deny the leopard's bloodline. He can only hope that Tiankai can help him solve this problem. One of the conditions of yesterday's negotiation was to use the prestige of King Apocalypse to ensure the inheritance of the Wakanda royal family and the Black Panther. Black Panther is not only a super guardian, but also the spiritual pillar of Wakanda. They are like living totems, uniting all the people of Wakanda. If outside forces infiltrate, Black Panther will be the main target. As long as Apocalypse commits to protecting Black Panther's legacy, Wakanda is already invincible. Naturally, the old king did not want a person of unknown origin to participate in the fight for the throne. Although Black Panther is not something ordinary people can defeat even if he is immortal, but the old king would not take such a risk. Since the other party dares to challenge, he may not have a trump card. If he wins, will the stranger in front of him really become the king? In the original plot, the Golden Leopard participated in the fight for the throne after the old king died. After defeating Black Panther, the others in Wakanda actually swallowed their anger and let him get on top and mess around. Such a power structure and inheritance system would be child's play when exposed to the international community. Fragile as an egg, it breaks when touched. But the challenge to the throne has been a tradition in Wakanda for thousands of years, and it is where people's hearts are. The inertia of society is extremely strong, and no one dares to violate such traditions rashly. The old king did not have enough prestige, and the Black Panther was still young, neither of which were strong enough to forcibly confront the ancient traditions of the entire country. The old king's only hope is that the man who transcends the gods can come to his aid. The old king said, King Tiankai, what do you think about this matter? Apocalypse said lightly, this tradition is no longer suitable for today's era. Since Wakanda wants to integrate into the international community, it is better to take this opportunity and cancel it altogether. The scene immediately exploded, and everyone was talking about it. Not only that, this duel was broadcast live throughout Wakanda. The whole of Wakanda is boiling. If an ordinary person, even a king, said this, there would be a lot of protests. But this is what the guardian god of the earth said. Although the ordinary people of Wakanda are not angry, they are not so easy to recognize. Respect is all respect. You King of Apocalypse hastily interfered in Wakanda's internal affairs, and it is also Wakanda's ancient tradition. Isn't this not good? However, among those present, Princess Sarui recognized Apocalypse's words. She is a scientist and has always questioned the existence of the so-called ancestral land. If it hadn't been for her spirit entering the land of her ancestors in Black Panther 2 and possessing the power of Black Panther, she would have been doubtful. Golden Leopard said loudly, King Apocalypse, although you have protected the earth countless times, this is Wakanda's ancient tradition. I think you'd better not interfere. When Jin Bao said this, he was immediately recognized by countless people. It is good. With such magnanimity, he is indeed worthy of being a descendant of our Wakanda royal family. If I were in front of King Apocalypse, I might not even be able to say anything, but he actually has the courage to face King Apocalypse directly. Will King Apocalypse be angry? If he is angry, we in Wakanda may be uneasy. This should not be the case. This is a reasonable request from our Wakanda. King Apocalypse is grand and will not be so petty. Outside the waterfall platform, countless people even began to use the unique sounds of the grassland people to echo the saying about the leopard. I saw the golden leopard talking freely in front of King Tiankai, neither humble nor arrogant, with a kingly bearing. The scales in the hearts of many people are slightly tilted towards the leopard. Apocalypse was not angry, but Fury's face was already ugly. As the director of SHIELD, what kind of tricks has he not seen before? Golden Leopard obviously knew Tiankai's temper through various channels and would not punish him for such a trivial matter. Therefore, he dared to speak directly to Tiankai like this, using the reputation of King Tiankai to increase his prestige. Tiankai may not understand these little tricks, nor does he need to understand them, but Fury felt unhappy. Are you going to die if you become the director of SHIELD? Fury stepped out of the crowd, and the noisy Wakandans suddenly fell silent. Although Fury is immortal, he is nominally the boss of the Avengers, and even the boss of King Apocalypse. Although everyone knows that no one can order King Apocalypse, this in name is scary enough. In a sense, Fury represents part of Apocalypse's will. Except for the group of superheroes from SHIELD who often criticized him, people outside, even the president of a country, were all cautious and treated him as guests of honor. Wakanda is no exception. Fury said seriously, are you questioning King Apocalypse's words? These words are too serious and no one dares to admit it. Once it is admitted, even if Apocalypse and Fury don't care, if it spreads internationally, countless followers of King Apocalypse will attack Wakanda like a tide. When the Wakandans go out, let alone integrate into society, it will be good if they don't get beaten to death by others. After a moment of silence, an old woman said, of course we don't dare. It's just that Eric, as a royal, maintains Wakanda's traditions as an instinctive reaction. I ask King Apocalypse and Director Fury to forgive me. Ha 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 ha. Fury laughed, do you know who he is? Eric, nicknamed Golden Leopard in the underworld, makes a living by stealing and robbing cultural relics. Now that Wakanda has proven that he is Prince Niobu. So, do you know why Prince Niobu died? There was a commotion among the crowd, and countless people craned their necks to listen carefully. An elder asked, how did you die? Fury continued, more than 20 years ago, Prince Nijob collaborated with the international thief Chloe Ulysses Chloe to steal 0.25 tons of vibranium from Wakanda. The king wanted to ask him to return to Wakanda to explain clearly to the Council of Elders, but he refused to listen. He kidnapped Elder Zuli and tried to escape with his life as a threat. The king had no choice but to save Elder Zuli and killed him by mistake. Eric is the son of Nijob, although he is not as guilty as his wife and children. But how can the son of a traitor come to compete for the throne? He grew up in the outside world. He doesn't know what kind of education he received or the people he came into contact with. If we really win, do you really dare to let this kind of man become the king? All the Wakandans were immediately speechless. I didn't expect this news to be so exciting. The Wakandans, who originally had some affection for the leopard, suddenly began to curse. Traitor, get out. The son of a traitor has no right to stand on the platform. He's not qualified. Arrest him, he must have bad intentions. Jin Bao's expression changed. He didn't expect that his identity would be exposed so quickly. Fury smiled slightly and sat back in his seat. Just now Tiankai sent him a message and quickly explained the origin of the Golden Leopard. With Apocalypse's current status and now in public, there are some words that would be more appropriate for Fury to say. The Old King, Black Panther, Queen Raymonda, Princess Sarui and their family were silent. This matter involves the Old King and Elder Zuli. As parties involved, it is not convenient for them to say anything more. Seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D. took the initiative to help them out, the old king was naturally secretly grateful. The old woman elder faced Tiankai and asked, King Tiankai, is this true? Apocalypse nodded. Not only that. Once Eric sits on the throne, he will wage war on the outside world. You, how do you know? Golden Leopard took a few steps back in fright. This idea has always been buried deep in his heart, and no one has ever known it. Could it be that King Apocalypse has the ability to spy into people's hearts? Wow, the Wakandans were a blast. What Jin Leopard said was nothing short of self-inflicted. Wakandans are peace-loving people. If they really want war, why wait until now? Arrest him, the son of a traitor. Under the turbulent public sentiment, Leopard was quickly taken away by Dora's personal guards. As for how to deal with it later, it doesn't matter. As long as the Leopard is not recognized by Wakanda, does not gain the power of the Black Panther, and does not become the king of Wakanda as in the original plot, he is just an ordinary person and cannot make any waves. An elder with a disc embedded in his lower lip and his mouth stretched wide stood up and saluted, Thank you King Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D. for your help. The son of a traitor is indeed not qualified to participate in the election for the throne. However, King Apocalypse said that we should cancel this tradition, but we cannot agree. This is an ancient tradition passed down by Buster, the Black Panther god, and we cannot go against Buster's will. Tiankai smiled slightly, I'm not forcing you to agree, it's just a suggestion. However, since you said it was the will of the Black Panther god, I would like to ask him in person. The king, Black Panther, and all the elders suddenly stood up. King Apocalypse, can you contact Buster, the Black Panther god? Tiankai said lightly, as long as Buster exists in this universe, I can contact him. The Wakandans' breathing quickened. Although the Black Panthers of all generations claim that their consciousness can enter the land of their ancestors and see the sages of the past. But with the advancement of technology, many people are skeptical. I thought that the Black Panther's power only came from the heart-shaped grass and had nothing to do with the ancestral land. Among them is Princess Shurui. If it weren't for the fact that in Black Panther 2, she drank the synthetic heart-shaped grass and gained the power of Black Panther, I probably wouldn't have believed it at all. Now, the patron saint of the earth actually said that he wanted to contact the Black Panther god, and everyone was shocked. This is their spiritual totem and the source of everything in Wakanda. If Buster can be confirmed to be real, it would be as meaningful to Wakanda as a new life for the entire people. The old king asked anxiously, what should we do? Tiankai said, give me some heart-shaped grass liquid, it will be more convenient. It is good. At the old king's signal, the Black Panther left quickly to get the heart-shaped grass. Tiankai did this not on a whim, but really want to see what mysteries are in the soul world. As his realm becomes higher and higher, Tiankai's understanding of the nature of the world becomes clearer and clearer. At this latitude, there are not only infinite parallel universes on the surface, there are also many realms of souls that are inaccessible to living people. For example, after the Black Panthers of the past generations drank the heart-shaped grass liquid, their consciousness would enter the ancestral land. It's just that all this happens deep in the consciousness, and outsiders cannot judge whether it is true or false. In Thor, Love and Thunder, after Jane's death, her soul is immortal, she enters a wonderful world, and sees a grand hall, the Hall of Valor. In the original plot of Doctor Strange 2, the girl America traveled through time and brought the body of Steven from another universe. Later, Doctor Strange reversed the dream walk in Universe 813 and forcibly possessed the corpse to fight against the Black and Scarlet Witch. This leads to the souls of Hell, and countless souls of Hell try to pull Steven into Hell. These ancestral places, the Hall of Valor, and Hell all indicate that there is a realm of souls in this latitude. Perhaps each country is a different world, or perhaps it is a different location and different sphere of influence in the same world. However, the realm of souls is inaccessible to living people. Even a person as powerful as the God of Thunder could not sense the existence of the Hall of Valor after Jane's death, thinking that Jane had completely disappeared into the world. With Apocalypse's current state, he can already vaguely sense these soul kingdoms. However, searching out of thin air is difficult and time-consuming. Entering hastily can easily cause conflicts and lead to unknown consequences. Although Tiankai is not afraid, he does not want to do these thankless things. Now, with the help of Wakanda's heart-shaped grass, it is naturally the most suitable opportunity to directly contact Buster, the Black Panther god. After a while, Black Panther came over with an original melon and scoop container, which contained a purple heart-shaped herbal liquid. Cuckoo. Apocalypse drank it all in one gulp? There is a certain danger for ordinary people to drink the heart-shaped grass liquid, and their heart will stop and they will fall asleep. But Apocalypse has no such troubles. The powerful soul power, following the unique medicinal effect of the heart-shaped grass, penetrates into the void and connects with the void soul kingdom. Coming. Black Panther has been to the land of his ancestors and has the keenest sense. Following his words, the sky suddenly darkened. The sun was still shining in the sky in Wakanda, but the light suddenly dimmed throughout the country, and the sky seemed to have darkened. But Wakandans don't feel depressed and uncomfortable, but instead feel a sense of sacred resonance. Countless people knelt on the ground, muttering ancient prayers. A door to nothingness slowly opened. Under the combined action of Apocalypse and the other side, the gate to nothingness grew larger and larger, appearing on the waterfall platform. People in the entire country of Wakanda are watching this door to nothingness through live broadcasts, telescopes, and other methods. A Black Panther, dozens of years long, slowly appeared. The Black Panther is completely black, even his eyes are as black as ink. But it is extremely eye-catching, revealing a colorful black look. His body completely stepped through the gate of nothingness, his skin was shiny, his figure was graceful and full of explosive power. The Black Panther walked gracefully and landed on the waterfall platform step by step. With every step he takes, his figure shrinks. When he landed on the waterfall platform, his figure was almost the same as that of an ordinary person. Buster, 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 Buster. The people of Wakanda, including the old king, Black Panther, and everyone else, knelt down and chanted the name of the Black Panther god. Black Panther looked around and fixed his gaze on Apocalypse. Mr. Tang, welcome to my territory. What reached everyone's ears was an elegant, clear, and soft woman's voice. If you close your eyes, it seems to be coming from the mouth of a well-educated girl. Tian Kai was slightly surprised and asked, do you know me? The female voice of Black Panther god Buster came again. Mr. Tang is so powerful that no one knows about it. Although our soul world is different from the material world, it is not isolated from the world. I just don't know what happened when Mr. Tang contacted me. Tian Kai said, Wakanda's throne inheritance system is no longer in line with today's world. I propose to abolish it, but your people do not agree. I want to ask your opinion. Oh, Buster was a little surprised. Why bother Mr. Tang to take care of these trivial matters personally? In her opinion, with Tian Kai's strength, directly occupying a universe is too small. He actually contacted her about a rule of a small country on a planet? It is really not in line with the status of this supreme powerful man. A strong man with this kind of strength must keep his word. Anyone who dares to disagree will easily lead to the disaster of destroying the country, and even implicate the gods behind it. Thinking of this, Buster, the Black Panther god, trembled slightly in his heart. If his people conflict with him and anger this existence, I am afraid that he will not be safe in the soul world. Buster looked around with a pair of black eyes, and the majesty of a god pressed down on the Wakandans present. Who said you disagree? Stand up. Thump. Elder Big Lower Lip was so frightened that he knelt down in the water and said tremblingly, Buster, I have followed your will. Since ancient times, I have not dared to change. Seeing Buster's anger, the Wakandans who had just disagreed fell to their knees. They believe in the Black Panther god in their hearts, and even if they just think about it in their hearts, they dare not hide it. Suddenly, with the waterfall platform as the center, people all over the mountain fell to their knees one by one. At least half of the people in Wakanda knelt down. The voice of Buster's girl came again, but this time it carried the majesty of a god. Mr. Tang is a being who transcends the gods? If you dare to disobey his will, it is equivalent to violating the will of all the gods, including me. From now on, all those who have any grudges will be expelled from Wakanda and will no longer be my people, Buster. As soon as these words came out, the whole country immediately started to cry. All the Wakandans who fell to the ground begged for mercy. Buster, we were wrong. Don't drive us away. We are willing to accept the punishment. Even if we die, we will never complain. Please Buster, have mercy on us and grant us the death penalty. We are willing to die in Wakanda and do not want to leave our homeland. Many people knocked their heads deeply, regardless of whether the ground was stone or metal, and their faces immediately started to bleed. Wakanda is able to hide its name from the world and not pursue fame, wealth, and power, all because of the spiritual belief of Buster, the Black Panther god. Now, the Black Panther god appears, reprimands them face to face, and expels them, which is even more desperate than sentencing them to death. Looking at this situation, Tian Kai felt that it was almost done. If you push too much, it will be bad. Even if the people of Wakanda surrender by then, they may not be sincere and may pose hidden dangers to future cooperation. Tian Kai said, Buster, I invited you here just to discuss with you the abolition of this rule. There is no need to blame them too much. Buster did not answer directly, but said, if Mr. Tang likes it, I can give Wakanda to you. From now on, you will be the god here and you can change the rules at will. Tian Kai shook his head. With his current strength, taking over Wakanda would be a burden. Whenever the Black Panther drinks the heart-shaped grass liquid, it will guide them into the ancestral land. If there is any major event, Wakanda prays to the gods, and the gods will usually receive the telekinesis of believers. Unmanaged and ignored, these alone are annoying enough. This is also the reason why Tian Kai has no intention of taking the faith route and recruiting believers. Seeing that Apocalypse was not going to accept it, Buster showed a trace of doubt on his dark face. Since Mr. Tang doesn't accept it, I can't force it. Then let's abolish this rule first. With that said, he turned to the Wakanda and said, Mr. Tang intercedes for you, and the punishment is temporarily exempted. From now on, Mr. Tang is above all the gods of Wakanda. His will is the will of God. Do you understand? Yes, Buster. The Wakandans responded one after another. The entire country resounded with devout prayers. Although the old king and Queen Raymunda lowered their heads in prayer, they were secretly happy in their hearts. The Black Panther god, Buster, appears in person and puts Apocalypse's power over Buster himself. As long as Apocalypse nods, there will be no resistance to the succession of the throne and the inheritance of the Black Panther in the future. There is no need to worry about uniting the hearts of Wakanda, just focus on managing international affairs. In fact, the current Black Panther will be the most prestigious Black Panther and king ever. Only he had two gods, the Black Panther god and the Apocalypse king. present at the same time to witness his succession. All previous Black Panthers did not have one, and it is unlikely that they will have one in the future. Tian Kai said, "Thank you, Buster." "Mr. Tang, you're welcome." Buster walked gracefully on the water on the platform without causing any splash. Apocalypse continued, "Buster, the Wakanda thing is just one of them. I would like to take this opportunity to understand the nature of the soul world." This. Buster was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Tang, please forgive my ignorance, I don't know the nature of the soul world. Every god can open up his own soul kingdom in the soul world. But it's just pioneering, not creating. We are more like residents of the spirit world than creators. If you enter in a soul state, then everything inside will be similar to reality. It's touchable, visible, and tactile. If you want to create something, such as building a palace, it has to do with the soul strength and realm of the god. A strong spirit can make heaven and earth come into being with just one thought. The weaker ones need to be condensed slowly." Tian Kai said, "Can living people enter?" Buster said, "Ordinary people can't. The soul world is a world of nothingness, without real matter, just like human beings cannot live in light and shadow. However, Mr. Tang, your realm far exceeds all the gods I know. Maybe you can give it a try." Buster's black eyes looked at the door of nothingness in midair. The gate of nothingness is connected to the habitat of the Black Panther god, the legendary ancestral land of Wakanda. "Thank you. If that's the case, then I'm welcome." Tian Kai sat still, stretched his hand forward, penetrated the void, and reached directly into the gate of nothingness. Apocalypse has not yet figured out what the soul world is, so naturally he will not risk his life rashly. It is most appropriate to test the truth with one hand. Even if there is any danger, if you lose a hand, you can always grow it back. As soon as Tian Kai's hand reached in, the gate of nothingness flashed, as if he was about to be disillusioned. What's worse is that in the ancestral land on the other side, wherever the palm passes, the earth, grasslands, and trees composed of soul energy are annihilated one after another, turning into black soul energy. The whole world seems to be about to collapse. Tian Kai smiled bitterly, and it turned out that he couldn't enter. "I had suppressed the power of my divine body just now, but I didn't expect that forcefully entering would still cause damage to the soul world." Tian Kai said, "Sorry, I damaged your place." "It doesn't matter," Buster said, "there's nothing to be busy with in the soul world anyway. I'll just condense it slowly when I get back." Speaking of condensation, Tian Kai knew that his soul was far superior to everyone else in this dimension. So he said, "I'll try to see if I can recover." As he spoke, a soul power was output from Tian Kai's mind and submerged into the kingdom of the Black Panther god. Apocalypse's soul power moved slightly. With a swish sound, the black energy in the soul kingdom quickly transformed. In the blink of an eye, a continent of Africa appeared in the soul kingdom, larger and more vibrant than before. The plants are lush and green, and a variety of African grassland animals are looming, making it feel like a real world. Buster's dark eyes shone brightly. She has been condensing her soul kingdom for thousands of years, but it only has a few plants. Unexpectedly, Tian Kai could easily condense a continent, and the animals were even more lifelike. But that's not all. The power of Apocalypse's soul continues to enter. The African continent in the Kingdom of Souls continues to grow, extending toward the surrounding void. Many mountains, rivers, lakes, high mountains, and rare birds and animals appeared. Originally Apocalypse wanted to condense an Earth, but he thought of the strange continent of Asgard. "As soon as I thought about it, the continent of the Soul Kingdom stretched out flatly. Not long after, it turned into a flat continent 1 million kilometers long and wide, 3 times larger than the distance between the Earth and the Moon. But the entire Soul Kingdom is gloomy, gray, and there is not much light." In Apocalypse's memory, the original plot was also gray when the Black Panther entered the land of the ancestors. It turns out that it was not Black Panther's choice, but that there was basically no light in the land of souls. Tian Kai smiled slightly, and a little light of soul flew out of his mind and flew into the door of nothingness. When we come to the realm of souls, the light of the soul, which is as big as a firefly, becomes bigger and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge sun. The soul continent, which is millions of kilometers long and wide, is as small as a sunspot on the sun, almost submerged under this huge sun. As Apocalypse moved his mind, the sun rose higher and higher. Wherever the sun shines, the light combines with the black energy of the soul world to form stars all over the sky, orbiting the soul continent. There are suns, stars, and continents, but there is still a moon missing. Apocalypse directly peeled off part of the soul material from the soul sun and turned it into the moon. Then according to habits, changed the orbits of the soul sun and soul moon and all the stars. Rise in the east and set in the west, day and night. A soul world with a round sky and a square earth was instantly and perfectly constructed. Buster watched his home transform from a small piece of land into a small universe. The face of the Black Panther showed a girlish and naive look of shock. After a long time, Buster sighed, "Mr. Tang's realm is indeed beyond the reach of our ordinary gods." Tian Kai smiled and said, "It is more convenient in the soul world. In the real material world, it will take a lot of effort to create such a large world. In the soul world, Apocalypse has an advantage in soul strength. Just draw a little soul light and you can transform into the sun. Moreover, the soul world can transform items very quickly, in the blink of an eye, but in the real world, just moving a sun is very time-consuming. If necessary, Apocalypse would not be bored and spend a lot of time moving the sun and planets around. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Buster said, the larger the Soul Kingdom is, the greater my strength will be. I have nothing to repay Mr. Tang, only Wakanda, a place of faith in the real world. I hope my people can do something for Mr. Tang. With that said, Buster turned the panther's head and said, who is the current panther? Please come out. Black Panther T'Challa hurried forward and knelt down on one knee. Buster stretched out his front paws and gently pressed on the Black Panther's forehead. I will now give you a more powerful Black Panther power. You will be more powerful than all previous Black Panthers. But you have to know that the source of all this comes from Mr. Tang's gift. You have to follow him and serve him. Yes. Black Panther nodded solemnly. As Buster's claws left, the aura on Black Panther T'Challa became stronger and stronger. A black aura filled the air from the vibranium suit and swirled around. Under the influence of this Black Panther's power, the Black Panther's body gradually became airborne. The water on the waterfall platform is driven to form a waterspout, which makes the Black Panther look majestic and sacred. After a while, the conversion of Black Panther's power was completed. The Black Panther moved its muscles and bones slightly, and there was a crackling sound, which was at least 10 times more powerful than before. Black Panther knelt down again and said, thank you King Apocalypse and Buster for your gift. Yeah, get up. Buster said. Then he said to Tiankai, if nothing happens to Mr. Tang, I will go back first. It is good. Buster said goodbye, and the Black Panther body was not as graceful as when it came, a bit like a cheerful girl, and went home in a hurry. She couldn't wait to go back and see the small universe of soul that Tiankai had helped her condense. Since then, the matter in Wakanda has been completely resolved. From now on, the entire Wakanda will become an important force in maintaining the safety of the earth. The duel on the waterfall platform ended like this. Although there is no battle, for Wakanda, it is absolutely glorious and sacred as never before. The appearance of Buster, the Black Panther god, gave the Wakandans, who had believed in her for thousands of years, a new life and a spiritual baptism. Especially the Black Panther, who succeeded to the throne with the approval of the two gods. This halo alone gives the current Black Panther unprecedented majesty. T'Challa, 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 T'Challa. To the cheers of all Wakanda, Black Panther sat on the throne of king. The old king stood aside kindly to welcome the new king to the throne. Leaving the waterfall platform, everyone walked back to the palace. Tiankai thought of another thing. In a few years, Black Panther T'Challa will suffer from an unknown disease and die of ineffective rescue. This happened in Black Panther 2. In the original plot, there was no mention of what disease the Black Panther was suffering from. But it definitely cannot be an ordinary disease. With the Black Panther's physical fitness, it can be said that he is immune to all diseases. Even cancer, which is considered a terminal disease by ordinary people, can be cured with certainty. Even if it cannot be completely eradicated, with Wakanda's technological level, it will not be a problem to delay it for 10 or 8 years. However, not long after the start of Black Panther 2, Princess Sarui did not even have time to verify the disease, and heard the sad news of the death of Black Panther in the laboratory. People at this latitude only think about diseases. But Tiankai has the memory of his previous life, and coupled with his current state, he knows that things are not that simple. If the world in the previous life belonged to the Creator's latitude, then, everything that happens in the Creator's dimension affects the multiverse in some way. The death of Black Panther was precisely because Chadwick Boseman, the prototype of Black Panther who created Latitude, died of colon cancer. This resulted in the disappearance of all Black Panthers from all parallel worlds in the Marvel world. This kind of disappearance may mean dying of some kind of disease, or directly turning into starlight. There may be different manifestations in different parallel universes. It cannot be reversed by any means. Unless the people of this world have the ability to reverse the life of the Creator Latitude Black Panther prototype. In the same way, the death of Mr. Stan Lee, the creator of Latitude, also led to the disappearance of Ueta, the observer in the Marvel world. Thinking of this, Tiankai took out a bottle of purple potion. He said to Black Panther, T'Challa, keep this bottle of potion close to your body. Within a few years, you could die from an untreatable disease. This bottle of potion is the most powerful healing potion I have. I don't know if it can fight against unknown diseases in the future. Everyone was shocked and stopped. No one questions the prophecy of the apocalypse, they are just worried. How terrible is a disease that even King Apocalypse is not sure about? Fury's first thought was the safety of the Earth, and asked, Dawn, is this disease contagious? Tiankai shook his head, no, it only happened to a few people. Princess Sarui said, King Tiankai, can't you even do anything? Can we take precautions in advance? The Black Panther, the Old King, and Queen Raimonda looked at Tiankai expectantly, hoping that he would give some solution. Apocalypse said helplessly, this matter involves the Creator dimension, and all the Black Panthers in the parallel universe will die at the same time. There is nothing I can do for the time being. Unless what? Sarui asked eagerly. Unless in just a few years, my realm can be improved again, I can jump to the Creator dimension and reverse everyone's timeline. Is it difficult? Tang. Iron Man asked, it has only been a few years since I met you, but your strength has improved so horribly. Tiankai smiled bitterly and said, it's hard to say. The observers and the God group have been waiting for this opportunity for tens of billions of years. No one knows whether or when we can take this step. Maybe in the next moment, maybe we won't find a breakthrough even if we wait for tens of billions of years. The crowd fell silent for a while. Although everyone in Wakanda present could not quite understand what Apocalypse was talking about the Creator Latitude, the Celestial Group, and the Observers. But even King Apocalypse, who can suppress the multiverse, said there was nothing he could do. This was almost like a death sentence. The Black Panther did not panic, but said, since it is unavoidable and this potion is so precious, there is no need to waste it on me. Brother, Sarui said. Don't be sad. We just met Buster. After my death, I will go to her country and be with my ancestors. Seeing this situation, Tiankai couldn't bear to hit them too much. After the death of the Black Panther prototype in the Creator's dimension, even the soul of the Black Panther in this world may not be able to stay. Tiankai said, you should keep the potion and take it. You have to give it a try. Thank you. The people of Wakanda are sad. It was thought that this generation of Black Panther and King would be the greatest successor as he succeeded to the throne under the witness of the two gods. I didn't expect to hear the bad news so soon. Apocalypse revealed the cause of Black Panther's death in advance, not on a whim, but to give him time to arrange relevant matters and prevent Wakanda from falling into chaos. Black Panther comforted his family and said, Mom, don't worry. Wakanda has the protection of King Apocalypse. With or without me, there is no need to worry about international risks. Sarui held back her sadness and said, Brother, give me some blood. I will analyze your DNA and prevent it in advance. Black Panther was non-committal and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Sarui's eyes. If it was just a matter of DNA level, even King Apocalypse wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Since the cause of Black Panther's death was mentioned, Apocalypse thought of the war between Wakanda and Namor, the underwater man in Black Panther 2. After Black Panther died, Wakanda lost its superhero guardian, which led to it being targeted by major international organizations in an attempt to seize Vibranium. Queen Ramonda can still cope with an ordinary country. The biggest threat comes from a race on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. This race was originally the descendants of the Mayans of Central America. Due to the persecution of the colonists, in desperation, the people in the village took herbs that grew on Vibranium and mutated into undersea humans. From then on, it was no longer possible to survive without water. If you want to go ashore, you need to wear a respirator, just like people on the ground need to wear respirators and oxygen bottles when going into the water. Only their leader, Namor, was the first to give birth at the bottom of the sea after the mother served the herbs, since the fetus was formed on land. Therefore, Namor's mutation can not only survive on land and sea at the same time. It is also extremely powerful and has 2 pairs of small wings on its feet, allowing it to fly. People in the tribe called him Kukulkan, because his feet had wings, and some people called him Quetzalcoatl. Namor has an extremely long lifespan. It was the 16th century when he was born. But when he lived until the 21st century and launched the war against Wakanda, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Apocalypse thought to himself that since he agreed to protect Wakanda, he might as well solve this problem in advance. Moreover, the Undersea clan is hiding in the deep sea, making it difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to detect them. If it is exploited by other powerful people in parallel universes, it will be a big trouble. So, Apocalypse said, after you die, Wakanda will have a war with an undersea man named Namor. Not only was Princess Sarui captured, but the queen also died at the hands of Namor. I will help you resolve this war in advance and change the fate of Sarui and the queen. By the way, their country is also built on Vibranium. Perhaps your 2 races can cooperate on Vibranium technology. When Black Panther heard that his mother and sister were involved, he immediately stopped caring about himself and said quickly, it's best if we can resolve it. When I die, I will go to the land of my ancestors. I just hope that my mother and sister can be safe. It is good. Apocalypse raised his hand to the sky. A force penetrated the void and reached the Atlantic Ocean thousands of kilometers away. Namor, who lives on the bottom of the sea, felt his body tighten, and then he was quickly pulled up and flew towards the sea. Namor was shocked and angry. He had no time to think about it and resisted desperately. He repeatedly mobilized his natural ability to control water, trying to prevent himself from being pulled out of the sea. Although he can survive on land, he certainly doesn't have the advantage in the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how he resisted, the layers of seawater solidified like steel plates, trying to lock himself in, but he still couldn't stop this mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, Namor flew out of the sea like a swordfish. Then, wrapped in an energy shield, it flew towards Wakanda in Central Africa at dozens of times the speed of sound. Not long after, he passed directly through Wakanda's invisible energy shield. With a beep sound, it broke through the glass of the palace and flew in. As soon as he entered, Namor noticed that the binding power on his body disappeared. The suppressed feeling suddenly relaxed, and I couldn't help but roar, which bastard kidnapped me here? Namor is a strong, middle-aged man with a naked upper body and brown skin, which is completely different from the blue skin of other underwater people. He has rough and majestic facial features and pointed ears, like an elf. There is a green jade jewelry on the nose, and a decorative collar made of vibranium around the neck. The 2 pairs of small wings on its feet are flapping constantly, suspended in the air like a hummingbird. He looked around angrily, and finally set his sights on Apocalypse. All anger disappeared without a trace in an instant, and even his attitude became humble. Ah, it turns out to be King Apocalypse. I wonder why you came to see me? But someone from our submarine clan bumped into you, King Apocalypse. Namer's first reaction was it because his people came ashore and did bad things, causing King Apocalypse to come to him to investigate? The undersea tribe was oppressed by the colonists and mutated into undersea people after taking vibranium herbs. Therefore, they are somewhat hostile to humans on the ground. Some extremists will attack humans on the beach from time to time, especially pirates and military institutions. The people of the sea believe that these are colonists who oppress good people. However, they don't have much hostility towards civilians. These civilians witnessed the hauntings and killings of people under the sea, and thought they were monsters under the sea. They were frightened, and many horrific legends about Namor spread. Namor also turned a blind eye and let it go. When he was still a child, he sent his mother back to her hometown on land for burial, and saw with his own eyes that the colonists oppressed his fellow countrymen. In a rage, he massacred an entire group of colonists, leaving only one priest. His name Nemo was also given by this priest, which means a person who no longer has any nostalgia for the land. Even if he is the leader, other underwater tribesmen will naturally not have much favorable impression of the humans on the ground. What Namor was afraid of was that the people his people came ashore to kill were related to King Apocalypse. If this happens, not only will his life be in danger, even the entire undersea clan may face annihilation. Tiankai said, "It turns out you recognize me, so that will be easy. I'm also worried that your information on the bottom of the sea is not smooth, and it will take a lot of time to explain." Namor hurriedly said, "How could it be possible? We people under the sea also have information channels on the ground. King Apocalypse, you are so powerful that we naturally know it." In Black Panther 2, the American military used an instrument to detect vibranium on the seabed. In order to keep it secret, the underwater people asked Wakanda to help hunt down the scientists who made the instrument. It can be seen that they are not blocked from the information on the ground, and there are even spies on the ground. Fury's face didn't look good. As the director of SHIELD, he claims to protect the safety of the Earth. "I didn't expect that there was such a huge country under my nose. If you include Wakanda, there are too many unknown things on this Earth. Not to mention those realms in myths and legends." Tiankai nodded and said, "It's good that you know. I came to you because I want to include the Undersea clan in the Earth Protection Plan." Namor was slightly relieved to hear that Apocalypse was not looking for trouble. He hesitated and said, "King Apocalypse, we undersea people have always lived in seclusion under the sea and have not participated in the affairs of humans on the surface. Can we not participate?" "Really?" Tiankai looked at Namor and smiled, "Then what's your plan to counterattack the ground?" "What? How do you know?" Namor was startled, and his body suspended in the air almost fell down. This is the biggest secret of the underwater clan. For centuries, Namor has wanted to wage war on land to repay the colonists for their oppression. For this reason, the undersea people not only invented masks that can breathe on land, but also used vibranium to create various technological items. For example, water bomb. The water bomb contains not explosives or steel balls, but a huge stream of water. At the moment of explosion, it can produce powerful water flow and water pressure, which has the same lethality as a human grenade. Queen Ramonda died indirectly from the water bomb. In addition, there is a more powerful weapon that will not be used in Black Panther 2, the underwater sun. This sun, only the size of a football, was made by Namor, under the deep sea, suspended above the underwater city. The undersea sun never stops day and night, bringing light to the undersea city. You know, the energy that lights up a city is no small matter, not to mention that it is concentrated in an object the size of a football and can be moved at any time. If used as a weapon, it is also a weapon of large-scale destruction. In addition, the physical fitness of people under the sea is stronger than that of humans on land, and with the blessing of vibranium, they are a powerful force that cannot be ignored. It's a pity that living under the sea all year round, the strategy is still far behind. In Black Panther 2, Namor killed Queen Ramonda and actually expected Wakanda to cooperate with them to counterattack humanity. As a result, a trap was set by the Wakandan army and Princess Shuri, and Namor was captured alive. If Princess Shuri hadn't had a heart attack at the end, Namor would have died on the beach. Tiankai said calmly, "How you know is not important, what is important is your choice." Namor was shocked and couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the surface, Apocalypse gave him a choice, but in fact, he had no choice. In the original plot, the underwater humans and Namor still have certain advantages over the land humans. But now with the arrival of the Apocalypse, the changes on the entire Earth have been completely turned upside down compared to the original plot. Not to mention Apocalypse's own strength, Namor has no chance of winning against the superheroes of SHIELD alone. There are also technologies and materials brought from aliens, which make vibranium no longer advantageous. There is also the legendary kingdom of Asgard, and Comitage, which was exposed to the public because of the Dormamu incident. Because of Apocalypse, they all have friendly cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Once a war breaks out, no force can contend with Namor. Now King Apocalypse revealed the aggressive intentions of the Undersea clan face to face, and his meaning was obvious. Either join or fight. Namor sighed softly, knelt down on one leg in midair, made a gesture unique to the Undersea people, and said, "Nemo represents the Undersea clan and obeys the arrangements of King Apocalypse. It is good." Apocalypse inspired Black Panther and Fury to step forward and said, "In terms of technology, you share vibranium technology with Wakanda, and you can also learn from each other's alien technology owned by S.H.I.E.L.D. In terms of personnel exchanges, SHIELD will establish special channels. In the future, undersea people can normally visit land cities, and land humans can also visit undersea cities. Of course, any party entering the territory of the other party needs a pass from the other party. Finally, and most importantly, we will arrange for SHIELD elites to enter the undersea city to detect whether any personnel have been blackmailed by the powerful men in the sky and become their followers. Seeing Tiankai's arrangement, Namor breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I was afraid that King Apocalypse would make some excessive demands. These conditions were all for equal and mutually beneficial cooperation, which Namor couldn't ask for. The most important thing is that with the guarantee of Apocalypse, the Undersea clan, like Wakanda, has openly integrated into human society and is not afraid of facing the genocide of the land humans. Namor said, some tribesmen at the bottom of the sea are really strange recently. They suddenly have powers that do not belong to them. They say it is a gift from Quetzalcoatl. It seems that things are not simple. Fury said, this matter involves powerful people from parallel universes, and the hidden dangers are huge. Currently, only King Apocalypse can intimidate them and make their believers withdraw from the dark side. I hope you will not favor your people in this matter. Namor nodded, I can distinguish the importance of such a big thing. If necessary, I will take action myself. It is good. At this point, under the influence of Apocalypse, the Undersea Tribe, Wakanda, and SHIELD have officially reached cooperation. Fury, Black Panther, and Namor will become the leaders of these three forces. Of course, above these three people, there is also King Tiankai who does nothing. Wakanda Group. When I went, it was a space carrier and a few superheroes. When they came back, Wakanda sent a Wakanda team headed by Black Panther and an anti-gravity airship, setting off from Africa in a mighty way. The east coast of the United States, the Atlantic Ocean. A group of blue-skinned undersea people have been assembled, holding vibranium weapons and wearing respirators, waiting for SHIELD to receive them. They have special bodies and naturally cannot move on land for long periods of time. The tasks assigned to them by Fury were mainly to inspect passing ships and offshore platforms in major oceans. Some ocean-going ships may drift at sea for several months or even longer. If the powerful men from all over the world take advantage of the situation and blackmail the crew, it may cause a major disaster. At the same time, there are still some ships that have had accidents and need help. Undersea people also have an advantage over land rescue ships. They are not afraid of storms and can rush directly into the center of the storm to save people. When necessary, equipment can even be provided to temporarily take people down to the bottom of the sea and then bring them back up after the storm on the sea surface has passed. Although there are many superheroes in SHIELD, there are really not enough of them spread all over the world. There is no shortage of high-end combat power, but what is lacking is a group of backbone forces. With the addition of these two new forces, global supercrime decreased exponentially. However, Fury also discovered new problems. I had to bite the bullet again and come over to seek Tiankai's opinion. Tang, there are several emerging sects here. We have detected that they believe in powerful men from parallel universes. However, they have not committed any crime, and there are no signs of darkness. Their minds are also clear. How do you think we should solve it? Tiankai took the information and flipped through it, frowning slightly. With the previous warnings, Apocalypse will not hesitate to kill the parallel powerful people who dare to blackmail the people on Earth. But when Fury handed over these, he simply believed in a certain powerful person from the parallel universe. Not even superpowers are given, and it is almost the same as the religions on Earth. Moreover, they did not place their status in front of Apocalypse, and even regarded Apocalypse as above the gods. While these believers believed in them, they also deepened their belief in King Apocalypse. What's even more troublesome is that these strong men also guide believers to do good. There are even many wealthy people who have taken the initiative and spent their wealth to do a lot of good things for the places where they live. Arresting someone hastily will cause dissatisfaction among other civilians. Apocalypse said to Fury, this is a test from other strong men. Since becoming a black believer will lead to my counterattack, some people want to contact me in this kind way. Seeing Tiankai's tone, Fury had already guessed Tiankai's attitude. Should we let them recruit believers on the Earth? We must know that there are infinite parallel universes, and it is not enough to remove all the people on the Earth. Tiankai shook his head and said, of course not. Believers are not important to those powerful people. They just need a channel to obtain information about the Earth. Of course there are some powerful people with malicious intentions who want to plunder my soul mark. But there are also many strong people who just want to get in touch with me. I hope I can get a chance to transcend. I cannot support the security of the Earth alone and fight against all the powerful people in parallel universes. Since they have released their goodwill to us, our planet Earth just takes this opportunity to unite some of the strong people with goodwill. Fighting the heavens against the heavens is the eternal way. Fury brightened up when he heard this and said, if we operate this way and Tang is in charge, won't our Earth become the center of countless parallel universes? Thinking of this, Fury couldn't control his heart and started beating wildly. People on Earth have not even truly ventured out of the solar system, not even to the center of the Milky Way. Unexpectedly, it would directly cross countless levels and become the center of the heavens, a place of worship for the powerful in parallel universes. Anyone on Earth would be proud and excited if they knew about this prosperous age. But Fury knew that all of this was thanks to the man in front of him. Rather than saying that the Earth is the center of the heavens, it is better to say that it is the center of the infinite multiverse. Although not many powerful people have come to worship him yet, this kind of intimidation has already made him the uncrowned king of the multiverse. If Apocalypse is a strong man in this latitude, with such strength, he can already sit back and relax, no one dares to defy his will. But Apocalypse's soul imprint is too special and is the source of changing the sacred timeline. It also involves the dimension of the creator and the mystery of ultimate transcendence. No matter how powerful Apocalypse is, there will always be strong people who are unwilling to do so and try to find opportunities to plunder his soul mark. Apocalypse must not only protect the people on Earth, but also guard against some weird methods that the strong have never heard of. Don't dare to relax. Tian Kai smiled slightly. It doesn't matter whether it's the center or not, but we need a specialized agency to negotiate with the powerful ones in the world. Fury nodded. Indeed, the shield department is too complex, ranging from ordinary soldiers to superheroes. It is really inconvenient to contact parallel universes. Dawn, what are your plans? Apocalypse thought for a while and said, let Vision, Wanda, Ava, Natasha, Steven, and Hill form a new department, which will still be nominally led by you, and negotiate with the strong men in the world. This list has profound meaning. Vision is an artificial human, with almost no emotional fluctuations, high IQ, and not weak strength. It is best for him as a think tank to analyze the intentions of the parallel strong men. Ava is a quantum body, able to ignore the laws of time and the physical rules of the universe. If during the communication process, parallel powerful people try to use their realm to influence everyone, Ava can avoid interference. Wanda and Steven, one is called Scarlet Witch and the other is called Doctor Strange. In the Battle of Dormamu, they assisted Apocalypse and destroyed 2 universes with their own hands, which was a powerful deterrent to those parallel powerful ones. There is no need for Apocalypse to come forward to intimidate you all the time. As for Natasha, as Tian Kai's wife, it is most appropriate for her to convey Tian Kai's attitude and will. But none of the above people are administrative staff. They still need someone who knows how to organize and balance. This person is Agent Hill. As the deputy director of SHIELD, she knows the operation of SHIELD well. She can take charge of administrative work, which can save a lot of time. But Apocalypse is not prepared to divide the Tianjian Bureau. It is really troublesome to manage multiple departments, so Fury can still deploy them uniformly. Fury was secretly happy when he saw that Apocalypse promised to be his commander. Although he is not a power-hungry person, it is a supreme honor to be able to participate in such an unprecedented event. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has left its name in history. In the future history of superheroes on Earth, Fury will leave a mark. Fury asked, Dawn, do you have a name in mind for the new department? Tian Kai looked at the sky and said, let's call it Heavenly Sword Bureau. Okay. Fury blurted out, the sword of the sky is on my Earth? This name is appropriate enough. Tang, you are a sword hanging over the heads of all the powerful men in the world. Tian Kai didn't expect Tianjian Bureau to explain it like this, so he had to say, I'm not that narcissistic. This name was just a random thought. In fact, this name comes from the memory of Tian Kai's previous life. The Skyward Sword Bureau was originally an organization in the comic book Marvel Universe. Its members are composed of aliens and Earthlings, and their purpose is to resolve interstellar disputes. Its nature is somewhat similar to SHIELD, but Earth 616, where Apocalypse is located, does not have this organization. Tian Kai had a flash of inspiration, thought of this name, and used it casually. But when Fury said this, it seemed to have a hint of the Sword of the Heavens. Fury laughed and said, it has nothing to do with narcissism or not, it's a fact. Apocalypse said, call Vision, Wanda, Ava, Natasha, Steven, and Hill to set the rules. Then ask those kind-hearted believers to come and see me. It is good. Soon, more than a dozen so-called leaders came to SHIELD. All 7 original members of Skyward Sword including Vision, Wanda, Ava, Natasha, Steven, Hill, and Fury were present. Apocalypse did not sit on the throne as Fury joked, but sat at the negotiating table indifferently. When the group of religious leaders saw Tian Kai, they each saluted him with strange etiquette, and their attitude was extremely respectful. These etiquettes were passed down from the powerful people in the parallel universe to express respect. Tian used his spiritual power to do some sensing and confirmed that these people had not been blackened. For strong people who can transcend parallel universes, it is still very easy for them to inspire ordinary people based on their realm. By casually revealing part of their strength and cultivation level, ordinary people can treat them as gods. Tian Kai said, your god, do you have anything you want to say to me? A middle-aged man took the lead and said, my lord once said that he just wanted to get in touch with you, King Apocalypse. If necessary, I will pay a certain price. It's just that he is far away from our Earth, and it is not convenient to send some rare treasures here. Immediately, other religious leaders said, yes, my lord means the same thing. 1 or 2 leaders said, King Apocalypse, if you allow it, our lord is willing to come to Earth and join your command. The 7 original members of the Tianjian Bureau looked at each other and smiled, and it was exactly what Tian Kai had guessed. So quickly, there are powerful people from parallel universes who want to come and surrender. These strong men are all supreme strong men in their respective universes, and it is very difficult to go further. Either incarnate into the universe, like Dormamu, merge with the universe where it is, and live the same life as the universe. But this method also has great flaws. Although the incarnation of the universe has the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, it is also bound by the heaven and the earth. Dormamu's fate is a lesson to others. Many strong players in the alliance have seen this flaw and would rather give up than step into this realm, such as the observers. Either look for an opportunity to transcend, and Apocalypse is that opportunity. Many strong people who are not strong enough and have not so much malicious intentions naturally hope to get this opportunity by surrendering. Tian Kai said calmly, there is no rush. Someone from the Tianjian Bureau will talk to you in detail in the future. I invite you here today to leave a trace of your god's breath. Contact your gods and convey my message. The leaders said in unison, yes. Then, prayers began in the empty conference hall. After a while, more than a dozen powerful auras were projected onto the leader. Vision took out a row of vibranium metal beads. These are the products of Wakanda, and he brought a batch with the Black Panther. These beads have many functions. It can communicate and can be transformed into some small technological products, such as drones, small grenades, etc. The most important thing is to be able to store energy. Breath is also a type of energy. Dr. Strange Stephen has several seals on his hands, and there is a bead suspended in front of each leader. Following Stephen's handprints, each breath of the leaders transformed into a unique image, and then followed the seals and was locked into the vibranium beads. Patterns of different shapes suddenly formed on the surface of the beads. There are those that look like humans, there are those that are flying birds, there are those that are half human and half animal. This is the ontological image of those strong men. Those powerful people in the parallel universe can use this breath to activate the communication function of the vibranium beads and communicate with the people of the Tianjian Bureau. In this way, there is no need for believers to transit. If every strong person needs a believer, the number of multiverses is countless, and I am afraid that it will not be enough for all the people on Earth to become believers. Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not let this happen. The most important thing is that these auras allow Apocalypse to target the strong man behind him. If someone has evil intentions, they can follow these auras and hunt them across the universe. In the infinite multiverse, there are only a dozen strong people who dare to do this, not many, but very few. After all, knowing that Apocalypse has such strength and is willing to leave his breath, he almost puts his life in Apocalypse's hands. Across the parallel universe, no one knows what Apocalypse's temper is, so he is betting with his life. However, an accident did happen after all. Tian Kai looked at those vibranium beads and suddenly frowned slightly. He took a photo in midair and captured a leader in the air. Tian Kai said coldly, where is the god behind you? The leader panicked and said, I don't know. After I conveyed your message, I couldn't contact him. Among the dozen beads, the one in front of him was empty and had no pattern on it. Tian Kai sneered, do you think that if you cut off contact, I won't be able to find you? Dare to inspire believers on the earth, but dare not leave a breath. It is clear that there is something wrong in his heart. Apocalypse has killed several strong men behind the darkening believers before. As long as you pay attention to the strong men in Universe 616, you must know Apocalypse's ability to chase and kill through breath. Seeing that the situation was not good, this strong man thought that it would be fine if he cut off all connections including his breath. But everything has cause and effect. If there is no breath, cause and effect are still there. Apocalypse activates the Chi-Luck disinfecting technique. An indescribable force of destiny flows upstream along the causal line between the leader and the god behind him. But tracing it back beyond the parallel universe, the line of cause and effect suddenly becomes obscure. After all, across parallel universes, the causal connection is too weak, not to mention that the other party took the initiative to cut off the connection. Tian Kai is trying to use the luck he has accumulated over the years to forcibly enlarge this line of cause and effect. But then I thought, with Wanda and Steven around, I could try a new approach. If successful, the deterrent effect will be even greater. Wanda, Steven, hold my hand. Follow this line of cause and effect, and use the power of the Book of Darkness and Book of Emperor Weishan to help me find the person behind the scenes. Wanda obediently held Tian Kai's right hand, and her aura suddenly rose. In the dark aura, there is another dark red energy looming, which is the chaotic magic energy of the Scarlet Witch. The combination of the two forces followed the causal line in Tian Kai's hand and disappeared into the void. Just a part of the leaked energy made it difficult for the dozen leaders to breathe, and the vitality of their bodies was passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some people's hair is visibly turning gray. Steven hurriedly formed a time seal and protected these leaders with a green energy shield. If left alone, these leaders might die of old age before they can hunt down the unknown strong man. After completing the seal, Steven held Tian Kai's left wrist with a bit of disgust. Tang, what kind of attack are you doing? I'm a grown man, why do I need to hold your hand? Tian Kai squinted and asked, what are you thinking about? If you can touch the line of cause and effect, I don't want you to touch my hand. You despise me, and I despise your rough hands. Not as delicate and comfortable as Wanda's hands. When Wanda heard this, her face turned slightly red. She is shy by nature, and being in the public eye, she is inevitably a little embarrassed. Ahem. Black Widow coughed twice. Everyone can hear the jealousy. Fury quickly acted as a peacemaker and said, Tang, you'd better settle the matter quickly. There are still many things to discuss later. It is good. As the voice of the apocalypse falls, Three huge energies, following the causal lines captured by Apocalypse, cross the boundaries of the universe and are pursued in the infinite multiverse. Steven and Wanda have the experience of crossing parallel universes, and have the bonus of the Book of Darkness and the Book of Waishan Emperor. The originally obscure line of cause and effect suddenly became clear like a line of fire in the darkness. Apocalypse followed the line of cause and effect and instantly found the strong man on the other side of the parallel universe. So it's you? Tiankai couldn't help but smile. I saw a big bald head with a metallic color all over his body, reflected in Tiankai's consciousness. It's the Hornet Warrior, Cross. Cross was originally just a little wasp warrior, at best a little stronger than Ant-Man. When Apocalypse faced him, he originally wanted to leave it to Ant-Man Scott to practice his skills. Unexpectedly, under the intervention of the Time Administration, he was forcibly mutated into a nuclear blast warrior. Apocalypse was caught off guard. In the end, he escaped to the quantum realm and was cured by Hope's mother. Later, Apocalypse and others chased him into the quantum realm, and Cross escaped after hearing the news. I don't know which time and space I escaped to. At that time, Tiankai also tried to use the Chi-Luck disinfecting technique to track, but unfortunately the level was not enough and there was no result. On the other hand, there are special laws in the quantum realm that lead to abnormalities in the causal line. Unexpectedly, I met him here. With his ability to annihilate warriors, he would be a top powerhouse in any parallel universe. Coupled with the knowledge of the quantum field taught to him by a generation of wasps, he made a breakthrough in his realm. He was actually able to find Universe 616 with the help of the major event of the Dormamu universe collision. However, Cross obviously did not dare to return directly across the universe. Not to mention the current Apocalypse, even the Apocalypse who defeated him back then was not something Cross could deal with. So, I followed my example and other strong men, and inspired a few believers to find out the news about Earth 616. Cross was shocked when he heard through the believers that Apocalypse asked them, the powerful people behind the scenes, to leave their aura. Quickly cut off all contact, for fear of being found by Apocalypse. Not only had the contact been cut off, Cross was now hiding in an underground secret room. This underground secret room is several kilometers deep, and there are a large number of various strong magnetic interference and shielding materials on the upper level. Make sure your breath doesn't leak even a bit. It's a pity that his realm is far different from Tiankai's. I didn't even know there were advanced things like causal lines and timelines. The words of the Apocalypse reached Cross's ears through the line of cause and effect. Cross's face changed drastically and he panicked. Impossible? How can you still find me? Tiankai smiled and said, I gave you a chance to escape last time. If you hide your name from now on, it will be really difficult for me to find you in the infinite multiverse. I didn't expect you to deliver it to your door yourself. It is said that many criminals will look for opportunities to return to crime scenes. The first is to see if the police have found any evidence and respond promptly. The second is to feel the sense of accomplishment brought by crime. Therefore, news will be exposed on the internet from time to time. Some stupid thieves pretended to be Melaneaters and hid in the crowd to watch the fun, but were caught on the spot by the police. Cross's personality is paranoid and competitive. After locating the original Earth, he couldn't help but come and take a look. Fist of Law. Apocalypse's two hands were held by Wanda and Steven, but a third hand suddenly appeared on his body. Across infinite time and space, he punched through. The floor of the secret room where Cross was located suddenly sank. Billions of tons of sand, gravel, and soil seemed to be forcibly attracted by a force and fell underground. In an instant, the ground collapsed into a huge sinkhole. Then, suddenly it stopped. Boom. The sky is full of sand and rocks rising into the sky. Under the impact of the Fist of Law, billions of tons of stone and soil slabs were sprayed into space like fountains. Many passing satellites were smashed into space junk. The ground with a radius of hundreds of miles is like waves, rising and falling, one wave after another. Huge cracks covered the entire land like a spider web. A lot of magma gurgled out from the cracks, and it suddenly turned into a fiery purgatory. Cross aura completely disappeared with this punch. If it was an average strong person, he might stop there. It's a pity that Cross can't hide it from others, but he can't hide the line of cause and effect. Quantum Realm. Tiankai frowned slightly. Cross used this trick to escape last time. Seeing something bad, Cross instantly shrank infinitely and entered the Quantum Realm before the Fist Seal exploded. However, today is different. Back then, Apocalypse didn't have a deep understanding of the quantum realm and parallel universes, so Cross had the chance to escape. Just now, Heaven and Myriad Realms? Quantum Realm? Soul World? There is no place that Apocalypse cannot reach. As long as you are locked by Apocalypse, there is no way to escape except for direct confrontation. Pim particles plus Fist of Law. I saw dark red Pim particles continuously pouring out of Tiankai's body, rushing like a big river and submerging into the void. A Law Fist Seal was wrapped in it. The parallel Earth where Cross lives. Before the explosion just dissipated, a galaxy of Pim particles suddenly appeared from the void. Then it quickly shrank and disappeared in an instant. Quantum Realm. Cross was in shock and hid in the deepest part. The surroundings are filled with regular and concrete light, constantly changing into all kinds of strange shapes. Cross is weighing whether it is safe to stay in the quantum realm, or is it better to escape to other parallel universes through quantum tunnels. Before he could think about it, he saw a vibration in the quantum realm. A river of Pym particles falls from the sky. A fist mark was sandwiched in the middle and struck straight towards Cross. What? A nuclear explosion. Cross instinctively wanted to use a nuclear fist to resist, but it was too late. The fist of law hit him firmly. Suddenly, Cross's metallic body froze on the spot, maintaining a punching posture. Then in less than a second, the entire body turned into countless light points, melting into the light of the rules of the quantum realm. All the regular substances that make up Cross's body completely returned to heaven and earth. Cross never expected that he had to return to earth to take a look just because he couldn't help himself. This is the end of it. When Tiankai saw that Cross was dead, he relaxed and took back his mental power. The river of Pym particles suddenly lost control and became violent. It's like adding fuel to the fire. A violent storm of rules blew up throughout the quantum realm, and countless lights of rules were swept into the storm. The storm grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, from the quantum realm to the atomic level, molecular level, cell level. Where Cross died, a tornado the size of a funnel rose first. Then it gets bigger and bigger. Finally, the Pym particle storm filled the sky and submerged the entire parallel Earth. Then, the Pym particle is triggered by a certain condition. The whole Earth shook and suddenly disappeared into space. Wanda and Steven saw a speechless scene through the void. The entire parallel Earth did not disappear, but shrank to the size of a football. With it as the center, the universe with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers is filled with a faint red mist. Those are Pym particles that have not yet dissipated. Apocalypse did not expect this result, and said sarcastically, "This is my first time chasing someone across a parallel universe into the quantum realm, so I have no experience." Wanda asked, "Can it still be recovered?" "It shouldn't be difficult." Apocalypse had no choice but to create another huge stream of Pym particles and throw them in again. With a swish, the parallel Earth grew to its original size at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strong gravitational changes have caused major changes in the Moon's orbit hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. As the Earth becomes smaller, the gravitational pull holding the Moon almost disappears. The Moon flew straight out. Just as he was about to fly away, Apocalypse restored the Earth to its original state. Suddenly, the Moon was pulled back by gravity, and its orbit became an ellipse. Fortunately, the entire Earth shrunk simultaneously. Humans on the parallel Earth only experienced a fantastic experience, and not many people were injured or died. All right. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Apocalypse finally cut off contact. Steven took his hand away from Apocalypse in disgust. Only Wanda was reluctant to leave and pretended not to know. However, Apocalypse did not see the follow-up. Although the parallel Earth has been restored to its original state, it has completely changed the parallel Earth. Those Pym particles left behind turned into a special mineral and merged with the Earth. As a result, some strange phenomena often occur on the parallel Earth. In a forest, in just a few seconds, a towering tree measuring over 1,000 meters suddenly appeared. On a piece of flat land, a huge stone or even a huge piece of gold will suddenly appear. There are also some huge mountains that will suddenly shrink and disappear. Therefore, Dr. Pym was not born on this Earth, but a group of peculiar miners were born. They extracted Pym particles from mountains, rivers, lakes, earth veins, stones, and even flowers, trees, birds, and animals. Then using a simple catalytic method, the effect of amplification and reduction can be achieved. And, in constant experimentation, it was discovered that Pym particles can not only be used to zoom in and out, but can also change various parameters such as body strength and weight. These discoveries have put the parallel Earth on a completely different path and created a completely different group of superheroes. They named these strange particles Sumuru particles, taken from the Buddhist meaning of receiving sumuru from mustard seeds. While the entire human society has distorted the technological tree, it has also given birth to the largest religion, the Sumuru religion. Countless people want to know, which majestic being gave them such magical particles. Could it be that the Lord has something that he wants to reveal to the world? Apocalypse here. Once Cross was completely dealt with, the rest was no problem. The other strong men behind the scenes were once again shocked when they saw Apocalypse hunting down the offending person without any suspense. Especially with the addition of Wanda and Steven. Let the strong men in the world know that there is more than one strong man on Earth 616 who can hunt across parallel universes. As long as there is anyone guarding the Earth in the future, no one will dare to act rashly. Tiankai looked at the sky and said calmly, "From now on, whether you want to inspire believers or come to Earth, you must first contact the Tianjian Bureau. Only with approval can you enter." The words come out as they please. Countless powerful people in parallel universes have received this message. At this point, the Tianjian Bureau was officially established. At the same time, in the Time Administration, the sacred timeline, which had already exploded, actually curled up with Apocalypse's words. It changed from a line with no end or end in sight to a donut shape composed of countless golden thin lines. All the timelines that make up the donut point to the middle, and their ultimate goal is Earth 616. All variables and timelines in the universe will be centered on Earth 616. The supreme existence of the Time Administration, Kong the Conqueror, finally emerged from the land of time in the cracks of the world. To all employees of the Time Administration, the sacred timeline is out of our control. From now on, you no longer have to work and maintain the sacred timeline. You can choose to live in any universe and live a wonderful life. Goodbye, everyone. Kang took a step forward and disappeared into the Time Management Bureau without looking back. Back then, he unified the sacred timeline for the sake of peace in all realms. Let all things be orderly and followable, so that living things can grow and evolve. But the price of all this is that you need to trap yourself in the sacred timeline and maintain it for life. Like a repairman, working endlessly day and night to prevent the timeline from collapsing. When Apocalypse appeared, Kang saw a hope. A hope of relief. I thought it would take hundreds of millions of years for Apocalypse to grow. It can even be interrupted by being killed by other strong men. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, Tiankai has reached such a state. Kang was relieved in advance. Kang couldn't wait to meet the outlaw. I want to take a look. Are people from the latitude of creation really that perverted? The remaining employees looked at each other. They have been working here for eons, and it seems like one day at work. Suddenly free, but a little at a loss. Suddenly, an anti-employee shouted, "Time is starting to pass. Time is starting to pass here." In the Time Management Bureau, time is eternal and there is no concept of time at all. Employees do not age or die. Only when you leave the time administration and reach the scope ruled by the sacred timeline can there be time. Now, the sacred timeline has changed drastically, and even the cracks in the world have time. It can be seen that the donut timeline caused by the apocalypse has already ruled this place. When there is time, there is life and death. Since then, all employees of the Time Bureau are no longer immortal and will not die naturally. Finally, all the employees took various items and left one after another. Someone is carrying the Infinity Stones. Someone is carrying a box of ice. Someone is carrying the Eternal Spear. No one has to worry about finding the treasure they like. You can find a drawer of world-destroying treasures like infinite gems here. In the endless process of catching time criminals, they traveled to all major planes and all time and space. Everyone has more or less their favorite time point. Some people choose the ancient times of fighting and iron horses. Some people choose the high-tech era. Some people even choose a prehistoric era without humans. Each employee was given a very powerful ability by Kang, otherwise it would be impossible to capture those powerful people who can change the timeline. Coupled with the heaven-defying treasures in their hands, their abilities are even more powerful. After everyone made their choice, they plunged into various time and space. Suddenly, a group of super strong people suddenly appeared in all the worlds and in different time periods. These powerful people are scattered in the infinite multiverse. They may not be more or less, but they are enough to influence the direction of a universe. On Apocalypse's side, although we can't see what the sacred timeline will look like, but with his level, he can already faintly sense the changes in the heavens and the world. However, without sensing danger, Apocalypse was less concerned. The only worry now is the safety of the Earth. Here are all his concerns in this world. The only thing left that could make him care about it was the ultimate goal. However, this matter cannot be rushed. At this moment, Tiankai received a strange phone call. The name on the caller ID was Jane Foster. Tiankai is a little strange. When they first met in the western town, they did have the phone numbers of Jane, Daisy, and others, but never fought. Isn't she in Asgard at this time? The way to contact me should be through Heimdall. How do I call him? With doubts, Tiankai pressed the button. The cheerful voice of Thor came from the other side of the phone. "Tang, we are coming to Earth. Come here quickly, my father wants to talk to you. After that, let's go have a drink together." Tiankai's heart sank. What was supposed to come was still coming. Calculating the time, this should be Odin's deadline to settle his funeral arrangements. In Thor 3, Odin came to Earth, settled his affairs at the beach, and then turned into starlight and died. The arrival of the apocalypse changed the fate of Asgard, but it could not change Odin's fate. If it's an injury, or an accidental injury like God Queen Frigga's, Apocalypse can intervene. Odin's natural lifespan has expired, and no one can help him. Tiankai asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" The God of Thunder said, "We are at the seaside in northern Europe. The scenery here is very beautiful. My father is in a good mood and is fishing." "Okay, I'll go right away." As soon as the words fell, Apocalypse rose into the sky, like a rainbow across the sky. A moment later, the God of Thunder was found on a cliff by the sea in northern Europe. Beside Thor, there are 3 other gods, Odin, Jane, and Sif. It was spring at this time, and the grass on the shore was lush and full of life. Beyond the grassland is a seaside cliff tens of meters high. The waves hit the shore, bringing with them the cold spring breeze. God King Odin has a big white beard, like a retired old man, holding a fishing rod and quietly facing the sea. Seeing Apocalypse falling from the sky, Odin smiled slightly. "Here we come, Prince Tang." "God King, long time no see." Odin said, "Prince Tang, you don't have to be polite. Although you are nominally the Prince of Asgard, below me, but with your nature and strength, you are already far above the gods. Speaking of which, we in Asgard still rely on you to change our destiny. We owe you a lot, but we can't repay you. I'm afraid there's nothing that you can like in Asgard now." With these words, Odin lowered his posture to a very low level, obviously with the intention of trying to please him. Bringing Sif along is also because of the close relationship between Sif and Apocalypse, which will increase their goodwill. Tiankai knew these little tricks, but he didn't mind, saying, "The King of Gods doesn't have to worry. When my strength was low, Asgard used the eternal fire to help me refine my body. I will always remember this kindness. Besides, Thor and I are brothers, and Sif is also an Asgardian. It's pointless to say who owes the other. As long as I am here, Asgard will not be invaded by anyone. The God King showed a pleased smile and said, in this case, I feel relieved. Why didn't the Queen come? Odin said calmly, I have already said goodbye to her, and she couldn't bear to see me leave with her own eyes. She is probably crying in the palace. Jane and Sif looked sad when they heard this. The two of them were young, could not see through life and death, and could not be as indifferent as Odin. Only Thor, god of thunder, didn't seem to feel any sadness at all. He stood aside and grinned heartlessly. Prince Tang, before I leave, I have one more thing to ask you. Just say it. Odin looked far away and seemed to be recalling, thousands of years ago, we were the gods in Norse mythology. At that time, the earth did not have the various countries we have today, but the land and spirit were of the same origin. To the people on earth, we are the gods of this land. Thousands of years ago, when I was conquering the starry sky, I encountered a group of gods and was blinded in one eye. From now on, we have to stop at the 9 major kingdoms. But my eldest daughter Hela refused to accept it. Although she is a woman, her personality is very much like that of me when I was young, ambitious and unruly. Hela thinks that the god group is nothing special, so she insists on fighting again. I have been trying to persuade her for a long time, but she is so arrogant, how can she be willing to listen? For the sake of Asgard and her life, I had to seal her away. She is too young and doesn't know the difference between the gods and the gods. Alas, that is the gap in the origin of life, and it cannot be shortened by hard work. After saying that, Odin glanced at Tiankai and continued, of course, with Prince Tang's current strength, the god group is no longer afraid. Hela, and Loki, I hope Prince Tang can spare their lives. If they are stubborn, you can just seal them. Apocalypse frowned slightly. It was fine not to kill Hela. After all, she had not broken through the seal yet and had no blood feud with the people on Earth. But Loki, when he came to Earth to cause trouble, caused thousands of deaths, it was unjustifiable not to kill him. But looking at the earnest eyes of Odin and Thor, Apocalypse felt soft in his heart. He could only say, many countries on Earth do not have the death penalty in their laws, so I will be selfish and use these laws as a standard to spare Loki's life. But if he does evil again, I will seal him away for a while. The seaside where everyone is located is the territory of Norway in northern Europe. In the past 2 years, a tragedy that shocked the world occurred in Norway, the Utoshima massacre. An extreme anti-abolitionist element massacred a group of descendants of the Labour Party on Utoya Island. More than 70 teenagers died and more than 300 people were injured. The purpose is to break the heart of the Holy Mother of Norway and ask Norway to sentence him to death. This extremist feels that as long as Norway breaks its shackles and sentences him to death, Norway can still be saved. Unexpectedly, in order to protect their image of the Holy Mother, the Norwegian high-level officials resisted the pressure of the deceased's family and public opinion and only sentenced him to imprisonment. What's even more ridiculous is that Norway even thinks life imprisonment is too inhumane. According to current law, the maximum sentence is 21 years. The murderer is now only in his early 30s. When he came out 21 years later, he was only in his 50s and still in his prime. I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm by then. Thinking of this, Tiankai sighed secretly. Forget it, people in Western countries don't value the lives of their own people, so why should I be that fair and selfless god? I'm afraid, if I do it, I'll be rejected by them. By the way, Odin had some strange memories just now. Doesn't he have a deep meaning in tying the Asgardian Protoss to Northern Europe? Tiankai doesn't know whether the God King chose to say goodbye here unintentionally or intentionally. If it was intentional, Odin had good intentions in order to save Loki and Hela's lives. Seeing Tiankai agree, Odin finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Prince Tang." At this time, the heartless Thor finally spoke and said, "Okay, father, have you finished explaining your affairs? Aren't you just about to reach the end of your life? My brother is omnipotent. Just ask him to help you extend your life for thousands of years." Jane and Sif looked at Thor with strange expressions, and Odin shook his head helplessly and sighed. The silly boy who co-authored it is not sad at all, and here's why. Tiankai is helpless. Thor really trusts himself too much, thinking that he is omnipotent and can solve any problem. He could only say, the recovery potion can repair physical wounds, but it cannot extend life. Although I can change the timeline of a person's fate, I cannot modify a person's lifespan. How could it be? Thor's eyes turned red. You are so powerful and can kill strong men from other universes at will. Why can't you even save an old man's life? The god of thunder was no longer as calm as before. He knelt down next to Odin, tears filling his eyes. He knew that Apocalypse would not tease him with these topics, from being full of hope to hitting rock bottom. Only then did Thor realize that his father was really going to leave him forever, and he suddenly felt sad. Odin stroked Thor's hair and said, "Silly boy, don't be sad. Everything has an end, stars will burn out, and the universe will decay, not to mention I am an old man. Our Asgardian Protoss, being able to meet Prince Tang, is already much better than our original fate. Your mother and I have no regrets anymore." After saying these words, Lei Shen couldn't help but shed tears and shouted, "Father." Seeing Thor crying in sorrow, Jane felt the same and stroked his back to comfort him. Sif's eyes were also red. She held Apocalypse's hand and put her head on Apocalypse's shoulder, her clothes wet with tears. Seeing the death of the old king who had been with him since he was born, he felt sad in his heart. After explaining everything, the aura of God King Odin quickly declined. Tian Kai changed his mind and said, I have a way, maybe I can try it. Before he finished speaking, Thor rushed over, grabbed Tian Kai's hand and said, say quickly, no, just try. Needless to say, hurry up. Thor and Odin are connected by blood, so they can naturally sense that Odin's aura is about to dissipate. Thor, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious yet. Tian Kai said, I have something to ask clearly. Then he said to Odin, God King, do you know about the soul world? Odin nodded, of course I know. However, not everyone can enter the realm of souls. In order to improve my strength, I merged my soul and body into one. Even my soul will completely dissipate after death. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to enter the realm of souls. Tian Kai said, I will solve this problem. God King, you only need to consider, do you want to enter the Hall of Heroes, or other countries? I know Buster, the Black Panther god. If the Hall of Valor is not suitable, you can stay with her temporarily. When you have time in the future, you can open up another country by yourself. In the Easter egg of Thor 4, the palace that Jane saw after her death was the Hall of Valor. The person who came to greet her at that time was Heimdall, who died in Avengers 3. Generally speaking, it is most logical for God King Odin to enter the Hall of Valor. However, Tian Kai doesn't know the situation in the soul world, so it's better to ask first. If there are any unknown taboos, you can arrange for him to go to the small universe of Buster, the Black Panther god. I helped Buster build a small universe and let her temporarily take in a soul, so it shouldn't be a big problem. God King Odin said, if possible, of course it is the Hall of Valor. That is the final destination of the gods of Asgard. Maybe I can even see my father, King Bauer. That's good. Tian Kai nodded. So no more procrastination. A little light of soul, pulled from Apocalypse's soul. Like a firefly, it landed lightly on Odin's eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a golden light. It was as if a second sun had risen across northern Europe, illuminating thousands of kilometers in a vast expanse of white. The light of the soul of the apocalypse can turn into a sun in the soul world. Fortunately, this is only in the material world, otherwise the earth would be swallowed up by the transformed sun. As the light of the soul merges, the golden light gradually shrinks. Odin's body was slowly disintegrating, turning into fine dust that was blown away by the sea breeze. There is a transparent human figure left in place, which is Odin's soul. Odin took a moment to adjust to the state of his soul and said with emotion, thank you, Prince Tang. Goodbye, Thor, take good care of your mother. Father. Thunder God shouted, reluctant to leave. Seeing that Odin was not completely dead, the god of thunder was finally not so sad. He was reluctant to let go, but he didn't know how to keep him. Odin said, the soul cannot stay in the material world for a long time. We are always people in two worlds. Don't worry, we will meet again in the future. As he spoke, Odin's soul gradually faded away. After entering the soul world, fly towards the Hall of Valor. After this incident, Thor felt a mixture of sadness and joy in his heart. He could not calm down and stared blankly at the sea. It is sad that my father is gone, but I am happy that my father has gone to the soul world and we can still meet him after all. Thunder God said, Tang, can you enter the soul world? Tian Kai said, it can, but it's not very convenient. I'm afraid that the soul world will collapse. It may endanger the soul body inside. Oh, Thor said regretfully, it will be inconvenient to play with my father in the future. Jane rolled her eyes at him. What kind of man was she looking for? Her father had just passed away and she wanted to play with him. Tang, why don't you contact your father? I still have some things to say. Go away. Tian Kai said angrily. Stingy guy. Thor said dissatisfied, forget it. I'd better go back to Asgard quickly and tell my mother the news, so as not to make her sad. Thor was about to call Heimdall. Suddenly the sea breeze blew up. A strong wave of energy surged from the seaside, shaking the air around it. A white light appeared in midair. In the white light, an energy hole gradually formed, tearing apart the space and appearing on the edge of the cliff. Inside the cave entrance, a dark green passage appeared. A slim figure slowly walked out of the passage with its back to the white light. She was wearing a close-fitting combat uniform that fully exposed her long, round legs, slender waist, and full curves on her chest. There are many holes in the combat uniform from top to bottom, and the snow-white skin is looming. A pair of shoulders were exposed, covered in long black hair. As the sea breeze blows, it is looming. What caught everyone's eyes was an aggressive face of a queen. The lips are full, the face is slender, and the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, as if they are always disdainful of everything. With a pair of big eyes and a smoky outfit, he is half majestic but also half charming. This is Odin's eldest daughter, Thor's sister, and the goddess of death Hela. Hela glanced lazily at Apocalypse, Thor, Jane, and Sif. He stretched and said, the old man is finally dead, but it's a pity that I couldn't see that scene. Thor said, you must be Hela, right? My name is Thor, your brother. This is my brother Tang Tian Kai, the prince of Asgard canonized by his father. These are Jane and Sif. Hela glanced at Thor and said, you don't look like an old man. Then he glanced at Tian Kai again, and said a little strangely, mortal? The old man is really stupid, and he actually made a mortal a prince. Jane and Sif looked at each other and smiled. They knew that Hela's level was not as high as Tian Kai's, and they couldn't see Tian Kai's true face after he had restrained his aura. If you only see the most superficial side of Apocalypse, then you are just an ordinary earthling. Elder sister. Hela interrupted, looking lazy but condescending, saying, kneel down. Come meet your queen. Arrogant? Extreme arrogance? Naturally arrogant? Ordinary people are arrogant, and others will be disgusted by it. And Hela's arrogance emanates from her bones and from the depths of her soul. A smile, everywhere. Not only does Hela take it for granted, but others also think that she should be like this. Only arrogance is worthy of her evil queen face. Among the evil charms, there is an aura of dominion over the world. It seemed to announce the return of the queen to the whole world. What did you say? Thor thought he heard wrongly. I have just introduced myself as her brother, and this person next to me is the prince, and yet she actually asks us to kneel down? Hela's lazy voice came to everyone's ears again. I say, kneel down. A breath of conquest came to my face. The royal sisters and queens on earth usually only arouse men's stronger desire to conquer. Because everyone knows that it is not real, it is just a shell. Only Hela, who dominates the world, can only arouse men's desire to surrender. Any mortal just wants to fall at her feet and be driven by her? This is a born queen? It's a pity that she met the wrong person. Needless to say, Apocalypse has only his aura that affects others, and Hela affects himself. Jane and Sif are women, and the same sex repels each other, so the effect is at least -% off. Thor is heartless and doesn't understand what a queen is like. Sister, we should talk. Kneel down. Hela's expression turned cold. He stretched out his hands, and with a clang sound, a long sword appeared out of thin air in Hela's hand. Call out. The long sword came out of his hand, splitting into 2 and then into 4 in the air, while aiming at the knees of the 4 people from Tiankai. Without thinking, the god of thunder swung his hammer and knocked the sword away. Apocalypse circled his hand and grabbed all 3 other long swords. Want to see what Hela's special skill, the flying sword, is made of? These flying swords are like entities, but they can be endless. It is simply a great weapon for group attacks. With Hela's strength, just relying on these flying swords, one person can slaughter an army. In Thor 3, just after returning to Asgard, he slaughtered an army. But that's just a piece of cake. Those are ordinary Asgardian troops, and their combat effectiveness is very average. Even more terrifying. In Valkyrie Big Black Girl's memories, Hela once slaughtered an entire Valkyrie army by herself. You know, after the Hulk accidentally entered the Sakaar planet, he became half friends with the Big Black Girl. From time to time, the two of them were laughing and joking. With the Hulk's strength and reason, he can't do anything lightly or harshly. Anyone who dares to play tricks with him will not be any less powerful. So, can you imagine how terrifying an army composed of soldiers comparable to the Hulk would be, with Pegasus as an assistant? However, these are just soldiers. There are also captains, legion commanders and other stronger people above. Back then, the Big Black Girl was just a soldier in the Valkyrie army. She only survived under the protection of the legion commander. This army was Odin's ace army when he conquered the 9 realms. Even the young Thor expressed his desire to become a Valkyrie when he read their history. Such a terrifying army was killed by Hela's flying swords all over the sky, killing them one by one, leaving corpses everywhere. One can imagine how terrifying Hela's flying sword is. But Hela doesn't fight alone. She also has her own undead army, including the giant Mount Fenrir. At this time, he should still be sleeping under the palace of Asgard. Father and daughter, one person, and a strong army, fight in the starry sky. This is what Asgard once was. Unfortunately, in the civil war between father and daughter, both armies were completely lost. The Valkyrie army was completely wiped out by Hela alone. Only the Big Black Girl fled to Sokka and drank to drown her sorrows all day long. Hela's army was suppressed by Odin under the palace, and did not see the light of day for thousands of years. Currently, there are only a group of ordinary troops left in the Asgard kingdom. No wonder it ended so badly in the original timeline. When we come to the Earth, we can only live in a small corner and survive. Apocalypse here. As soon as the 3 long swords were held in his hands, they suddenly turned into a black energy and disappeared. Tiankai smiled slightly, and with his level, he instantly understood the operation of Hela's flying sword. If he could send out exactly the same flying sword at any time. Oh, I made a mistake. Hela glanced at Tiankai. Being able to be canonized as a prince really shows some strength. Tiankai said calmly, your father just left and asked me to take care of you. He is dead, and your grudges have ended here. Hela's expression turned cold. You have such a crazy tone. How dare you, a little prince, say that you are taking care of the Queen of Asgard? Zhang. An even bigger flying sword came straight towards Tiankai's front door. Crack. A bolt of lightning knocked down the flying sword, fell to the ground, turned into a black breath, and disappeared. It was Thor who took action. Let me do it, Dawn. When he saw that Hela was powerful, his aggressive nature suddenly broke out again, and he wanted to fight with his sister, whom he had never met before. Tiankai said indifferently, that's fine. She has been imprisoned for thousands of years and has resentment in her heart. If she can't find the God King, it would be good to vent her anger on her own brother. He. Thor giggled. It's still unclear who will teach whom. As he spoke, lightning flashed through his body. Thor's clothes instantly changed from casual clothes to bright armor, with thunder and lightning surrounding the hammer. Hela cast a queen's contempt and said, very good, I just got out of the seal and I want to stretch my muscles. Then with a touch of hair, the long black hair instantly turned into a sharp headdress like antlers, standing high above Hela's head. This is Hela's fighting form? Watch out. The god of thunder swung his hammer with a whoosh, mixed with lightning, and pressed it down towards Hela. Snapped. The god of thunder's eyes flashed as he saw a slender hand falling from the sky. He was unable to avoid it and received a solid slap on his right cheek. Suddenly he was photographed in the grass, and a piece of grass and mud was splashed. With a simple move, Hela defeated Thor, leaving him unable to fight back. Thor! Jane screamed, trying to rush forward. Thor stood up and quickly motioned for Jane to stay away, saying, "I'm fine, don't come over. I was careless just now and didn't dodge." The second time. The god of thunder was careful, the thunder and lightning on his body was strong, and the surrounding area was illuminated with white. Even with one leap, Mjolnir hammered down high with strong thunder and lightning. Soul thought in his mind, "I am falling from the sky, how can you slap me?" Snapped. Another simple slap, and the god of thunder fell into the soil to eat grass again. The god of thunder was furious, stood up quickly, and shouted, "None of you are allowed to help me. Today is a matter between me and my sister." Tiankai said, "We don't want to help, so you don't have to shout." Thor looked sideways at Tiankai and said angrily, "Tang, are you a brother? Can't you even hear such an obvious hint?" Tiankai shrugged. She has been imprisoned by the God King for thousands of years, and she wants to find someone to vent her anger on. "You are her brother, connected by blood. If you are not a sandbag, who will be?" When Hela was sealed by Odin, Thor had not yet been born. And Thor is more than 500 years old, which means that Hela has been sealed for at least 500 years, or even more. With Hela's unruly character, she had already become furious after being sealed for so long. Otherwise, the original plot would not have hesitated to massacre the people of Asgard as soon as it came out. She wants revenge on Odin and all of Asgard. It would be easy for Apocalypse to kill Hela, but since he promised Odin to spare her life, not only could he not kill her, but he would also be unable to seal her. Otherwise, what is the difference between sealing Hela until she dies of old age and killing her? The only way is to let her vent her hatred and then find a way to pursue at her. As for this persuasion method, it all depends on Hela's temper. If you have a good temper, be gentle yourself. If you have a bad temper, you won't be so gentle. As for Thor, his life is too comfortable, and his strength has not improved much. In the original timeline, he was defeated by Hela several times, and after thinking about his father several times, he awakened more power of thunder and lightning. It can be said that Hela indirectly helped him grow. Now take this opportunity to not only dispel the anger in Hela's heart, but also temper Thor. Kill two birds with one stone. Anyway, with me watching from the side, at least I won't be blinded in one eye again. Thor is in a dilemma. He was slapped twice, and his brother didn't help, so he had to hold on. With one hand, the hammer dances up and down, making full use of the power of lightning for long-range attacks. Crack sound. A bolt of lightning like a giant python fell from the sky and struck Hela first. Hela looked disdainfully and waved her hand, as if to shoo away a fly, swatting the lightning aside. With a boom, a big hole was opened in the grass. Upon seeing this, the god of thunder hurriedly sent out dozens of lightning bolts, forming a thunderstorm net that enveloped Hela. Hela was not afraid at all. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a bolt of lightning. With a crack sound, it was drawn toward the god of thunder. The god of thunder was so frightened that he quickly stepped aside, and the lightning passed by him and hit the ground. With a boom, a huge boulder on the edge of the cliff was ripped off and fell into the sea. Hela took her time, grabbing a piece of lightning from time to time, and lashing out at the god of thunder like an ordinary human sister hitting her younger brother. From time to time, a flying sword was released, beating the god of thunder into confusion. She had just escaped from the seal and was adapting to her power, so she was not in a hurry to hunt down the god of thunder. As the magical power of the two men's battle overflowed, the cliff on the seaside could no longer bear it. Rumble. The cliffs continued to collapse, and huge tracts of earth fell into the sea. Waves of waves were splashed, making the nearby sea turbid. As the battle lasted longer, the corners of Hela's mouth raised slightly. The figure suddenly flashed, like a ghost, and suddenly came to the god of thunder. Thor was startled and swung his hammer into a net to protect his head. But if you can protect the top, you can't care about the bottom. With a bang sound, Hela kicked him away and hit the edge of the cliff heavily. Hela sneered with a pair of dark phoenix eyes and said, "Asgard is really in decline. Even someone like you can be the king. From now on, I am the king of Asgard. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." I don't accept it." Thor was beaten so many times that he became angry, but he didn't dare to get any closer. He swung the hammer from a distance and flew towards Hela with great force. Hela stretched out her hand lazily and held Mjolnir in her hand with a clang. "Did you know that the thunder hammer was once my weapon?" Immediately afterwards, the hammer made a tooth-piercing metallic sound. Hela's slender fingers actually gradually pinched into the indestructible hammer. Thor's hammer vibrated violently, trying to break free from Hela's hand, but to no avail. The god of thunder was shocked, stretched out his hand hurriedly, and shouted, "Mjolnir, come back quickly." But not only did Thor's hammer fail to come back, there were even many cracks on the hammer. Countless rays of energy shot out from inside the hammer and shot up into the sky several thousand meters high. The brightness is so strong that even sunlight cannot cover it up. Thor's hammer was forged from a dying star. In addition to its weight, it also contained infinite energy. But such an artifact was like a fragile toy in Hela's hands, about to be crushed by Hela. Whoa! An inaudible spiritual cry reached Tiankai's ears. This was the hammer's tool spirit asking for help. Apocalypse has been recognized by Thor's hammer and recognizes its mental fluctuations. Tiankai had no choice but to take action and shouted to the hammer, "Come back. Follow the law." A force of law was transmitted to Thor's hammer. There was a buzz sound, and Hela's hand was shaken. Her fingers were numb and soft, and she could no longer hold the hammer. Thor's hammer took the opportunity to escape and flew to Apocalypse's hand like lightning. "Thank you, brother." Thor grinned, stretched out his big hand, and summoned the hammer. Unexpectedly, the hammer could not move, and it stuck to Tiankai's hand shamelessly. Thor's face darkened and he shouted, "Mjolnir, are you adding insult to injury? I haven't lost yet." The hammer vibrated slightly. "I don't know what I said to Thor, but he didn't want to go back anyway." The hammer artifact has a spirit and can instinctively judge who is good to him. In the original timeline, hammer was crushed by Hela in Thor 3. Thor had no time to pick up its remains before he was summoned back by Heimdall. Then he was beaten into the depths of the universe by Hela in the Rainbow Channel, and fell on the Sokka planet. After a series of events, Thor forgot about it. He found the space dwarves again and built a more powerful storm axe. Therefore, Quake has a grievance in his heart. Later, Jane was recognized as the master, and Jane became the female Thor. During a battle in Thor 4, Jane and Thor summoned Mjolnir at the same time. The hammer weapon spirit chose Jane without hesitation between the two masters. It can be seen that Chi Ling's IQ is quite high, and his temper is not bad. Now, Thor was beaten twice in a row by Hela. He was humiliated and unable to save the hammer from Hela. Between these three masters, Hammer naturally chose the most powerful Apocalypse. Apocalypse noticed Chi Ling's little thoughts and had no choice but to say, "You go back first. You still need his help to repair the scars on your body." The hammer vibrated for a while, then reluctantly flew back to Thor's hand. Thor took back his hammer, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. It was as if his woman had been handled by another man and then returned to her own hands. Not to mention how uncomfortable it felt. So he said to Hammer, "Mjolnir, we have to talk about this later." Hela did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack, but looked at Tiankai curiously, feeling a little cautious. Apart from his father, Odin, he was the second person who could forcefully snatch the hammer from his hand. Is he as powerful as his father? However, with Hela's character, it is impossible to give up just because of doubts. "Prince Tang, right?" Hela said, "You are quite capable. As long as you treat me as king, be my #1 general, and follow me to conquer the stars and open up new territories, I can spare your lives." The god of thunder laughed. "Haha, sister, you don't know how powerful Tang is? No one in the world dares to accept him as a general." Hela didn't believe it at all and thought Thor was bragging. In her mind, the strong are respected. Anyone who can be named a prince by Odin must be inferior to Odin in strength. Tiankai smiled and said, "Otherwise, how much territory do you want? I'll give it to you directly, so you don't have to fight and kill me, okay?" "Humph." Hela disdainfully said, "I want the entire universe to surrender at my feet. Can you give it to me?" "It's not impossible." Tiankai thought for a while, "Can you accept going to other parallel universes?" If Helakan goes to other parallel universes alone, Apocalypse can find a suitable parallel universe and do whatever she wants. For example, there are no intelligent creatures, or there are new parallel universes where everything in the world has not yet been born, or there are relatively weak universes where Hela can be king at will. Hela raised her eyebrows and said, "How brave? You want to exile me, Zhang." As soon as he finished speaking, a flying sword flew out of Hela's hand. 1 for 2, 2 for 4, 4 for 8. When they arrived in front of Apocalypse, Zif, Jane, and others, it was already overwhelming. The light was dim, even the sunlight was blocked. Apocalypse casually held up a divine shield to protect Sif and Jane. Neither Sif nor Jane were strong, but they couldn't resist Hela's flying sword. The flying swords all over the sky were protected by the yellow divine power shield, preventing them from advancing even an inch. Hela's expression finally changed slightly. After close contact, I felt the terrifying power of Apocalypse. Thor yawned and said, "Brother, that's up to you." Thor's natural look became naked irony and provocation in Hela's eyes. He couldn't help being furious, and pulled his hands upwards. Boom! Huge spikes suddenly rose from the ground, attacking Tiankai and others from the bottom up. Apocalypse lightly stomped his feet, and the ground shook, dispersing all the spikes and dissipating into black energy. Hela kept her hands on her hands and worked on both sides. The flying swords in his hands formed a tornado of flying swords, constantly entangled, trying to break through Apocalypse's divine shield. Spikes that are tens of meters high are constantly emerging from the ground, as if a giant dragon is turning over, covering a radius of several thousand meters, bringing up grass blades and soil all over the sky. Tiankai sensed Hela's strength. The difference in strength is too big and it feels a bit boring. "Let's do this for today." As he spoke, Tiankai stretched out his hand, and the space in front of him seemed to suddenly disappear. Before Hela could react, she suddenly realized that she was getting closer to Tiankai. Just as he was about to resist, Apocalypse took hold of Hela's right hand. Hela's face was startled, and she found that she couldn't break free. She held a flying sword in her left hand and stabbed directly at him. Tiankai completely ignored Fijian, as if an adult was playing with a 3-year-old child, and grabbed her Zola as well. Suddenly, Hela's hands were locked by Apocalypse. The sword shadows all over the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the ground calmed down. Hela pressed her hands repeatedly and used all her strength, but she couldn't loosen even the slightest bit. Impossible. Hela said in shock, Asgard doesn't have such a powerful prince. Who are you? At this time, her hands were locked in front of her body, and her arms were tucked in, which immediately highlighted the fullness of her chest. Apocalypse instinctively glanced at Hela and said, Ahem, didn't Thor tell you just now? But that's not important. I will be your guardian for a period of time in the future until you promise not to kill anyone again. Hela said angrily, Humph? Even the old man has no right to order me. You will never get my promise. Alas, Tiankai had a headache, so, the God King sealed you? Odin sealed her away for nearly 2,000 years, but Hela's unruly edges were still not smoothed out. Tiankai is not sure how to make Hela obey. Do we really want to seal her away again? Seeing that Hela couldn't move her hands, she tilted her head and stabbed Tiankai with the antlers on her head. But when he arrived in front of Tiankai, he was blocked by an invisible energy wall. Hela was so angry that she stamped her feet at Tiankai again and again, trying to step on Tiankai's toes. Hela's feet left an afterimage, but Apocalypse always dodged it by a hair's breadth, as if he was just strolling around. Hela was so angry that she almost spat. Apocalypse asked with a smile, Sif, Thor, did you have this kind of hairstyle in Asgard in ancient times? It looks ugly. The god of thunder said carelessly, when you say that, I feel ugly too. Sif pursed her lips and smiled, but because of her status, she did not dare to be disrespectful to Hela. She just said, I have no research on ancient costumes. Hela gritted her teeth and said, when I regain my strength one day, I will make all of you into mummies. Tiankai frowned, a little difficult to handle. Hela's character is stubborn, and not just stubborn. To describe her with a cow-tempered temperament is to say that she is gentle. Seeing Apocalypse in trouble, Sif said, take her back to Asgard first and let her meet the God Queen. Maybe the God Queen has a way. All right. I'll call Heimdall. Heimdall. The god of thunder said. Before he finished shouting, a colorful divine light fell from the sky. Heimdall has been paying attention here. Here are the god King Odin, the current King Thor, and Prince Tang who changed the fate of Asgard. Naturally, the response here is the top priority. Hela suddenly stopped struggling, a smile hidden between her brows. Flying with the colorful divine light, it travels through countless galaxies. Apocalypse's hands suddenly became empty, and Hela's hands turned into a ball of black aura, breaking free from Apocalypse's grasp. Then he leaned back suddenly and jumped out of the rainbow light. Before disappearing, he showed a proud smile to Tiankai. The god of thunder exclaimed, Sister. He wanted to reach out, but it was too late. In just a few seconds, the rainbow bridge took them past countless galaxies, and they were countless light years away from where Hela escaped. Sigh. I have a headache. Tiankai sighed slightly and said to Saul, no wonder your father had to be cruel and seal her away. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards the light of the rainbow and grabbed Hela across time and space. At this time, Hela was hundreds of light years away from Apocalypse. Looking at the rainbow light going away, he sneered slightly. When she was on Earth, she deliberately struggled wildly in order to leave an illusion to Apocalypse. Make the other person think they can't get rid of it. Otherwise, even if his hands turn into black energy to break free, he will not be able to escape from the Earth. Just waiting for the moment when the rainbow bridge comes. You can only escape within the rainbow bridge and use the characteristics of the rainbow divine light. As long as you escape, you will be separated by countless light years in an instant. It is impossible for the other party to find him again. Unexpectedly, just a few seconds after Hela was proud, he saw a big hand suddenly appear from the void. Hela was shocked. He fired flying swords one after another, trying to resist. But the result was already determined. A pair of hands were caught again. Then Apocalypse pulled hard, and Hela sank into the void. What came face to face was a colorful divine light. Hela returned to the light of the rainbow. How is it possible? Can you break through the boundaries of time and space? Hela's eyes were full of shock. You are so powerful, how could you be willing to be the Prince of Asgard? With your strength, even if you kick Thor off the throne, no one would dare to refuse. The distance between her and Apocalypse just now was not only a distance of hundreds of light years in space, but also a distance in time. In Thor 3, Hela knocked Loki and Thor out of the rainbow light. Loki and Thor successively landed on Gao Tianzun's Sokka planet. There was a detail that many people did not pay attention to at that time. When Loki was struck out of the rainbow light, he was only 2 or 3 seconds ahead of Thor, but he arrived on Sokar a week earlier than Thor. Loki made full use of this time and became Gao Tianzun's guest by relying on his eloquent words. When Sol arrived, it was already a week later. This shows that the light of the rainbow breaks through not only space, but also certain laws of time. It had only been a few seconds since Hela had escaped, but she was already several days away from the rainbow light. It's like she lives on the 1st, while Apocalypse, Thor and others in Rainbow Light live on the 8th. Apocalypse seemed to have grabbed it casually just now, and suddenly it was not only the distance of hundreds of light years, but also time. Directly trace back time, swim upstream, and capture Hela. Being able to ignore the restriction of hundreds of light years and capture a strong person like Hela who is close to the level of Heavenly Father is already an incredible level. Coupled with the realm of the law of time, Apocalypse's strength once again exceeded Hela's imagination. Not only did she fail to reach this level, even the god King Odin could not achieve it. Thor, the god of thunder, curled his lips and said, "What is kicking? Does my brother need to kick if he wants to be a king? He won't even give it to him. Hela said coldly, then you give way to me. When I am the king, I will lead Asgard to a more glorious path. Thor's face lit up and he looked at Tiankai. Brother, how about letting her be the one? She looks more domineering than me. Apocalypse rolled his eyes at Thor. If she becomes the king, she will definitely command the Asgard army to conquer the starry sky. I don't know how many people will die by then, and it will even attract a counterattack from the gods. In the end, I have to wipe her ass. I absolutely disagree with this. Oh, Thor was a little disappointed. Although Apocalypse is only the Prince of Asgard in name, with his prestige and strength, even if Odin is in power, he will never dare to disobey Apocalypse's will. Thor did not feel that his majesty had been violated, but he felt that this plan was rejected by his good brothers, and he was depressed because he could not get rid of his position as king and was not free. Hela sneered and said, Humph, so you are afraid of the celestial god group? I have been sealed for 2,000 years, and I have already thought of ways to fight against the celestial god group. Tiankai smiled and said, not to mention whether you have any way to fight against the gods, you were very unbehaved just now and defied my will. You should be punished. As he said that, he looked up and down Hela's exquisite body, thinking about where to start. Hela's eyes flashed coldly, full of warning, and said, if you dare to touch me, I will fight you until death. Tiankai took Hela's hands and said, don't we keep touching each other? How dare you? As he spoke, he stretched his other hand forward. Frightened, Hela kept leaning back, trying to avoid Apocalypse's hands. Apocalypse stretched his hand to Hela's chest, paused deliberately, then raised it slightly and stretched it to his neck. Stretch out your index and middle fingers and make them look like scissors. He circled around Hela's neck with a click-click sound. Suddenly, Hela's long hair was cut off at the ears. Large pieces of broken hair fell outside the rainbow light and fell into the starry sky of the universe. The strands of fine hair quickly transformed into cosmic sky ropes that were hundreds of kilometers long. In the eyes of any ordinary civilization and cultivator, these cosmic sky ropes are rare treasures of heaven and earth. Hela has at least tens of thousands of black hairs. All of them were transformed and scattered in a small galaxy, becoming unique divine objects in this galaxy. This led to a fight for intelligent life in nearby galaxies, and a bloody storm was staged. There are also some Tianshuo that have not been discovered for a long time, and are nourished by the energy of the universe, and they actually turn into cosmic pythons, wandering in the starry sky, become a strange and dangerous creature in this starry sky. Hela's strength is close to the Heavenly Father level, although she cannot be reborn with blood. But a drop of blood turned into a lake, and a strand of hair turned into a celestial snake. It was enough. Hela was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You dare to cut my hair? I will make you into a mummy and put you on the eternal fire to suffer for eternity. Crack. Apocalypse cut some more. You are so brave. Crack. Tiankai cut again and said with a smile, you scold me and I will cut. Continue. You bastard. Crack. You. Crack. Crack. Hela has never been this angry since she was born. He was so angry that black energy surrounded him, and he said anxiously, stop cutting, I won't scold you anymore. Tiankai then stopped, looked around at Hela's hairstyle, and said with satisfaction, not bad, it seems I have the potential to be a barber. Sif and Jane almost laughed out loud. I laughed secretly in my heart, even the dog's gnaw looks prettier than your haircut, and you are still intoxicated with yourself. Women love beauty by nature, and even Hela is no exception. She was so angry that her eyes were like knives, and she wanted to kill Tiankai on the spot. But he didn't dare to curse out loud, for fear that Tiankai would cut it further and even lose his hair. In the light of the rainbow, time moves quickly and slowly, making it difficult to measure. After an unknown amount of time, the light of the rainbow faded away. Everyone has returned to the Rainbow Bridge control room. When Heimdall saw Apocalypse, he held his sword in his hand, bowed slightly and saluted, and said, Prince Tang. Then he said hello to Thor. Seeing Hela appear, he glanced at Hela's hair strangely, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then he greeted, long time no see, Princess Hela. Hela said, it's such a waste for the old man to let you guard the Rainbow Bridge. When I ascend the throne, you will follow me to conquer the starry sky, and I will give you a kingdom. Heimdall smiled and said, I am not interested in any country. I only want to protect Asgard in this life. Not trying to make progress. Even if her hands were restrained by Tiankai, Hela didn't seem to be afraid at all. It seems that being a queen is natural. The god of thunder said to Tiankai, I will go and tell my mother about my father's whereabouts first, so as not to make her sad. Tang, please take your sister to the palace hall. We will meet there. After saying that, he swung the hammer and took Jane to fly. Apocalypse, Sif, and Hela took their time and walked across the Rainbow Bridge, admiring the scenery of the cosmic sea as they walked. Hela was surprisingly well behaved and stopped cursing, letting Apocalypse drag her along. Wait until you cross the Rainbow Bridge and step onto the land of Asgard. The aura on Hela's body is getting stronger and stronger. Compared with the earth, it is like the underground and the sky. Hela looked up to the sky and sneered, ha 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 ha. Did you know? Asgard is the source of my power. As long as I set foot on Asgard, my power will be endless. The power of Hela's hands grew stronger and stronger. Asgard's energy is constantly gathering towards Hela. Finally, with a clang sound, Apocalypse seemed to be unable to hold on, and she forced herself away. At the same time, The surrounding air seemed to be covered with something, and it passed by in a flash. However, Hela, who was immersed in powerful power, did not notice this detail. Her short hair automatically fluttered in the windless way, just to cope with Hela's resurgence. Hela felt the embarrassment of her hair, and her face became even more annoyed. A scream? A huge spike emerged from the ground, forcing Apocalypse back. Even if you are the prince made by the old man, I must kill you today. As the queen of Asgard, not even Odin can subdue her. Now he is humiliated repeatedly by a stranger in Tiankai. Hela has long been furious. Huge spikes continued to emerge from the ground, forcing Apocalypse to retreat. Thousands of flying swords, like a swarm of bees, swarmed towards Tiankai. The power of each one is more than 100 times more powerful than on Earth. Apocalypse carried the group of swords upstream, rushed to Hela, and said with a smile, "If you only have this little strength, you'd better just surrender and capture him." Humph. With one hand and one sword, Hela fought in close combat with Apocalypse. Wherever the sharp sword passed, black space cracks were cut out in the space. Any object will be cut into 2 pieces in front of this space crack. Although Tiankai is not afraid, he will not test it himself. The body is like a swimming dragon, constantly dodging. Hela couldn't do anything to him for a while. The Asgardian troops in the distance heard strange noises and came to check. Well done. Hela sneered. She has no way to deal with Tiankai, and there is nowhere to vent her anger. Zhang, zhang, zhang. With Hela as the center, the flying swords scattered around like a goddess scattering flowers. Layers upon layers, endless. What? Hide quickly. There were bursts of screams from the soldiers, and corpses lay everywhere. The surviving soldiers shouted enemy attack. Later, more troops came like a tide. Hela's face was cold and showed no mercy. While containing Tiankai, he sent out endless flying swords. Harvest these tides of soldiers one after another. As the soldiers were exhausted, Asgardian civilians began to appear, attacking Hela one after another. Hela shouted, "I am Odin's first daughter, Hela, the goddess of death. Surrender to me, or die." But the people of Asgard were already red-eyed at this time. The dead soldiers had their relatives, so how could they listen to Hela's words? Kill this demon. Revenge for our brothers. For Asgard, rush. Hela's mouth showed disdain and said, "Since you don't surrender, then you all can die." Zhang, zhang, zhang. Every sound is a flying sword, and every flying sword means the death of at least one life. Before long, corpses piled up around him. A valley of corpses was actually formed, and the bottom of the valley was Hela. Countless blood flowed down from high places and gathered towards Hela. Hela glanced at the blood with disgust, and with a thought, a sharp thorn emerged from the ground, lifting her up hundreds of meters. Looking down at the entire Asgard, seeing someone in the distance screaming and hiding, Hela felt evil in his heart. Simply shoot them all with flying swords, regardless of gender, old or young, civilians or soldiers. For a moment, Asgard's flying swords flew across the sky, and there were screams everywhere. After the screams, there was silence. The entire people of Asgard were actually slaughtered by Hela. Seeing this tragic situation, Apocalypse seemed extremely angry, and kept blasting infinite divine fists and nuclear explosion fists, beating Hela back repeatedly. At this time, Hela's aura has reached its peak. But it still can't stop Apocalypse's infinite divine fist and nuclear explosion fist. The source of her power is endless, but that doesn't mean there is no upper limit to the intensity of her power. He was about to be blasted out of Asgard by Apocalypse and fall into the cosmic sea. When the time comes, without Asgard's blessing, Hela's power will fall again. Hela's face hardened, her eyes stared at Tiankai and said, "You forced me to do this. In the name of the Queen of Asgard, I will destroy you." As he spoke, he raised his hands to the sky, and then suddenly pulled down. The sun in the sky suddenly fell down. In an instant, bursts of green smoke suddenly rose from the ground in Asgard, and the temperature soared. The blood on the ground evaporated and bursts of bloody smell filled the entire kingdom of God. As the sun gets closer and closer, the sun, which was originally only the size of a wash basin, has become like a sky cover, covering the entire Asgard kingdom. No matter how small a star is, it is still a star. The surface temperature starts at least several thousand degrees. As the sun approaches, the ground of Asgard gradually softens and turns into lava. But a temperature of several thousand degrees is nothing to powerhouses like Apocalypse and Hela. Crack, sound. The right side of Hela's face hurt, and she was slapped hard by Tiankai. In a daze, the things in front of Hela seemed to shake for a moment, and then returned to normal. Hela was instantly furious. Sunfire. Die to this queen. Ouch. A faint dragon roar came from the sun. A fire dragon emerged from the depths of the sun. This is the center of the sun, the blazing sun dragon transformed from the essence of the sun. Just the extremely high temperature of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees in Tianlong's body can melt all matter in the world. Apocalypse seems to be afraid to come into contact with the blazing sun dragon and keeps avoiding it. Humph. Let's see how you escape. Hela sneered, and then dozens of fire dragons swam out of the sun. The sun in Asgard suddenly dimmed a bit, and the sunlight became a bit dim. Seeing that there was nowhere to escape in the sky, Apocalypse simply went underground. Hela ignored him and activated the blazing sun dragon to dive directly into the land of Asgard to pursue him. Dozens of scorching sun dragons with a temperature of over -million degrees turned the earth into nothingness wherever they passed, and they were not even qualified to become molten lava. Finally, Tiankai, who was exhausted from running for his life, was surrounded by dozens of scorching sun dragons deep in the center of the earth. There is no way to avoid it. Apocalypse had no choice but to constantly fight back with the infinite divine fist. However, he was defeated in the end and was swarmed by dozens of blazing sun dragons. A ball of blazing white light erupted from the center of the earth, and Apocalypse was refined by hundreds of millions of degrees of heat and turned into nothingness. This explosion also destroyed the formation on the Asgard continent. The huge flat continent slowly curled up under the influence of natural gravity. As long as it takes a while, it will become a sphere like other ordinary celestial bodies. Hela was indifferent to these changes. Her eyes were like daggers, staring at the center of the earth. It wasn't until Tianqi's breath could no longer be sensed that his anger subsided slightly. Then, another blazing sun dragon was drawn out from the sun and quickly circled around the entire Asgard continent. Kill all the people hiding inside. After doing all this, Hela closed her eyes tightly and took a long breath. Then, hold your hands up. Asgard's sun slowly rose, returned to its original orbit, and became the size of a washbasin again, still releasing endless light towards Asgard. But at this time, the sunlight had become dim and no longer had that vibrant energy. The temperature of the shrinking continent of Asgard is gradually dropping, and glassy crystals are everywhere. Tok tok tok. Hela walked slowly towards the palace. In this huge continent, only the sound of her empty footsteps echoed. Arrive at the gate of the palace. Hela suddenly stopped. She couldn't sense the auras of Queen Frigga, god of thunder Thor and others. For a moment, he looked sad and did not dare to go in, just standing quietly in front of the palace gate. Finally, Hela said to the depths of the palace, "Mother, I have no choice. No matter what, I don't want to be sealed again. Even if I have to destroy Asgard and all my relatives, I won't hesitate. Those 2,000 years of loneliness, do you know how I got here? Why don't you persuade my father to let me out? Since you failed to fulfill your duties as a mother, don't blame me for being cruel today." After speaking, he turned his head and left. A tear fell on the glassy ground, witnessing Hela's last conscience. Without the care of family ties, Hela completely transformed into the real goddess of death. She awakens her own army of the dead, including her former wolf Mount Fenrir. This army of death is hidden at the bottom of the treasure house and is isolated from the world by Odin. Instead, it was preserved under the true fire of the sun. Hela took the army of death and began to conquer the starry sky. First, the 9 major kingdoms surrendered to Hela's banner again. Then there is the endless starry sky. One living planet after another, one star field after another, were included in Hela's territory. Hela is tireless and unsatisfied, constantly fighting. She has lost everything, and only endless conquests can fill her empty heart. Finally, she met her real opponent, the Celestial team. The Celestial group's body was larger than the planet and easily destroyed Hela's death army. Immediately, a battle began with Hela. Hela didn't lie, she did find a way to deal with the Celestials. She used all her secret skills, set up traps, and finally defeated a 4-cylinder god. Then used Asgard's secret method to disperse the divine power in the body of the 4-barrel god. Under the influence of gravity, the body of the god, which was larger than the planet, could no longer maintain its strength and collapsed into a spherical shape. A god was killed by Hela in this way. However, the Celestial group is not a person, but a race. Other gods came after hearing the news and started a battle with Hela. The starry sky trembles and the stars shift. As for the ordinary planets, I don't know how many of them were broken into pieces and turned into meteor belts one after another. Even though Hela had a way to deal with the Celestial team, she was unable to defeat the 4 punches with both hands. What's more, on top of the 4-cylinder god, there is also the more powerful 6-cylinder god, the supreme of the god group, Olithum. After a protracted star battle, Hela was seriously injured and fled in panic. Those conquered countries became independent one after another and overthrew the rule established by Hela. Everything is in vain. The relatives he once had, the people he once had, and the territory he spent his whole life conquering all disappeared. Hela dragged her seriously injured body with nowhere to go, and returned to Asgard in a daze. At this time, her long hair was disheveled, her battle clothes were torn, and her powers were exhausted. There is still a little bit of the queen she once was. Hela sensed that her life was coming to an end, and her only concern was Asgard. At this time, Asgard has collapsed into a spherical planet after thousands of years. The ground is a layer of glass-like crystals after solidification of molten magma. The entire planet was dead and lifeless. The sun in the sky is getting darker and darker, seeming to indicate Hela's fate. Hela staggered and came to the palace again. Last time, she didn't dare to go in and couldn't bear to go in. This time, she walked in with a regretful heart. She regretted that she once had the most precious thing in the world, but did not know how to cherish it, and only knew how to conquer the outside world. She hated herself for being cruel, destroying everything with her own hands. She hated that she wasn't strong enough to defeat the gods. If I were truly invincible, would all this change? Hela suddenly stopped, with a wry smile on her lips. If I am truly invincible in the universe, invincible, defeating the gods, and doing whatever I want, what will happen in the end? Isn't the best place, my own divine country, Asgard? Isn't the best time the period of childhood when you are with your father and mother? Since her first battle with her father Odin, Hela has completely forgotten the happy time she once had as a child. Power and conquest occupied all her heart. Only now, when she is about to complete a life cycle, does Hela recall these lost memories. Hela held on for her last breath and came to the depths of the palace. First, I saw Thor, the god of thunder, who was burned to black charcoal and wearing only a pair of golden pants. Then he saw the god Queen Frigga who had been burned into crystals. Hela's tears finally flowed out. With a hoarse voice, he whispered, "Mother, I was wrong. When my father tried to persuade me, I refused to accept it. You said seeing the end of my life would be destruction? I don't believe it. I thought you were deliberately telling lies to deceive me in order to cooperate with my father." Like an ordinary human daughter, Hela fell at the feet of God Queen Frigga and cried softly, "Oh, I'm sorry, mother." "Hey." Apocalypse's voice suddenly came to Hela's ears. Then, in front of his eyes, there seemed to be a spatial roller blind pulled across. The things in front of Hela's eyes completely changed. Where is the apocalypse? Where is the god of thunder wearing golden pants? Where is the crystallized corpse of his mother? I saw myself lying on the edge of the throne, and my mother Frigga was sitting on the throne. Standing next to him were Thor, the god of thunder, and that abominable Prince Tang. Hela couldn't believe it. She thought she saw a vision before she died, and said in a voiceless voice, "Mother." "Hey." Tian Kai responded again. Hela was agitated and finally confirmed that this was not an illusion. "It's you? Aren't you dead?" Tian Kai smiled and said, "If I died, wouldn't I not be able to hear you call me mother?" Lei Shan curled his lips and said with a look of disdain, "Tang, do you also take advantage of this? You are not a woman." Seeing Tian Kai taking advantage of her, Hela couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "How dare you tease me?" As he spoke, he stood up suddenly, and with a clang, he stretched out a flying sword. Just when he was about to ejaculate, his body went limp and he fell down again. Only then did Hela realize that everything around her was an illusion, but her physical condition was real. He has really reached the point where he is running out of fuel and may die at any time. If his physical condition is real, then all the previous battles are also real. Even if it's not the real god group, it must be an illusion of that abominable Prince Tang. Thinking of this, Hela was completely desperate. He risked his life and fought all his life, only to end up wandering in other people's illusions. With Hela's level, she knew that this could never be an ordinary illusion. Ordinary illusions cannot withstand all the flying swords she sends out. There is also the Asgardian sun above the head, and the blazing sun dragon inside. These involve the use of laws and energy. If it is an illusion, you will realize something is wrong when you use the law. The only possibility is that you are experiencing a real world, a world created by the other party that seems fake and real. This world not only simulates the entire Asgard, it even simulated most of the universe, as well as the group of gods that appeared later. After thinking about this, Hela realized how big the gap was between herself and the other party. Hela smiled miserably and said, "You win. I didn't expect Asgard to have a strong man like you as its prince. Asgard is really lucky. The further you go, the quieter your voice becomes." Thor hurriedly took out a bottle of purple potion, supported Hela, and said, "This is the recovery potion given by Tang. It can help you recover. Sister, drink it quickly." Hela pursed her lips and shook her head slightly, determined not to drink. There was a look of stubborn determination in his eyes. Would rather die than live in humiliation. Her state of mind at this time was that she had not yet recovered from the failure of illusion, coupled with her arrogant personality. "I feel like if I lose, I should die." Seeing that Hela couldn't hold on for long, Thor was a little anxious and was about to forcefully open Hela's mouth and drink it. Tian Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "If she wants to die, just let her die." "What?" Thor and Queen Frigga were shocked. Frigga thought that Hela had offended Prince Tang somehow, so Prince Tang simply gave her death. With Hela's character, this possibility is almost 100%. Frigga couldn't help but feel anxious, her eyes looking to Thor for help. Now Apocalypse, Asgard has no power that can go against his will. Only the brotherhood between Thor and Apocalypse is the only bond. Thor did not doubt Apocalypse, he just wanted to hear what Apocalypse had to say. "Dawn, isn't this bad? She is my sister after all." Tian Kai said calmly, "Anyway, if she wants to die, let her go." Then the conversation changed. "By the way, Thor, how much does the fattest opera singer in Asgard weigh?" Thor was stunned. Wasn't he discussing his sister's life and death? "Why are you suddenly asking about actors?" The turn was so sharp that he almost missed it. "Why do you ask this?" "How could I know? Asgard has inherited some ancient culture and does not like to watch movies, but he likes to watch operas." In the original timeline, Loki also disguised himself as Odin and arranged opera performances to beautify himself into a great hero. Later, Thor returned, saw through his disguise, and threatened Loki with Mjolnir, forcing Loki to reveal his true identity. "Forget it," Tian Kai said, "just find one that weighs 1,000 pounds. It's not good if it's too heavy." Thor rolled his eyes. "Where is the 1,000-pound actress? Do you really think the people of Asgard are pigs?" "Brother, if you have anything to say, please tell me." "My sister's side." Apocalypse said quietly, "Hela is the daughter of the God King after all, and is called the Goddess of Death. She cannot die in obscurity. I thought about turning her story into an opera and singing it forever. In order to show respect, actresses must weigh more than -pounds. The fatter, the better, so that they can hold up the stage and appear weighty." Thor was speechless. "Tang, the meaning of pressing the stage has nothing to do with weight." Tian Kai smiled and said, "Whatever, the dead people won't object anyway." By the way, I also designed an action scene where the actress bounces like a ball and attacks the enemy. I named it Hela's Oppression. By the way, the portraits and books should also be changed. The image of Hela should be painted to weigh more than 2,000 pounds. The hair must be dirty, bloody, and grey. It must be mixed together. When you flick your hair, a lot of bugs will crawl out. This makes you look like the goddess of death. This skill can be called the goddess of death's look back. Since it is related to death, the skin cannot be painted too well. Not only will he be pale, he will also look like toad skin, with goosebumps all over his body, and there will also be pus. And the teeth should be painted black and yellow, so that if you don't brush your teeth for at least 1,000 years, you can smoke the enemy to death with your breath. I named it Hela's Death Breath. Apocalypse's words became more and more outrageous, and Thor and Frigga were dumbfounded. If it is really written like this, with books, paintings, and opera performances, then Hela's image will really never be able to change. Even, these images will be spread to the 9 major kingdoms and be passed down from generation to generation. Finally, Apocalypse asked, "That's all for now, Thor, see if there is anything else you want to add." Thor really thought about it seriously. How about adding another habit of picking your feet and putting them under your nose to smell? Tiankai laughed, haha, as expected of brothers, so creative. I will fight with you. The dying Hela used her last strength to grab the potion from Thor's hand and drank it in one gulp. Before the potion could be fully recovered, with the recovery purple light all over his body, he rushed towards Tiankai to kill him. Apocalypse flicked his hand, and a wall of energy blocked him. Hela scratched her angrily for a while before remembering that she couldn't beat Apocalypse. As soon as his eyes turned, a murderous aura immediately stared at Thor. "Sister, this is none of my business," snapped. Hela slapped Thor on the face, making him unable to stand, and cursed angrily, "It's none of your business, right? Elder sister," snapped. Thor hurriedly dodged, shouting, "Brother, save me. Clap, clap, clap. You're picking your feet, right? And you're putting it under your nose to smell it, right?" Thor was never a match for Hela. In addition, Hela has been fighting in the illusion world created by Apocalypse for most of her life, and her strength has improved a lot, and the gap with Thor is even greater. After a while, Thor was stepped on the ground by Hela, unable to resist. Hela scolded, "Pick your feet and smell it yourself. I am the majestic king of Asgard, the god of thunder and lightning. I won't dig it if I don't." "Humph, you don't dig, do you? Bam, boom, bam, 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 bam." Hela caught Thor and beat him wildly. "Let him know what it means to suppress your sister's bloodline." Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, otherwise the king of Asgard would have been tortured like this, which would have caused quite a stir. However, as long as they recognized that it was Hela who beat Thor, everyone would probably look at the sky and walk by calmly without seeing anything. Hela gave Thor a good beating, and the bad breath finally came out. "I felt a little embarrassed when I remembered that I was stubborn and refused to drink just now, and now I took the initiative to grab it and owed that guy a favor." A rare blush appeared on her fair face. A pair of beautiful eyes with smoky makeup gave Tianqi a fierce look and hurriedly ran out of the palace. Frigga stepped off the throne, saluted Apocalypse solemnly, and said, "Thank you, Prince Tang. Hela is really grateful for your trouble. Queen of gods, you're welcome. Thor is my brother, and I also think about Thor." The god of thunder came over with a bruised nose and face, and said dejectedly, "I don't think you are thinking about me at all. How will you live in the future?" Frigga seemed unable to see the god of thunder and said, "Thor, I'm going to talk to Hela. You stay here with Prince Tang." With that said, he left in the direction Hela left. Thor watched Frigga leave. He was beaten into a human shape, and his mother didn't even look at him, but went to find the culprit. "I couldn't help but sigh, brother, I will fall out of favor in the future." Hela's return has caused a lot of trouble in Asgard. Some young Asgardians suddenly heard that God King Odin had an eldest daughter, and they all started talking about it. After all, there is no shortage of gossip for that race. Some elders had a headache, not knowing how to get along with this queen. But I was a little relieved when I heard that Tiankai was coming with him. With Prince Tang holding the town, at least there is no need to worry about safety issues. I'm just worried, what if Prince Tang leaves Asgard and Hela kills him? Until the Queen of Gods released the news that Hela had been deeply introspective and written millions of words of repentance during the past 2,000 years since she was sealed by Odin. Now there is no longer the original hostility, so I ask everyone not to worry. But most people are dubious. The Asgardians are unable to see the illusory world created by Apocalypse and do not know the process of Hela's transformation. In order to protect Hela's face, Frigga hid it so that no one would use it to irritate her. Naturally, he didn't know that Hela's anger had been mostly eliminated by Apocalypse. 2 days passed. Hela's mood seemed to have stabilized. Frigga called everyone together and held a high-level meeting. Apocalypse, Thor, Hela, and Heimdall were all present. In addition, Jane and Sif were also called over by the Queen of Gods and listened from the bottom seat. Although Jane is not the officially canonized queen, she is the woman of Thor after all. And Sif has a special relationship with Apocalypse. In addition, there were almost all elders who had not seen each other very often. Heimdall, Sif, and a group of elders greeted Apocalypse, Thor, Queen God, Hela and others. It was a normal transition etiquette. Apocalypse, Thor, and Frigga returned the greetings normally, which was no problem. There is a problem here in Hela. With her beautiful eyes, she stared coldly at the elders, as if trying to identify who they were. Those elders are all powerful or wise elders from Odin's era. Many people have personally experienced the battle between Odin and Hela in ancient times and survived that divine battle. From a camp perspective, he definitely belongs to the Odin family. At this time, they saw Hela, the big killer, staring at them, and felt frightened. Hela didn't return the favor, and they didn't dare to move. The scene suddenly became a little tense. Frigga advised, Hela, since you have returned, let the past go. Hela didn't seem to hear. It wasn't until Tiankai coughed twice that Hela barely nodded her head as a return gift. Then he turned back and glared at Tiankai, as if to blame him for having to take care of such a trivial matter. The elders finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tiankai with gratitude. I sighed secretly in my heart, it would take Prince Tang to be able to control him. Even if God King Odin is here, Hela cannot be obedient. If there is a disagreement, there may be another war. By then, I don't know if these old bones like them can survive the second divine war. After everyone sat down, Frigga said, a lot has happened in Asgard these days. Odin has exhausted his natural life, and with the help of Prince Tang, his soul has returned to the Hall of Heroes. Although we are in two different worlds, there is always a thought that we will meet one day in the future. Thank you, Prince Tang. Tiankai returned the greeting, the queen is too polite. Frigga continued, at the same time, Hela has also returned. All the past grudges, let them disappear with the departure of Odin. All the elders naturally wanted it and nodded one after another. Seeing Frigga and Tiankai's eyes, Hela could only say coldly, then I won't argue with them. At this point, the most worrying thing has finally been solved. The big stone in the hearts of all the elders was finally relieved. After all, Hela, as a god, has her own pride. Since she has made a promise, she generally will not break her promise. What's more, there is Apocalypse's personal witness, which is an invisible deterrent. Frigga continued, the second thing today is to discuss the throne of the king. Sol is a carefree person by nature. He has been a king for the past few years, and I have seen that he has been in great pain. Yes, yes. Before Frigga could finish speaking, Thor immediately agreed, my mother still understands me. Frigga was helpless. He didn't look like the king of the kingdom of God. He was not calm at all. The elders nodded slightly and agreed with Frigga and Thor's words. The last time he fought against the internet god Zora, Thor used the excuse that Apocalypse needed the black carbon version of the Infinity Gauntlet and personally sent it to Earth. After that, he refused to return to Asgard. The Council of Presbyterians and the Queen of Gods coaxed the God of Thunder like children. They coaxed him for a long time before he came back. How many years have you been king? It's like this. The elders and the people of Shenhozo couldn't imagine what it would be like if the God of Thunder were king for thousands of years. When a king can be recognized by the Council of Elders, his mother, and even himself, there is no one except the God of Thunder. Frigga blamed, Thor, let me finish first, do you still want to continue to be the king? Don't want it, don't want it, don't want it. Thor shook his head like a rattle. The Queen of Gods continued, now that Hela has put aside her past grudges. So, I want everyone to discuss whether to let Hela assume the position of king. As soon as he finished speaking, the place became surprisingly quiet. There were more than a dozen people in the Presbyterian church, and they were in a dilemma for a while. They felt that Thor was not qualified for the position of king, but they also did not want Hela to be king. Hela's personality is too aggressive. Once she takes power, Asgard will never have a peaceful life. Either fight everywhere, or torment your troops. Finally, an elder asked tentatively, is Prince Tang interested in becoming king? We can handle the daily chores for you. Only major matters need to be reviewed by the prince yourself. When the God of Thunder heard this, he cried out on the spot, it's unfair. Why do I have to handle all matters when I'm the king? When Dawn is the king, you don't care about him. The elder smiled and said, since Thor still wants to be the king, there is no need to change the king. No, no, no. I just said it casually. Tiankai shook his head and said, I have said before that I am not interested in the position of king. I often walk outside the stars. I don't even have time to stay on Earth, let alone take care of Asgard. Alas. The elder sighed slightly, knowing that he couldn't force it. Apocalypse would have been their perfect candidate. With such a powerful man above all gods as king, Asgard's name will surely shock the universe. Needless to say about the other candidates, Thor has been noticed by everyone in recent years. Loki, the god of trickery, is cruel and has no royal heart. He is not Odin's biological flesh and blood, and he is even less suitable. After comparing, it seems that only the eldest princess Hela is barely suitable. She is a born queen, domineering and possessing the power of a king. What the elders thought of, Hela could naturally think of it too, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. If she hadn't been defeated by Apocalypse, with her character, she would have declared herself the king? Everyone looked at Hela, as if they had no choice. Hela was not humble and said, if I were the king, I would definitely let Asgard regain its glory and spread its prestige far and wide across the stars. Tiankai said, are you still thinking about going to war? Hela said, what's wrong? Today's 9 major kingdoms were defeated by the old man and me. How did you pass the level of the god group? The eye of the god king was just a warning. If you attack again, it cannot be solved with just one eye. Hela said matter-of-factly, of course it was you who took action. As a prince, if you encounter strong men that Asgard cannot deal with, just take action and kill them. Hela had just been freed from the seal, and she still didn't know how powerful Apocalypse's name was in the universe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said such a thing. As long as Tiankai agrees, just in his name, the gods and observers will have to stay away. Otherwise, Dormamu and the few strong men who were killed in the parallel universe are role models. Tiankai shook his head helplessly. Although Hela has put aside her grudge with Asgard, it does not mean that her character will fundamentally change. The queen is always the queen, and her presence can only be found in the conquest of blood and fire. Tiankai said to everyone, I don't agree. Hela is too aggressive and can only be a vanguard, not a king. You. Hela's eyes were like daggers, and she was very unconvinced. What you said is exactly the same as the old man. Tiankai smiled and said, unless you can beat me, don't expect me to allow it. Huh. Hela turned away. At her level, every step up to a higher level is extremely difficult. She didn't know how strong Apocalypse was, but judging from just creating an illusion world to trap herself, it would be impossible to catch up. In her mind, strength is power. Apocalypse used his strength to overwhelm her, but he directly hit her weak point, and she had to give in. The Queen of Gods sighed slightly. Since Prince Tang does not agree, let this matter be dropped. Thor, you still hold the position of king. Perhaps, when you have children, you can pass the throne to them. Thor stopped on the spot and held Frigga's hand like a child. Mother, you can't do this to me. Jian and I have been working hard day and night, but there is no child. I don't want to stay on the throne for thousands of years. Jane's face suddenly turned red, and she secretly scolded Thor for being heartless. What does it mean to work hard day and night? Even if it is, you can't say it in front of so many people. The queen felt a headache and comforted her. Just hold on for a while, and then we'll find a solution. Tiankai said, it's not impossible, I have a candidate. Who? Everyone was shocked and immediately focused their attention on Tiankai. Hela was the most unconvinced. She didn't think anyone was more suitable than herself. Queen Frigga was confused at first, then her eyes lit up and she said, you mean, Valkyrie? That's right. Tiankai nodded. Valkyrie is the last surviving Valkyrie. In the original timeline, the Queen of Gods peered into the river of time and saw Asgard's tragic ending. I know that in the end it was Thor who abdicated the throne of king to Valkyrie. However, there were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens in Asgard at that time, surviving on the earth. Valkyrie's position as king does not look conspicuous, let alone majestic. It is completely incomparable to Asgard, which is now at its peak. The God Queen closed her eyes and recalled the time fragments she had seen about Valkyrie. Finally, he smiled and said, I think it's okay. She will be a conservative lord, which is suitable for Asgard now. In Thor 4, Thor abandoned his position as king and left alone, leaving Valkyrie and the remaining Asgardians behind. Valkyrie takes care of the Asgardian children and solves study and life problems while working hard to increase her income by running tour groups. Although he cannot recreate his former glory, he is at least dedicated. Who is it? Thor said impatiently, please stop asking me riddles. The elders and Hela are equally strange. Is there anyone more suitable to be a king than Thor, Hela, and others? How could we not know? Could it be Odin's illegitimate bloodline outside? Looking at the expression on the goddess queen's face, she seems to be very satisfied, but that's not the case. Apocalypse said, Valkyrie is the last surviving Valkyrie among the legions of Valkyries massacred by Hela in ancient times. After the battle between gods, she got up among the corpses. The divine battle between the God King and Hela's father and daughter resulted in the death of all her sisters, so she feels resentful. So he left alone and exiled himself to the Sokka planet, drinking to drown his sorrows all day long. Hela curled her lips and said, I know both the Legion commander and the captain of the Valkyrie. Without a leader like her, they would definitely be mere soldiers. Is this worthy of being a king? Tiankai smiled and said, her abilities may not be outstanding, but she has a strong sense of responsibility. In the original timeline, Asgard was massacred by you first, and the ordinary army was almost completely destroyed. In order to counter your massacre, Thor ordered Loki to place Surtur's skull on the eternal fire, triggering Ragnarok and destroying the continent of Asgard, and you finally escaped on the spaceship, only to encounter Thanos and massacre most of the people. In the end, only a small number of people are left alive on the earth. Thor was getting depressed day by day, so he passed the throne of king to Valkyrie and traveled alone in the stars. Valkyrie worked hard and tirelessly, caring for Asgard's last child day and night. He put aside his dignity as a king and personally acted as a tour guide to explain the history of Asgard to the people on Earth, so as to increase his meager income and raise his children. Do you think such a person is worthy of being the king of Asgard? After saying this, everyone fell silent, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Only when Asgard was in decline did it meet such a dedicated king. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. After a long time, an elder said, I didn't expect that Asgard's original fate would be so miserable. If it weren't for Prince Tang, I'm afraid Asgard would no longer exist by now. As he said that, he glanced at Thor and became even more dissatisfied. Asgard has fallen to that point, and he still wants to throw away his hands. He is really unworthy of a human being. Yes. Another elder said, speaking of which, we Asgard owe the Valkyrie Legion. Valkyrie ignored past grudges and took care of the last bit of blood for us Asgard. This move can be called great, and I agree with letting her be the king. I agree. I agree too. All elders voted unanimously. They had no doubts about Valkyrie's authenticity. After all, these messages come from the mouths of the God Queen and Apocalypse. God Queen Frigga can spy on the long river of time, and Apocalypse is the prince who directly changes the fate of Asgard, the strongest among the gods. The two of them unanimously stated that even if Odin was alive, there would not be any doubt. The Queen God said, since everyone has no objection, let's invite her back. Tian Kai said, the Queen is right, you have to use the invitation. This time we are asking her to come back to be the king, not to recruit a soldier. We must show enough sincerity and courtesy. All the elders nodded and began to discuss how to welcome the new king to the throne. Apocalypse doesn't care about these complicated etiquette matters, but there is one thing that Apocalypse needs to complete. Hela, to show your sincerity, I'm going to invite Valkyrie back this time. You personally lead a Pegasus and ask her to sit on it. Impossible. Hela said coldly, I didn't even lead the old man to a Pegasus. If you ask me to lead a horse for an unknown soldier, you can't even kill me. Tian Kai smiled and said, I won't beat you to death. If you don't, I will turn you into a Pegasus and let her ride it for 1,000 years. How dare you? Hela was shocked and angry. If she were to be turned into a Pegasus and ridden for 1,000 years, it would be even worse than death. She has always been the only one who rides others, so no one else rides her. Tian Kai said, do you think I dare? Besides, you owe her this. Back then, you had a civil war with the God King, which involved the Valkyrie Legion and slaughtered them all. Asking her to be the king this time is for the sake of the entire Asgard. Leading a horse for her once can be regarded as repaying a blood debt. Hela was silent when she heard the words. Tian Kai knew that with her character, silence equaled consent. So he said, that's it. Thor, Hela, I, along with a Pegasus, went to Sakaar in person to ask Valkyrie to come back. Thor asked, where is Saka? I have never been there. Heimdall, who had never spoken, said, I know. Sakaar is also known as the Lost Land. The time and space around it is a bit weird and cannot be reached by ordinary methods, but the Rainbow Bridge can pass it. Of course, Prince Tang can also directly tear apart the space and arrive, but that requires spatial coordinates. Tian Kai nodded. Without space coordinates, it would be very difficult to search for a planet in the universe. Even with Tian Kai's current state, it would take a lot of effort. It would be easiest to send it directly to Heimdall. Everything is ready. A rainbow of light rises from Asgard, travels through infinite time and space, and reaches a special planet at the edge of the universe. This planet is naturally Saka. There are countless wormholes around it, connecting it to other worlds. All kinds of garbage are thrown through the wormhole all the time. Some people will even arrive here through wormholes inexplicably. In the original timeline, there is no need to say more about Thor and Loki. Even the Hulk accidentally ended up here. It stands to reason that Hulk himself has no ability to travel through the stars. The Quinjet he piloted could only fly in the atmosphere, and it was impossible to reach such a distant planet Saka. Not only did he come, he also became the most powerful Colosseum warrior on Saka. Apocalypse, Thor, and Hela walked out of the mark of the Rainbow Bridge, leading a snow-white Pegasus with 2 wings. Hela glanced around with disgust. It was full of all kinds of garbage and smelled bad. There was a group of people in the distance, driving an airship, shouting, and rushing over. Apparently the sound of rainbow light falling from the sky alarmed them. A group of people held strange weapons, pointed at Tian Kai and others, and shouted, are you food or warriors? Tian Kai frowned slightly. Combined with the plot of Thor 3, if you are captured by this group of people, there are only 2 outcomes. One is to use them as Colosseum warriors and sell them to Gao Tianzun. One possibility is to become human flesh and be eaten by them. Although they have humanoid forms, they are not of the same race, and they cannot eat humans. Some people drooled when they saw Hela's stunning face and perfectly curvy figure. This doesn't need to be used as food. Ha 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 ha, if you have enough fun, you can sell it on the black market and make a lot of money. That's right, I got a big harvest today. Ha 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 ha. These alien weirdos laughed heartily. Hela's face grew colder and she asked Tian Kai, can these people be killed? Unknowingly, Hela no longer dared to make any decisions in front of Tian Kai. If in the past, these alien weirdos dared to tease Hela like this, they would have died countless times. Even Hela herself didn't notice this subtle change. Kill it. Zhang. As soon as Tian Kai finished speaking, the flying sword in Hela's hand flew out. One sword turns into 100 swords. In less than a second, all the alien monsters were hit by swords. There was an unwilling ho-ho struggling sound in his throat, and he fell to the ground. Thor asked, where is that Valkyrie? I am searching. Apocalypse released his spiritual power, and the huge spiritual energy quickly expanded, sweeping the entire Saka planet. Soon I found a big black girl, Valkyrie. However, it also alarmed the owner here, Gao Tianzun. Gao Tianzun was in the main hall at this time, and his eyes suddenly opened. Who is it? Tian Kai's spiritual power was as deep as the sea, giving Gao Tianzun a great sense of oppression. What does such a powerful person want to do when he comes to his own territory? Apocalypse, 3 people, and 1 horse, flew towards Gao Tianzun's hall at the same time. Gao Tianzun also led a group of his men and drove dozens of disc-type spaceships to greet them. Seeing Tian Kai and others from a distance, a golden circular airship was blocking the front. A voice came from the spaceship, who is this powerful person who came to our planet Saka? Thor shouted, "We come from Asgard and come here to find someone." Asgard. A tall and slender figure flew out of the spaceship and flew towards them. This man was wearing a golden and blue robe, holding a mallet in his hand, and exuding an ancient aura. This aura is ancient, at least 1,000,000 years old. He is naturally Gao Tianzun. Gao Tianzun flew closer, saw everyone's faces clearly, and exclaimed, "Mr. Tang? But Mr. Tang from Earth. You recognize me?" Gao Tianzun said, "Although my Sokka planet is remote, the news is not blocked. Mr. Tang suppressed the powerful men in the world so that they would not dare to invade our universe. Who wouldn't know if he was better informed? That's good." Tian Kai smiled and said, "I'm afraid that there will be a misunderstanding and fighting will be bad. Don't dare." Gao Tianzun broke into a cold sweat behind his back. If he hadn't come in person and his subordinates had conflicted with each other, Sokka would have disappeared inexplicably. He may not even know how he died. He has lived for millions of years, and although he is bored with his long life, he does not want to die so soon. I wonder what Mr. Tang is doing when he comes to Sokka Star? Why don't you go to my palace and sit for a while? That's fine. The person I'm looking for happens to be with you. At this time, the Valkyrie was sitting on her spaceship near the Colosseum, drinking to soothe her sorrows. With her physique, she could not get drunk no matter how much she drank, it would only make her more melancholy. Gao Tianzun made an invitation gesture and said, "Mr. Tang, Hela, the goddess of death, please come with me." Thunder God was a little unhappy when he saw that Gao Tianzun didn't call his name. Gao Tianzun, right? You didn't invite me. Who is your excellency? I am the king of Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder. Oh, never heard of it. Isn't the king of Asgard Odin? He abdicated. Thor received 10,000 points of damage and said angrily, "Tang is my brother, Hela is my sister, and you don't even know me." Gao Tianzun looked shocked when he heard this. Is this guy so awesome? Is he the brother of Mr. Tang, who dominates the world? He could only say, "It's my fault. Our planet Sokka is remote and a lot of information has not been updated in time." Thor asked, "Then how do you know your sister?" Gao Tianzun said, "Thousands of years ago, she accompanied Odin to conquer the starry sky and became famous far and wide. Of course I have information about her." Hela said disdainfully to Thor, "You are so weak, who knows you? Come back and fight with me, I will give you some advice." The god of thunder was so frightened that he quickly shook his head, "No, I am very satisfied with my current strength. The shadow of Hela beating him a few days ago has not dissipated, and Thor does not want to be abused again." "Huh? It's not up to you?" Gao Tianzun led the way, followed by Tian Kai and others. Soon, the two teams found the Valkyrie near the Colosseum. The Valkyrie was startled and looked at dozens of spaceships in the sky surrounding her, thinking that something had happened. Instantly, his aura surged and he entered a fighting state. He took out a dagger in his hand and lowered it naturally. The spacecraft she was on also raised its 2 cannon barrels and pointed them at the spacecraft in the sky. "Gao Tianzun, what do you mean? Mr. Tang wants to see you." Gao Tianzun fulfilled his master's etiquette and led Apocalypse, Thor, and Hela to land in front of the Valkyrie. "What, Mr. Tang?" Seeing Gao Tianzun's real body landing, it didn't seem like he was going to attack her. Valkyrie just let down her guard a little. When Tian Kai and others approached, Valkyrie's pupils shrank. His figure suddenly retreated, and a violent murderous aura erupted from his body. The dagger in his hand was raised and pointed at Hela from a distance. "Hela, is it you?" She didn't know Apocalypse or Thor. Just now, Valkyrie's attention was attracted by Gao Tianzun and the snow-white Pegasus, but he didn't notice Hela leading the horse. At this time, Pegasus approached and saw Hela's face clearly. This face has been recurring in her nightmares for 2,000 years. Suddenly seeing it, as if the nightmare came into reality, Valkyrie returned to that tragic battlefield. She stared at Hela, who was also looking at her. Hela wants to know, what kind of unknown person is actually more suitable to be the king than herself? Valkyrie held the dagger and backed away step by step. She hates Hela, but she is even more afraid of Hela. For the past 2,000 years, Hela has been a lingering nightmare in her dreams. Tian Kai stepped forward and said, "Don't be nervous, she is not here to kill you. Who are you?" Tian Kai put the prince's right seal on his chest and said, "I am the Prince of Asgard, you can call me Prince Tang." "What about him?" Valkyrie pointed at Thor with his eyes. "He is the current king of Asgard, Thor, the god of thunder." "Oh, where's Odin?" "His lifespan has expired and his soul has gone to the Hall of Valor." Valkyrie paused and froze on the spot. To the Asgardians, Odin is heaven and faith. Especially those who have survived from ancient times have experienced Odin's most glorious period and are full of worship for Odin. When I suddenly heard the news, I couldn't help but feel sad. After a long time, Valkyrie took a deep breath and said, "In the war between gods 2,000 years ago, our Valkyrie Legion devoted our lives to Odin. I don't want to have anything to do with Asgard anymore. I would rather die than accept your recruitment." Thinking about it in Valkyrie, Asgard must have taken a fancy to her fighting prowess and wanted to recruit her to return to Asgard. Although she vaguely felt something was wrong. Recruiting her as a Valkyrie does not necessarily require the presence of the king, prince, and death goddess Hela. But in a hurry, I couldn't think of more possibilities. Tian Kai smiled and said, "You misunderstood. We came here to ask you to return to Asgard and become the king." "Ah, what did you say?" Apocalypse slowed down and said again seriously, "On behalf of Asgard, we welcome you back to be the king." My grass. Valkyrie stood frozen on the spot and cursed involuntarily. I forgot to retract my chin, and my brain almost shut down. Then, there seemed to be a storm of thoughts in my mind, and countless questions spewed out. Could it be that I left Asgard in 2000, and now the joke about catching strong men has become being a king? No, a current king, a prince, a cold goddess of death would definitely not joke about the title of king. Do you really want to ask yourself to be the king? Impossible, I wouldn't believe it even to death. Although his combat power is good, he is far from being ranked among Asgard, let alone compared with Hela. Besides, can Hela just let me, a nobody, inherit the throne? Back then, she dared to compete with Odin for the kingship and kill the goddess of death in Asgard. By the way, it must be a dream. I've been drinking too much recently, and Hela, the nightmare, is trying different ways to tease herself. Well, this dream is quite real and novel. I don't know if I will still remember it when I wake up. Forget it, I'd better go back to bed and hide and feel comfortable. When you wake up from the dream, it will be a new day. Drink less then. Valkyrie walked towards his spaceship like a zombie. He. Thor quickly stopped her and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Where are you going? I'll go back to sleep. Valkyrie responded numbly. Hela became impatient and took a step forward, wanting to wake up Valkyrie. With a pop sound, Hela's hand was grabbed by Apocalypse. Hela, this is the future king of Asgard. If you dare to disrespect her, do you want to accept my punishment? Humph. Hela said angrily, look at how she is such a coward and has the ability to be a king. We can wait and see. Hela said angrily, don't expect me to obey her orders. You don't have to listen, but you can't make trouble. Huh. Hela had no choice but to retreat. Valkyrie's condition is placed in Apocalypse's previous life. Like a soldier in the army, wandering abroad and decadent overseas for many years. Suddenly, powerful figures such as the current president and commander-in-chief descended from the sky, said, we are no longer president, you come and you come. Moreover, he is not the president of a small country, but the president of the world's top power. The power is overwhelming, and one word holds true, no one would believe it. What's even worse is that his former enemy, the nightmarish goddess of death, Hela, is also leading a Pegasus. It was obvious that he had come along to greet her. How dare Valkyrie accept this? Even a Dioses counterattack has to go through a process. You have to upgrade step by step, show off and slap your face again and again, only then can you reach the pinnacle of life and trample your enemies under your feet. At this moment, without any preparation, the enemy puts down his posture and comes to lead your horse. Who dares to believe it? Not to mention Valkyrie was shocked, even Gao Tianzun on the side was dumbfounded. He has lived for at least millions of years. What new and weird things have he not seen? But this was the first time I saw a peerless man who suppressed the multiverse invite a nobody to be the king. The name is still superior to this strong man. After all, one is a king and the other is a prince, and they are willing to come to greet them. At least they will not disobey orders, right? Thinking of this, Gao Tianzun looked at the Valkyrie. I was thinking the same thing. Does this big black girl have some hidden attributes that I don't know about? The person that Mr. Tang can come to greet cannot be another hidden powerhouse, right? Or is he the chosen one with a special status? Then, Gao Tianzun's thoughts changed rapidly. For nearly 2,000 years, I have recalled all the scenes where I met Valkyrie. Every time the big black girl comes over to capture the Colosseum warriors, she pays them in full without any deductions. He doesn't seem to insult her or have any conflicts or grudges. After confirming that there was nothing to offend her, Gao Tianzun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Tianzun is not afraid of Valkyrie, but of Apocalypse. I'm afraid that after Valkyrie becomes king, he will say to Tiankai, Prince Tang, that Gao Tianzun still owes me 100 yuan, please help me destroy the Sokka planet. Valkyrie saw that Hela was caught by Apocalypse, and no one stopped her, so she went back to her spaceship. Tiankai is not in a hurry. Give her some time to transition. Sure enough, Valkyrie lay on the bed, trying to wake up from his dream, but he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep at all. After gritting his teeth for the last time, he took out another bottle of liquor and drank it in one go. A strong alcohol stimulation surged up from the stomach and intestines to the head. You would not feel the taste of alcohol in a dream. Valkyrie finally determined that this was not a dream. Carrying another bottle of strong liquor, Valkyrie stood at the door of the spacecraft and shouted, You really asked me to be the king? Yes. This is a unanimous decision between God Queen Frigga, the current King Thor, and the Council of Elders. Tiankai said. Why? Because you would be a good king. No one in Asgard wants to be king right now. Holy shit, Valkyrie couldn't help but cursed again. What kind of broken reason is this? What do you mean no one wants to be king? Will the king of the kingdom of Asgard be able to eat people or something like that? In such a large kingdom of God, they can't find a suitable person to inherit the throne? I don't believe it. Valkyrie looked at Hela. Isn't she willing to be the king? Hela said, Of course I am willing, but... Tiankai interrupted, No, you don't want to. Hela was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she had no choice but to snort and turn her head away. Then, Tiankai spread his hands. Look, no one is fooling you. It's just you. Valkyrie's heart is filled with excitement. The goddess of death who once dared to compete with the god King Odin for kingship was now suppressed by a prince and did not dare to argue. You know, Odin, who was regarded as heavenly by Asgard at the beginning, never did it, and in the end he had no choice but to seal it. Tiankai said, to show sincerity, Hela will hold the horse for you, which can be regarded as an apology for the original war between gods. Valkyrie said nothing, but his expression clearly showed disbelief. As long as Hela's contemporaries knew how unruly Hela's character was, no one would believe that Hela would be willing to lead horses for others. Hela said coldly, get on the horse. Valkyrie was even more afraid to get involved. He thought for a moment and said, I don't know what your intentions are, but I don't want to have any contact with Asgard in this life. You go back. Hela said, you are wise. Thor, Prince Tang, this is what she said herself. Let's go back. After finally catching a chance to escape from the sea of suffering, Thor would not give up so easily. Hey, don't refuse in a hurry. Valkyrie, think about it, if you don't go back to be the king, no one will be able to help you if my sister attacks you again. Only when you become a king and stand above your sister can you rest easy. When my sister wants to kill you again, it will be regicide, and she will go against the entire Asgard. Taking a step back, you are not afraid of death, but the revenge of the Valkyrie Legion has not yet been avenged. Don't you want to use the power of the king of Asgard to do whatever you want to your sister? He snapped. Hela slapped Thor again and cursed, whose brother are you? How can you encourage outsiders to retaliate against me? Thor hurriedly walked around to the other side of Tiankai and said, I'm warning you, save some face for me in front of outsiders. Otherwise, my brother is not someone to be trifled with. Apocalypse ignored Thor and said to Valkyrie, we have said everything we should say. Why don't you go back to Asgard first? You are not even afraid of death, are you still afraid that we will lie to you? Valkyrie was silent for a while. Things don't seem to have much choice. If she doesn't return to Asgard, Hela will definitely not let her go due to her character, and she will inevitably die in the future. In this case, regardless of whether the inheritance of the throne is true or not, having Hela lead the horse for him now can be regarded as a big sigh of relief. So he said, okay, I'll go back with you, please. Tiankai pointed his palm at Tianma. Valkyrie jumped onto the Pegasus anxiously and took a deep breath, as if he had gone back to the days when the Valkyrie Legion rode the Pegasus to fight everywhere. Hela loosened her grip and clapped her hands in disgust. Tiankai said calmly, keep holding on. She's already mounted. My mission is accomplished. Hela said angrily. As long as Valkyrie sits on the throne, you will always hold my hand. Hela's eyes showed murderous intent as she stared at Tiankai, don't go too far. This murderous intent is not only directed at Apocalypse, but also against Valkyrie. Hela was already thinking about whether she should suddenly burst out and kill Valkyrie. When everyone is dead, you can beat or scold them as you please, but don't expect to lead others' horses anyway. Tiankai smiled, ignored Hela, turned around, and said to Gao Tianzun, I'll lend it to you. Gao Tianzun said, Mr. Tang, you're welcome. No need to ask for a loan, just use it if you like it. It is good. Tiankai volleyed and captured an ant-looking subordinate of Gao Tianzun. A bottle of purple potion was injected into Anti's body. Then, there was a burst of purple light. Ant, who was originally in human form, slowly melted in the eyes of everyone. It first turned into a ball of embryos, and then continued to grow under the catalysis of purple light. After a while, a mottled and fat Pegasus appeared in front of everyone. This Big Mom Pegasus was very uncomfortable with its new form. It flapped its wings randomly, trying to escape. Apocalypse did not stop him and allowed Big Mom Pegasus to fly away. The people present looked at each other in blank dismay. The look in his eyes is incredible. We have seen many strong men who can fight and kill, but this is the first time for everyone to see this method of directly transforming life forms. Especially Gao Tianzun's men quietly took a few steps back. Thor was the first to react and said with a mean smile, Sister, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly, please say it again. The murderous look in Hela's eyes became more and more fierce. Tiankai was not affected at all and looked at her with a smile. But this smile, in Hela's eyes, was the mockery of the devil. Finally, Hela stamped her foot and put her hand on the horse rope like an aggrieved little girl. You are vicious. Previously, Apocalypse said that he could turn her into a Pegasus, but Hela was actually half convinced. In her life experience, she has never seen such a magical method. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I have to believe it, but I dare not believe it. Hela is not afraid of death or ceiling, but being turned into a Pegasus and being ridden by others is absolutely intolerable to Hela. The lesser of two evils. After such a comparison, it seems that it is not unacceptable to lead a horse. Hela gritted her teeth and said, Thor, call Heimdall for me quickly. Soon, a colorful divine light descended. Bring Apocalypse, Thor, Hela, Valkyrie and a Pegasus back to Asgard. The Big Mom Pegasus saw the movement of the Rainbow Bridge in the distance and flew over quickly. Human words came out of the horse's mouth and wailed, Asgard. Asgard, don't leave. I haven't changed back yet. The corner of Gao Tianzun's mouth twitched, not knowing whether Tiankai did it on purpose or if he forgot. I thought that since this was the species left behind by Mr. Tang, I couldn't just kill her or let her run around. If Mr. Tang goes back to look for the horse, it will be a troublesome thing if it disappears. So he said to his other men, take her back. Feed her well. The men asked, Tianzun, are you feeding them feed or food? Asgard sighed. Tiankai and others came out of the rainbow control room. When Heimdall saw Valkyrie, he clenched his right fist, placed it on his chest, and saluted her. If Valkyrie hadn't been on Pegasus at this moment, he would have almost knelt down on one knee to return the favor. Heimdall has followed Odin since ancient times and is in charge of the Rainbow Bridge. His status is far higher than ordinary elders and royal families, let alone a soldier in the Valkyrie army. He saluted himself. Could this be true? Full of doubts, Valkyrie left the Rainbow Control Room, crossed the Cosmic Sea, and walked across the several-kilometer-long Rainbow Bridge. I saw a carpet covered with flowers, connecting to the Rainbow Bridge and extending towards the palace. There were huge crowds of people on both sides, filled with people from Asgard. Seeing Pegasus appear, the crowd became noisy and talked about it. The Council of Elders issued a divine edict, saying that the new king has succeeded to the throne, and all Asgardians should come out to welcome him. Where is the original King Thor? Was he deposed? How could it be? He is Prince Tang's brother. Who dares to depose him? I heard that he doesn't want to do it anymore and wants to go out to play. Well, this fits my impression of Prince Thor in the past. The new king's name is Valkyrie. I've never heard of it. Where did this guy come from? Hush. Do you want to die? Dare you call the future king a bastard? Someone next to him echoed. Even when Prince Tang was granted the title of prince, we had never heard of it. That's right. Prince Tang has only been sealed for a few years, and he is able to intimidate the universe. I heard from Asgardians outside that the Celestial clan gives us a bit of a bad reputation as Asgard. The guy named Valkyrie was so frightened that his expression changed and he felt uneasy. Someone comforted him and said, "Don't be afraid. Anyone who can be the king must be magnanimous, otherwise Prince Tang will not recognize her. Of course we are not worried about Prince Tang and the new king. Then you don't want to see who leads the new king's horse." The group of people suddenly stopped breathing and became silent for a moment. With the return of Hela, many young Asgardians also know about this ancient goddess of death. The more information I learned about her, the chillier I became. Seeing such a big killer, he was willing to lead the new king's horse. How much prestige must the king have? Unknowingly, Valkyrie gained an inexplicable brilliance in the hearts of Asgardians. This is also the true intention of Tiankai. Letting Hela lead the horse was to increase Valkyrie's prestige, and suppressing Hela was just incidental. The Asgard of today is different from the Asgard of the original timeline. The prestige is at its peak, even stronger than in Odin's time. If it doesn't increase its prestige, I'm afraid Valkyrie won't be able to control the situation. As Tianma passed by, pedestrians knelt down and saluted. Asgardians knelt on both sides of the flower carpet, all the way to the palace gate. The goddess of death leads the horse, and the current King Thor and the cosmic powerful Prince Tang walk beside him. Who dares not to kneel? Only Valkyrie sat high on the Pegasus, looking down at everyone, smiling and nodding in return from time to time. She tried to be calm on the outside, but actually she was panicking inside. At this point, Valkyrie reluctantly believed that this was true, but it really seems so fake and so incredible. She wondered if she had traveled through time, or reborn, or is something suddenly wrong with the entire universe. It's a pity that she hasn't read the various time travel novels from the creator's latitude, otherwise she wouldn't be making such a fuss. Pegasus arrived in front of the palace. The Queen of God and the Presbyterian Church have been waiting here for a long time. The Queen of God stepped forward, took Valkyrie's hand affectionately and said, "Valkyrie, Asgard will be handed over to you from now on." An elder said, "We in Asgard are really lucky to have Valkyrie as the king. Yes, the Hall of Valor protects us Asgard. First we have Prince Tang, and now we have Valkyrie. We Asgard are so lucky." A group of elders took turns saying congratulations and praising Valkyrie. The sincerity of the attitude and the sincerity of the tone were like a group of elders, with tears in their eyes, who finally welcomed the savior. Valkyrie was completely shocked. Of course she knew the Queen of Gods. Many people in the Presbyterian Church had been around since ancient times, at least most of them knew about it. Watching these core gods of Asgard flattering themselves, Valkyrie's soul seemed to be floating in heaven. That wonderful feeling was indescribable. The following abdication ceremony was simple but solemn. Valkyrie sat high on the throne and received the Zen title. Thor, god of thunder, said a few words and couldn't wait to hand over the king's scepter to Valkyrie. Apocalypse also said a few words, nothing more than supporting Valkyrie and the like. Then he glanced at Hela and said, "As the goddess of death, Hela is not subject to the king's orders, but she is not allowed to harm Asgard or deliberately obstruct God's decree." Hela's eyes were like knives, and she wanted to cut Tiankai into millions of pieces. "I just led Valkyrie's horse in front of everyone in Asgard, and I lost all dignity." At this time, he was naturally murderous. Tiankai naturally knows this. Hela is unable to fight against herself and will most likely target the new king Valkyrie. Let Hela not have to listen to the king's orders, which is a little bit of face for her. At the same time, Hela is warned that you can refuse to listen, but you cannot cause damage. Of course, a warning is not enough. Tiankai stretched out his hand in the direction of the treasure house in front of everyone. A ball of flame and a pair of horns flew out of the treasure house. This flame is the eternal fire, and the horns are the horns of Surtur. Although the timeline has changed drastically, Surtur still did not escape his original fate and was captured by Thor. Tiankai said, "Valkyrie, I didn't prepare any gifts, so I will give you a slave." "Oh, thank you, Prince Tang." Valkyrie responded mechanically. Apocalypse raised his hand, and the eternal fire wrapped around the horns, flew upwards, flew out of the palace, and floated in the air. A violent breath rose from the eternal fire. The horns grew bigger and bigger, and the aura became stronger and stronger. After a while, a 1,000-meter-tall flame giant appeared in the sky above the palace, covered in flames. At the same time, a huge fire sword appeared, much taller than Surtur. Surtur held it in his hand, staggering a little, and it felt funny like a child playing with a big sword. No, not a child, but a dwarf? Although Surtur is over 1,000 meters tall, his body is not as slender as that of an adult. More like a stunted dwarf, with short arms and legs and a bloated body. It looks short and ridiculous. The god of thunder laughed, patted Tiankai on the shoulder and said, "Brother, this is all your fault." The queen of gods and the elders laughed and said nothing. Valkyrie and Hela looked at everyone laughing, feeling a little baffled and didn't know what was happening. Tiankai didn't expect it and was a little speechless. I didn't know it would be this result. Back then, Tiankai used the eternal fire to refine his divine body 9 times and consumed a large circle of eternal fire. Unexpectedly, the fire was not enough to catalyze the Minotaur today, and only a dwarf was produced. Although this dwarf is already very tall, it is not in perfect condition after all. Roar. Surtur woke up and found that he actually possessed the legendary body of eternal flame, and couldn't help roaring with joy. Ha 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 ha, Ragnarok. Ha ha ha, I am the Ragnarok of Asgard. As he spoke, he reluctantly held the giant sword with both hands and thrust it towards the palace. The giant sword of more than 1,000 meters roared down with wind and fire. It's not so much a sword as it is a pillar of heaven. This pillar of heaven, with its infinite power, seemed to completely penetrate the continent of Asgard. But whether they were in the palace or outside the palace, the Asgardians just looked at Surtur in the sky with the mentality of watching the excitement. Only Hela, sensing the infinite power of conflict, changed her face. Zhang. A huge flying sword appeared involuntarily in his hand and flew upwards, trying to fight against Surtur. In the timeline of Thor 3, Hela died under this giant sword. Surtur destroyed her and Asgard together. The god of thunder said proudly, "Sister, come down. With my brother here, what are you afraid of?" Apocalypse raised his hand, and a huge law chain rose into the sky. When it flew past Hela's flying sword, a divine dragon came and swung its tail, scattering Hela's flying sword to prevent damage to the palace. Then, the law chains rushed out of the palace, and Kankan entangled the flame giant sword when it arrived at the palace. The flaming giant sword suddenly stagnated, unable to suppress it any further. At the tip of the sword, a sea of fire burst out, spreading flatly along the sky above the palace, spreading to less than half of Asgard. Seeing that the giant sword was blocked, Surtur's body erupted with more intense flames, burning the sky red. But to no avail. Instead, the chains of law followed the giant sword and instantly wrapped around Surtur's body like a giant python. Roar. Surtur roared unwillingly and struggled desperately. But the chains of law became tighter and tighter, and Surtur's body became smaller and smaller. Finally, it shrank from 1,000 meters tall to only a few dozen meters, suspended above the palace, unable to move. Tiankai said, "Valkyrie, this is the slave I gave you. It will be controlled by you from now on." As he spoke, a control mantra sank into Valkyrie's eyebrows. Tiankai added, "Although this Minotaur's body is a little worse than its original prime state, but with the blessing of my laws, the overall strength will only be stronger. Its power naturally restrains Hela. If I am not in Asgard, you can use it to protect yourself and Asgard." After hearing this, Hela became furious and stamped her foot. "You are targeting me." Then, he left the palace without looking back. She has been very angry with Apocalypse these days, especially holding a horse for Valkyrie, which is a great shame and humiliation. I have long thought that I would take advantage of Apocalypse to leave Asgard and regain my place. Unexpectedly, Tiankai guessed even her little thoughts and restrained her tightly. I was so angry that I had no choice but to run away, out of sight and out of mind. "Thank you, Prince Tang." Valkyrie looked at the flame minotaur, which was still dozens of meters tall, and said, "Prince Tang, where should he be placed?" Tiankai smiled and said, "You are the king now, and you have the right to be placed anywhere in Asgard." Valkyrie thought for a moment and placed Surtur at the connection between the Rainbow Bridge and the Asgard continent, on the edge of the Cosmic Sea. Since then, Asgard has had one more flame slave. Holding a giant sword that is longer than his height, he waits at the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge day and night. Valkyrie allowed him to move around in a small area, and Surtur would go to the Cosmic Sea to relax from time to time. The eternal flame burns the seawater into bursts of steam, filling the entire sea area and becoming a unique scenery in Asgard. At this point, the rituals of the new king are completed. The entire Asgard held a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights to celebrate, day and night. Of all the people, Thor was the happiest. Drinking wine and eating meat with Tiankai, it feels like returning to the time when the earth just met. Only Valkyrie was still in a state of confusion. Just became the king of Asgard, and it is still supported by thousands of people. He also has the means to restrain Hela, so he has no worries. Although I have determined that this is not a dream, it is a great thing. But Valkyrie still wanted to ask, "God, who can tell me why this is?" The banquet lasted for 3 days. Valkyrie didn't dare to drink as much as he did on Sakar, except for a few ceremonial drinks. On the contrary, he couldn't wait to get familiar with the duties of a king, for fear that this dreamlike reality would fly away because of his incompetence. The Council of Presbyterians and the Queen saw this and nodded secretly, feeling very satisfied. Apocalypse stayed in Asgard for a while and returned to Earth. Thor originally wanted to play along, but his hammer was pinched by Hela before and needed to be repaired. So, I went to Nidweel, the country of the space dwarves, alone. Tiankai's current state has reached a very mysterious level. I can vaguely feel the key to the last step, but I can't break through. This step cannot be solved by practicing hard. Otherwise, from the beginning of the universe to the present, so many strong men would not have been stuck at this step after practicing hard for hundreds of millions of years. Apocalypse simply relaxed and let Black Widow accompany him around. Like an ordinary person, travel to major attractions and cities around the world. By the way, assign some tasks to Fury. Help him solve the problem of the earthly god's baby. Since he was not strong enough before, Apocalypse's plan is to kill the baby before it wakes up and make it a part of the Earth's core, just like in the original timeline. Even if it offends the god group, he will not hesitate to do so. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for Apocalypse to cause it to appear and destroy the Earth. But now, with the advancement of strength, the understanding of the law has reached an unprecedented level. There is a way to get the best of both worlds. It can not only protect the Earth, but also allow the baby of the gods to be born smoothly. In this way, it can be regarded as forming a good relationship with the gods. Although Apocalypse is not afraid of the celestial god group, it does not mean that people on Earth are not afraid. One more friend and one less enemy is naturally the best. However, before taking action, you need to make some preparations. Soon, Fury called, "Dawn, all 10 people you asked me to find have been found. I negotiated with them, and they had no time requirements. But they strongly requested that we meet at a designated location. I wonder what the purpose is. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. need to take some defensive measures?" Fury is not worried about Apocalypse, he is worried about himself and some ordinary people in S.H.I.E.L.D. If he is ambushed by the other party before Tiankai arrives, he will die unjustly. Tiankai asked, "Where?" 3 days later, in Mesopotamia in the Middle East. Tiankai recalled briefly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I guess they are homesick." Okay. Fury is a little confused. What does meeting S.H.I.E.L.D. have to do with missing home? Tiankai explained, "The 10 people I asked you to find are a special race called the Eternal Race. In 5000 BC, the place where they first came to the Earth was in Mesopotamia. The Mesopotamian plain is located between the Tigris and Euphrates river basins and is one of the birthplaces of mankind's oldest civilizations. After the Eternals came to the Earth, they enlightened the first primitive ancestors there. Old Babylon, one of the 4 ancient civilizations of mankind, developed under their guidance. Since then, the fire of civilization has been passed down unfailingly, and everything in the West has emerged today. They look at today's human beings a bit like parents look at their children, that's how it should be for Westerners to this day." Fury was still puzzled, what does this have to do with homesickness? Apocalypse continued, "Because the Eternals guessed my intentions. This meeting may very well be the end of their journey on Earth. They hope to end this journey at the place where it started, so that it has a beginning and an end." Fury wondered, "Dawn, are you going to drive them away?" "No." Apocalypse shook his head, "I will not chase them away. The gods will decide whether they stay or go. There is a high probability that they will go to the next life planet." Later, Apocalypse explained to Fury the relationship between the Celestials and the Eternals. The Eternals are advanced artificial beings created by the Celestials. The purpose of creating them by the Celestial God group is to protect the reproduction of intelligent life on the primitive planet, especially to avoid being killed by beasts called mutants. Its purpose is to allow the baby god born inside the planet to absorb more of the essence of life. While the baby is sleeping, the life essence it absorbs will not harm existing humans. It will not be until tens of millions of years later that the baby god matures and breaks out of his body, which will lead to the destruction of the entire living planet. This phenomenon is called divine appearance. At that time, the Eternals, who are tool people, will most likely be brainwashed by the Celestials and sent to the next life planet to protect another celestial baby. This process has taken the Eternals countless billions of years. Over and over again, endlessly, almost eternity. After hearing this, Fury was silent for a long time, and finally said, "It turns out that the greatest threat to the Earth lies within. I have been defending against enemies from the stars before, but I was still too naive." Tiankai said, "The mysteries of the Earth are far beyond our imagination. Even with my current level, I cannot say that I can completely see through the Earth." Fury was shocked, "Is there a greater disaster inside the Earth?" "No." Apocalypse shook his head slightly, "It has nothing to do with disaster, but everything to do with ultimate transcendence." Fury smiled helplessly, "Well, I am immortal, and such high-level matters are none of my business. Just do the job at hand well, and I can only count on you for the rest." Tiankai said, "Ask the Tianjian Bureau to send a representative to attend. We may come into contact with the oldest and most powerful group of gods in the universe. In the future, communication with these top powerhouses will be coordinated by the Tianjian Bureau. There is no need to distinguish between the inner and outer universes." "Yes." Fury hung up the phone and made arrangements. 3 days later, Mesopotamia. S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier landed slowly against the yellow desert sand. The ordinary staff of the mothership remain on standby. Apocalypse takes Natasha, followed by Fury, Vision, Wanda, Ava, Steven, Hill, and others. Originally, Tiankai just wanted to ask the Tianjian Bureau to send a representative to record the information and upload the file. There is no such thing as fighting if you act on your own. Unexpectedly, the entire core members of the Tianjian Bureau followed him out of curiosity. This time, the number of people is almost the same as that of the Eternals. On the desert, there is already a row of people with different appearances waiting to greet the space carrier. Seeing Apocalypse appear, a mature beauty with brown skin and still grace took the initiative to step forward and said, "Hello, King Apocalypse." Tian Kai nodded slightly. "Just call me Mr. Tang on Earth, Ajak." Ajak is the captain of the Eternals, responsible for communicating with the Celestials, and is the wise man and spiritual leader of the team. Her main ability is healing, and she can harness the energy of the universe to heal most wounds. Her fighting ability is not very high, and she can be regarded as a nanny in the Eternals. Ajak was a little surprised. "Has Mr. Tang seen us?" "So be it. I've seen you in my previous life." Everyone was a little weird after hearing this. "What do you mean by meeting you in the past life?" Tian Kai didn't explain. He looked at the others, compared them with the memories of his previous life, and called out their names one by one. "Circe." Circe bowed slightly. She is a beauty with an oriental face, and Apocalypse first noticed her. Her power is the ability to manipulate the cosmic energy of all non-living matter. In the original timeline, she was the one who turned the celestial baby to stone in the end. It can be said that she is the person who most directly saves the Earth. Icarus. Icarus is a handsome white guy with superpowers similar to Superman in the DC universe, but not as powerful. He can also fly physically and shoot lasers from his eyes. He is the most powerful person among the Eternals. Tina. Tina has a fierce aura, and her charm is somewhat similar to Hela. She is the strongest female warrior among the 10 people, and can barely compete with the strongest Icarus. You can use cosmic energy to transform various weapons out of thin air, such as swords, spears, shields, etc. Gilgamesh. A strong, fat oriental man with incredible strength. She has feelings for Tina and has been protecting her for thousands of years. Golden Fruit. A very typical handsome guy from a Sun Kingdom, with brown skin and the ability to shoot cosmic energy light bombs and beams from his hands. During the long 7,000 years since he came to Earth, in order to pass the time, he even went to Asan to become a star in Bollywood. Possessing extremely terrifying skills of singing and dancing anytime and anywhere. Apocalypse smiled slightly, feeling that he and Star-Lord should have something in common. Spike the Elf. A 12-year-old Western girl who never grows up, has short hair, is naughty, and has the ability to create hallucinatory images. Although she hasn't grown up, she has been on Earth for 7,000 years, and her mental age has become extremely mature. Tian Kai's heart moved slightly. He had known that he should call Rocket over to see if there was any spark between the two little adults. Fastos. The engineer in Eternals, a fat black man, and a gay man. In the thousands of years of human history, he secretly assisted and promoted the development of human civilization. Druid. The druid has a thin body and very white skin, which is unhealthy. He can spy on human thoughts and control humans. Perhaps it is because he has seen too many hidden dark sides of human beings that he has a somewhat cold personality. Mockery. A little brown-skinned girl was born deaf and mute and could only communicate with everyone through sign language. Her superpowers are somewhat similar to Quicksilver's. They both move at high speeds. Whoever's name Apocalypse says will bow to Apocalypse. Tian Kai also nodded slightly as a return gift, and everyone got to know each other. Everyone else was politely taken away. Only the third brother Jinguo and the elf Spike showed Tian Kai a meaningful smile. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Eternals are a little strange. Is there anything special about these two people? Why would King Apocalypse smile more at them? Once is a coincidence, twice there must be some special circumstances. But at this time, we were meeting politely, so it was hard to ask too many questions. There were 10 Eternals, but now 11 people came. Tian Kai had long discovered that there was one more person and looked at the 11th person. The last person, a young Western man, stood next to Circe. Seeing Tian Kai looking at him, he was so nervous that he was sweating. He stammered, "God." King Tian Kai, cough, "No. Mr. Tang, I am not from the Eternal Clan, I am from the Earth. I don't think you are know me, my name is." Tian Kai smiled and said, "What a coincidence, I happen to know you?" Tian Kai said, "Your name is Dane Whitman. I also met you in my previous life." "Ah." Dane was flattered, "Who was I in my previous life?" "It's my past life, I'm looking at you now." Everyone was baffled. On the surface, Dane is in his late 30s and Apocalypse is in his early 20s. If Apocalypse reincarnated once, it would have been at least 20 years ago. Dane was only a teenager at the time. Dane desperately wondered whether someone he knew when he was a child was the previous life of King Apocalypse. Tian Kai smiled and did not explain. He remembered Dane, partly because Dane was Circe's boyfriend. On the other hand, he could be the Black Knight of the future, a potential superhero. In the timeline of the Eternals, Dane told Circe that his family history is complicated. As an Eternal, Circe knows all the history of mankind and naturally knows the origin of Dane. At that time, he was reminded in a very subtle way to seize the opportunity to reconcile with his uncle. It's a pity that Dane couldn't read between the lines. Later, the supreme god Elitham appeared and took away all the Eternals, including Circe. Dane felt deeply powerless, so he opened a wooden box inherited from his family. There is an ancient longsword inside, and the sword body is wrapped in a shroud with blood marks, sealing the power inside. This is the legendary Ebony Blade. The Ebony Blade is a sword that belongs to the Black Knight. It was active in the era of King Arthur more than 1,500 years ago. It is said that it was magically cast by the great wizard Merlin and has infinite power, and Dane is the descendant of this Black Knight. However, those who hold the ebony blade will be extremely violent and bloodthirsty. People with weak minds can easily fall to the dark side and become supervillains. This is somewhat similar to the nature of Wanda's Book of Darkness. People from the Dane family generally don't use it easily. If it weren't for the purpose of retrieving Circe, Dane wouldn't want to use this ancient magic weapon. Thinking of this, Tiankai said, if you can't control your family's sword, you can send it to S.H.I.E.L.D. and let us help wash away the evil spirit in it. It's just a magic sword, and there are many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who can clear away evil spirits. The first choices are Doctor Strange and Wanda. These two people now own the Book of Emperor Wei-Shen and the Book of Darkness respectively. These two books, one good and one evil, are the ceiling of magic books. Because of the Dormamu incident, the two of them had collaborated. The two sacred books knew a little about each other, and their power was even more powerful than having a separate book. It's not a big problem to deal with a magic sword. Dane's heart trembled, and he quickly said, yes. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I thought to myself, since King Tiankai knows so much about his family, is there any connection between his family and King Tiankai's previous life? Just look for an opportunity later and ask your uncle. Originally, Dane had a bad relationship with his uncle, but when this matter involved the guardian god of the earth, he no longer cared about his own face. Then, Dane said seriously, Mr. Tang, although I am not an eternal, I came here shamelessly because I don't want to be separated from Circe. Wherever Circe goes, I will go, life and death. I hope Mr. Tang can make it happen. Tiankai smiled and said, I can't make the decision on your affairs, but I can express my feelings for you. Then, he said to Ajak, please contact your master Alyssum, convey my will, and invite him to come and solve the problems of the earth. Yes, Mr. Tang. Ajak, Circe, Akaris, Tina, Gilgamesh, Jingo, Spike, Phostos, Druid, Mockery. 10 Eternals formed a circle. With his hands spread out, as the energy of the universe fluctuates, simple golden lines appear on his body, connecting 10 people together. Then, headed by Ajak, a stream of golden energy rushed into space and disappeared into the background of the universe. The Eternals retracted their hands, and the golden energy lines on their bodies gradually disappeared. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, a little uneasy. They have lived on the Earth for 7,000 years, and most of them have developed feelings for the Earth. Otherwise, in the original timeline, he would not have violated the will of Arizam, the god group, and would rather destroy the baby god than save the people on Earth. Once the problem of the gods' babies is solved, it means that their mission is also over, and they will definitely not be able to live on Earth. This is why Dane shamelessly wanted to follow him. This side may mean goodbye forever. After a while, the light in the sky became distorted. The light dimmed throughout Mesopotamia, and something seemed to cover the sky. The crowd looked up. I saw a huge black hole in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, dozens of times larger than the entire Earth. The diameter of the Earth is only over 1 kilometers. People with a little knowledge of astronomy can estimate that this black hole is at least 30 to 50 kilometers wide. A black hole acts like a giant disk, distorting the space around it. All the sunlight that enters disappears directly. The light at the edge is like light entering the water from the air, twisted in an arc, and then falling on the Earth. The round sun is stretched into an ellipse by space effects. A huge figure suddenly appeared from the black hole. It's so fast that buffering doesn't seem to be needed at all. The visitor is of course the supreme being of the celestial group Erosion. The sky in the entire western hemisphere is only large enough to show the area above Elitham's shoulders. The rest of the body is beyond the view of the Earth. Fortunately, there was a phantom in the sky before on the Earth, and all the people on Earth went through a giant fear training. Although some people were panicked, overall they were not crazy. Elitham's head has 6 eyes, a bit like the 6 tubes in Mahjong, and it always emits a red light like a flashlight. The body is human-shaped, and its whole body shines with a magma-like red light. The body is made up of some powerful substances that look like gold but are not gold, but they are definitely not muscles. As soon as it appeared, the gravitational force emitted by the huge body caused the atmosphere of the western hemisphere to tremble. The massive atmosphere was like a giant white dragon, breaking through the boundaries of the original atmosphere and rushing towards Elitham, stretching the sky over the western hemisphere into a funnel shape. Immediately afterwards, the global atmosphere flowed towards the western hemisphere, causing winds and clouds to surge, lightning and thunder wherever it passed, seeing that a global storm is about to form. In the universe, the greater the mass, the greater the gravity. For example, the diameter of the Earth is only more than 1 kilometers, and it can attract the moon and make it rotate around the Earth and never leave it for hundreds of millions of years. Elysium is more than 30 kilometers long. Although it is not spherical, the weight of its whole body is definitely not much more than that of the Earth. One can imagine how strong the gravitational force he exudes will be. Mesopotamia, in particular, is the very center of Elysium and the gravity of the Earth. The lowest grass blades on the ground turned into a sand tornado as the air rose, rising towards the sky. The Eternals and SHIELD members felt their bodies lighten and felt as if they were in a state of ecstasy. Seeing this, Tiankai pressed his hands toward the sky. Apocalypse cut off Elitham's gravitational interference, and propped up an energy shield in front of the Earth and Elitham's huge body. The atmosphere in the western hemisphere suddenly stagnated, losing its gravitational attraction, and the funnel-shaped atmospheric vortex gradually dissipated. Then, the global atmosphere slowly became calmer, but some tornadoes still formed and wreaked havoc in various places. What do you mean? Alitham. Alitham made no response, stretched out a finger as huge as Mount Everest, and poked lightly. Suddenly, the energy shield Apocalypse had just established was burst like a bubble. The Earth's atmosphere continues to be stormy and turbulent. However, after doing this, Alitham made no further moves. Tiankai's heart moved and he guessed what the other party was thinking. The Celestials are a powerful race that has been at war with the Observers for 1 billion years, and Erosion is the supreme among them. The Supreme One has supreme pride. They know that Apocalypse is very strong, so strong that it transcends the limitations of the universe, but they still want to compete. The bet is the Earth. After all, the Earth is not only the Earth of humans, but also the embryo of the baby of the gods. It's hard to say who is the master of the Earth. Strength determines everything. That's fine. I have never been in contact with the Celestial God group. Today, let me see what the Supreme of the Celestial God group is capable of. Boom. There was a loud noise on the ground, and Apocalypse exploded with 100 times the power of the Hulk, shooting towards the sky. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I flew with my physical body. It's so fun. Apocalypse flies higher and higher. Soon it jumped out of the Earth's atmosphere. But from the surface, Apocalypse's body, instead of becoming smaller and invisible, is getting bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, from the perspective of vision, Apocalypse has become as huge as Erosion, with a length of at least more than 30 kilometers. The Eternals, S.H.I.E.L.D., and others, looking from the ground, could only see Apocalypse's shoulders above. On the other side of the Earth, only the feet below the knees are visible. Haha, Alitham, look at how my movements of heaven and earth compare with your body. Alitham's 6 giant eyes flashed red, obviously a little surprised, and communicated with his mental power. Does Mr. Tang have the blood of the god group? The huge spiritual power was transmitted to Apocalypse, passing through the outer atmosphere, causing ripples. Tiankai smiled and said, "No, I am an ordinary earthling." Alitham said, "Mr. Tang is joking. There is still a complaint in my heart, but I have not sent it out through my mental power. If you are considered an ordinary earthling, then who are our group of gods? What does it matter if so many powerful people from parallel universes die?" Tiankai smiled and didn't explain. The magic of Pym particles is far beyond imagination. With the help of a huge amount of Pym particles, he forcibly enlarged his body. I didn't know how big I could get, but I found out that as long as my body is strong enough, I can theoretically grow bigger and thicker almost endlessly. Ant-Man Scott is just a mortal body. When he becomes tens of meters tall, he can no longer bear the burden. Every time he changes, he has to sleep for several days to recover his health. His 9 refined divine body is countless billions of times more powerful than Ant-Man, and more than 30 kilometers is still not the limit. There's just no need to keep getting bigger. At this time, the Earth, under the vision of the giant-sized Apocalypse, is like a larger blue ball, which can almost be held in one's hand and played with. However, Apocalypse did not dare to get too close. Not to mention hugging him directly, even just extending his hands into the atmosphere would probably cause death to all living beings. Human beings on the Earth saw 2 extremely exaggerated giants appearing before and after them. The hemisphere of the sky could not accommodate even half of their bodies. Billions of people cannot close their mouths. At this moment, everyone felt that using ants to describe humans was arrogant and praising themselves. As the apocalypse grows, the global storm subsides. 2 starry sky giants surround the Earth and face each other from a distance. The gravitational pull between the 3 forms a strange balance. There is nothing strange about humans and animals on Earth except that their bodies feel lighter. Alitham's 6 giant eyes flashed red and began to circle the Earth. Tiankai smiled slightly and turned at the same speed. If Apocalypse stands still, the gravitational balance of the 3 giants, Alitham, Earth, and Apocalypse, will be broken, which will lead to a more terrifying disaster than when Alitham first arrived. It might even tear the Earth apart. The Celestial Group used the living planet as an embryo and thousands of generations of intelligent life as nourishment. It took hundreds of millions of years to give birth to a celestial baby. When the god appears, it will completely destroy the living planet where it is located. Naturally, human beings are not life in their eyes. At this time, I am taking the Earth as a bet and competing with Apocalypse, and I don't feel any guilt at all. But not Apocalypse. Apocalypse needs to pay attention to the changes in gravity of Alitham's body at all times, and then adjust the speed and distance of the body accordingly. Let 2 people have 1 ball, and the gravity is in absolute balance. Any slight mistake may lead to continental plate drift, earthquakes, tsunamis, and countless deaths. Alitham moves quickly and slowly, far and near. With a huge body of more than 30 kilometers, it actually moves as if it is teleporting, and its speed is unimaginable. It's simply not as flexible as a body of this size should be. But soon, Alitham discovered that no matter how he changed the gravity, he couldn't even trigger a wave. The 4 oceans of the entire Earth are surprisingly calm, much calmer than the usual sunny weather. The Earth's tides are caused by the Moon's revolution around the Earth and the Earth's rotation. If the gravity of either side changes, the tides will change. At this time, the sea water is as calm as a mirror, which shows that Apocalypse is skillfully balancing all factors such as the rotation of the Earth, Alithem's gravity, Apocalypse's own gravity, and the gravity of the moon more than 30 kilometers away. Not only do you need to find the balance point in an instant, you also need to move there in time, using your own gravity as the anchor point to balance all parties. The difficulty is simply unimaginable. The red light in Alithem's 6 eyes became even brighter, and he was secretly surprised. The celestial god group takes the creation of stars as their destiny. For billions of years, stars have been igniting everywhere in the universe, illuminating this dark universe. Therefore, there is a profound understanding of the laws of gravity of celestial bodies. Unexpectedly, today, using my body as a guide and the Earth as my focus, I secretly competed with Apocalypse, but I couldn't do anything to the opponent at all. It's more than helpless, it's like a child showing off his knowledge in front of adults. Under his interference, the Earth became quieter. This shows that Tiankai's understanding of the law of gravity is deeper and stronger than his. The entire contest is under Tiankai's control. Finally, Alitham said through his mental strength, I didn't expect Mr. Tang's understanding of the laws of gravity of the planet to be much deeper than our deity group's expectations. Oh, what's your estimate? Alitham did not hide anything, and said, we know that Mr. Tang's attack power is so powerful that it is incomparable. So we want to regain some face in the fields we are good at. Haha, you should be honest. What's the use of confessing? I didn't expect that our celestial group's accumulation of laws over hundreds of millions of years can't compare to Mr. Tang. Thank you, I happen to know something about the laws of gravity. When he first went to Asgard, Apocalypse noticed the special characteristics of the Asgard continent and had always been curious about its gravitational structure. Later, as my realm improved, my understanding of gravity became deeper and deeper, especially after entering the quantum realm, practicing under the light of concrete rules, and capturing the light of countless laws about gravity. It can be said that it has exhausted all the laws related to gravity. However, the law of gravity is not lethal enough or direct enough. Apocalypse has never had a chance to use it, and he doesn't know what state he has reached. Unexpectedly, the supreme being of the god group knocked on the door by himself today. If Erosion competes with Apocalypse to create stars, Apocalypse will definitely be unable to compete. He is good at blowing up stars, but he really has no experience in making stars. However, there is not enough galactic dust in the solar system to create stars. Alitham adapted measures to local conditions, focused on the Earth, and competed with Apocalypse. Alitham stopped, and its body of more than 30 kilometers moved away to reduce the influence of gravity on the Earth. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Tang, you win. If you want to kill the baby god in the center of the Earth and turn it into a part of the Earth, we, the god family, will also recognize you. Being defeated by the other party in the area he was best at, Alitham no longer had the confidence to negotiate. The original plan was to compete with Apocalypse. If he could win, he would have more bargaining chips and might be able to give the baby god a chance. Now it seems there is no chance. As for forcibly attacking the Earth and breaking open the planet, Alitham is not that confused. If Tianqi is angered, it will not be as simple as killing a baby god. The entire deity group may be exterminated. Tiankai smiled and said, who said I want to kill it? I came to you because I have a plan that has the best of both worlds and I need your help. What plan? Alitham was a little shocked. With the size of a god baby, even if the Earth is not exploded when it is born, the Earth will only have a layer of skin left, which is worthless. Thinking about it in Alitham, Apocalypse would never allow this to happen. Then, the only way left is to kill the baby god and become a part of the Earth forever. Tiankai revealed all his ideas and the division of labor between the two. Alithem's 6 giant eyes flashed with red light, and finally he nodded slightly and said, this plan is feasible. I will ensure that there are no problems with the part I am responsible for, and I will leave the rest to you. It is good. The two agreed on some operational details and then separated. Alitham flew towards Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system. A layer of red PIM particles appeared on Tiankai's body, and with a flash of red light, the person quickly shrank into a normal human size. Return to Mesopotamia. Apocalypse said to Fury, I want to commandeer the Pacific Ocean and the Sahara Desert for 24 hours. I need to ensure that all people and ships cannot be in these two areas. How long will it take you to empty it? Fury smiled bitterly and said, the Sahara Desert is easy to handle. It is the largest desert in the world. It is sparsely populated and it is land. It's not difficult to get them to leave for 24 hours. But the Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean in the world, connecting many countries in the world with countless routes. There are countless cargo ships and ferries sailing on the sea at all times. I don't have any confidence in clearing it. Tiankai nodded, it is indeed a bit difficult for you. Then in my name, I declare that there will be an apocalyptic disaster in the Pacific, and I ask ships from all countries to cooperate. Notify all coastal countries to prepare for coastal wind and tsunami prevention. In addition, inform Namor to mobilize the Undersea Clan to fully cooperate with your emptying work. If there are some unnotified people, or if they fail to leave the lone ship or personnel in time, please ask the Submarine Clan to rescue people at any time. Fury thought for a moment and said, in this way, I am sure that I can complete the task within 7 days. Okay, I'll wait for your news in 7 days. Then, Tiankai said to Black Widow, you and the people from the Tianjian Bureau should go back to the headquarters first. I have been in the sky for the past 7 days and I won't come down for the time being. Tang, are you having a conflict with the Supreme God group? Black Widow asked worriedly. Such a grand clearing plan is no small matter no matter how you look at it. Tian Kai smiled. We just had a fight and we have resolved our differences. These preparations are for delivering a baby. Ah, is this okay? The Eternals and S.H.I.E.L.D. people were all shocked. They all know that there is a baby god in the center of the earth. How to deal with this baby depends on the strength comparison between the Supreme Elitham and Apocalypse of the god group. If Erosion is strong, the earth will be destroyed. It may be possible to transfer humans to other planets or space carriers, but it is impossible to stay on the home planet. If Tianqi is strong, the result of everyone's speculation will naturally be to strangle the baby of the gods in the heart of the earth. He never expected that he would be trying to deliver a godly baby, but everyone knows that the baby god is at least several thousand kilometers in size. If it is missed, the earth may be destroyed. Even with the protection of Apocalypse, the earth was not destroyed, it was just the shock caused by birth. It triggered huge tsunamis, shifting continental plates, world-destroying volcanic eruptions and other disasters, and countless human deaths were caused. Fury looked solemn and asked, Tang, is this plan safe? Tian Kai smiled and said, unless the gods want the baby to die and risk annihilation to interfere with me. Otherwise, everything is safe. That's good. Immediately, Apocalypse rose into the sky, looking down at the entire Earth from space. Fury left with everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. and began to implement the clearing plan. The Eternals have nothing to do for the time being, so they simply follow Fury's arrangements and help clear the Sahara Desert of humans. Dane looked up at the direction Tian Kai left, but hesitated to speak. Circe held his hand and said, there's no rush. It's not too late to ask again after the baby is born. Okay. Soon, Fury issued an order in the name of King Apocalypse. A world-ending disaster is about to occur, and within 7 days, the Sahara Desert and the Pacific Ocean must be emptied. If there are still people staying in these 2 areas after 7 days, you will be responsible for your life or death. All countries and organizations are requested to cooperate. The entire clearing plan is named Delivery Plan. For a time, tens of billions of people on Earth were talking about it. Discussion posts on major websites and forums exploded. In addition to discussing how to retreat, the biggest question left for people is, why is it called the Delivery Plan? Why can't this name be connected with the world-ending disaster? S.H.I.E.L.D. here. The retreat to the Sahara Desert was planned relatively smoothly. One is land, and the other is desert. Although the area is large, the living population is very small, only 300 million at most, and most of them are on the edge of the desert. Fury urgently mobilized vehicles and workers from surrounding countries, and millions of vehicles set off at the same time. It only took 1 day to basically move people away. A few scattered people inside the desert directly used various military transport aircraft to transport them all away, including people, camels and cars. Only the Pacific is more troublesome. The ships received the order to rush to the nearest coast and enter a safe harbor. But many large freight ships travel in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, without access to villages or shops. At the tortoise speed of the giant ship, it would take at least 1.5 months of sailing to reach the shore. At this time, whether moving forward or retreating, it is absolutely impossible to sail out of the Pacific Ocean in just 7 days. Fury directly used the remaining 2 space carriers to act as coolies, forcibly dragging the giant ship to accelerate. Iron Man's hundreds of experimental steel suits were all turned into unmanned thrusters. Sticking to the tail of the giant wheel, it forcibly increases the speed of the giant wheel several times. Some small boats were handed over to the Namor clan and quickly brought to the nearest coast. Finally, this clearing plan, which mobilized tens of millions of people, mobilized millions of vehicles, and over 10,000 aircraft, was almost completed on the 7th day. Meanwhile, on this day, all astronomy bureaus and astronomy enthusiasts on the ground discovered something shocking. The huge Jupiter is rushing towards the Earth. Jupiter is still far away from the orbit of Mars, and it looks like the size of the moon from the Earth. A phenomenon of double moons volleying in the sky suddenly appeared in the Earth's sky. People on Earth are talking a lot. Is this the world-ending disaster that King Apocalypse said? When Jupiter hits the Earth, the disaster can be considered world-destroying. But what does this have to do with the delivery plan? Fury has been monitoring the situation around the world, and he was slightly relieved when he saw that the vast majority of people were discussing the name of the plan calmly, with no signs of unrest. Because of trust, there is peace. In recent years, people on Earth have experienced too many world-ending disasters. Every time, I can turn danger into good luck and get through it safely. Invisibly, I have developed a huge trust in the superheroes of Apocalypse and S.H.I.E.L.D., and even blind worship. As Jupiter gets closer, it's getting bigger and bigger as seen from Earth. At first it was just a double moon volley, but now it has almost blocked half of the starry sky. The yellow-brown cloud belts on Jupiter are clearly visible, and the rotation of the cloud belts can be seen with the naked eye. These cloud bands look small, but are actually huge storms millions of kilometers in size. Once it blows, it often lasts for thousands of years. The entire Earth's starry sky is full of science fiction colors of the cosmic era. Countless photographers and ordinary people are using their own equipment to record this strange scene. Jupiter was naturally brought by Erosion. They are familiar with this kind of work of transporting planets. In space, Elitham said to Tian Kai through his mental power, I'm ready, what about you? Apocalypse nodded. The Earth is ready. It is good. Alitham shook Jupiter with one hand. Suddenly, the entire Jupiter gas shook violently and continued to shrink, getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the limit of nuclear fusion has been reached. It is silent, but it seems to be the greatest whisper in the universe. A ray of new starlight bursts out from the center of Jupiter, illuminating the universe. Then, more and more prosperous? Boom. A peerless loud noise shook the space and time of the universe and spread throughout the solar system in the form of gravitational waves, all the way to the outer starry sky. Jupiter was finally ignited and became a little sun. This is the specialty of the Tenjin group, making stars. Jupiter is originally the largest planet in the solar system, with a diameter 11 times that of the Earth and a surface area 122 times greater. But it is a gas giant planet with a mass only more than 300 times that of the Earth. Its own gravity is not enough to compress the core material to produce nuclear fusion. Therefore, it can only be a planet. But now, with the intervention of the Supreme God group, he directly used his divine power to forcibly compress it and became a small star. If formed naturally, these small stars would burn out quickly and eventually become unable to maintain their structure. With a boom sound, it turned into a supernova explosion, briefly lighting up the universe, and then disappeared. Alitham naturally wouldn't let it explode. Like a superb cooking chef, he constantly adjusts the parameters of the star so that the material inside continues to undergo nuclear fusion and synthesizes the basic elements of the universe. From the lightest hydrogen, it turns into helium, and then into lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, until nuclear fusion produced large amounts of iron. Generally, stars can no longer fuse when they reach the level of iron. As more and more iron elements accumulate, they will eventually explode into a supernova. But Alitham seemed to ignore this natural process. Jupiter's nuclear fusion became more and more intense, and various elements heavier than iron continued to be produced. But this is far from over. With the help of stellar nuclear fusion, some rare and exotic metals have also been synthesized. For example, Wakanda's Vibranium, the URU metal used to make the destroyer, and the adamantium alloy, which is known as the hardest bone material, all appear. However, these metal substances are mixed together and need to be mined and separated before they can be used. But making these top exotic metals consumes a lot of nuclear fusion energy, and the light of Jupiter's star gradually subsides. A huge fireball like magma appeared in front of him. At this time, the mass of Jupiter is less than 10 times the weight of the Earth. The remaining nearly 300 times the mass are all turned into nuclear fusion fuel in order to extract various rare materials that are less than 10 times the mass of the Earth. Alitham looked at his results with satisfaction and looked at Apocalypse. Apocalypse understands. It's now. Apocalypse grew giant again in space and turned into a starry sky giant more than 30 kilometers tall. A force of law emerged from his body and enveloped the entire Earth. Alitham stretched out a finger and gently tapped it toward the Pacific Ocean, and a ball of light hundreds of kilometers in size sank into the center of the Earth. Come out, my child. Boom. Huge waves thousands of meters high exploded in the Pacific Ocean, rising into the sky, and the waves soared above the clouds. Fortunately, Apocalypse had anticipated this. These huge waves are tightly bound by the power of the laws of the apocalypse and cannot overflow the Pacific Ocean. Otherwise, huge waves of tens of thousands of meters will surge towards the coast, and even Mount Everest will be submerged nearly 1,000 meters underwater. Compared with the world-destroying flood in ancient human legends, it pales into insignificance. The waves are getting bigger and bigger. A hand and a head stretched out from the waves. Then came the shoulders, then the hands, then the waist. The baby god sat up from the sea in a hazy state. The upper body alone has a range of more than 4,000 kilometers. Sitting on the Pacific Ocean is like a child sitting on a ball. Tens of billions of humans on the Earth watched him come out, their eyes widened, and they almost couldn't breathe. Mount Everest is only over 8,000 meters tall and less than 9 kilometers long. Compared with the behemoth that is more than 4,000 kilometers long, it is simply incomparably smaller. Seeing this behemoth sitting right in front of you, you can't help but be shocked. Alitham called softly, "Come, my child." The spiritual power spread into the atmosphere and dispersed countless clouds. When the baby god heard the call, his head, which was thousands of kilometers in size, searched suspiciously. It was finally confirmed that it was Alitham. The four giant eyes emitted red light and emitted cheerful mental energy fluctuations. I don't know if he will become a six-eyed giant like Alitham when he grows up and improves in strength. Apocalypse looked at the baby god with some caution. Prevent him from being naughty at any time and kicking the earth to pieces. Fortunately, under the guidance of Alitham, the baby did not act excessively. Slowly stood up, and what appeared in front of human eyes was a baby's body that was nearly kilometers high. The white clouds only reached his ankles. Alitham stretched out his giant palm and put his index finger in front of the baby's eyes. The god baby's eyes flashed red, and he latched onto Alitham's finger, just like a human baby gripping his father's finger. Alitham gave a gentle mention, and the baby god rose into the sky and finally left the earth. Tiankai breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous step was finally completed. Human beings on Earth feel a lightness on their bodies, as if they are about to fly away at any moment. The departure of the god baby took away most of the Earth's matter. Without matter, there is no gravity. At this time, the Earth is just a hollow ball, maintained entirely by the power of the laws of the apocalypse. Under natural circumstances, the remaining layer of stratigraphic skin would collapse into an asteroid. The gravity is too small, even the atmosphere cannot restrain it, and humans cannot survive at all. Start filling it in, Tian Kai said. Alitham nodded and gently used his other hand. The molten Jupiter suddenly stretched out a huge molten dragon, as if a cosmic sugar ball was pulled out of a sugar thread and rushed towards the Earth. Boom! The ultra-high temperature molten lava hit the Sahara Desert and splashed yellow sand all over the sky. The desert floor was quickly melted and then penetrated. The giant magma dragon pours into the center of the Earth continuously, filling the void left by the baby god. Humans around the Sahara watched as a molten dragon with a diameter of thousands of kilometers fell from the sky and penetrated into the core of the Earth. His face changed with fear, and his eyes were full of disbelief. That rumbling low roar shook everyone's mind. If such a huge amount of material were forcibly poured in under natural conditions, the earthquake alone would kill most people on Earth. Therefore, apocalypse must be guarded by the power of law throughout the process and cannot be relaxed. The filling work can only be completed by the God group. This is Apocalypse's plan to get the best of both worlds, to gather the power of the two most powerful men in the universe to deliver a god baby painlessly. The giant magma dragon irrigated it for a full day and night before filling the void in the center of the Earth. The people on Earth went from disbelief to shock to numbness. Finally, it was confirmed that there was no danger. Some people had already started discussing whether they could use the fire to barbecue a camel or something. Finally, the giant molten dragon, thousands of kilometers in size, closed in and cut off the material transported from Jupiter. At this time, Jupiter had lost less than 1 times the mass of the Earth, and the remaining size was still very huge. After cooling, it will be a treasure star that gathers countless treasures of heaven and earth. A layer of molten lava is left on the surface of the Sahara, like a huge crater, and from time to time a sheet of molten lava with a temperature of several thousand degrees is splashed up. When the magma solidifies, this will be one of the most valuable mines in the world. Countless metals and various elements famous in the universe can be mined from it. It can be mined all the way to the center of the Earth and can be mined by people on Earth for tens of millions of years. In the future, whether it is developing technology or practicing to improve personal strength, it will be an extremely precious material. Alitham carefully adjusted the rotation speed of the Earth's core. After adjusting the Earth's magnetic field to be exactly the same as before, it stopped. Otherwise, a large number of organisms that rely on the Earth's magnetic field for navigation will become lost and trigger a mass extinction of organisms. Mr. Tang, the part I was responsible for has been completed. Thank you. You're welcome. This is a matter of mutual benefit and win-win. Tian Kai said. It seems that painless delivery is not too difficult. Have you Celestials considered using this method in the future? There is no need to kill so many intelligent beings every time the gods appear. Alitham said, intelligent life reproduces extremely quickly, and its life is short, so there is no need to care. Ha 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 ha, Alyssum, maybe this is one of the reasons why your group of gods have been unable to break through for hundreds of millions of years. Alitham was a little surprised. Why did Mr. Tang say that? Have you ever heard of the anthropic theory? Never heard of it. Tian Kai explained, the anthropic theory is a simple theory of how humans look at the universe. Why is the universe like this? Why are the laws so exquisite? Are they just in a perfect state? Because only in this way can humans be born. Only when humans are born can the universe be perceived and make sense. Humanity chose the universe, not the universe chose human beings. Of course, this human being can be extended to all intelligent life forms. Alitham was a little confused. With Mr. Tang's level, do you believe in such a ridiculous theory? Tian Kai smiled and said, I didn't believe it before, I thought this theory was too absurd. Until a majestic being guided me into this world. Use some recovery potions to guide me to cherish life instead of indulging in killing and destroying life. I began to guess that majestic existence should hope that someone can sense him, and this world also hopes to be sensed by life. If there is no intelligent life, no human beings, and only one person is transcendent, what's the point? What's the point of all the existence of the multiverse? It can be said that the survival of the god baby is also based on his guidance. Alithem's 6 giant eyes flashed red and he was extremely shocked. The Celestials originally thought that their race had reached the pinnacle of the universe. Unexpectedly, a freak like Tian Kai could break the limitations of the universe and dominate the heavens. What's even worse is that such a freak is revered as above all the gods, and even he is called a majestic being. How far has the state reached? Does such a thing really exist? Could it be the legendary transcendent? Mr. Tang has seen a transcendent person. Tian Kai shook his head. No. Even a few years ago, I wasn't sure whether he existed or not. Now what? Tian Kai smiled and said, he must exist. Although I don't know where he is, what form is he in? What is his purpose? But with my current state, I have already touched the last door, and I can faintly sense his presence. Alitham was silent for a while, seemed to sigh, and said, neither I nor the observer had any reaction. However, thank you for your reminder. Since you think that existence hopes for the prosperity of life in the universe, we, the Celestial God Group, will change the way gods appear. From now on, before the gods are born, the intelligent life on their planet must be transferred to another planet or a space carrier. The voice fell. Countless voices rang in Tian Kai's mind. The recovery potions obtained are much more than the last time Star-Lord saved thousands of living worlds. Tian Kai smiled helplessly. At his current state, he still couldn't stop these recovery potions from entering his mind. One step away is like a chasm. After saying these words, Alitham suddenly seemed to freeze. The red light in his 6 eyes and whole body changes rapidly, fluctuating in a simple and profound rhythm. After a long time, Alitham said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang. After I made this decision just now, I felt an invisible destiny, which actually made my billion-year-old realm faintly loosen, making further possibilities possible. Is it a reward from that existence?" Tian Kai said, "Maybe. You regard life as an ant, and the sky regards you as an ant." Alitham nodded. "The affairs of the earth have been completed. I want to take the children back to the tribe to train them. It's time to leave." At this time, the god baby was still holding one of Alitham's fingers. A body that is nearly 30 kilometers tall is actually mini and cute compared to Alitham's body of more than kilometers. Alitham stretched out his other hand, his giant palm facing upward, toward the earth. A great spiritual power spread throughout the earth. "Eternals, your mission has been completed. Leave with me."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.